Chapter 1. In the 5th year following the apocalypse, the Summer City base was graced with a magnificent wedding. The entire base was transformed, adorned with vibrant decorations, the overwhelming display of red dazzling to behold. Xia Sang stood on the terrace, her heart heavy as ash, witnessing his union with another, her heart wrenched as if by a knife, a bitter smile tugging at her lips before she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The last encounter with Shun Yihao had been merely 2 days prior, during which she cast aside all dignity, pleading desperately, "Yihao, can you not marry her, considering our 10 years of reliance on one another?" Sang, I admit I have wronged you. You see, if I do not enter this marriage alliance, the other bases will annihilate the sanctuary we have painstakingly established. Are you truly willing to watch our years of effort crumble to dust? Xia Sang instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. But if you marry her, I will die. Shun Yihao methodically pried her fingers loose, turning to lean against the wall, casually lighting a cigarette. His eyes narrowed as he exhaled a smoky ring. Sang, do not act this way. There are countless good men in this world. With your status and abilities, what kind of man could you not find? How could you possibly die? Jingjing is already carrying my child. I cannot disregard my own bloodline. You must understand how rare it is for a high-level ability user to have their own offspring. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Xia Sang's face. But you promised me, with your own lips, that we would marry once the apocalypse was over. Yihao, I beg you, I truly will die. Shun Yihao ignored her tearful pleas, inhaling deeply on his cigarette, the swirling smoke obscuring his expression. Sang, do not behave this way. Jingjing is different from you. You possess spatial and wood abilities. Finding a man is simpler than drinking water. She is merely an ordinary person. If I abandon her, it will be tantamount to driving her to her doom. Can you truly bear to watch a young and vibrant life extinguish due to your selfishness? Xia Sang pressed her lips together, her frail form trembling as she murmured, "Is this world not governed by the principle that the weak have no rights? Should there not be a sense of priority? If I were to tell you that your marriage to her would lead to my demise, what would you do?" Shun Yihao helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, lowering his head in silence. "Speak." Xia Sang could no longer contain her hysteria, screaming her accusations at him. "Shun Yihao, you have indeed abandoned me, haven't you?" Sang, do not act irrationally. Shun Yihao's patience wore thin. He attempted to reason with her, yet she clung to him like a stubborn vine. "I am being irrational?" Xia Sang's face paled as she forced a self-deprecating laugh. "In your eyes, I'm merely a nuisance?" Shun Yihao remained silent, exhaling one smoke ring after another. The gentle spring rain pattered against Xia Sang's pale face, her frail body shivering in the downpour, her withered hair clinging damply to her scalp, a sight both pitiful and forlorn. Shun Yihao could no longer bear to watch. Jingjing was innocent. "Huh?" Xia Sang sniffled, a self-mocking smile gracing her lips. "Did Jingjing tell you that I am petty and manipulative, ensuring that no woman who approaches you meets a good end?" Shun Yihao looked pained. Sang, why have you become so unfamiliar? When Jingjing spoke to me, I refused to believe it. I never imagined you would truly slander her. I must have been blind to have misjudged you. If only he had taken a moment to think, he would not have so readily accused her of defaming Tao Jingjing. The light in Xia Sang's eyes extinguished entirely how absurd it was that after 10 years of mutual dependence, she was overshadowed by a few words from Tao Jingjing. This was the love she had wagered her future and life upon. "Husband." Tao Jingjing came running from afar, raising her chin in a show of defiance as she approached Xia Sang's gaze, wrapping her arms around Shun Yihao's. "Husband, have you finished discussing things with Sister Sang? I have prepared a feast. Weren't we supposed to celebrate our anniversary tonight?" Shun Yihao extinguished his cigarette, gently caressing her hair, his expression stern as he half reprimanded, "Stop this. Don't you know you're pregnant and shouldn't be out in the rain?" With that, he removed his coat and draped it over her head, feigning anger. "If you continue to be this unruly, I will spank you." Tao Jingjing playfully stuck out her tongue. "I promise I won't do it again. Can you be a bit gentler with me, husband?" Shun Yihao affectionately tapped her nose, wrapping his arm around her waist as they turned to leave, never looking back. The cold wind lifted Xia Sang's damp skirt, making a loud rustling sound in the rain. She slowly raised her gaze, fixating on the retreating figures, and suddenly erupted into laughter. The system could no longer bear to watch. Host, I have warned you before, he is not a reliable individual. Why invest your entire heart in him? Now look where you are, your mission has failed, and you'll be erased. Was it worth it? Xia Sang offered a bitter smile. I am sorry, system. It is all my fault. I have implicated you. Host, there are only 2 days left. It is too late to pursue a new strategy. You should say your goodbyes to your loved ones. Xia Sang recalled the friends and confidants she had forsaken for Shun Yihao over the years, and could no longer hold back, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In the past month, her health had deteriorated alarmingly. In just 2 days, she had plummeted to an irretrievable state. Noni, they probably wouldn't want to see me anyway. I sacrificed everything for Shun Yihao. Becoming estranged from my family, they must despise me now. The system fell into an unusual silence. The host knew best how deeply one could love another, having poured her heart and soul into it. She would go to great lengths to defend him against any criticism. Consumed by her obsession, she had driven away everyone around her. Despite countless pleas from the system to abandon this path and choose another target, she had stubbornly persisted, walking blindly to her demise. Now, at this juncture, Xia Sang realized she had personally buried her relationships, ending up utterly alone and forsaken. Spring is a beautiful season, with blossoms blooming and gentle breezes caressing the face. Shun Yihao chose this season to marry, perhaps in pursuit of a hopeful future. At this moment, witnessing their union, Xia Sang did not weep. Perhaps all her tears had been shed 2 days prior. Blood poured forth from her mouth as she cast a lingering glance at the man radiating happiness, then staggered away. She no longer had the strength to wish others well. Her hollow spirit abruptly floated into the air, and Xia Sang stared in confusion at the blood-soaked woman, murmuring to herself, how can one person bleed so much? System, why am I still here? System. The system remained silent. In her despondency, she wondered if the system had also grown weary of her presence. Sister Sang, the base chief, is getting married today. Let's go enjoy the festivities. Hua Hua, return quickly. Do not come here. Xia Sang shouted in desperation, but Ruan Hua heard nothing, making her way to the bedroom as if on a familiar path. Ruan Hua was startled, falling to the ground and bursting into tears. Whoa, Sister Sang, why are you lying on the floor? Please get up, won't you? Mom and Dad, come quickly and save Sister Sang. Someone help. Ruan Hua's cries were soon drowned out by the deafening sounds of firecrackers and joyous cheers. Xia Sang's heart ached as she attempted to lift the child, yet her hands passed through her once more. Hua Hua, stop crying, go find your mom and dad. Such a bloody scene should not be witnessed by a child like her. Xia Sang, frantic, circled around the little one, her hands repeatedly passing through her body, until she fell to the ground, lost and tearless. Sang, you foolish girl, didn't you say you would definitely marry Shinihao? For her, you cast aside our 20 years of friendship, your heart and mind consumed by that scoundrel. Now look, everything you sacrificed has turned into a grand joke. Xia Sang, you coward, come out now. If you don't come out, I will come up there. Xia Sang felt a jolt of spirit. Her friend, Nan Wan, was downstairs. What perfect timing, she could take Hua Hua away. Never before had Xia Sang wished so fervently for her friend to arrive, to take Hua Hua and perhaps help her deal with her lonely corpse. There was no hope to rely on Shun Yihao. He was blissfully lost in his new marriage, absorbed in his tender moments with Tao Jingjing. How could he possibly think of her, the cast-off ex-girlfriend? Perhaps by the time her body decayed, he might not even notice. However, fate ultimately proved kind to her. Knowing that she was alone and without anyone to see her off, it thoughtfully sent her dear friend to her side. Given Nan Wan's temperament, could she possibly bear to witness her friend's demise and not find solace? The sound of footsteps, rhythmic and deliberate, drew closer. Why is the door ajar? Where is Xia Sang? This was not Nan Wan's first visit to Xia Sang's residence. She was familiar with the surroundings. Yet, a sudden wave of foreboding surged within her. Xia Sang adored Shun Yihao so deeply, yet was betrayed by that scoundrel. Could it be that she had succumbed to despair? Lost in her troubling thoughts, she quickened her pace. Woo woo woo, Sister Sang. Upon hearing the sobs, Nan Wan's body stiffened, and her anxiety reached a fever pitch, prompting her to hasten her steps even further. When she burst into the room and beheld Xia Sang lying amidst a pool of blood, the box in her hand fell with a clatter, scattering across the floor. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. How could one person bleed so profusely, as if all the life within her had been drained away? Could one who had lost so much blood still cling to life? She collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixated on the crimson puddle, her body trembling uncontrollably, her lips moving silently as she struggled to utter a word. After what felt like an eternity, she cautiously called out, Sang Sang, but the figure on the floor could no longer leap up to greet her with joyous cries or playful banter. There she lay, silent and still, her eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the windowsill. Sang Sang, Nan Wan screamed, crawling forward, her trembling hands desperately attempting to wipe the blood from Xia Sang's face. Yet no matter how fervently she scrubbed, the blood seemed endless, as if it would never cease to stain her hands. Sang Sang, what do I do? You are so fastidious about cleanliness, yet I cannot even wipe away the blood. Sang Sang, please open your eyes and look at me. Tears streamed down Nan Wan's face, each drop landing heavily upon Xia Sang's pallid, silent visage. She called her name repeatedly, foolishly hoping that the person before her might awaken and meet her gaze. Xia Sang crouched down, enveloping Nan Wan with her ethereal form. Wan Wan, I am sorry I must have disappointed you. Do not cry. Despite my actions towards you, why do you still care for me so much? When I was alive, I could not say sorry. Now that I am gone, you cannot hear me. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I should not have betrayed you, our friendship, for that scoundrel Shani Hao. Nan Wan wept uncontrollably. No, I will never forgive you. Not now, nor ever. Unless you can awaken, even if only to glance at me. Sang Sang, please come back to life. I promise I will no longer sulk. I should not have ignored you because of your infatuation with that scoundrel. Sang Sang, I am truly sorry. Please, rise and strike me. If you must this time, I will not retaliate. Xia Sang, merely a spirit, shed no tears, yet the embrace around Nan Wan trembled uncontrollably. Wan Wan, do not blame yourself. The outcome of today is my own doing. I hold no one else accountable. Sang Sang, tell me, was it Shani Hao who did this? Very well, your silence speaks volumes. I shall confront him and demand to know why he treated you in such a manner. Xia Sang wished to hold Nan Wan, but her form slipped through once more. Stop, Wan Wan. You must listen to me. You are no match for Shani Hao. Stop. Nan Wan rose, wiping her tears. Her once pristine white dress was now stained with large splotches of red, resembling the blooms of the manjusaka, both beautiful and sorrowful. Clenching her fists, she leaped from the window like a gust of wind. Xia Sang could not hold her back and could only watch in panic as she floated out. Wan Wan, please cease. But it was too late. Nan Wan charged onto the stage and struck Shen Yihao's handsome face with a fierce punch. He staggered, disbelief etching his features as the ring in his hand rolled away. Nan Wan attempted another blow, but Shen Yihao blocked her, pushing her back with a swift motion. His face contorted with anger. He demanded, Nan Wan, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Fury ignited in Nan Wan's eyes. I'm not mad. I'm striking you. The ungrateful scoundrel. Shen Yihao scoffed derisively. It must be Xia Sang who sent you here. You two truly deserve each other, both selfish and unreasonable. Do not think that by ruining my wedding with Jing Jing, I would marry her. Women like Xia Sang are unworthy of me. Xia Sang's spirit froze, a sharp pain piercing her heart. So, in his eyes, she was unworthy of him? How ironic. The one who pursued her, who held her hand and promised eternal love, now deemed her unworthy. What a mockery. The blinding sunlight bore down upon her spirit, sending waves of pain through her. Xia Sang lowered her head, despair consuming her thoughts. If only the sun could burn brighter, she might vanish from this world, escaping the bitter irony before her. Nan Wan trembled with rage, tears cascading down her cheeks, mourning for Xia Sang's plight. Shun Yihao, do you still consider yourself a man? 10 years have passed. How many decades does a person experience in their lifetime? Even a stone should have warmed up by now. Yet you, without hesitation, discarded the woman who stood by you for a decade, only to marry an unattractive woman of no merit. If you intended to humiliate Xia Sang, couldn't you at least have chosen someone more worthy? Nan Wan boldly pointed at Tao Jingjing with a derisive laugh. Just look at her. What does she possess? No extraordinary abilities, and she is quite plain. What on earth do you see in her? Shen Yihao's face darkened, his expression fierce as he glared at Nan Wan. Enough. I will not permit you to speak of Jingjing in such a manner. She is my wife. Show some respect. Do not presume that just because you are Xia Sang's close friend, I will refrain from retaliating against you. If you continue this nonsense, do not blame me for being unkind. Nan Wan lifted her chin, her laughter ringing out loud and clear. Everyone, come and witness this. This is your base leader, who, in pursuit of power, has abandoned his 10-year-long lover, betraying their vows, and turned to marry another woman. How could such a scoundrel be deserving of the leader's position? Shun Yihao's handsome face flushed crimson, his teeth gritting audibly. Nan Wan, is it dignified to act disgracefully at someone else's wedding? Surely, it must be that the vile Xia Sang has whispered some slanderous words, hasn't she? If it weren't for her incessant pestering, I would have ended things with her long ago. If it weren't for my principles against striking women, you would not leave here unscathed. Xia Sang felt as though her heart was shattering, tears threatening to spill. She suddenly bent down, clutching herself tightly. Xia Sang, how blind you must be to have fallen for such a creature. The pain reached its peak, and even the soul began to weep. System, where are you? Take me away. Take me away. Xia Sang felt as if her very essence was being torn apart by Shun Yihao's cruelty. Nan Wan finally erupted in fury, the flames in her hand growing ever larger. Shun Yihao, do you know? Xia Sang is dead. Have you ever witnessed the sight of a person's blood draining completely? What are you saying? Shun Yihao's mind went blank as he gazed at the house they once shared. Nan Wan, what new trick are you playing at? Tell me this isn't true. His eyes blazed with a furious red, desperately tugging at Nan Wan, his entire being seeming to lose its soul. The scorching flames grazed his skin, and the wedding venue was engulfed in the scent of charred flesh. Darling, are you out of your mind? Tao Jingjing finally could no longer hold her tongue. She could not allow this woman to ruin her wedding. She was but an ordinary person, protected by her family, striving to survive in this chaotic world plagued by zombies. With her qualifications, it was nearly impossible to find someone as exceptional as Shun Yihao again. If it weren't for her cunning, even a marriage alliance would have been beyond her reach. She refused to let her child be born without a fathered child. Tao Jingjing clutched her belly, collapsing to the ground in panic and letting out a scream. Her family thought it was merely a minor altercation, not anticipating that events would escalate to such a degree, as they witnessed their future son-in-law grappling with a stranger. They could no longer sit idly by. They stormed onto the stage, carefully helping Tao Jingjing to her feet while turning their furious gazes toward Shun Yihao. Shun Yihao, what did you say when you came to propose to our family? Did you not claim to have severed ties with that Xia Sang? What is happening now? Shun Yihao paid no heed to his in-law's harsh words, instead gripping Nan Wan tightly. Nan Wan, tell me you are lying, right? Nan Wan scoffed. Why would I need to lie to you? If you don't believe me, dare to go upstairs and see for yourself. What's the matter? Are you too afraid? Shun Yihao, you are afraid. Ha ha. Who would have thought you would find yourself in this predicament? Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. I once believed Xia Sang was merely one-sided. It seems you are also ensnared, unaware of your own entrapment. Xia Sang, do you see this? You deserve it. You truly deserve it. As Nan Wan observed Shun Yihao's frenzied state, a sense of relief washed over her. Xia Sang's body remained unclaimed, and she was the only one in the world deserving of giving her a proper farewell. She refused to allow Xia Sang to become a wandering soul. The thought of wanting to perish together with him had been utterly foolish. He was simply not worth it. Nan Wan extinguished the flames, casting a glance at the chaotic wedding, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Xia Sang, can you see? I have avenged you. You will find peace in the heavens, will you not? Xia Sang's heart, once pierced with agony, finally ceased its relentless cries for fragmentation. She too found solace, a gentle smile curving her lips. Yes, at that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, Xia Sang's lifeless body underwent a transformation, her unblinking eyes finally closing as the sun blazed fiercely. Just when Xia Sang thought her soul would disperse, the system finally appeared. Host, I can only assist you to this point. In the new world, you must keep your eyes wide open. I must take my leave. You must promise me. Xia Sang panicked. What do you mean by go to a new world? System. Ah. In the whirl of chaos, Xia Sang screamed, quickly losing consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she was jolted awake by an intense pain. Staring up at a pitch-black void, she attempted to move her limbs, but her body felt restrained. Warm liquid dripped from her body, and searing pains surged from her extremities. She hastily summoned her wood-based abilities to mend her injuries. Once her strength returned, she forced herself to rise. Her face pressed tightly against the damp earth. An overwhelming stench of blood assaulted her senses. She quickly activated her abilities, commanding nearby vines to pull her from the trap. The dripping scent of blood spread through the dark forest, and distant roars of beasts echoed ominously. Xia Sang dared not delay, swiftly using her powers to gradually repair the gaping wounds the size of a baby's fist. Goodness, 7 gaping wounds. Damn it, what terrible luck. How could she have fallen into a hunter's trap? Wait, didn't she die? Goodness, could it be that the system sent her to another world? As this thought crossed her mind, a flood of foreign memories surged into her consciousness, causing Xia Sang to wince in pain, her fists clenching tightly. Through the amalgamation of memories, she discovered that she had traversed into a realm known as Tianwei, a world inhabited by beasts. The original body also bore the name Xia Sang and belonged to the Snow Wolf clan as a female. Due to her failure to awaken her spatial abilities, she was betrayed by her cousin, Xiacheng, who contracted 2 disabled beasts. The male she had initially hoped for ended up with her cousin, who awakened a rare spatial ability of 1,000 cubic meters. Indeed, in this realm, females awaken spatial powers upon reaching adulthood, with sizes ranging from 1 cubic meter to 1,000 cubic meters. The size of the space determined a female's standing within the clan and the number of beast husbands she could possess. Unfortunately, the original body had failed to awaken upon maturation, becoming a marginalized female within her family. Thus, when Xiacheng conspired against her, no one stood up to defend her. After she contracted the 2 disabled beasts, her family swiftly expelled her, leaving her to fend for herself. The original body had sought refuge in a cave on the outskirts of the tribe's settlement, where no beasts wanted her, living there with the 2 beast husbands. Initially, the 3 maintained a cordial relationship, but as Xiacheng mocked and incited discord, the original body grew increasingly disdainful of her 2 disabled husbands. She treated them harshly regarding food and resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. The 2 disabled beasts harbored deep resentment towards her, yet due to the realm's protection of females, they dared not retaliate and instead devised a scheme to lure her into a trap, where sharpened bamboo would pierce her, leading to her demise. Thus began her journey of transmigration. Xia Sang? Xiacheng? Goodness, wasn't this the plot of a novel she had previously read titled With Space in Hand? I Lay Back and Marry Handsome Men, featuring the female protagonist and the wicked female antagonist. So, had she been reincarnated into a story? Xia Sang was on the verge of cursing. What was the system thinking? Assigning her the role of a malicious female antagonist? She had only read about 30 chapters of that novel and had grown weary of the protagonist's ruthless pursuit of handsome men, resorting to any means necessary, even targeting the original body's intended beast husbands. Moreover, she had conspired against the original body with the 2 disabled beasts, using them to orchestrate the original body's death. Even to attain her desired male, she did not spare the male she had already contracted. The entire narrative had challenged her moral compass, prompting her to abandon the story. So, what had just transpired was indeed the original body's demise orchestrated by betrayal. Since the original self has perished, does that mean I am no longer bound to the narrative? Upon grasping this realization, Xia Sang felt a sudden sense of calm. She surveyed her own space. And to her astonishment, the area that had previously measured merely 2 acres had transformed into an expansive expanse, stretching infinitely before her. System, system, Xia Sang called out, her tone laced with tentative hope, yet received no response. A pang of bitterness welled within her as she recalled all that the system had done for her, causing her vision to blur momentarily. However, she soon dared not dwell on it further. For the echoes of feral growls, "Ow-woo! Ow-woo!" grew ever closer. A chill ran down her spine as her mind raced to extract knowledge of beasts from the original self's memories. Yet, she quickly faced disappointment. The females of the tribe typically gathered only at the forest's edge and had never encountered living beasts. Having just used her abilities to heal her body, her energy was severely depleted, compounded by significant blood loss and a day's fasting. The prospect of running was utterly unfeasible. Even walking a few steps left her gasping for breath. However, in her past life, as a practitioner of extraordinary abilities, it was second nature to protect humanity and confront adversity head-on. Waiting passively for death was simply out of the question. Drawing upon her powers, she manipulated the vines to rise skyward, standing atop a towering tree. She enveloped herself in vines, masking her scent, leaving only her nostrils exposed to breathe. She slowed her breathing, merging with the tree and vines. That moment, 5 enormous, menacing Ungshi beasts appeared. They panted heavily, sniffing the air, circling restlessly, unwilling to depart. "Ow-woo! Ow-woo!" One Ungshi beast accidentally tumbled into a trap, struggling to climb out. The more it fought, the faster its blood flowed, and nauseating stench of blood seeped through the depths of the jungle. The other 4 Ungshi beasts, witnessing their companion's plight, remained indifferent, continuing their pursuits without a shred of sympathy, their callousness appalling. Cunningly, one Ungshi beast fixed its gaze upon her tree, ferociously gnawing at the trunk with its sharp teeth. Xia Sang seethed internally, leaping to another tree, determined to see who would outlast whom. Surprisingly, the Ungshi beast did not relent. It seemed to possess an almost radar-like instinct, following her every move, never faltering. Cursed creature. Clenching her fists, she maintained an outward calm, while anxiety surged within her. The consumption of her wood-based abilities was substantial, and if this standoff continued, her fate would be sealed. Realizing she could not shake it off, she decided to take a gamble. Xia Sang summoned her powers, weaving the vines around herself, extending them toward the forest's edge, racing against the speed of the vine's growth and the Ungshi beast's pursuit. Fortunately, her abilities had never failed her. The vines outpaced the beast, propelling her out of the forest, and as she rolled on the ground, she cried out, "Help! Help!" Fortunately, the tribe was not far, and with the beast's acute hearing, they rushed out upon hearing the precious female's cries, barely pausing to don their beast-hide skirts. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ungshi beast, realizing it was outmatched, bolted into the depths of the forest. The males of the snow wolf tribe surged forth, nearly all of them, save for the 2 disabled mates of the original self, including the tribe leader. They panted heavily as they reached her side, relieved to find her unharmed. Under the moonlight, a robust snow-white wolf, devoid of any blemish, approached slowly, speaking in human tongue. "What has transpired?" Xia Sang stammered, evasively claiming she had inadvertently wandered into the forest, pursued by 5 Ungshi beasts, one of which had accidentally fallen into a trap. The leading snow wolf's azure eyes flashed with a glimmer. "Return now, and let this be the last time." With that, it dashed into the woods, followed closely by the other males, stirring up a cloud of dust, spitting out the dust-laden saliva. Xia Sang made her way towards the cave, guided by the original self's memories up by the time she limped to the cave entrance. The snow wolves had already returned with their prey. Whatever transpired next regarding the distribution of the spoils was no concern of hers. The 2 disabled beasts, Chi Mu Huai and Xie Yuhan, embraced joyfully upon hearing the commotion, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It worked! The wretched female is finally dead. We are free!" Xia Sang snorted coldly, stepping out from the shadows. "Apologies, but your joy is premature. That I am very much alive." The smiles on Xie Yuhan and Chi Mu Huai's faces froze in place, nearly sending them into a panic at the sound of that familiar voice. Qi Muhuai recoiled, clutching his severed arm, staring in horror at Xia Sang's shadowy figure. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xie Yuhan, terrified, stumbled back 2 steps, his crippled left leg dragging behind, leaving a long trail in the dirt as he shook his pale face vehemently. No, it can't be. I saw her fall into the trap with my own eyes. She cannot still be alive. The moonlight cast an eerie shadow at Xia Sang's feet. He could not help but shudder, stepping on a dry branch, which snapped audibly beneath him. Who are you? Why are you here pretending to be a ghost? You are not Xia Sang. You are correct. I am indeed not just Xia Sang, but also Xia Sang. Is that so? Then come closer and see for yourselves who I am. Under the moonlight, Xia Sang's exquisite face glowed with a pearly radiance, resembling a divine being descended from the moon, pure and beautiful. Qi Muhuai frowned, slapping himself in disbelief. How could the vile female be compared to the pure moon goddess? Had he lost his mind? Xie Yuhan dragged his crippled leg forward, his gaze icy. Who are you? Truly, Xia Sang scoffed, ignoring him as she made her way to her pile of hay, sitting down without sparing them a glance. What does this mean? It means nothing. From now on, we will coexist separately. And when the time is right, we shall dissolve our bond. Hearing this, Qi Muhuai and Xie Yuhan's faces turned even paler as they failed to find relief in the Tianyue continent. The ratio of males to females was disproportionately skewed. Although each female had 3 to 5 mates, many males remained unbonded. Thus, for a male who had their bond dissolved, finding another female to bond with again was exceedingly difficult, and even if they managed to bond, they could not have their own offspring. Their lives would effectively be over. However, the death of a partner changed everything. Not only could they bond normally, but they could also conceive their own descendants. Hence, eliminating the original self was indeed the optimal choice. Being disabled already, dissolving their bond with her would be no different from forcing them to their demise. Their expressions darkened, filled with frustration and unwillingness. Such a fortuitous opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Who knew when another chance would arise? Xia Sang, weary and famished from a day without sustenance, found the cave shrouded in darkness. She paid no mind to whether the 2 beasts suspected her. Pulling out ham and bread from her space and indulging herself, the cave soon filled with the enticing aroma of food. The 2 disabled beasts watched helplessly, swallowing hard, but Xia Sang feigned ignorance, continuing to eat her fill before reclining on the hay, slowing her breathing and closing her eyes to rest. Brother, do you think Xia Sang, now that she is alive, will harbor resentment towards us? Xie Yuhan cast a wary glance at Xia Sang sprawled on the hay. Lowering his voice, she is not clever enough to suspect us. What is there to fear? Qi Muhuai felt a slight relief. What shall we do now? Are we truly to stand by and watch our bond dissolve? A lifetime without our own offspring would be more painful than death. Xie Yuhan's gaze flickered, his expression obscured in the darkness of the cave. If we cannot kill her in one go, then we shall try again. I refuse to believe her luck can hold out every time. Tomorrow, during gathering, we shall collect some poisonous mushrooms for soup. I doubt this foolish female can discern them. Almost disrupted by the shamelessness of the 2 beasts, Xia Sang cursed inwardly, vowing one day to make them pay. But what if the tribe discovers it? Coward! We shall escape from the Snow Wolf tribe. There are many clans in the Tianyue continent that will gladly accept us. There is no need to worry. Brother, have you noticed that Xia Sang has changed? Of course she has, when one faces life and death. Change is inevitable. Stop overthinking and get some rest. Tomorrow, when we gather, we must not only collect poisonous mushrooms, but also catch a few venomous snakes, just in case. Understood, brother. The cave soon fell into silence, and Xia Sang peacefully drifted into slumber, relieved deep within, knowing that their methods would only involve poisoning. This was manageable. Her wood-based supernatural ability was primarily healing, making her immune to all toxins a mere fundamental skill. At the break of dawn, Xia Sang awoke from hunger. The appetite of females in this beastly world was substantial, and the meager food consumed the previous night did little to stave off her hunger. With the first light of dawn, her stomach had already grumbled several times. Reluctantly, she rose from her slumber, yawning as she exited the cave. The untainted air was delightful, filled with the mingled fragrances of fresh grass and blooming flowers. And Xia Sang took a deep breath, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Yes, she lifted her gaze to the distant horizon. She was greeted by a vast expanse of dense forests, ancient trees towering towards the sky. Their lush canopies intertwined with thick vines, while a profusion of shrubs blanketed the ground beneath these ancient giants. The morning light filtered through the gaps, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows across the forest floor. Occasionally, enormous birds, accompanied by piercing cries, darted swiftly through the gaps between the colossal trunks, creating a flurry of activity. The males passing by the cave resembled peacocks displaying their plumage, unabashedly flaunting their assets. It was undeniable that the pristine environment was nurturing. None of the males of the Snow Wolf clan were unattractive, each possessing refined features and tall, statuesque forms. Especially notable were their sculpted chests and defined abs, exuding an impressive aura of strength. Xia Sang's eyes sparkled. How well the females of this beastly realm were treated. Not far from the cave, a brook flowed, its crystal-clear waters revealing the bottom, where small fish occasionally leapt, creating splashes that in high spirits. She washed her face and found a willow branch to brush her teeth. It felt incredibly refreshing. This was a significant improvement over the apocalyptic world. After the apocalypse, the spaces suitable for human habitation had become exceedingly scarce. They typically utilized their wood-based abilities to tend to vegetables and fruits in cramped greenhouse structures. There was no comparison to the open, vibrant air of the beastly world, where flowers bloomed abundantly. Having completed her morning routine, Xia Sang entered the cave, pausing briefly to gaze at a wooden cabin not far off, realizing that even in the beastly realm, there were distinctions in status. Inside the cave, two injured beasts sat on the ground, their hands clutching a few fruits. Upon her entrance, they barely acknowledged her, engrossed in their own consumption. The darkness of the previous night had concealed their appearance. But in the daylight, Xia Sang could see that both males were quite handsome. Xie Yuan was tall and slender, with delicate features, his dark eyes perpetually radiating warmth and kindness. If she had not overheard their incessant plotting to kill her, she might have been deceived by his gentle demeanor. Qi Mu Huai, however, was even more striking, exuding youthful charm. Sitting near the cave entrance, the morning light cascaded down, illuminating his silvery hair, making him appear as if a celestial being had descended. His profile was flawless, without a single flaw to be found. The sight of him voraciously biting into a piece of fruit was mesmerizing, the movement of his pronounced Adam's apple tantalizingly captivating. As her gaze traveled downwards, she beheld his exquisitely sculpted collarbones, reminiscent of jade carvings. Xia Sang swallowed hard. In an environment where sustenance and warmth were not guaranteed, maintaining such a fair complexion was undeniably a mark of divine favor. Continuing her gaze downward, she observed the quintessential eight-pack abs that every male protagonist possessed, perfectly aligned and defined. She dared not look further down, as it was obscured, but according to the laws of the beastly realm. It was undoubtedly impressive. Xia Sang averted her gaze, inwardly chastising herself for being infatuated with two males who harbored malicious intentions. How vexing it was to be so easily deceived by their appearances. Wiping the non-existent drool from her lips, she reminded herself that men would only impede her sword-drawing speed, and she took a moment to steady her breathing. While Qi Mu Huai was undeniably handsome, he was not a benevolent character. Xia Sang retrieved a few apples from her space and, turning her back to them, began to munch contentedly. She held no expectations that the two injured beasts would graciously offer her food. Her survival was already a concession on their part. This mutual disregard was rather pleasant. After finishing her meal, she followed the path etched in her memory towards the gathering place of the beastmen. Sang, come quickly. I've saved you a spot. As soon as she emerged, a familiar female pulled her into the throng. Searching her memory, Xia Sang was astonished to discover that the female was named Nan Wanner, a name strikingly similar to her former best friend. Upon closer inspection, Nan Wanner's features bore a resemblance to her friend, especially those almond-shaped eyes that were nearly identical. The only differences were a slightly darker complexion and a more unruly hairstyle, which initially made her unrecognizable. Is it truly her? Nan Wanner looked at her with confusion, reaching out to touch her forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you? Is it possible you've been possessed? Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Xia Sang's initial excitement turned to shock, her laughter frozen on her face as she grasped Nanwaner's hand, trembling slightly, her heart sinking into despair. Dazed, she followed the large group into the forest. And with just one glance, she was rendered speechless by the scenery before her. Towering trees shot up into the heavens, their dense foliage creating an impenetrable canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered down in sparse beams, with only a few rays managing to squeeze through the gaps. Vines twisted around the trunks, climbing towards the light, while the forest floor was a tangle of weeds and thorns, adorned with flowers the size of bowls, emitting a sweet fragrance that mingled unpleasantly with the decaying scent of dead branches and leaves. Upon reaching their destination, the females scattered, and the conspicuous figures of Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai were nowhere to be seen. Sang, "I know a wonderful place filled with sweet, delicious fruits. Let us go collect some." "Sounds good." The two joined hands and ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and Nanwaner immediately looked over Xia Sang. Checking her for injuries, seeing she was unharmed, she asked with concern, Sang, "What happened?" Xia Sang, terrified, covered her eyes with one hand, while the other pointed at a writhing, translucent worm on the ground, trembling in fear. "It was the size of a baby's fist. I thought it was something serious, but it's just a bubble worm," Nanwaner exclaimed, gleefully reaching out to grab it. After catching it, she waved it in front of Xia Sang's eyes before popping it into her mouth. The sound of the worm bursting in her mouth was something Xia Sang could vividly imagine, leaving her utterly speechless. Bubble worms are a delicacy. Their juice is sweet and delicious. We often have trouble finding them. Nanwana looked at her as if she were wasting a rare treat. "What a pity for such a delicious food that you want to eat," Xia Sang, still shaken, patted her chest. She had always kept a respectful distance from insects. No matter how tasty they were, they continued deeper into the woods. The surroundings grew darker, and the vines became thicker, some reaching 1/2 meter in diameter, climbing up the trunks and branches, leaping from one tree to another, forming vast, impenetrable webs. Nanwaner wielded a finely honed stone knife, cutting away the obstructing branches, revealing various algae, moss, lichens, and ferns. The towering trees were adorned with nests built by unknown birds, each nest half the height of a person, filled with chirping, fluffy baby birds. The moss-covered tree bridges were round and plump. The two supported each other, carefully making their way across the stream. Near the brook was a grove of bamboo, and upon recognizing the familiar species, Xia Sang let out an excited shout, rushing over to embrace a bamboo thicker than a bowl, eagerly calling out to Nanwaner. "Wan, come quickly. I want this." Nanwaner, typically uninterested in inedible plants, replied, Sang, "What do you want these useless weeds for? Look at the joints. If you cut it with a knife, it becomes a cup with one open end and one sealed end. You can drink from it, and it even has a hint of bamboo fragrance. Besides that, we can make bamboo chopsticks, bowls, umbrellas, stools, baskets, rafts, and mats. They have countless uses. Sang, we have no awakened space. How will you bring them back?" Xia Sang paused for a moment, scratching her head awkwardly. Wan, I haven't had the chance to tell you. I awakened my space yesterday, too." "Really?" Nanwaner exclaimed in excitement, jumping up to embrace her. "That's wonderful, Sang. This means you won't have to worry about surviving the rainy season and snowy season, and you can find a more powerful beast husband." However, after the excitement came an overwhelming sense of disappointment. In truth, half of the females in the Snow Wolf tribe had not awakened their spaces, and she didn't consider herself particularly lacking. Yet, seeing her best friend awaken too stirred feelings of inadequacy within her. Sensing her despondency, Xia Sang pulled her in close. "It's all right. My space is yours. In the realm of beasts, the females are predominantly innocent." Nanwaner experiences her emotions swiftly as they come and go like fleeting whispers. Within mere minutes, she has managed to soothe herself, wielding a stone knife with fervor, yet after a prolonged effort, she fails to fell a single bamboo stalk. Meanwhile, Xia Sang stealthily ventures into the depths of the bamboo grove, producing a compact handheld cutter which she employs with remarkable efficiency, gathering nearly a third of the bounty before pausing. "That will suffice." "Oh, Sang, I've only managed to chop down one. One can yield quite a bit. Nan Wanner pouts, her gaze lingering on the bamboo grove. Very well. After finishing with the bamboo, the two continue their journey forward. Stop, stop, stop. What is happening? Sang sang. Xia Sang weaves through a vast expanse of oil palm trees. Her eyes entranced by the large palm fruits hanging abundantly from the branches, a true treasure. The inhabitants of Tianhua continent are still in the stage of extracting oil from fatty meat. Nothing can compare to the fragrance of palm oil, a subject she's well versed in. Wan, I desire those fruits. Nanwana looks up, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the massive, red fruits clustered atop the towering oil palm trees. Sang, can these fruits be consumed? Xia Sang shakes her head honestly. No, but they can be pressed for oil. Nanwana's eyes widen in disbelief, her speech faltering. Is that true? Can oil truly be extracted from fruits? Isn't that only possible with fatty meat? Xia Sang refrains from answering hastily, understanding that the orc's knowledge of plants remains rudimentary, merely confined to whether they are edible. Thus, she teases with a hint of mystery. You will find out soon enough. Let us quickly gather the ripe fruits. Lacking the ability to climb trees, Xia Sang discreetly activates her powers, utilizing the pull of vines to swiftly ascend to the treetops. The fruits are ripe and fall at the slightest touch, allowing her to gather them effortlessly into her space. Seeing this, Nanwaner, unwilling to be outdone, nimbly climbs another tree, deftly plucking the fruits and stashing them into the leather bag strapped to her back. Her movements remarkably practiced. The two work rapidly, and in no time, they have harvested all the fruits from this cluster of oil palms. Wan, how much further to the fruits you mentioned? Nanwaner does not respond, leading her companion along a path until they turn into a thicket brimming with thorns. Upon emerging from the thorny thicket, they are greeted by a bush laden with bright red fruits the size of eggs. Sang, look, these are the fruits I spoke of. They're sweet and tangy, truly delectable. Xia Sang examines them closely. They resemble goat milk fruits, but 10 times larger. She plucks one and takes a bite. The sweet and sour juice bursting forth, albeit the tartness is intense, nearly overwhelming her senses. Consuming them raw proved challenging, yet they would be excellent for making juice, dried fruits, canned goods, or even wine, adhering to their principle of seizing every opportunity. The two spend over an hour gathering every last fruit. Where to next? Jiang Xia, unfamiliar with this world, knows she must consult the locals. She has only read novels that describe the terrifying beasts of this world. Giant bats with a wingspan of 3 to 5 meters. Spiders and mantises measuring 1 to 3 meters in length, and reptiles exceeding a meter. Not to mention moths the size of a baby's fist, mosquitoes the size of bees, and half-meter-long leeches. Just the thought sends shivers down her spine. Moreover, there are anacondas stretching dozens of meters, sloths standing nearly 5 meters tall, and exceedingly ferocious hyenas. Reflecting on these creatures while gazing at the primitive forest, Xia Sang feels a sudden chill. The strangely shaped ancient trees tower ominously, their twisted branches resembling eerie claws, creating an atmosphere both haunting and terrifying. She shudders, suggesting, "Shall we head back? After all, we have already achieved significant gains today. I am not greedy." "That sounds good," Nanwana agrees. Although this area has been cleared, no one can guarantee complete safety. Returning early seems prudent. While retracing their steps, the two overhear a raucous bout of mockery. "Xie Qi Mu Huai, you two wretched beasts. Incapable of even hunting. What is the harm in us taking a look? Exactly, you two useless ones. Apart from your handsome faces, you are nothing." With a worried glance at Xia Sang, Nanwana murmurs, Sang. Xiayin is once again leading a group to insult your beast husband. Should we intervene? Xia Sang remains silent, her pace quickening. The original body shares a life and death enmity with Xia and Qi Mu Huai. The trap was disclosed to them by Xiayin, and it was Xia and Qi Mu Huai who lured the original into it. Initially, she had no intention of meddling. But until the contract with the two beasts is severed, they remain within her protective sphere. She understands the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes. "Stop! What are you doing?" Upon hearing her voice, Xia and Qi Mu Huai feel a flicker of hope. But when they see Xia Sang emerge as the rescuer, they lower their heads, fixating on the ground, a profound humiliation washing over them as they wished to disappear before her. Xiacheng's hand, which had been exploring the contours of Xia Yuan's abs, stiffens, her displeasure evident as she reluctantly withdraws it. Upon turning to face Xia Sang, she scoffs, "Oh my, who could it be? My dear cousin Xia Sang. A mere waste of a female who cannot even awaken a space ability. What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that?" Fuming, Xia Sang clenches her fists. "Xiacheng, you brazenly tease my beast husband before my very eyes. How shameless can you be?" Xiacheng seems to find amusement in the situation, chuckling coldly, her voice sharp enough to pierce. After she has laughed at her hard-ass content, she saunters closer, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Sang. "My dear cousin, they are merely two useless ones. Relying on their good looks to entice me, I have not done anything inappropriate. Must you be so melodramatic?" Xia Sang deliberately steps back, taking a deep breath. Wildly waving her hands in the air, "What is that smell? It's so foul." Nen Wanner hesitates, uncertain, could be bad breath. Xiacheng's face shifts through shades of anger and humiliation as she glares at her. Xia Sang, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I merely hope you'll keep your distance from me. I am allergic to unattractive individuals." Xiacheng's face flushes a deep crimson, her concealed fists trembling with rage. "You just wait." With that, she shoots a venomous glare at the few females who couldn't suppress their laughter and storms off. The remaining females, not wanting to linger, leave hastily, although they harbor no fondness for Xiacheng. They are even less inclined to offend her. Nan Wanner tugs at Xia Sang's sleeve, pointing at the toxic mushrooms on the ground, urging her to hurry away. Once in a secluded spot, she cautions, Sang, have you stirred up trouble with those two beasts? Please elaborate." Sang, the toxic mushrooms in their leather bags are meant for you, right? You must not be deceived by their handsome faces. I have warned you time and again that their hearts are not with you. They're not ones you can manage. You should seek the great Shaman to sever your contract sooner rather than later. Also, my brother is actually quite decent. Why do you overlook him? Is it just because he is a bit thin and less attractive? But he can hunt, ensuring a steady supply of meat. Why suffer alongside those two beasts, living off wild vegetables and fruits? Just look at you, so gaunt. Nan Wanner stamps her foot in frustration, exuding an air of disappointment and urgency. Reiterating, Sang, heed my words and stay away from them. Do not consume anything they offer you if you are in need of meat. I will ask my brother to bring some over. He adores you and will surely treat you well. Xia Sang licks her lips, swallowing hard, not rejecting the idea. Life in the apocalypse has been exceedingly harsh, a daily struggle for survival against zombies. After enduring until the end of the apocalypse, she has relied on wood element abilities to ensure she is well fed. Yet even after her death and reincarnation, the effects of radiation have rendered meat elusive. Hearing Nan Wanner mention meat now ignites a longing within her, and her salivary glands are set into overdrive. Not long after returning to the cave, Xia Yuan and Qi Mu Huai appear, burdened with leather bags. A heavy silence pervades the cave, devoid of any lively exchange. Xia Yuan silently sets the stone pot atop the firewood, taking a bow-shaped wooden arrow and rubbing it against dry wood to create friction, a classic method of fire by drilling wood. Xia Sang nearly lets out a high-pitched scream. Realizing this is the legendary fire bow. Xianan did not overlook the scorching gaze of Xia Sang, quietly crouching on the ground, pulling and twisting back and forth. In just 2 minutes, sparks flew, landing on the dry leaves nearby with a soft pop. A fiery glow illuminating Xia Yunan's delicate brows and eyes, calm and serene, devoid of any expression. Qi Mu Huai poured the washed poisonous mushrooms into the stone pot, adding a sufficient amount of water. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the cave. Xia Sang's stomach audibly grumbled in embarrassment as she shamefully swallowed her saliva. It smelled so delightful. Xianan and Qi Mu Huai exchanged a glance, both discerning relief and determination in each other's eyes. Xia Sang, come and eat. As Xia Yuan saw that the mushroom soup was nearly ready, he picked up the smallest stone bowl on the ground, ladling a full bowl of soup and offering it to her. His expression unusually tense as he stared at her. Xia Sang nonchalantly accepted it, placing it on the ground with a furrowed brow. Why aren't you drinking? The two exchanged glances, their guilty eyes darting about. We're just not hungry. Oh, then I'm not hungry either. She was eager to see how they would deceive the original owner. Sang. How about we play a fun game? Xia Sang fixed her gaze on the two, as if trying to peer into their hearts. The two, under her unwavering stare, fidgeted uncomfortably, cold sweat trickling down, before casually replying, "Sure." They visibly relaxed, exchanging glances to determine who would take the lead. Xia Sang sneered inwardly, pondering how she once felt sorry for the original owner, pushing them to desperation that led to the design of her demise. It appeared that some individuals were inherently wicked. Expecting them to turn over a new leaf was as futile as hoping a dog would cease its scavenging of refuse. Finally, they reached a consensus. With Chi Mu Huai taking the initiative, he boldly lifted the mushroom soup and, undaunted, took a big gulp. His expression unnatural, he leaned closer to her, his gaze pleadingly intense. Xie Yunan busied himself nearby, eagerly narrating, Sang, "How about letting Mu Huai feed you?" Xia Sang plopped down onto a pile of straw, her expression serious as she regarded Chi Mu Huai. "Good idea, but I have a request. Why don't you two demonstrate first?" Xie Yunan's upright posture trembled for a moment, his long eyelashes blinking in disbelief, before seemingly steeling himself, leaning towards Chi Mu Huai and resolutely stating, "Let us do it." Xia Sang propped her head on one arm, watching them with great interest, showing no signs of wanting to stop. Xie Yunan, feeling pushed into a corner, had no choice but to close his eyes and accept the soup from Chi Mu Huai's mouth. Gulping it down, Xia Sang, enjoying the spectacle, clapped her hands. "You two are quite the pair. Even eating something is so visually pleasing. How delightful. I dare say you don't need a female. Why not just seal the deal?" The two men abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions filled with astonishment. Xia Sang, "What do you mean by that?" "Literally what I said." Chi Mu Huai felt offended by Xia Sang, his anger flaring. Xia Sang, "Are you playing with us? Be confident." Change that question into an exclamation. Though the two beasts did not grasp the concepts of questions and exclamations, they understood her implication. She was indeed toying with them. "Why?" Chi Mu Huai nearly lost his own voice, hazily asking aloud. Xia Sang let out a cold laugh. "That is for you to answer. Who among you harbors such malice as to wish me dead? Did I not remind you yesterday that it's best to coexist in peace? Since you are unkind, do not blame me for being heartless." Chi Mu Huai clenched his fists, unable to believe she was fully aware of their plot. "You, Sang, are you there? It's Nan Shijin." Xia Sang's eyes brightened, eagerly looking towards the cave entrance. Her ally had arrived. "That I'm here. Nan Ge, come in quickly. I have something I need your help with." Nan Shijin stood at her feet, awkwardly holding a large piece of beast meat, his gaze glued to her, his long eyelashes fluttering, his eyes brimming with affection. Was this not the thin and ugly that Wan spoke of? Surely she harbored some opinions about her brother. Indeed, compared to the towering 2-meter beastman, Nan Shijin was slightly shorter, his upper body not as muscular, yet his features were exquisite, with fair skin and captivating eyes that, when fixed on her, had a slight upward tilt at the corners, exuding an innocent charm that made it hard to look away. Was he not the quintessential puppy boyfriend? Xia Sang found herself quite smitten. Sang, is my face dirty? Why do you look at me like that?" Xia Sang awkwardly averted her gaze, clearing her throat. "Well, those two remnants wanted to harm me with poisonous mushrooms. I wish to sever my bond with them immediately." "Could you possibly summon the clan leader and the great shaman?" The meat Nan Shijin was holding fell to the ground with a loud thud, his expression shifting to one of shock as he glanced at Xie Yunan and Chi Mu Huai. Then furiously hissed, raising his fist to strike Xie Yunan. "You two brutes, how dare you treat my Sang this way? Just watch me take you down." Xia Sang face-bombed. Enough with the theatrics, focus on the matter at hand. Yet she felt a swell of gratitude. Finally, a man was willing to fight for her. Despite one with a bad leg and the other with a crippled arm, Xie Yunan and Chi Mu Huai did not falter. Their 2-on-1 coordination impeccably synchronized, landing solid blows. "Stop!" Nan Shijin complied, Xie Yunan's fist landing on his eye, while Chi Mu Huai struck his abdomen, showing no mercy. Xia Sang sprang to her feet, pulling Nan Shijin behind her protectively, her gaze radiating murderous intent as she delivered 2 sharp slaps to the 2 men, echoing through the cave like thunder. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Nanshijin, I, Xia Sang, will not rest until we settle this. Chimu Huai covered his face, and with a swift kick, sent the stone bowl flying, which smashed against the stone wall, creating a shower of sparks and rolling away until it finally came to a stop. Illustrating just how forceful his kick had been, Xia Sang recoiled slightly, feeling a chill run down her spine. What if her own head was at stake? Damn it, how dare they threaten him? Without further ado, she seized Nanshijin and hurried towards the clan leader's dwelling. Along the way, her hand quietly slipped onto his wrist, her powers silently mending his injuries, leaving only a few superficial wounds untreated. Does it still hurt? Xia Sang gently touched the corner of his bruised eye, tiptoeing to blow on it. Nanshijin recoiled as if burned, stepping back, his fair and handsome face visibly reddening, smiling shyly as if he were an ancient maiden who had been slighted. His head bowed as he said in a voice barely above a whisper, No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Realizing what she had done, Xia Sang quickly stepped away, then let us hurry. Nanshijin obediently murmured in agreement. Yet the blush on his face lingered. Just the thought of how close Xia Sang had been made his heart race uncontrollably, especially with her long, fan-like eyelashes fluttering, nearly overwhelming him. They arrived at the clan leader's stone house and tentatively knocked on the door. "Clan leader, are you there?" The clan leader Chu Yan and the great shaman Shermu, engaged in discussion, exchanged glances, simultaneously swallowing their unfinished words. "Come in." Xia Sang pushed the door open, with Nanshijin closely following. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Xia Sang lifted her gaze. Peering through the dim light of the man speaking, he sat cross-legged on a bee skin, clad in a white bee skin skirt. His fiery red hair tied back with a sapphire headband, cascading smoothly down his back. His captivating peach blossom eyes held a playful glint, and a small black mole perched on his high nose, adding a touch of mischief that perfectly balanced his allure. Merely sitting there, he exuded an astonishing presence. Xia Sang felt a twinge of intimidation, steeling herself to voice her intent. "Clan leader, I wish to sever my bond with Xie Yuanan and Qi Muhuai." Chu Yin raised an eyebrow. "You should know the clan's rules. Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, I cannot agree." Suddenly, Nanshijin, who had been hiding behind Xia Sang, indignantly interjected, "Those two have ill intentions, forcing Sang to eat poisonous mushrooms. If it weren't for her cleverness, she would already be a corpse." Chyn cast a sidelong glance at Shjn, a smile lingering on her lips, and inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for her?" And Shjn did not deny it, his gaze fervently fixed upon Xia Sang, his cheeks flushed as though they might ignite. "And what of you? Are you aware of the consequences your words may unleash upon them? They will be condemned to a lifetime of barrenness. Such a punishment is more unbearable for a male than death itself." Chyn's eyes turned toward Xia Sang, her expression displeased. As she uttered with a hint of melancholy, "This embodies the essence of refusal." Yet Xia Sang was not inclined to yield. What if it was their own volition? Chyn silently mocked her naivety. If they truly consented, how could they possibly conspire to harm her? Nevertheless, she shifted her stance, saying, "If they are in agreement, I have no further objections." "Very well. It is settled then." Chyn was nearly amused by her unwavering conviction. Confidence is commendable, yet overconfidence borders on folly. Having secured the answer she sought, Xia Sang seized his hand without a farewell and departed. She discerned that Chyn likely could not bear to see her thrive. Constantly considering the interests of those two wretched creatures, entirely indifferent to her own survival. Why should she continue to show him courtesy? Once the pair exited, silence enveloped the room for a fleeting moment. Shm let out a soft chuckle. "Why must you be so harsh on the little female?" From her countenance, "I perceive she is destined for greatness. Do you not fear inciting her wrath and inviting calamity upon the tribe?" Chyn scoffed. "I commenced my hunting endeavors at the age of 12, led the tribe in driving away stray beasts at 16, rescued abducted females at 18, and withstood the beast tide that nearly claimed my life. At 20, I succeeded the elder chief, and in the subsequent 4 years, I have guided the tribe to its current prosperity. Would I fear a mere female?" Xiacheng, are you certain you are not jesting? Xiacheng refrained from retorting, acknowledging, you are formidable. That is sufficient. He then produced an ancestral tortoise shell and casually cast an oracle, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Noticing his distress, Chyn's composure faltered. The last time he appeared thus was on the eve of the beast tide. What is amiss? Is there some grave matter afoot in the tribe? Xiacheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, casting another oracle, murmuring to himself, why could this be? Chyn, frantic with worry, pressed him, what is the matter? Speak. Xiacheng, feeling somewhat guilty, took a step back and, with uncertain conviction, stammered, well, if I were to inform you that the selection of the goddess was erroneous, how would you react? Erroneous? Are you not well versed in the art of divination? How could such a mistake occur? Chyn interrogated, her voice laced with disbelief and frost. Do you understand that this blunder could spell doom for our entire clan? Xiacheng hung his head in shame, unable to meet Chyn's gaze, murmuring, Chief, perhaps that is a bit too severe. Chyn was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. Severe? Huh. When you proclaimed that the goddess was Chyn, I turned a blind eye. When she claimed all the tribe's finest males, I consoled myself, thinking it mattered not. In light of the blessings she might bestow upon us, let the other females suffer a little. Aware that this would undermine the tribe's interests, I dared not intervene, fearing I might provoke the will of the beast god and bring calamity upon the Snow Wolf clan. And now you tell me it was a miscalculation? With a forceful kick, Chyn shattered the stone table, fragments scattering and dust rising. How am I to address the other females? Xiacheng wiped the spittle from his face, standing silently by. Burdened as if 1,000 weights pressed upon him, gasping for breath, the Chyn's fury surged within her. Her fists clenched as she demanded, who is the goddess? After a prolonged silence, Xiacheng's lips parted. Yet no words emerged. Speak. Xiacheng, fearing another miscalculation, cast the oracle repeatedly, each reading confirming that it was indeed Xiacheng, the very female whom the chief had just banished. Yet he dared not voice it. Terrified of Chyn's wrath, I am inquiring. Speak swiftly. I have many matters to attend to and cannot waste time here. Chyn urged impatiently. Yes, he stammered, his hesitation palpable. Look at yourself now. You hardly resemble the great Shaman. Is Xiacheng? Xiacheng managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. Chyn shook her head in disbelief, pondering if Xiacheng had truly lost his senses. That he would utter the name of the very female who had just been dismissed. Speak louder. Have you not had your fill? Xiacheng. Xiacheng finally surrendered, shouting in exasperation. Chyn forced a strained smile. You cannot possibly be mistaken again. Xiacheng, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped on, screeched, how could that be? I've divined 10 times, and it is always her. Chyn swayed slightly, realizing that the fate of the Snow Wolf tribe was at stake. If the goddess truly was Xiacheng, this female who had yet to awaken her spatial abilities and was prone to striking and berating males, what hope remained for their clan? The spark of hope in her eyes dimmed, her hands falling despondently to her sides as her gaze drifted outside the cave, lost in thought. Chief, are you well? Chyn merely shook her head, weakly gesturing for him to leave her in quietude. Xiacheng stepped out of the stone dwelling. He sighed softly, pondering aloud. Is Xiacheng truly so lacking? Moments ago, she had exuded confidence and vigor. Radiating an aura of divinity, she appeared quite remarkable. On their return journey, and Xiacheng, consumed by worry, trailed behind Xiacheng, his demeanor betraying a desire to speak. Xiacheng, do you truly believe they will consent to the dissolution of the bond? They must. In the balance between health and progeny, none understood better than Xiacheng. Perhaps I should accompany you back to the cave. What if they remain obstinate and attempt to harm you again? And Xiacheng's gaze burned with intensity as he lowered his voice, his face flushed. How presumptuous! You wish to intrude before the matter is even settled. Xiacheng feigned ignorance to the heat in his eyes, resolutely declining. There is no need. The commotion we cause at the chief's tonight will deter them, at least for the time being. Should anything happen to me, They would not escape suspicion. Xiacheng is not so foolish. Very well. And Sage J.N.'s head drooped in dejection, his face reddening like a ripe fruit. Surely Xia Sang would not misconstrue his intentions regarding the bond. He indeed desired it, yet would never take advantage of her vulnerability. Within the cave, Hui sat beside the fire, frequently glancing towards the entrance, his lips pressed tightly together, an air of unease permeating his gaze. Xiacheng, meanwhile, busied himself with wild fruits, appearing calm while his thoughts were in disarray. Brother, do you think the chief will agree to our request for dissolution? Xiacheng's reverie was interrupted, and he stared into the dark abyss outside the cave. Silence enveloping him for a moment before he replied, "She will not consent unless Xia possesses some leverage." Upon entering the cave, Xia overheard this remark and scoffed. "Is that so? Is this your unfounded assurance?" Having been overheard, Xiacheng faltered momentarily, but soon regained his composure. What did it matter? The trio had already fallen apart. What was there to fear? Xiacheng suddenly felt fatigued. The last vestiges of hope she harbored for them evaporating without a trace. These two wretched creatures possessed no hearts. Why should she maintain any benevolence? She had not disregarded the chief's words. On the way back, she contemplated that if the two were willing to coexist peacefully, she would be open-hearted in return. With time, perhaps they could lead a happy and fulfilling life together. Yet upon further reflection, she concluded otherwise. Even if she were willing, they would surely refuse. The thought of squandering her precious abilities on these two wretched beings filled her with frustration, compelling her to curse. However, for the sake of future tranquility, she felt compelled to resort to this stratagem. Since we mutually detest one another, I propose an idea for your consideration. I possess a method to heal your wounds, yet I have a condition. Should I succeed in healing you, you will approach the chief and request the dissolution of the bond. What say you? Both males felt a heavy jolt in their hearts. Was Xiacheng possessed by a demon? Xiacheng, have you lost your senses, or have we? Our injuries are beyond even the great shaman's remedy. How could you possibly heal us? Or is this yet another jest at our expense? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. We have long relinquished any hope. Though her words suggested otherwise, her heart was heavy with unspoken feelings. Each time she witnessed the males of her clan returning triumphantly with their spoils, while they trailed behind the females to gather, often becoming the subject of ridicule and disdain, it was disingenuous to claim she felt no envy or desire to escape their current plight. Xia Sang observed their shifting expressions with a steely gaze and stated coldly, "I have no need to deceive you." Hui abruptly rose from beside the fire, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Is that true? What if it is? And what if it isn't? A self-deprecating smile crossed Hui's face. If it is true, I would gladly serve as a beast of burden, even if it meant relinquishing my freedom. I no longer wish to endure the scorn of being deemed worthless. Very well. It's settled then. Just don't try to renege on the agreement, she retorted sharply. Who would renege? Those who do are less than swine. Xia Sang exhaled softly, her gaze piercing through to Xiacheng. And you? Xiacheng stood with a smile, briefly glancing at his maimed leg, his eyes betraying a subtle mockery. If it can indeed be healed, then serving as a beast of burden is a trivial matter. It is merely a contract to be fulfilled. Xia Sang felt a sense of relief wash over her. All right, beginning today, I shall tend to your injuries every night for a fortnight. During this period, let us coexist peacefully, shall we? The two maimed beasts exchanged glances, both perceiving the unmasked disdain and irony mirrored in each other's eyes that, this was her true intention, merely a cowardly attempt to prolong existence. Agreeing to her terms was inconsequential. They had plenty of time ahead. Fine. Regardless of how they regarded her, Xia Sang paid them no mind. She approached Hui and, under his bewildered gaze, gently placed her right hand upon his injured arm. Hui was momentarily stunned, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. What a farce, he thought, but the punchline arrived unexpectedly. Suddenly, Xia Sang was enveloped in a soft green glow, the luminescence dancing like fireflies in the dark cave. Breathtakingly beautiful. Before long, the glow surged toward his damaged limb, and Hui felt a warm current coursing through his veins, soothing him to the point of closing his eyes in comfort. The stagnant, stiff arm began to tingle with warmth, and he thought he sensed it elongating slightly, though he could not tell if it was merely a trick of the mind. Moments later, Xia Sang wiped the sweat from her brow and slowly rose. "Let us pause here for today. Your injury has lingered for too long, making it a bit challenging to treat, but it is manageable. We have a fortnight." Qi Mu Huai stood there, astonished and speechless. His mind momentarily faltered, yet his body instinctively grasped Xia Sang's arm, his voice softening as he sought affirmation. Sang, can you truly heal us?" Xia Sang coldly shook off his hand. "Do not lay a finger on me again. I will fulfill my promises." Qi Mu Huai chose to ignore the first part of her statement, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood throughout his body. He truly had hope of returning to a normal beast man. Free from mockery, even the typically composed Xiayu and could not resist standing a bit straighter, casting a glance at Qi Mu Huai's reddened eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps Xia Sang was not deceiving them after all. Xia Sang, her expression devoid of emotion, approached him reluctantly, placing her hand upon his maimed leg. The gentle green light emanated a refreshing vitality, entering his flesh and bone. The once agonizing wound seemed to submit, quietly healing under her touch. Xieyuan gazed in awe at her delicate, pale hands, marveling at their miraculous power to transform decay into vitality, where her hands traveled. All pain and blockages dissipated, filling him with a comfort that made him long to sigh. However, this solace was fleeting. Xia Sang withdrew her hand without uttering a word and turned to leave. Her resentment toward him was palpable, and she harbored a similar disdain for everyone in that cave. She exited, carrying the meat she had procured. It was a substantial weight, approximately 30 pounds, sufficient to last her several days. She retrieved a dagger from her space and deftly sliced a piece from the meat, sending the remainder back into her storage. Xia Sang hastened to the stream, squatting down to wash the meat thoroughly in the flowing water. Yet, facing the dilemma of how to prepare it, boiling, roasting, or grilling, she found herself lacking the means. The day had worn her out, and she had little desire to labor further. Thus, she returned to the cave with the dripping meat, found a remarkably smooth beast bone, skewered the meat onto it, and quickly kindled a fire to roast it in mere moments. The cave was filled with the rich aroma of cooking meat. Grease dripped steadily, sizzling as it fell into the flames, creating a burst of light that illuminated half her face. Xia Sang flipped the meat, retrieving some seasonings from her space to enhance the flavor further. Qi Mu Huai and Xieyuan lay on their respective beds of grass, unable to sleep, tantalized by the mouth-watering scent. Since forming a contract with Xia Sang, they had not encountered the aroma of meat. It was a harsh reality. In this world, contracted males were left to fend for themselves, receiving no provisions from their families. Unable to participate in hunts, they had no share of the spoils. Perhaps it was just their imagination. But the meat Xia Sang roasted seemed far more delectable than usual. Despite having already consumed wild fruits, their stomachs growled uncontrollably. Embarrassed, they turned away, desperately clutching their bellies, their faces flushed with shame in the hushed cave. The sounds of their growling stomachs and the crackle of flames filled the air. Xia Sang chose to ignore it, focused solely on her own meal. Her mastery over the fire was impeccable. The lean meat turned golden with a hint of char, seasoned with a layer of cumin and salt. When her knife pierced the flesh, it produced a satisfying crunch. Minutes later, Xia Sang extinguished the fire, sliced a small piece, and, allowing it to cool, she savored the tenderness and flavor, reveling in its deliciousness. She deliberately overlooked the sounds of Qi Mu Huai and Xiayu and swallowing hungrily, relishing her meal until she had consumed every last morsel, finally satiating her empty stomach. After her feast, Xia Sang reclined in her bed of grass, comfortably closing her eyes. Awakening refreshed from a dreamless slumber, she found that the two maimed beasts had already departed. For breakfast, she roasted more meat, the savory aroma wafting far and wide. Males passing by the cave peeked incuriously, but Xia Sang paid them no mind, happily tending to her cooking. "Begone, you shameless males. What are you doing crowding around Sang's cave? If you covet her roasted meat, why don't you cook your own?" Nan Wan Air waved her hand dismissively, shooing away the males loitering at the entrance. Once the area was clear, Nanwan Air approached Xia Sang, her expression eager as she inquired, Sang, how did things go with my brother yesterday? What progress have you made? After asking, she stared greedily at the roasted meat in Xia Sang's hands. Her mouth watering, forgetting her brother's serious matters, she fixated on the golden, crispy exterior of the meat, inhaling deeply. Sang, why does your meat smell so divine? Xia Sang affectionately pinched her small nose. Once I finish roasting, would you like to taste my culinary skills? Nanwan Air hesitated, knowing that meat was a rare commodity in their world, and other females would hoard it with great care, rationing even the smallest portions. Yet here was Xia Sang, brazenly displaying such a large piece. Who could resist? Isn't that a bit excessive? Xia Sang grinned broadly, half-jokingly responding, then shall I let you watch me eat? Nanwan Air pouted in dissatisfaction. But her fervor remained undiminished. I could simply savor the aroma. Xia Sang assessed the meat's readiness, extinguished the flames with a basin of water, and reclined leisurely to the side. She picked up a bone knife, slowly slicing a piece, savoring it with her eyes closed in delight. Gurgle, gurgle. Xia Sang stifled a laugh, deliberately chewing loudly, her mouth glistening with grease, causing Nanwan Air to swallow fervently. After finishing one piece, she leisurely cut another, making Nanwan Air anxious to snatch it away. Having eaten her fill, Xia Sang waved the remaining roasted meat, feigning a sigh. Alas, I roasted too much and cannot finish it. It would be a shame to waste it. Perhaps I should offer it to someone fortunate. Nanwan Air grew frantic, pointing at herself. Sang, do I look like a fortunate one? Xia Sang laughed heartily, handing the meat to Nanwan Air. Indeed, you are the most fortunate. Nanwan took the roasted meat, glancing furtively around as if she were a thief, tightly clutching it to her chest. She cautiously took a bite. Her taste buds nearly overwhelmed by the exquisite flavor. It was utterly delicious. She had never tasted anything so delightful before. After devouring a few bites, warmth spread through her stomach, prompting her to let out a satisfied belch. Though she had consumed a few wild fruits earlier that morning and wasn't particularly hungry, the allure of Sang's roasted meat was too tempting to resist, and she could easily eat a few more pieces. Sang, aren't you going to gather today? Xia Sang pulled out several bamboo stalks from her spatial storage, scrutinizing them meticulously. What should she make first? She had an idea. Let's start with a few bamboo tubes for storing palm oil. The kind with lids. Upon hearing Nanwan's question, she casually replied, No, today I want to make palm oil. Just then, a clarion call rang out, causing Nanwan to leap to her feet. Sang. Hurry, the chieftain's assembly horn has sounded. There must be something important to announce. Xia Sang quickly returned the bamboo to her spatial storage and was pulled towards the open area in front of the chieftain's home for the gathering. By the time the two arrived, the space was already packed with a throng of people. The chieftain had been waiting at the side, his iconic red hair cascading smoothly down his back. Exuding an air of confidence, his striking peach blossom eyes surveyed the crowd with a playful gaze, and for some reason, Nanwan felt as if a burning gaze was fixed upon her. Xia Sang pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and focused intently. The purpose of this gathering was primarily to prepare for the rainy season, which, according to the usual pattern, would arrive in about half a month. Every year during the rainy season, numerous tribe members succumbed to starvation. Chu Yin paused briefly, a rare look of gravity crossing his face. This year, the situation was particularly dire. While the number of males had significantly increased, the food supply had not shown any substantial growth. If things continued this way, an extended rainy season would lead to even more tribe members perishing from hunger. Therefore, over the next half-month, the females must gather sufficient wild vegetables and fruits, while the males must accompany the hunting team daily to secure food, to ensure the safety of the prey. I have discussed with the shaman and decided to select a capable female with ample spatial capacity to assist in storing the hunted game, thereby freeing up more members for hunting. This is not a simple task, as accompanying the hunt carries inherent dangers. Consequently, the rewards for the females will be quite generous, with a share equivalent to that of 2 to 3 individuals based on the quantity of prey. Is there any female willing to step forward and volunteer for the sake of the tribe? Xia Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze fervently fixed on Chu Yin, standing at the front of the crowd. He spoke eloquently into the sunlight, his features exquisitely handsome and his aura imposing. Such an outstanding male should belong to her. Xia aimed at a smirk tugged at her lips, her eyes gleaming with determination. Xia Sang, too, was intrigued by the hunting opportunity, primarily driven by the prospects of the rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward from the crowd. "Chieftain, I am willing." At this declaration, the air around them seemed to freeze, plunging into an eerie silence. Nan Shijin, standing at the back of the line, abruptly looked up, momentarily stunned. Was Sang Sang encountering difficulties? How could she agree to such a perilous venture without a flicker of hesitation? Qi Muhuai and Xie Yuanin gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically, and one understood better than they did how dangerous hunting could be. Their own injuries were a testament to that. Nan Waner turned pale with fear, urgently tugging at Xia Sang's arm, her voice low and pleading. "Sang Sang, you must be crazy. Hunting is incredibly dangerous. One misstep could cost you your life that we shouldn't go, if you're truly in need of food. I can eat less and save what I have for you." Xia Sang struggled to free her arm from Nan Waner's grasp, eventually managing to do so that it's all right. "I'm quite capable and surely won't get hurt." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Am I hearing things? Xia Sang, hasn't he awakened her spatial abilities? Has she? Is she joking? Some speculated that she merely sought to show off in front of the chieftain to garner attention. Honestly, if you lack the ability, don't take on tasks beyond your means. Nan Waner's face flushed with anger as she glared at a few females who were murmuring nonsense. "What are you saying? Sang Sang has long awakened her spatial abilities. Ha! If she had truly awakened, why would she hide it? She might have been too young to admit it." Others chimed in that if her abilities are so limited, how could she possibly store even a single wild boar? Laughter erupted, and Nan Waner felt her eyes welling with tears from anger. "You all are infuriating." Xia Yin, incensed by Xia Sang's sudden spotlight, stood forward, her expression twisted with malice. "Chieftain, my cousin has not awakened her spatial abilities. Her words are merely impulsive folly. Allow me to fulfill her promise and contribute to the development of our snow wolf tribe." Xia Sang regarded Xia Yin with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Whether or not I have awakened my spatial abilities is of no concern to you, dear cousin." Xia Yin's smile faltered, and she insisted, "Cousin, please don't be reckless. This is a matter of life and death for our tribe. You cannot simply act on impulse. If something were to happen, you would bear the consequences." The murmurs of discontent surged through the crowd, as many felt that Xia Sang's actions were irresponsible. How could she be so thoughtless? This is not a matter to be trifled with, others remarked. Indeed, this female is so malicious, unable to see anyone else thrive. Chu Yin raised an eyebrow with interest, remaining silent yet observing the unfolding drama. "Cousin, is it not a bit unfair to condemn me without any verification?" Xia Yin retorted, "Everyone knows you have long passed the optimal awakening period. Even if you did awaken, it wouldn't be significant. Whether you could store prey is still in question, wouldn't you agree?" Xia Sang's lips curled into a knowing smile as she softly proposed. "Cousin, dare you to wager with me?" Xia Yin's gaze flickered over Xia Sang, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. After a pause, she replied, "What is there to fear? Speak your terms. Since you are so certain that my spatial capacity is limited, let us compare sizes before all present. That if I win, I require 100 wild boars. If I lose, you may set any condition you desire. As for the hunting opportunity, that shall go to the victor." 100 wild boars? Cousin, have you lost your mind? Why not just rob someone? Xia Yin scoffed. But to her, it was a matter of determining whether she could weather the rainy season. "I am certain you cannot store even 100 wild boars." "Can you?" she challenged. "Absolutely not." Xia Yin dismissed the notion without a second thought. "Very well. If you wish to wager, I shall indulge you that if I lose, I will present 100 wild boars on the spot. But if you lose, well, I suppose you and your 2 beasts will serve as my slaves." Qi Muhuai and Xie Yuanin's pupils dilated in alarm, an ominous feeling washing over them. Sure enough, the next moment, their fears materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Sang agreed, her speed leaving no room for them to intervene. Xia Sang, how could you be so reckless? You have disregarded their lives so casually, sealing their fates in an instant. To be a slave meant being subjugated, but it wouldn't affect her ability to find a beast husband. For the males, however, it spelled ruin. They would not only have to sever their bond with Xia Sang, but become playthings for Xiayin. The fate of being a mere plaything was even harsher, as if a female grew displeased, she could easily sell them, leaving them to wander aimlessly among various females, devoid of any rights. Indeed, it seemed Xia Sang was inherently wicked. The notion of healing their injuries only to toy with them was nothing short of cruel. The two males turned ashen, while other males looked at them with pity. You two are worthless now. Serving Xiayin might not be so bad. Perhaps there's a chance to gain her favor. Would they even be able to perform if they are in such a state? Someone joked. Who knows? A change of position could work. Laughter erupted once more. Silence. Are you seeking a beating? Chimu Huai had once been the pride of his clan, achieving countless feats and serving as the right hand of the chieftain. In his quest to save others, he lost half of his arm and could no longer showcase his talents in the beast hunting arena. His frustration had already reached its peak, and now, being mocked in such a manner. The taut string of his heart snapped. He was about to lash out with a kick when Xie Yuanan pulled him back, causing him to stumble. With an expression devoid of emotion, he glanced at the few males who had been gossiping and coldly remarked, "Let us wait before we strike." Chimu Huai looked at him in confusion, silently questioning the reason. Xie Yuanan, lacking conviction, replied, "What if she wins? You two are deluded. You are bound to be slaves. Indeed, if Xia Sang does win, all my prey will be yours." Me too. Me too. The crowd buzzed, sensing the situation escalating. Chu Yin stepped forward, decisively proclaiming, "In that case, let us begin. There are several stone hills ahead. Whoever can make the tallest mountain will be declared the winner." Xia Sang and Xiayin were escorted by the crowd to the stone hills. Chu Yin glanced at the two and asked, "Who goes first?" Xiayin chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as she stepped forward, casually tapping on the two stone hills, claiming the space. After finishing, she shot a smug glance at Xia Sang and declared, "Cousin, it's your turn." Xia Sang proceeded with a measured pace, under the intense gaze of the onlookers, and gathered every visible stone hill into her space. That enough. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by thunder, their minds reeling in shock. Xiayin staggered back a few steps, staring at Xia Sang as though she were a monster, and fell to the ground, murmuring in disbelief, "No, this is impossible. How could this happen? Harlan, slap me. I feel as though I'm still dreaming." Smack. Ow. "You damned Harlan. How dare you slap me? Just wait. I'll make you pay." Chimu Huai and Xie Yunan observed Xia Sang, who appeared nonchalant, arms crossed, with a slight smirk and raised brow. The morning light illuminated her delicate, captivating face, making her seem even more ethereal and extraordinary. Nan Wanner discreetly nudged Nan Shijin a couple of times and whispered in his ear, "Brother, you've struck gold. You must treat Sang Sang well from now on, or I swear I will never acknowledge you." Nan Shijin pushed her away. "Keep her distance. I'm allergic to all females except Sang Sang. Brother, if you burn bridges like this, you will lose me." "It's fine. Having Sang Sang is enough." Standing behind them, Chimu Huai and Xie Yuanan felt a pang of discomfort. They had undoubtedly offended Xia Sang beyond repair. Throughout the journey, Xia Sang had not spared them a single glance, not even one filled with rage or mockery. As Xia Sang approached Xiayin, she kindly helped her up and brushed the dirt off her leather skirt, asking with a feigned smile, "Cousin, when will you return the 100 wild boars?" Xiayin, dazed and heartbroken, resentfully released the wild boar she had accumulated in her space. "We're even now." Xia Sang quickly collected the wild boars from the ground, grinning broadly. "Cousin, let us hunt together." "Pa, I want to join you." "Go play by yourself. It would be better if you never come back." With that, she shot a glance at Chu Yin and turned to leave. "Inin, wait for me. Mind your own business. You're so useless." Xiayin kicked Wu Si in frustration, venting her anger. "I made a bet with her, and you didn't even try to stop me." Wu Si, unaffected by the kick, felt a pang of discomfort within. "It's my fault. I'll take the blame that I'll be more careful next time." "Next time? Do you want me to go bankrupt?" Xiaoyin's expression twisted in anger as she raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face, the force rendering his face numb. "Humph, get lost, ugly." Wu Si, dejected, lowered his head, clenched his fists, and silently walked behind the other beastmasters. Seeing this, Chu Yin suddenly chuckled. He had been blinded by his infatuation with Xiaoyin's character. How could she ever be worthy of a divine maiden? What merit did she possess to lead her clan towards prosperity? Xia Sang, when did you awaken your space? Xia Sang turned to the voice, frowning at a group of 5 individuals of various ages that seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she finally recognized them as her family. Her mother, Luna; father, Qin Xiaoyun; brother, Xia Hong; sister-in-law, Gu Qingqing; and little niece, Xia Lei. All 5 of them stood together, gazing at her with reproachful eyes, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Her biological mother must have had other beastmasters and children, but they did not come. What does it have to do with you? From the moment she was cast out of her home, she severed ties with her family. Whenever she encountered them, she feigned ignorance. Their sudden visit could only mean trouble. Xia Sang, is this how you speak to your father and mother? What attitude do you expect from someone who has been cast out? Should I bow down and thank you for expelling me, so that I could teeter on the brink of life and death, and have the opportunity to awaken my extraordinary abilities? Xiaoyun felt a bit humiliated by his daughter's retort. But they needed Xia Sang's assistance and had to lower their stance, softening their tone. Sang, after all, we are bound by blood. Why are you being so distant? Xia Sang smiled faintly, but said nothing, her disdain and mockery evident in her eyes. We expelled you for your own good. For my own good? Don't make me laugh. When other females leave home to establish their own families, their parents and siblings help them lay the foundation. What about you? Not only did you withhold food and necessities, but you couldn't even spare a kind word. What right do you have to say it was for my benefit? Xiaoyun forced a laugh, but before he could explain further, Xia Sang turned and walked away, linking arms with Nan Wanner. From now on, consider me dead. Do not seek me out again. Nan Wanner looked worried. Sang, are you all right? Xia Sang smiled. I'm fine. How can you be fine? The original owner's hatred towards them has never diminished. Not even in death. Her intense emotions of anger and resentment still linger. Didn't you just win 100 wild boars? Why would you risk your life? I could accompany you to speak with the chieftain. We could request a different person. Wan. I've already decided to sever ties with those 2. I need to make plans for myself in advance. Who wouldn't want more meat? Right? Ninwana paused. Actually, my brother could completely support you. Xia Sang released her grip and stared intently at her, stating earnestly, Wan, remember this. Relying on others is like leaning on a crumbling mountain. Only by strengthening oneself can one remain invincible. Nan Wanner seemed to grasp it, feeling an inexplicable sense of understanding. Sang, what should we do now? Xia Sang remained silent for a moment, her mind racing. Previously, she had been short on food and thought about extracting palm oil to see if it could be exchanged for meat, as oil was quite precious here. Selling at a lower price would surely attract buyers. Now that food was abundant, she could afford to wait until the rainy season arrived to slowly make it home. We should gather resources now. The rainy season is approaching, and we need to prepare ample firewood, wild vegetables, and wild fruits. Let us also look for any herbs that can ward off the cold and dampness. Moreover, the cave where she currently resides is not particularly spacious. In the event of a torrential downpour, the ground is likely to become easily saturated, necessitating her to devise a means to create a curtain for the entrance. Additionally, she requires a rain poncho or something similar. It is hardly acceptable to be drenched while simply attending to nature's call. The 2 of them have changed their foraging grounds today, only gathering at the fringes of a forest. Towering ancient trees rise majestically, their gnarled and sturdy trunks adorned with the marks of time. Lush and verdant, casting a shadow that obscures the sun, reaching skyward into the clouds. The dry twigs and fallen leaves underfoot emit a scent of decay. Stepping lightly upon them elicits a series of creaks, while the abundant vines coil and intertwine, leaping from one tree to another in an unceasing embrace. Summer Sang, wary of venomous insects, sought out a branch as thick as her arm. Rummaging through the underbrush, Without hesitation, she discarded the dry twigs and leaves into her spatial storage. Nan Wanner, filled with envy, lamented her lack of a spatial ability, left only to watch in silent longing. The forest was strewn with animal droppings and rotting fruit, making it easy to stumble into trouble. Unfortunate encounters with human waste were also a possibility, hence Xia Sang treaded with utmost caution. After wandering for most of the day, they had gathered quite a number of twigs and leaves, yet the varieties of wild vegetables were scarce, only managing to find wild mushrooms and black-haired ferns. This tree resembles cassava. Xia Sang caressed the trunk and looked up at the leaves, momentarily taken aback. The cassava branches, typically as thick as a thumb and 2 or 3 meters tall, here grew thicker than a thigh and soared skyward. No wonder she had failed to recognize it after walking for so long. Who wouldn't be bewildered in such circumstances? A spark of realization ignited within Xia Sang, and an irrepressible smile broke across her face. As she traversed the forest, she discovered it was teeming with cassava. This was indeed a valuable find. Whether steamed, stir-fried, boiled, or fried, it was delicious. It could also be processed into cassava starch, the very base for the pearls in bubble tea, and industrially, it could be used for paper production. Alcohol and cassava sugar in medicine. Cassava also possessed anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties. Wan, come quickly. Nan Wanner glanced at Qin Ran, who was laboriously digging up a root, her brow furrowed. Sang, this is toxic and inedible. There are 2 types of cassava, sweet cassava and bitter cassava. Bitter cassava contains a higher concentration of linamarin. Consuming more than 150 grams raw can lead to poisoning or even death. However, if one removes the skin and soaks it in clean water for 5 to 6 days, about 80 of the toxicity can be eliminated, after which it can be safely cooked and consumed. After the apocalypse, the Summer City base began cultivating cassava in abundance. This crop yields high output, is not particularly demanding of the soil, and requires little maintenance. Thus, whenever cassava reaches maturity, she would prepare deep-fried cassava balls. To prepare sweet cassava, one removes the inedible parts, cuts it into chunks, and boils it over high heat. Once cooked, the hard core and skin are peeled away while hot, mashed into a puree, mixed with some cassava flour and sugar. Shaped into small balls and deep-fried until golden that a single bite reveals a soft, sweet delight, a rare treat at the base. With this in mind, Xia Sang swallowed hard and earnestly advised Nan Wanner that while eating it raw is indeed toxic, cooking it or soaking it for several days would render it mostly safe, and then it could be consumed without issue. Nan Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement and with a joyful cheer. She leapt forward, tightly embracing Xia Sang's neck. Sang, is what you said really true? Xia Sang nodded, lowering her head to continue digging with her hoe. The hoe was a handy tool she had kept in her spatial storage from her previous life, proving to be quite useful now. Sang, you actually have iron tools? Xia Sang was puzzled. What was the big deal about having iron tools? Wasn't it only the rodent tribe that could smelt iron? How could she possess them? Oh, now she understood. Perhaps she had secretly taken them from her home when she was cast out? That explanation made sense. It was excellent that she had already devised a reason, sparing her from fabricating a story. The 2 of them continued their laborious digging, yet they had yet to unearth a single cassava root. It would be hard for anyone to believe that a single cassava tuber could grow over 5 meters long. Fortunately, they were buried shallowly. Otherwise, they would have to dig until dawn. Nan Wanner stood up to wipe the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, if only my brother were here to help us. Just this one root would keep us fed for half a month. Indeed, Xia Sang's face was flushed with exertion as she finally managed to uproot it, letting out a long sigh of relief as she tossed it into her spatial storage. How long would it take to dig up all of these? Nan Wanner looked at the forest filled with cassava, her head aching. Should I go back and call a few more people to help? Xia Sang slumped onto the ground, panting heavily, urging, hurry back and forth. Considering that Nan Wanner's round trip would take quite some time, she did not remain idle. Earlier, she had spotted a patch of palm trees and decided to use her dagger to harvest some palm fronds, which could be fashioned into ponchos and also serve as a curtain to shield the cave from rain. Without hesitation, she set to work. The palms here were quite tall, making it exceptionally difficult to harvest. She could only reach 1 or 2 fronds at the bottom, while the rest were beyond her grasp. She had to expend her supernatural energy to manipulate the vines, securely binding herself to the trunk. Cutting bit by bit, by the time she heard voices, the ground below was already covered with a substantial pile of palm fronds. Sang quickly used the vines to free herself from the tree and collected the fronds into her spatial storage. Once everything was organized, a group of males approached from a distance, followed closely by Nan Wanner. With her keen eyesight, she navigated through the thick underbrush, her gaze landing on Nan Xiacheng, the tall young man. Clad only in a white animal skin skirt, possessed fair skin that made him appear somewhat frail compared to the other males. Lacking bulging muscles and robust chest development, his physique was well-proportioned with long legs. As he approached, his movements were graceful and unhurried, dappled sunlight illuminating his face, his features exquisite, like a poetic painting. Among the males, his appearance was strikingly exceptional, but a smile graced his face as he engaged in conversation with the male beside him. His demeanor cheerful. When his gaze fell upon her, it lit up with remarkable brilliance. He took a few quick steps, leaving the others behind. Nan Xiacheng rushed to her side, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Filled with tenderness as if he could no longer contain his feelings for anyone else, Sang. Sang averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Just moments ago, she had been mesmerized by him, lost in thought. It was only when he stood before her, softly calling her name, that she snapped back to reality. Sang, what were you just thinking about? Why is your face so red? Sang chuckled awkwardly, quickly diverting the topic, asking, did you not go hunting? Nan Xiacheng rubbed the back of his head in frustration, his mood slightly deflated. Sang, we just checked the traps and only caught a mountain chicken. On our way home, we happened to run into Wan, who said you needed help, so I rushed over. Sang, what can I do to assist you? Sang pointed to the towering cassava tree. Sighing heavily, I want these cassavas, but Wan and I cannot dig them up. A look of surprise crossed Nan Xiacheng's face, yet he asked no questions. Without a second thought, he approached the cassava tree, applying a bit of force with his hands, uprooting a massive cassava tuber, leaving Sang utterly astounded. Wow, the males here are truly terrifying. Fortunately, the protection for females in the Tianhui continent is exceptionally strict. On one hand, the ratio of male to female births has reached a staggering 5:1. On the other hand, females are considerably weaker compared to their vigorous male counterparts, with countless females succumbing to illness before reaching maturity. Nan Wanner's other brothers were equally impressive, each demonstrating greater strength than the last. Tasks that seemed daunting to Sang were effortlessly completed by them with just a flick of their fingers. Nan Wanner pulled her down to sit on the ground, pointing to several males who were working, introducing them one by one. This is my eldest brother, my second brother, my third brother doesn't need an introduction. This is my father, and this is my beast husband, Bash. Sang, don't you think my third brother is quite remarkable? Sang finally pulled her gaze away from Nan Xiacheng, feeling a bit embarrassed as her best friend teased her openly. She lowered her head, softly responding with an affirmative hum. Nan Wanner met her third brother's intense gaze with a sudden loud laugh, getting up to whisper something to him. Nan Xiacheng's eyes curved in delight, a bashful smile gracing his lips. When his gaze fell upon Sang, their eyes met for an instant, igniting a blush that spread rapidly across his face. He hastily lowered his head, red-faced, and threw himself into his work with renewed vigor. In just 2 or 3 hours, a vast quantity of cassava had been harvested, and Sang, like a little girl gathering mushrooms, joyfully tucked all the cassava tubers into her spatial storage. Sang, what should we do next? Sang surveyed the mountain of cassava piled in her spatial storage, waved her hand decisively, and declared, let us return to process the cassava. By the way, Wan, does your family have a large vat? Nan Wanner hastily expressed that her family possessed several of them, and she could relocate all to the Xia Sang cave. However, she was dissuaded from doing so to it seemed too troublesome. It would be better to handle it at your home. Nan Wanner widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, at my house. Sang, are you not afraid we might indulge? If we eat, then we eat. You are not outsiders, Nan Wanner exclaimed, throwing her arms around Xia Sang's neck. Sang, How can you be so kind? Xia Sang, with a hint of disdain, swatted her hand away. Have you washed your hands? You've gotten dirt all over my neck. Nan Wanner offered an awkward smile. Tugging at her arm, Sang, hurry, let us go home. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to Nan Wanner's cave. In truth, the two caves were not far apart, but Nan Wanner's was evidently much larger. Moreover, it was ingeniously designed, resembling a maze of burrows, with the entrance leading into a spacious hall, flanked by two smaller openings on either side, which presumably served as bedrooms. Each bedroom was adorned with door curtains. Crafted from some kind of grass vine, exuding an aesthetic charm, Nan Wanner guided her into the innermost cave, saying, come in quickly. I just acquired a piece of white fur. It's exquisite. Xia Sang stood hesitantly at the entrance. Surveying the room, it was not large, and the lighting was rather poor, making it somewhat dim even in broad daylight. However, it was decorated warmly, with thick hay strewn across the floor and a black fur covering atop it. Soft and smooth, providing a cool respite. The walls of the cave were adorned with various decorations fashioned from polished animal bones, dyed in a multitude of vibrant colors, adding to the visual appeal. In one corner, some less pristine animal skins and wooden items were carelessly piled. Nan Wanner picked up a pristine piece of white fur and presented it to Xia Sang with pride. Sang, do you like it? Of course, who could resist such a flawless, smooth piece of fur? She replied, yet still declined the offer. This fur was rare and quite valuable in the beast world, likely worth several wild boars. Enough to sustain a family for quite some time. Sang, why are we being so polite? That animal skin skirt you're wearing is practically unrecognizable. It's time for a change. Xia Sang glanced at her own skirt, which indeed appeared quite soiled. She had contemplated using the clothes from her space for a wash, but reconsidered, deeming it inappropriate. Thus, she continued wearing the dirty, indistinct animal skin skirt. It was unexpected that Nan Wanner had taken note of it, and it was disingenuous to say she was not touched. All right, I'll leave it here for now, but we must first process the cassava. I fear time is of the essence. The rainy season is but half a month away. These cassava roots need to be peeled, soaked for 6 days, ground, filtered into cassava flour, and then dried for 4 to 5 days. If the rainy season arrives early, we would be in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Nan Wanner immediately sprang into action, retrieving some sharpened bamboo strips to show her. Sang, will this work for peeling? Yes. The two ventured outside the cave, where Xia Sang took out a portion of cassava from her space, and they began scraping the skins with the bamboo strips. Cousin, what are you doing here? Summerine, having lost a bet involving 100 wild boars, approached with a pained expression, watching the two laboring over the cassava. With a sardonic tone, she remarked, this stuff is poisonous. What are you really up to, cousin? Planning to poison your kin. The female companions and beast husbands trailing behind Summerine chimed in. Have you lost your minds? This is deadly. Didn't the clan leader expressly forbid it? Exactly. Even if your family is destitute, you shouldn't gamble with lives. Summer Yin's expression was filled with scorn as she stood proudly among the crowd. Deriving amusement from watching Xia Sang being scorned and accused, the resentment she had harbored for so long began to dissipate. Growing up, both were daughters of the Xia family, yet Xia Sang's superior looks had always drawn the family's resources to her, leaving the scraps for others. Outside, all the creatures, both female and male, gravitated towards Xia Sang, even the male Summerine fancied. Finally, upon reaching adulthood, Summerine had been expected to shine, yet Xia Sang did not awaken a spatial ability, while she herself awakened an unprecedentedly vast space of 1,000 cubic meters. After years of restraint, her patience bore fruit, allowing her to rise to fame and reclaim her dignity. The attention that once surrounded her cousin now shifted entirely to her. Under her machinations, Xia Sang was bound to 2 damaged beasts and ultimately cast out of the family, liberating her twisted soul. Watching her cousin descend from grace and be trampled into the dirt was exhilarating. And even the suitors initially chosen for Xia Sang now turned to her side, dissipating the frustration she had accumulated over the years, just when she believed she had utterly defeated her cousin. Securing the clan's most coveted food resources and the most competent beast husbands, this insufferable female had the audacity to rise again. awakening an even larger space than hers and cunningly seizing the precious wild boar meat she had painstakingly gathered for months. How could she not harbor hatred? Summer Een clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, finding Xia Sang as repugnant as a persistent fly, impossible to swat away, leaving her feeling choked. This disgust lessened when she observed Xia Sang dealing with the cassava, finally affording her the opportunity to seize upon a weakness. Wu Si, what are you standing there for? Go fetch the clan leader immediately. Do you intend to watch Xia Sang harm our kin? Each time Summer Een laid eyes on Wu Si, who stood at the back of the crowd, she felt an irrational anger surge. What good was he? Apart from his hunting skills, he was utterly useless. His looks paled in comparison to Xia Sang's two damaged beasts, and he lacked the finesse to tend to her needs or win her affection, merely standing there like a wooden post. Utterly dull, seeing him only served to sour her mood inexplicably. Had she known he was so ineffectual, she might as well have left him for Xia Sang, that worthless being. That Wu Si merely glanced at her nonchalantly, remaining unmoved. That single glance offended Summer Een, igniting a torrent of indignation within her. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged from her feet to the top of her head. The strange silence enveloped the cave. Xia Sang looked up just in time to see Wu Si flinch, his head turned away as if struck, his expression frozen, head bowed, obscuring his thoughts. You wretched creature, now that you see Xia Sang's space is larger than mine. Are you regretting it? Let me tell you, regret is futile. You are my beast in life and in death, that if you wish to pursue Xia Sang, dream on. As long as I live, you shan't. Wu Si clenched his fists, staring down blankly. The sordid thoughts he harbored laid bare before the crowd. More humiliating than being stripped naked and subjected to other scorn, he was filled with regret, questioning why he had let himself be swayed by Summer Een. This venomous female betraying Xia Sang for such a wretched creature. Lian Ming, go. Lian Ming glanced at Wu Si standing nearby, furrowing his brow, hesitatingly looking at Xia Sang, feeling somewhat at a loss. You wouldn't be regretting it too, would you? Lian Ming quickly denied. I'll go now. With that, he turned, shedding his animal skin skirt in a blink, transforming and racing towards the clan leader's stone dwelling, his limbs pounding against the ground, vanishing from sight in an instant. Xia Sang was astonished. It turned out that beastmen could transform without revealing themselves. Daha. Summer Een cast a sidelong glance at the unfazed Xia Sang, secretly delighted. You all can wait for the clan leader's punishment. Xia Sang rolled her eyes, unfazed by her mockery, her lips curling into a faint smile. The look in her eyes resembled that of someone observing a foolish clown, her silence conveying disdain and contempt. She was utterly indifferent to her provocations and the clan leader's impending retribution. Summer Een felt a twinge of uncertainty, but then recalled how her own brother had once consumed this very thing. Had he not eaten so little, and had the great shaman not arrived swiftly to induce vomiting, he would have perished on the spot. With that thought, her confidence returned. Chu Yin arrived swiftly, his fiery red hair dripping with water. Having rushed out in such haste that he had not even donned his shoes, arriving barefoot in a flurry, he seized Xia Sang, who was seated on the ground, casting a worried glance around. Urgently inquiring, Xia Sang, are you all right? The goddess must not suffer any mishap. Xia Sang, taken aback, withdrew her arm, recoiling as if startled, shaking her head. Thank you for your concern, clan leader, but I am perfectly fine, as Chu Yin observed the expression of utter avoidance on her face. An unsettling feeling stirred within her. With a fleeting glance at the towering pile of cassava, her brows furrowed. Xia Sang, is this what the clan leader suggested? I intend to process it for food. What did you say? Repeat that. Chu Yan's composure faltered, her voice involuntarily rising, nearly losing its steadiness. An uncharacteristic daze flickered across her features as she stared wide-eyed at Xia Sang, disbelief shimmering in her gaze. Nong Wanner, somewhat panicked, tugged at Xia Sang's arm and sought refuge behind her. Xia Een, reveling in her newfound confidence, exclaimed, Clan leader, did you see that? My cousin is urging Nong Wanner to consume something toxic. She paused, adding, to think she would drag others down with her. How malicious! If such a female exists in our clan, who knows how many precious females would fall victim to her poisonous schemes? Upon hearing this, non-Wanner's expression soured. Xiacheng, cease your nonsensical chatter. Even if it were poisonous, I would choose to consume it willingly, and it has nothing to do with Sang. You must be the silliest female I've ever encountered. Xiacheng retorted, her throat constricted as if filled with cotton, rendering her momentarily speechless. When the Nong family returned, they were greeted by this very spectacle. Nong Shijin, carrying a wild rabbit caught from a trap, noticed a crowd gathered at their doorstep. From a distance, the clan leader striking crimson hair drew his attention, causing his heart to skip a beat. He rushed forward, parting the onlookers. Upon seeing Nong Wanner and Xia Sang standing unharmed beside the clan leader, he sighed in relief. Following closely behind, Basse also relaxed upon confirming Nong Wanner's safety. The duo exchanged knowing glances at the cassava strewn across the ground, their understanding evident as they turned to meet the clan leader's disapproving gaze. Instinctively shrinking back, clan leader Xia Sang sensed their desire to defend her, yet their unfamiliarity with cassava left them at a loss for words. They opened their mouths, desperately concocting excuses. Clan leader, I possess a method to eliminate its toxicity, Xia Sang declared, her confidence unwavering and her tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in disbelief. Xiacheng, as if hearing the largest joke in the world, looked at Xia Sang with a sarcastic smile, stifling laughter. Cousin, after being cast out, instead of learning to conduct yourself well, you've resorted to lying without a script. If you truly could detoxify it, you would have done so long ago. How could you possibly wait until today? This cassava has been here for quite some time. If you knew how to detoxify it, why would you only now mention it? Xia Sang brushed off their ridicule. What would it take for you to believe me? Unless you all consume this cassava without harm, we cannot reach an agreement. Very well, but not at this moment. Before the rainy season arrives, I shall prove to you its lack of toxicity. But tell me, why should I do this just to gain your trust? Who are you to me? What obligation do I have to heed your words? Xia Sang idly picked at her nails, her fair skin and slender fingers contrasting against the slightly long nails that made manual work cumbersome. Filled with skin flakes, so, I ask, what will you wager against me? The previously indignant females instinctively retreated several steps, fearing that Xia Sang might target their food. Xiacheng, witnessing her usual followers shrinking away, displayed an expression of petty disdain. Reluctant to waste her breath, Xia Sang, they cannot afford to play this game with you. As long as you, your beast husband, and Nong Wanner can prove its safety, I am willing to offer you 10 wild boars as compensation. Xia Sang, uninterested, glanced at her fingers, barely lifting her eyelids, replying coolly. Xiacheng, is that all you have to wager? You truly cannot afford to play this game, can you? The assembled crowd could not help but twitch their lips. Had they underestimated her? 10 wild boars could sustain a family for over a month. Yet to Xia Sang, it seemed a paltry sum, as if it held no significance whatsoever. It was only thanks to Xia Yin's beast husband that such an offer was even conceivable. Most ordinary females had never even seen 10 wild boars. Cousin, are you out of your mind? Asking for such a lofty price. Aren't you afraid of indigestion? Thank you for your concern. Dear cousin, that my digestion is quite robust, so I'm not worried. The question is, are you willing to part with such a hefty price? Xiacheng gritted her teeth, but the thought of parting with even a little was more painful than death. Her gaze swept the crowd until it landed on Wu Si. An idea forming in her mind that I'll also give you Wu Si as a slave, free to be beaten or scolded, and should he die, I will not utter a word. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Indeed, their Snow Wolf clan had slaves, but these were typically the incapable beasts sold off to well-to-do females. They bore the brunt of household chores, cooking, caring for young beastmen, and even warming beds, yet they remained perpetually underfed and ill-clothed, facing physical abuse at the slightest inconvenience. Unable to escape their plight or bear their own offspring, that Wu Si hung his head, suppressing the resentment gleaming in his eyes, remaining silent as he trembled like a puppet, his body rigid. Cousin, he is already your unbonded beast husband. Returning him to you is merely a practical use of resources. Although he may be a bit unsightly and dull, he is strong and rarely returns empty-handed. What do you think? Am I sincere enough? This statement stripped Wu Si of any dignity, treating him as a mere object to be disposed of without consideration for his feelings. Xia Sang's gaze fell upon Wu Si, noting his tan skin, broad shoulders, long legs, and muscular build. He was the epitome of a rugged man. He stood there like a wooden post, head bowed in silence. But when he sensed her gaze, he looked up in surprise. Locking eyes with Xia Sang before quickly averting his gaze once more, his complexion pale, in truth, he was quite handsome, albeit with sharp features and a stern expression that in her previous life, he would have been considered a ruggedly attractive man. To be honest, she had little interest in men. It seemed her emotional investment had been entirely consumed by Shan Yihao. Xiayin, he is your bonded beast husband, not your possession. You have no right to dictate his fate. Furthermore, if you're dissatisfied, you could simply dissolve the bond. There is no need to humiliate him like this. Although she understood that a male who dissolved their bond would likely never have offspring of their own, there was no absolute certainty. If luck favored them, they might encounter someone who would genuinely love them and wish to bear their children. The males gathered at the cave entrance wholeheartedly agreed. Xiayin, what Xia Sang said is true. Wu Si has not committed any grave offense. Your treatment of him is exceedingly unjust. Indeed, Xiayin, considering the food in your space, Wu Si has contributed significantly. With the rainy season approaching, casting him away now seems rather unkind. Even the females who had come to watch the spectacle began to turn against her. Some, with closer relationships, stepped forward to persuade her. Inin, your actions may dishearten the other males. Xiayin wavered slightly, but then Wu Si suddenly knelt at Xia Sang's feet, bowing his head to the ground, his voice unwavering. Xia Sang, I am willing to be your slave. Please accept me. I require no food waste from you. All the game I catch can be handed over, and I will take care of all household chores. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. From this day forth, you alone are my sovereign, and I will be loyal solely to you. Nong Wanner discreetly tugged at Xia Sang's arm, raising her eyebrows and whispering, Sang, where will you find such a slave? Xia Sang gazed at Wu Si, her heart, once cold and hardened, now cracked open by his sincerity. Very well. Xiayin, keep a close watch over my possession, should you dare to lay a hand on him. Do not blame me for being unkind. I am certain to win this wager today. Xiayin remained unconvinced, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. You should first manage your two beast husbands before speaking. They may not be willing to test the poison. Whether they are willing or not is my concern. You need not fret. Humph, Xia Sang, do not get ahead of yourself. We shall see. I am eager to discover whether you will poison them all. Nong Wanner, you best take care of yourself. Do not let your life be forfeit along with your entire family. Nong Wanner rolled her eyes. You need not worry about that. Our entire family is willing. Hurry along to wherever it is cooler, and do not linger at the entrance of my cave, where you are an eyesore. Xia Yin's nostrils flared with indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Nan Wanner. Very well. Should you find yourselves poisoned later, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. With that, Xiayin led her beastmen in a hasty retreat, leaving the clearing in front of the cave significantly emptier. With only the Nan family, the clan leader, and Wu Si remaining, Xia Sang paid them no mind as she sat down and continued peeling, unaffected by the intense scrutiny directed at her. Observing this, Wu Si unceremoniously plopped down beside her, picking up a nearby bamboo slice to mimic her actions, his movements blurring into a mere shadow. Nan Wanner settled on the ground, tugging at Nan Shijin while exchanging a knowing glance, clearly implying that he ought not to be inferior to a mere slave. Understanding her cue, Nan Shijin disregarded the clan leader's displeased gaze and stubbornly sat down, timidly assisting in the peeling. The other males, lacking such boldness, fidgeted nervously, unsure where to place their hands and feet as the clan leader's expression soured. Chu Yan's countenance was particularly grim. As the youngest leader of the Snow Wolf clan, he was accustomed to being courted by others. The females of the clan flocked to him, although they dared not approach him due to his imposing presence. However, the exception was Xia Sang, a young female who treated him with indifference. Almost as if avoiding him altogether, he had no penchant for pursuing those who rebuffed him. With no major incident at hand, lingering would only invite disdain, as anticipated, the moment he opened his mouth. A cacophony of chatter erupted around him. Sang, are you truly considering taking him as a slave? Xiacheng could no longer contain himself. Although he understood that in the beast world, females were unlikely to have a single beast man, he still felt a pang of discomfort. The thought of Wu Si becoming the first to reside in Sang's tent filled him with inexplicable sorrow, as if his heart were being tugged painfully. Xia Sang lifted her gaze, scanning Wu Si's robust figure before stating coolly, I prefer those who are loyal solely to me. But didn't he betray you once? Came to retort, he has now betrayed Xiacheng as well. How does such a fickle creature deserve to follow you? Wu Si, stung by the accusation, felt hope drained from him, his head hanging low, despair etching itself into his eyes. Undeniably, he had wronged Xia Sang in the past, and the promise made before the clan leader today was genuine. Yet, it seemed Xiacheng's words held some truth. He was indeed a capricious and untrustworthy man, unworthy to follow someone as exceptional as Xia Sang. Xiacheng cast her eyes down, a hint of worry creeping in. Sang, I'm sorry I shouldn't have encouraged you. I didn't consider this aspect. Xia Sang rubbed her temples. Has this conversation strayed too far? Aren't you too worried about being poisoned? In unison, they declared, we trust you, Xia Sang, intending to frighten them, wondered if the people of the beast world were truly so simple-minded. Who gave you the confidence to say that cassava won't be toxic? The siblings stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. I was just teasing you. First, we must peel the cassava, as both the inner and outer skins contain high levels of toxins. As for the flesh, we can soak it in water, changing the water every 4 hours for 5 to 6 days, which will significantly reduce the toxin levels. Only then can we cook it or fry it, or even turn it into cassava flour without fear of poisoning. However, consuming it raw will still result in poisoning. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it was toxic. They were willing to follow her lead regarding how to consume it. Cassava was abundant in the forest, and if it could indeed be eaten, it could alleviate the hunger of many beastmen. In that case, they would all be heroes. With this thought, the other males joined in, peeling, cutting, and bustling about, leaving Wu Si's predicament far behind. United in effort, they completed the 4 steps of peeling, cutting, soaking, and storing the cassava before nightfall. Before departing, Xia Sang repeatedly reminded Xiacheng to change the water every 4 hours and to avoid dumping the used water into the creek to prevent poisoning and attracting trouble. Xiacheng nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Sang that I won't gather for the next few days. Your task is far more crucial that I will guard it closely, ensuring Xiacheng has no chance to cause mischief. Xia Sang smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Good, you must keep watch. Whether I can capture 5 wild boars hinges on you. Sang, wasn't it 10 boars we agreed upon? How has it changed to 5? Of course it's a shared bounty. We each take half, but Sang, I haven't done anything to earn those 5 boars. Why not keep them for yourself? How could that be? You are my great benefactor and a significant contributor to the clan. If the clan truly decides to incorporate cassava as food in the future, it will be thanks to your guidance. Flattered, Xiacheng felt momentarily dazed, recalling the beast skin she had for Xia Sang still in her room. Sang, wait for me, she exclaimed, darting into the cave. When she emerged, she cradled a pristine white beast skin in her hands. Sang, you almost forgot this. Xia Sang extended her hand to receive it. And upon noticing Xiacheng's slightly awkward demeanor, a realization struck her. It must have been he who prepared it, feeling too embarrassed to present it directly, thus sending it through Xiacheng instead. I'll be heading back now. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to remind her, tomorrow I'll join everyone for the hunt. I may not have time to drop by. So just follow my instructions. Xiacheng nodded fervently, assuring her repeatedly while Xia Sang walked home, glancing back 3 times that Wu Si closely trailed behind her. When she paused, he halted. When she moved, he followed. That aren't you going home? Wu Si raised his head, gazing earnestly into her eyes. I am your slave. Not just yet. Are you? Wu Si insisted, but I will be. What if I lose? Wu Si's sturdy frame trembled momentarily. Then I shall break the bond. Whether I become a wandering beast or fly far away, I shall accept it. Xia Sang felt a fleeting flutter in her heart, but neither agreed nor rejected his words. Upon entering the cave and spotting Qi Mu Huai and Xie Yuan, her mood suddenly soured. She carefully placed the soft, white beast skin atop her pile of hay, silently retrieving the meat Ninshu Jin had given her and roasting it all. The males of the beast world had substantial appetites, while she wasn't precisely sure how much. Observing Wu Si's towering stature suggested that even this might not suffice. The cave soon filled with delectable aromas, causing Qi Mu Huai and Xie Yu to feel a surge of joy upon seeing the quantity of roasted meat. Xia Sang's appetite was modest, and the remainder might well be for them. After all, she had won a fair amount of wild boar meat today, so being generous was only natural. However, their expressions soon shifted to disbelief. After Xia Sang finished her meal, contentedly burping, she stepped outside the cave, offering the leftover meat to Wu Si, who sat leaning against the cave entrance. Is this enough? If not, I can roast more for you later. Wu Si accepted the meat, devouring it heartily and savoring the burst of flavors, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Delicious! Qi Mu Huai and Xie Yu then trembled with indignation, realizing that Xia Sang had prepared the food for another male. Swallowing hard, their empty stomachs growled, and they resigned themselves to nibbling on some wild fruits. Their faces grimmed. Wu Si, savoring every bite, licked his fingers as he gazed into the dark expanse of the forest. His vision gradually blurring, that he must have been blind to abandon such a remarkable female for Xiayin. Xia Sang nestled against the cave wall, drawing her knees close, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security, which instilled a profound tranquility within her. The sky in the beast world was an extraordinary blue by day and an exceptionally deep black by night, with countless stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across the dark canvas. A breathtaking sight. The crescent moon hung in the distant heavens, casting a misty glow that softly illuminated the forest, creating a surreal and ethereal beauty. The surroundings were eerily quiet, occasionally disturbed by the rustling of wings as birds and beasts took flight. The sound startling her, it was not difficult to imagine the fearsome size of these creatures. From the neighboring cave came muffled roars, and Xia Sang buried her head, nearly losing her composure, her cheeks instantly flushed. Unsure of where to place her hands and feet, she sprang to her feet, her body rigid against the mountain wall, swallowing hard before speaking in a hushed tone. If you're tired, you can go into the cave and find a place to sleep. Although she had no such intention, her words made it seem as if she were eagerly urging him. The awkwardness was almost unbearable for her, that Wu Si merely responded with a soft remaining still. However, Xia Sang, feeling as if her tail had been stepped on, swiftly turned and dashed into the cave that Wu Si sat at the entrance, his face burning with embarrassment. Had Xia Sang just invited him? Of course, he would be willing, but now was not the right time. He had yet to complete the contract, and such actions would be inappropriate. Once he had established a bond with Xiayin, if she still wished for it, he rubbed his flushed face, a wave of joy swelling within him. Upon entering the cave, Xia Sang was met with the unfriendly gazes of Qi Mu Huai and Xie Yuan. Shattering the previously intimate atmosphere, Qi Mu Huai, unable to contain himself, approached with a stern expression and questioned Xia Sang, "What do you mean by this? You'd rather give roasted meat to an unrelated male than to us. Are you trying to humiliate us?" Xia Sang scoffed. "Humiliate you? Do you truly believe I would waste my energy on you? Do you have some misconception about your own identities? Should I remind you that in less than half a month, we will have nothing to do with each other? Given that, why would I squander food on you?" Qi Mu Huai, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Then wouldn't giving it to him be wasteful?" Xia Sang laughed. "Of course it's not wasteful to give it to him. He is not like you too. At least he doesn't constantly contemplate how to kill me. So malicious and shameless." This statement left little dignity for the two. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qi Mu Huai erupted in anger. "Who are you calling malicious and shameless?" Xia Sang could no longer hold back, thinking to herself that she was utterly tired of these two. Whoever deserved to be called out should be. "Are you not malicious and shameless for luring me into a trap? Are you not malicious and shameless for forcing me to eat poisonous mushrooms? Are you not malicious and shameless for repeatedly causing me harm?" Qi Mu Huai felt exposed by Xia Sang's accusations, his scalp tingling as he stood there in shock. Despite the warm season, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Xia Sang, ask yourself, isn't this your own doing? Resorting to violence and abuse. Do you truly consider us mere beasts? Xia Sang's eyes were devoid of emotion. Even if my past actions were unjust, I could compensate and accept punishment, but that does not constitute a valid reason for you to seek my demise. Her words were resolute, and even Wu Si, sitting outside the cave, could hardly contain himself, wishing to intervene and deal with these two malicious males. Yet it seemed Xia Sang needed no assistance, as her single remark left Shi Muhuai speechless. Silence enveloped the cave once more, with no one daring to break the stillness. Xia Sang, let us talk. After a brief moment of silence, Xie Yuan finally spoke. Xia Sang plopped down on her pile of hay, casually toying with the soft bee skin in her hands, its snowy fur smooth and pleasant to touch. Noticing Xia Sang's reluctance to engage, Xie Yuan sighed, fully aware of her deep-seated animosity towards them. He continued, I heard you made a bet with Xiayin today. We are also part of that wager, are we not? He paused, glancing at Xia Sang, who remained unresponsive, biting his lip before continuing, we are willing to take risks. Merely seeking your forgiveness. Xia Sang seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Unable to contain her laughter, if her original self could come back, she might consider it. But as it stood, they were delusional. Xie Yuan, I do not deny that you possess intelligence, but has that intelligence led you astray? You are certain I will win. Even if I do not, you believe you will remain unscathed. To barter my forgiveness with such a seemingly foolproof scheme is quite the shrewd gamble. But on what grounds? The smile on her lips was frosty that I could easily threaten you with the healing of your severed limbs. Why should I forgive you? I shall make it abundantly clear. I will not forgive you now, nor in the future, nor in this life or the next. Males like you, with ulterior motives and cruel hearts, deserve to never encounter a genuine soul. With her words piercing through his nefarious intentions, Xie Yuan clenched his fist tightly, his head hanging low in defeat. Perhaps they had been too greedy, wanting everything while still wishing to maintain a facade of virtue. Even despising themselves, Xia Sang was no fool. How could she possibly fall for their tricks? It was his own folly. Xie Yuan traced his fingers over his severed leg, feeling an immense weight upon his chest. From a moment they had led her into a trap, everything had irrevocably changed. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly said, Fine, if you help us heal our injuries, we will assist you without charge. As a gesture of our apology, Xia Sang remained silent, merely scoffing, for their eloquent words belied their increasingly sordid actions, utterly disgraceful. Once again, the cave fell into silence. The three stood motionless for a long time. Suddenly, Xia Sang moved, placing her hand on Chi Muhuai's severed arm, and after a few minutes, she placed her hand on Xie Yuan's injured leg. Upon completing her task for the day, she let out a long sigh and returned to her pile of hay, her expression notably cold. Lying on the haystack, she found it impossible to sleep, irritated by the shamelessness of the two injured males. When the fatigue had not yet set in, she had not noticed. But now, wide awake, she felt the haystack was both hard and itchy, uncomfortable in every way. She had no choice but to rise and lay the white fur beneath her, feeling much more at ease. The night passed in silence until dawn. The cave was already suffused with the aroma of roasting meat. Xia Sang rubbed her sore back, her gaze falling upon the man who was diligently tending to the fire. The man, illuminated by the flames, was glistening with sweat, his chiseled jawline taut, his features more pronounced in the flickering light. His solid arms occasionally stirred the fire, flipping the meat, and upon hearing movement, he suddenly looked up. Their eyes locking, Wu Si hesitated for a moment, shifting his crossed legs, his muscles slightly trembling. Xia Sang felt a warmth spread across her face, quickly averting her gaze, stammering, Wu Si, where did you get the meat? Wu Si stood up, uncertain how to face Xia Sang, a hesitant smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he awkwardly explained, I caught it this morning in a trap. Master! Xia Sang felt her mind whirl. Her chest constricted as if filled with cotton, making it hard to breathe. Words escaped her lips without thought. You needn't call me master. Just call me Xia Sang or Sang Sang. Her voice dwindled with each word, her face growing increasingly red. Upon hearing this, Wu Si stiffened, his ears suddenly flushing red as he stared intently at Xia Sang. Uncertainty flickering in his typically inscrutable black eyes, a slave was not permitted to address their master by name. Sizzle! The flames unexpectedly surged, a burnt scent interrupting the budding intimacy between them. Wu Si quickly bent down to extinguish the fire, cutting the meat while it was still hot. The tender meat was neatly sliced and arranged in a stone bowl. His movements practiced, as though he had done this many times before, without a hint of impatience. After cutting the meat, he fetched water for her to wash her face and brush her teeth, carefully placing it within her reach. Only after she had finished eating did he finally partake of the meat himself, devouring it in large bites, the wild chicken, roughly the size of a young calf. Reduced to nothing but bones at last, Xia Sang gained a rough understanding of the voracious appetites of these beastly males. One word. Gluttonous. Sated and refreshed, the two silently made their way to the open space before the chieftain's dwelling, where many male beast-men had already gathered. Upon seeing the two arrive, they fell silent. Xiacheng cast a fleeting glance at them, quickly averting his gaze, pretending not to recognize them. Nanshijin was about to suppress the bitterness in his heart and step forward to greet her when Chu Yin arrived leisurely, striding in with a casual gait. The handsome and tall man had changed into a durable black bee-skin skirt that morning, his fiery red hair strikingly eye-catching, and he wielded a spear with an air of authority. His gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Xia Sang for a brief moment before swiftly returning. Following this, a clan member presented him with a stone cup, and without hesitation, Chu Yin bit into his finger. Squeezing 2 drops of blood into it, he respectfully bowed toward the sun, chanting an incantation in a language Xia Sang could not comprehend. However, her heart was filled with astonishment. It turned out that even in ancient times, the beastmen of Tianhua continent had begun ritualistic practices that wasn't this the duty of the great shaman. Xia Sang was oblivious to the customs of this place and did not delve into them. As the ritual of blessing came to an end, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd, who then proceeded into the jungle in a grand procession. This jungle was far more sinister and foreboding than the previous 2 forests they had traversed, with numerous traps concealed within its depths. Fortunately, each trap bore a mark, easily identifiable to the observant. The original body was bewildered, questioning whether her mind had been gnawed upon by dogs, for such a simple ruse had ensnared her. It was no wonder that both Xie Yiran and Qi Mu Huai were intent on her demise. The original body was somewhat foolish, lacking clarity in her judgment. The number of males was overwhelming. Despite their utmost caution, they inevitably stirred the atmosphere in a frantic attempt to evade danger. Insects and birds took to the skies, their cries awakening the beasts that lurked deep within the forest, transforming the once quiet expanse into a cacophony of sound. The roars of beasts echoed in a chilling symphony. The group heightened their vigilance, instinctively shielding Xia Sang in the center, gripping their bone knives tightly, their gazes sharp and probing in all directions. Nanshijin and Wu Sitsuan flanked her closely, advancing with measured steps. Xia Sang instinctively held her breath, her feet sinking into the thick carpet of decaying leaves, her heart pounding like a drum. Hiss, hiss. The males tore off their bee-skin skirts, transforming, the skirts tightly bound around their waists, their green eyes gleaming with an eerie light, fixated on the source of the sounds. Revealing their sharp claws, Xia Sang felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. The forest seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying presence, casting a heavy shadow, accompanied by rustling sounds as great trees fell. As if some cataclysmic beast was stealthily approaching, sending shivers down her spine. In the midst of the roaring forest, an eerie silence suddenly fell as Xia Sang's legs weakened, her body stiff as though it did not belong to her. The snow wolves surrounding her, their pristine white fur bristling, trembled slightly, the fear ingrained in their bones compelling them to retreat a few steps. Time lost all meaning. It could have been mere seconds or perhaps several minutes. Yet to her, it felt as if a century had passed. A foul stench assaulted her senses. A biting cold crept along her spine, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, an unprecedented sense of danger flooding her mind. Her gaze lingered on the massive creature hurtling toward them, wishing she could simply faint on the spot. Before them stood a colossal prehistoric python, its formidable form towering high, sharp scales densely covering its body. Two subtle bulges atop, its head bore a resemblance to the legendary Jiao. When it reared up, it easily reached 10 meters in height, its crimson eyes akin to twin searchlights, locking onto her with an intensity that made her hair stand on end and her breath hitch. Cold sweat poured down Xia Sang's brow. Damn it. No one had warned her that this creature was over 100 meters long. Surely this was the end. With a sudden roar, Chu Yin charged forward. The pack of snow wolves surging in unison in the face of such a massive beast, the snow wolves appeared as mere ants, easily crushed in an instant. Xia Sang had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene. The males valiantly faced the challenge, their sharp limbs barely grazing the python's body before being flung away by its mighty tail. The echoing thuds intertwined with the sickening crack of breaking ribs. And within moments, the males had already suffered significant losses. Grinding her teeth, Xia Sang summoned her powers, commanding thousands of vines to surge forth, entwining the giant python. The beast god had indeed manifested. What? The beast god truly had appeared. My heavens, who but the beast god could control such vines? The males ignited with fervor, charging fearlessly toward the creature. The beleaguered python, in a frenzy, lashed its tail repeatedly, attempting to evade the entangling vines. Leaving its body marred and bloodied, the vibrant green scales shed, revealing raw flesh beneath. The snow wolves seized the opportunity, their claws digging into the exposed meat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The python writhed in agony. But the vines relentlessly pursued. Xia Sang was drenched in sweat, her hands trembling from the exertion of her powers. When she glanced up, she locked eyes with the python, which seemed to have singled her out as the source of its troubles. Ignoring the attacks from the snow wolves and the vines ensnaring it, it aimed a devastating strike at her with its tail. This is the end. Those two words echoed in her mind. Her feet felt as though they were cemented to the ground. Paralyzed with fear, her mind blank as she helplessly witnessed the massive tail hurtling toward her with the force of a thunderclap. Xia Sang closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the searing pain that never came. Instead, a snow-white figure leaped in front of her, and with a resounding crack, her body was hurled into the air. Xia Sang's heart raced as she watched her form ascend higher and higher. On the verge of breaking free from the forest, she instinctively manipulated her powers, wrapping herself and another figure in vines, landing safely atop the treetops. What a close call. Meanwhile, Chu Yin seized the opportunity as the python turned, driving a spear through its massive body with such force that it emerged from the other side, firmly pinning itself to a large tree. Xia Sang gently lowered herself and the snow wolves to the ground, her complexion pale. Seeing the snow wolves barely clinging to life, she had no choice but to draw upon the majority of her remaining powers, pouring every bit into them without hesitation. Enraged, the python lashed out wildly, its tail creating a storm of blood and chaos. Chu Yin extracted the spear from the tree and transformed back into human form. Engaging the python with a fierce resolve that this moment, Xia Sang felt a surge of urgency. Her powers were nearly depleted, and the snow wolves showed no signs of recovery, gritting her teeth against the fatigue consuming her. She continued to channel her energy, thinking to herself, T&D, if they don't awaken soon, she would be lost as well. Even a stubborn donkey wouldn't be pushed this hard, with no chance to catch a breath. After 10 minutes, the snow wolves stirred, and Xia Sang sank onto the ground, utterly spent. Finally pulling them back from the brink of death, she allowed herself a moment to breathe. The battle raged on, albeit one-sided. With the python having been pierced multiple times, suffering relentless attacks from Chu Yin and the other beastmen, their claws tearing away its scales and flesh. Even such a massive creature could not withstand their onslaught. The python coiled on the ground, its strength waning, unable to retaliate against the assault of the beastmen. Yet, as the ruler of the jungle, it still possessed some power. Even in its weakened state, it endured half an hour of punishment before it finally succumbed. Sang, are you all right? Nen Shijin transformed back into human form, stumbling toward her, his body marred and bloodied, the once pristine white of his bee-skin skirt now stained a dark crimson, with lips smeared in blood. He gasped, a torrent of crimson spilling forth as his frail form swayed, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Xia Sang rushed forward to catch him, her breath still uneven as she immediately resumed channeling her powers. Fortunately, being in the forest aided her recovery. After resting for just over half an hour, her abilities had replenished enough to assist a severely injured individual. Placing her hands on Nan Shijin's chest, green motes of light surged into his body, swiftly mending his ruptured organs until he ceased to cough blood. Only then did she wipe the sweat from her brow, knowing external injuries would have to wait, as her powers were still too limited and must be conserved. Leaning against a tree, Chu Yan's face was ashen. Despite the goddess's assistance, he had still sustained grave injuries. The python's tail had struck him squarely in the chest, and he could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to smile, wondering if this was the gift of the goddess, such formidable prowess. When a myriad of vines surged toward the python like thunder, he immediately recognized it as the goddess's doing. Later, when she was tossed into the air by the python, his heart had nearly stopped, consumed by dread. Yet in the next moment, two vines shot forth from the python, swiftly lifting her and ensuring she landed safely atop a tree. Like a tea that moment, he was unequivocally certain of her ability to manipulate all things. The Snow Wolf clan's rise was imminent. Chu Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyelids heavy. He did not wish to succumb to slumber, but it was inevitable. In his dazed state, a slender figure approached him. He closed his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. Nan Shijin's first words upon awakening from the pain were, "Save the clan leader." Subsequently, he collapsed once more. Xia Sang's gaze swept towards Chu Yan, who stood leaning against the tree trunk, his fiery red hair cascading listlessly behind him. The striking features of his face were marred by a pallid hue, with a small mole on the side of his nose devoid of vitality. Xia Sang, disregarding everything else, rushed to his side and placed her hand upon his chest. A profound sorrow welled up within her. How could he endure such excruciating pain, repeatedly battling the colossal python? The spot her hand touched was deeply sunken, his ribs fractured in multiple places and several organs ruptured. Had she arrived even a minute or two later, even the most divine deities would have been powerless to save him. Green specks of light surged into Chu Yan's chest, and after a moment, the concave area gradually began to swell, the color returning, albeit faintly, to his previously ashen face. Xia Sang, pale as a ghost, rose unsteadily, her frail body swaying slightly, yet she dared not linger. The jungle was rife with perilous beasts. They merely refrained from approaching due to the python's formidable presence. Should they sense any weakness, they would surely seize the opportunity to claim their prey. Trembling, Xia Sang approached the giant serpent, her heart still haunted by its tremendous force. The instant her hand made contact with its blood-soaked body, the overwhelming stench of blood vanished without a trace. The dark forest resumed its cacophony, the distant roars of beasts echoing ominously, sending shivers down her spine. Her eyes darted across the injured beastmen, incapacitated and scattered on the ground, her heart heavy with urgency and helplessness. The remnants of her abilities were dwindling, and she could only choose between saving lives or escaping the jungle. Even a fool would know what to do. She could only offer apologies to those grievously wounded beastmen. Gritting her teeth, Xia Sang summoned her powers, manipulating the vines to engulf the fallen beastmen, including herself, and in one breath, transported them out of the forest. Afterward, she closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Yan awoke the moment they were extricated from the jungle. Glancing at the vines entangled around him, realization dawning. His gaze swept over the bewildered males, all accounted for, before finally resting on the unconscious girl draped in vines. Her complexion was as pale as that of a corpse, lying there in silence, inexplicably causing his heart to race. Xia Sang. Chu Yan's voice emerged hoarse, laced with a caution he had not even recognized in himself. Battling through the agonizing pain in his chest, he took several strides towards Xia Sang, struggling to untie the vines binding her. His bloodied fingers brushed against her pallid, lifeless face, trembling momentarily before finally relinquishing their grip in despair. How could he, so filthy, dare to touch a goddess? He lifted Xia Sang in his arms, staggering as he stood. "Chieftain, Let me help. Get lost. The eager beast man received a scornful glance, hastily hoisting the two unconscious males from the ground and sprinting towards the shaman's abode. Chu Yin disdainfully watched the retreating figure, irritated. Who gave these grotesque creatures the audacity to covet the goddess? Were they tired of living? Chu Yan's gaze greedily lingered on Xia Sang's delicate face. Never had he regarded her with such earnestness and devotion. Had he known earlier that she was a genuine goddess, he would have unhesitatingly granted her any request, even the breaking of a contract. Such trivial matters. Damned, he felt as if he might vomit blood in his frustration. Those ungrateful remnants of beasts, possessing a goddess yet still dissatisfied, even daring to plot her demise. How could they? Chu Yin cradled her life form with utmost care. Yet with each step, it felt as though weights were tethered to his feet, his complexion paling further. Several males approached, wishing to assist, but were deterred by his cold, brooding stare. Get lost. Chu Yin spat through clenched teeth. His pallor deepening, beads of cold sweat dripping onto Xia Sang's face. Yet she remained oblivious. At last, they reached home, and Chu Yin cautiously laid Xia Sang upon the soft beast skins before collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion. What a torment! The shaman, Mu Shi, entered just in time to witness his fall, rushing forward to support him. The goddess will be fine. You know very well that anyone can carry her. Are you trying to throw your life away? He pressed his hand to Chu Yan's pulse, his brow furrowing deeply, tightly enough to crush a fly. Chu Yin struggled to push his hand away. If you can see, then look. If not, take her right out the door. There are plenty of males waiting for your assistance. Strange, this is truly peculiar. Get lost. Stop wasting my time. Mu Shi's face was a mask of concern. Chieftain, have you sought a more powerful shaman for treatment? With your organs shattered, death should have been inevitable. What kind of shaman possesses such miraculous abilities to bring you back to life? Chieftain, please tell me who they are so I may pay my respects. Chu Yin recalled the frail figure rushing towards him before losing consciousness. Who else could it be but Xia Sang? It all made sense now. The goddess could manipulate all things. Curing an ailment would be trivial for her, Mu Shi, noticing the shifts in Chu Yan's expression. Now joy. Now despair. Could not help but prod further. Chieftain, do you truly not know who it is? With a blank expression, Chu Yin cast him a glance. This is none of your concern. Hurry and leave. If even one male in our clan dies, you will be held accountable. With a mournful cry, Chu Yin mentally cursed his ancestors, rising in a panic and fleeing. Damn it, even livestock would not be treated so poorly. They leave no path for survival. Exhausted and spent, he slumped beside Xia Sang, his gaze fixated on her. His heart raced incessantly, a disquieting rhythm. Never had he noticed how striking, how intelligent, how utterly unique this little female was. Simply gazing at her filled him with a sense of fulfillment. He lost track of time, entranced, leaning over Xia Sang, fixating on her pale lips, swallowing hard with fervor. In a daze, he pressed his lips against hers, repeating the action as if bewitched, the sweet fragrance intoxicating, nearly drawing his soul away. This taste was maddeningly irresistible. Chieftain, is Xia Sang here with you? Nan Shijin awoke, immediately seeking Xia Sang's whereabouts. Upon learning she was with the chieftain, he hurried over without delay. Chu Yin reluctantly tore his gaze from Xia Sang's small face, his eyes filled with unfulfilled yearning and resentment. Your timing is truly unfortunate. Go back. Xia Sang is fine. Resting here, Nan Shijin was met with a closed door. Unthinking as he limped back home, secretly relieved that Xia Sang was with the chieftain. It was safer than anywhere else, and should she be injured, the shaman was readily available. He did not consider further. The chieftain had always been an ambitious male, his focus solely on the development of the Snow Wolf clan, disregarding any overtures from the females. This had led even the males to speculate whether the chieftain harbored an aversion to females, as a few reasonably attractive males, in their arrogance, had sought to curry favor only to be unceremoniously dismissed by him. From that point onward, neither the females nor males dared to act recklessly. Surely, no one in this continent could be more virtuous than the chieftain. With this thought, Nan Shijin felt reassured, returning home in high spirits. Brother, is Xia Sang all right? Upon entering the cave, Nan Wanner seized her brother's arm, anxiously inquiring. She fine, resting at the chieftainess. She must have seen the shaman. Nin Wanner sighed in relief. Brother, why didn't you stay with Xia Sang during such a fortuitous opportunity? I was worried those two remnants of beasts might harbor ill intentions and harm her. That's why I rushed to find her. Xia Sang is safest with the chieftain. Nin Wanner shot him a glare. Exasperated, you're so stubborn. When will you bond with Xia Sang? Nan Shijin stared at his younger sister in bewilderment. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Has your brain been chewed on by a dog? Xia Sang is a beautiful female, and she possesses a vast awakened space. How can you guarantee the chieftain won't be tempted? Such an opportunity, and you fail to seize it. What a fool. Nan Shijin's expression darkened. Sister, how can you speak of the chieftain like that? He has devoted himself to the Snow Wolf clan, shunning the company of females. How could he possibly have designs on Xia Sang? You said has, but that was in the past. If he has no interest in Xia Sang, why keep her in his own dwelling? Never have I seen other females treated with such care by the chieftain. Use your brain. If Xia Sang is taken away, you'll have no place to weep. I believe the chieftain is not that kind of person. Nan Wanner impatiently shook off her brother's arm. You fool. Engaging in discourse with him was akin to a futile exchange between a chicken and a duck, leading nowhere. Why waste time on such fruitless discussions when one could instead attend diligently to her cassava, which was worth 5 wild boars? When Xia Sang awoke, twilight had already descended, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought, staring at the dimly lit stone dwelling. Where am I? You are awake. A deep, hoarse male voice whispered close to her ear, startling Xia Sang into wide-eyed surprise. The clan leader? She hurriedly rose, standing beside him like a schoolchild awaiting reprimand. Are you afraid of me? How could that be? Chu Yin smiled, maintaining silence, his demeanor unyielding. But do refrain from retreating. Was he blind? If there is nothing else, clan leader, I shall take my leave. She genuinely wished to depart from this place. The oppressive aura emanating from the leader made it difficult for her to breathe. The longer she lingered, the closer she felt to suffocation. For the first time, Chu Yin felt a sense of helplessness. Her eagerness to escape from him was indeed a piercing blow to his pride. He shut his eyes briefly, his rough voice carrying a hint of coldness. Very well. Leave the python at the door. Someone will attend to it shortly. Remember to return later for the python meat. Xia Sang acknowledged with a quick nod, her feet moving swiftly as she set down the massive snake. Finally exhaling in relief, at last, she was free from the clan leader's oppressive presence, that eye in high spirits. She made her way home, pondering whether Wu Si had awakened. Previously, she was unaware of who had shielded her from the python, but upon the arrival of Nan Shijin, she realized with clarity that it must have been Wu Si who had saved her. Beastmen possessed keen hearing, and the Snow Wolf clan was particularly renowned in this regard. Chu Yin could distinctly hear Xia Sang's sigh of relief. Was she truly that pleased to have escaped him? Her steps seemed lighter. Was he a serpent, merely letting her evade him? A bitter sensation welled up within Chu Yin. He had never anticipated experiencing such humiliation. Residing on the outskirts had its advantages. Every time he passed another beast inn, he could not help but witness some rather unsightly scenes. Xia Sang instinctively lowered her head, pretending to be oblivious to Wu Si. Did you spend the night in Xia Sang's wretched cave last night? How bold! Without a bond, you no longer regard me as significant, do you? The audacity of it all. You fool, strike him. The cave erupted with the sounds of fists and feet clashing, while Wu Si remained silent, letting out not a single groan. Stop! Xia Sang dashed into the cave, her voice filled with fury. Xia Yin, have you lost your mind? Wu Si is my slave. Xia Yin's malevolent gaze shifted toward her. And who dares meddle in my affairs? Ah, so, it is my cousin. The outcome is yet undecided. How can he be yours? Was Xia Yin feeling protective? But what could she do? He was still her male, and she could strike or scold him as she pleased, and no one could intervene. With that, she delivered a resounding slap across Wu Si's face, causing him to turn away, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. Held down by other beastmen, unable to move, Xia Sang's brows furrowed. Her dear cousin would not act without reason. She sensed a motive behind this display. Otherwise, why would she choose this moment to strike? Steadying herself, she decided to be direct, asking, What do you want? Having achieved her aim, Xiacheng ceased her torment of Wu Si, casually commanding, "Let him go." Xia Sang hurried forward to catch Wu Si's form. As he had already sustained grave injuries, the recent beating had only worsened his condition, and he was on the verge of collapse. Xia Yin's gaze bore down on their intertwined hands, her expression warped with jealousy and venomous intent. Did she consider him a lifeless object? She abruptly rose, preparing to strike again, but Xia Sang firmly blocked her. "Cousin, name your conditions, but do not lay a hand on him. If you had said this sooner. I heard that the clan hunted a massive python. That I need only 1,000 pounds of python meat and 2 fangs. If you can provide these, I shall not only refrain from harming him, but will also ensure he is well taken care of." Wu Si's hazy mind briefly cleared, and he opened his mouth to release a spurt of blood, glaring at Xiacheng with fury. "Xiacheng, if you dare, just kill me." "Fine, I agree. However, you must also agree to one condition. Wu Si is free to act as he wishes. You must not interfere or lay hands upon him again, or I will not show you any mercy." Wu Si tightened his grip on Xia Sang's hand, his gaze lost in her delicate features, warmth flooding his being like never before, and tears welled in his eyes. Xiacheng was taken aback by how readily she had agreed, a twinge of regret surfacing within her. Had she known, she would have demanded more. Such a large python was a rare find, worth countless times more than wild boar meat. Although 1,000 pounds would suffice for 2 years, who would ever complain of having too much? Yet, the words had escaped her lips, leaving no room for retraction, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, "It's a deal." She turned and kicked the beast-man Mu Qing with force, cursing him to retreat. Xia Sang ignored the veiled insults and continued to channel her abilities, focused on healing Wu Si's injuries until he was restored. Only then did she rise leisurely, asking, "Do you feel any better?" Wu Si released her hand, struggling to stand, feeling as if his entire body were about to shatter. He moved his lips for a moment before uttering, "I'm fine. Let us go." Xia Sang assisted him cautiously as they exited the cave, unaware of Xia Yin's pale expression. "Yin, stop staring. That wretched beast isn't worth your concern." Lian Ming quickly stepped forward to pledge his loyalty, fearing he might share Wu Si's fate. That Wu Si was fortunate to have encountered Xia Sang, who was willing to sacrifice so much for him. His future would surely be much brighter. As for Lian Ming, he could not be so fortunate. He dreaded the thought of being sold to a heartless old female. Get lost, slap. Several resounding slaps sent him reeling, his vision swimming. Damn it, are you envious that Wu Si found such a good master, wishing to follow him? Ignoring the pain in his mouth, Lian Ming hastily clarified, "How could that be? Xia Sang is incomparable." Xiacheng clearly did not believe him. "Oh really? Pray tell, what makes me inferior to her, that you are so devoted?" Lian Ming wished he could slap himself. Xiacheng had once been unique within the clan, spacious and gentle, far superior to Xia Sang. Yet now, it appeared her gentleness was merely a facade, masking her selfishness and violent temper, lashing out at the slightest inconvenience. The once unrivaled space she boasted was now overshadowed by Xia Sang, who had far outstripped her. The massive python she could summon was a testament to this. In terms of appearance, Xiacheng merely qualified as delicate, while Xia Sang was exquisite, her skin fair, and he could hardly imagine how delightful life would have been had he bonded with Xia Sang instead. Alas, the only area where he could compete was in the number of beastmen. Lian Ming shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts, and half-heartedly praised. "To me, Yin is the most beautiful and wonderful female in the world. All other females merely serve as a backdrop." Xiacheng nodded with satisfaction. "At least you are wise. From now on, keep your distance from Xia Sang. Do not emulate that wretched beast Wu Si. Seeking trouble for yourself. We shall see how a mere slave fares." Lian Ming forced a smile, one that did not reach his eyes. "Fine. What a joke. Just wait and see. Wu Si will undoubtedly fare 1,000 times better than you." Xia Sang sees him not as a slave. May her future be too good to bear. Xia Sang helped Wu Si walk slowly. By the time they reached the cave entrance, night had fully enveloped them. "Rest for a moment on my hay pile. I will roast some meat for you." But the man grasped her arm, pulling her back. "Wait, let me recover a bit." "I will do it." Wu Si remained acutely aware of his identity. Had he not been so severely injured, he would have insisted on doing it himself. Xia Sang frowned, looking at him seriously to Wu Si. As long as you promise to be loyal to me alone from now on, I assure you will not be treated as a slave. If you wish to bond and have offspring, I will fulfill that desire, provided you truly love me. In the depths of Wu Si's tranquil and cool gaze, a ripple of yearning arose, his greedy eyes fixated upon her as if he wished to etch her expression deep within his heart. His singular desire at that moment was to envelop the girl before him in a tight embrace, lavishing her with unrestrained affection. With this thought, he acted accordingly, his powerful arms encircling Xia Sang's waist, wordlessly drawing her into his embrace. He held her tightly, the pressure aggravating his wounds, causing him unbearable pain. Yet, he was unwilling to release her, as if he longed to meld her delicate form into his very being. Xia Sang, bewildered, pressed against the man's solid chest, her hands awkwardly positioned behind her, uncertain whether to wrap them around his waist, ultimately choosing to hold them back. Truth be told, it was quite exhausting. Thump, thump, she could feel the man's heartbeat, rapid and forceful, the sound echoing within her own heart. "What are you two doing?" Upon entering the cave, Qi Muhuai was met with this scene, his pent-up frustration reaching a boiling point that he bellowed, swiftly stepping forward to forcefully shove Wu Si aside, adopting a protective stance as he pulled Xia Sang behind him, glaring at Wu Si with fury akin to an enraged lion, eager to tear his adversary to shreds. Hiss! The abrupt movement tugged at his wounds, and even a man as stoic as Wu Si could not help but blanch, cold sweat streaming down his face. Realizing the situation, Xia Sang, in a fit of determination, pushed Qi Muhuai away and hurriedly examined Wu Si's injuries. "Are you all right?" Wu Si, unable to articulate his pain, gritted his teeth against the searing agony, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "I'm fine." Xia Sang clasped Wu Si's hand, channeling the little remaining energy she possessed into him, and upon seeing his complexion stabilize, she slowly withdrew her hand. Turning, she delivered a stinging slap to Qi Muhuai's handsome face. The sound echoed, momentarily silencing the world. Qi Muhuai, clutching his swollen cheek, stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes fixed on Xia Sang, silently questioning her motives. "What are you? How dare you push me?" Xia Sang retorted, "Have I not told you that from this day forth? Our paths do not cross." The imprint of her slap lingered on his face, and a sharp pang of hurt pierced Qi Muhuai's heart as he struggled to defend himself. Xia Sang, "We haven't even formed our bond yet. You are still our little female. You cannot treat us this way. What given the right to hold you?" Xia Sang's anger flared, her patience wearing thin as she turned to deliver another slap. "Some people are simply ungrateful. They only learn through blows. Leave. If you dare to repeat this, it will not be just a slap." Xie Yuan, dragging his injured leg, stepped forward to pull Qi Muhuai aside. "Muhuai, let us keep our distance. Wasn't she always like this, resorting to slaps and scolding?" This time, Xia Sang found herself almost laughing in disbelief, realizing that Qi Muhuai had dared to insult her in front of Wu Si. "My goodness, truly a vintage green tea. Since I've already earned a bad reputation, I might as well embrace it." She grasped Xie Yuan, delivering two sharp slaps that sent him sprawling to the ground, her palms burning with pain. Xia Sang thought recklessly that if Wu Si truly feared her, he was not worth her sacrifice. She could simply be a slave. Yet, Wu Si stepped forward, taking her hand with care. Sang, how could you resort to violence alone? Does your hand not hurt? Next time, let me handle it. I promise to make them regret it." His instinctive protection warmed Xia Sang's heart, and as her nose tinged with emotion, she tightly embraced Wu Si, tears streaming down her face, splattering against his bare chest, leaving him flustered and filled with unease. Xie Yuan and Qi Muhuai were equally taken aback, having never witnessed her in such a state of despair. In the land of Tianyue, females were already scarce, typically cherished and protected by the males. When they were upset, they could lash out at their brothers or beast husbands, making it a rarity to see a female cry. Sang, I am truly sorry. I should have bonded with you from the start. This way, you Wu and Ti have fallen into the hands of those two beasts and endured such suffering. He deserves punishment. After crying for a while and releasing her pent-up grievances, Xia Sang shyly raised her head, sniffling, using the back of her hand to wipe her tears and snot on Wu Si's chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm done crying. You rest for a bit. I'll go roast some meat. Wu Si gently grasped her, his tone soft. Let us do it together. I'll help you start the fire. All right. They worked in tandem, one tending to the fire while the other skewered large chunks of meat onto a massive beast bone, evenly sprinkling salt and spices before placing it over the flames. Before long, a rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the small cave, their cooperation seamless as Wu Si adjusted the flames while Xia Sang turned the meat, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Meanwhile, Xiacheng, still stinging from the 2 slaps, sat glumly on a pile of grass, resembling an old man wandering through a fog of despair, devoid of light or hope, only experiencing profound fatigue and loneliness. Chimu Huai, with a dark expression, stared at the two, feeling as if his heart was gripped by a merciless hand, suffocating him with despair. How had they come to this point? In a daze, he could hardly remember. Perhaps it all began when they were beaten and scolded, the desire for freedom leading them astray, step by step, until it became irretrievable. And no matter what they did, Xia Sang would never forgive them. Even when slapping him, her eyes were filled with rage, devoid of any friendship. Xia Sang and Wu Si made their way to the stream, sitting on a clean boulder, enjoying roasted meat while relishing the tranquil night. The gentle stream flowed over their feet, softer than the spring breeze. Neither wished to disturb the rare peace, and like old friends, they instinctively gazed up at the moon together. However, the tranquility was fleeting as a whistle pierced the air, signaling the gathering of the clan. The females and males emerged from their caves, exchanging pleasantries as they made their way to the open space before the chief, their voices laced with unprecedented joy. Let us go too. Wu Si silently trailed behind Xia Sang, encountering Nan Wanner as they walked. Nan Wanner wrapped her arms around Xia Sang's waist. Sang, are you really going to give Xiacheng 1,000 pounds of python meat? Xia Sang lightly affirmed. Wan, Wu Si deserves it, just for his unwavering rescue and continued trust in me. This meat is nothing. Sang, if that is not enough, you can take my brother's share. Okay, Sang, are you feeling down? Has someone bullied you? No, I just want to bond quickly. I've had enough of those 2 beasts. Nan Wanner sighed. If not, we should petition the chief again if they still harbor ill intentions. Something might happen one day. I've already spoken to Shurjin about the chief, but he didn't agree. Never mind, once the rainy season passes, I can rid myself of them. The 2 chatted. They fell to the back of the line, and as Xiacheng passed by, she laughed loudly. Cousin, don't forget what you promised me. I'm eagerly awaiting your good news. Don't think you can weasel out. I want to let a single pound go. Xia Sang scoffed. Then your beast husband is truly unlucky. Shoo. Xiacheng obediently fell silent, behaving like a docile quail. Chu Yin cast a somber glance in their direction, aware that during the giant python hunt, everyone had contributed. His expression was complex. While everyone speculated that the appearance of the vines was a manifestation of the beast god's blessing, no one suspected Xia Sang. After all, such a grand feat was unimaginable for a female. He certainly wouldn't reveal this matter. Should it attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, Xia Sang's safety would be at risk. With that thought, he continued, each male will receive 100 pounds of python meat, while Xia Sang, due to her significant contributions, will receive 500 pounds. Chief, she did nothing. Why should she get 500 pounds? The voice questioning was by Tong, who had awakened a 100 cubic meter space, ranking 3rd in the Snow Wolf clan, currently possessing 3 beast husbands, all of whom participated in the hunt. The meat distributed to her 3 beast husbands was less than what Xia Sang alone received, and it was impossible for her not to feel disheartened. Chu Yin cast her a cold glance, his expression darkening. Why? Because her space is larger than yours, and she risked her life to bring back the giant python. Do you have any objections? Bai Tong's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale as she was about to offer further justifications, only to be silenced by 2 beastmen who forcibly dragged her away. A sinister smile played at the corners of Chu Yan's mouth, his brows shadowed with an ominous intensity. He lifted his eyelids and cast a languid glance at the other females, his voice laced with frigid disdain. Is there anyone still unconvinced? The crowd collectively bowed their heads, wishing fervently to bury themselves in a hole. The chief's anger was not to be trifled with, and no one dared to provoke him at such a moment. Xiacheng, too, remained obedient, refraining from any antics, for regardless of how much Xia Sang apportioned, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. All would end up in her own pocket. With this understanding, each household took turns to claim their share of meat. After Xia Sang had collected her portion, she tossed it to Xiacheng, stating, "I have 500 jin, Wu Si has 100 jin, and you're still short 400 jin. The 100 jin that Wu Si held was originally mine. Why should it count towards your share?" Nan Shijin approached, carrying 100 jin of meat, and flung it towards her, saying, "I have 200 jin here, so you're still short 200 jin." Xiacheng stored the meat in her space. Retorting, "You say I'm short 200 jin, but on what grounds?" Xia Sang glanced at the impatient Wu Si and, furrowing her brow, replied, "According to the rules of the beast world, beastmen are only required to surrender half of their catch. The remainder belongs to the males, so you're actually short 250 jin." Xiacheng had always regarded beastmen as lesser beings and had never adhered to any rules. Xia Sang, "Why are you being so stingy? It's just 50 jin of meat. If you're not stingy, then why are you being so calculative?" Xiacheng was rendered speechless by Nan Wanner's retort, her expression darkening. "Fine, 250 jin it is, but don't forget the python teeth." The teeth of wild beasts were inherently valuable, and those of such a massive python were exceptionally rare, typically governed by the chief, either fashioned into ornaments for beloved females or honed into bone knives for use. There was no way they would fall into Xia Sang's hands. Even if by some stroke of luck they did, it would cost her dearly. She cast a smug glance at Xia Sang, thinking to herself, "I shall wait and see how you gather them." Xia Sang pursed her lips, remaining silent as she turned towards the chief's stone dwelling. Regardless of her reluctance to confront Chu Yin, she had no choice but to proceed and test the waters. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chu Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an intimidating aura befitting a king. Upon seeing Xia Sang enter, his attractive peach blossom eyes held a teasing glint as he regarded her, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Xia Sang stood hesitantly at the doorway, contemplating how to broach the subject. "What? Are you afraid I might devour you?" Xia Sang's palms grew clammy with sweat, her heart racing like a startled deer, yet her words remained defiant. "How could I be afraid?" "Afraid of what? Exactly?" Chu Yin stifled a chuckle, choosing not to expose her anxiety. "Come in and take a seat." Xia Sang glanced at the pristine white bee skin on the guest seat and quickly waved her hand. No, I'll just stand." Chu Yin did not press the matter. He poured himself a cup of water and leisurely sipped, his expression inscrutable. However, for those observant enough, they would notice the white knuckles of his hand gripping the stone cup, trembling slightly due to the exertion. "Speak. What brings you here?" Xia Sang parted her lips, struggling to articulate her request. Chu Yin understood. He had overheard the event from the evening prior and was taken aback by her willingness to go to such lengths for a mere slave. Yet, since she chose not to elaborate, he pretended to be oblivious, casually sipping his water while waiting, not in a rush. The room descended into a heavy silence, punctuated only by their breathing. Xia Sang clenched her fists, cold sweat trickling down her back as she finally steeled herself, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Chief, I would like to borrow 2 python teeth and 250 jin of snake meat." The young female's face flushed, her gaze burning with intensity, causing Chu Yan's heart to race inexplicably. "I thought it was something significant. This trivial matter hardly warrants the term borrow. Just take it." His eyes flicked towards the corner where the prepared beast teeth and python meat lay, his meaning clear. This paltry sum was beneath his consideration. She could take it freely. Xia Sang's face turned crimson. "Chief, I cannot take it without giving something in return." As she spoke, she produced half of her wild boar from her space, stacking it high to shield her petite form from view. It seemed that only in this way could she salvage some dignity and prevent Chu Yin from looking down on her. Using the wild boar as a screen, she deftly stored the items in the corner back into her space and turned to leave, not lingering for a moment. Puffed, Xia Sang, "How do you think I, a male without space, should deal with all this wild boar meat?" Xia Sang paused for a moment, the thought slipping out before she could process it. Share it with others? A barely audible sigh escaped Chu Yan's lips, his voice low and resonant as it cut through the towering wild boar, landing squarely in Xia Sang's ears. Since you know I can only share with others, why not keep it with you? If the day comes when I truly find myself begging, I hope you won't hesitate to spare this fallen male a morsel. Xia Sang was taken aback by his casual, half-mocking remark and instinctively replied, "How could that be? I could very well find myself in such a predicament, but you would never descend to that level." Yet, she realized that she was no different from a beggar at this moment. Lowering her eyes, she feigned calmness as she recalled all the wild boar meat back in her space, fully aware of Chu Yan's goodwill and understanding that he would never lack for food, unless he were to perish. The opportunity had been laid at her feet, and to hesitate now would be ungrateful. Finally, the towering pile of wild boar meat was moved aside, revealing Xia Sang's bewildered expression. Chu Yan sighed inwardly, recognizing that some matters could not be hurried. "Forget it. We shall take our time, but if there's nothing else, you may go about your business." The dismissal arrived just in time. Xia Sang exhaled in relief and exited swiftly. Chu Yan watched her hurriedly retreat, a pang of bitterness gripping his heart. Having obtained what she desired, Xia Sang wasted no time and hurried over to Xiayin, ready to retrieve the items from her space. Just then, she heard Xiayin chuckle lightly, her face brimming with smugness. "You were dismissed by the chief so quickly. Cousin, you don't seem any better. Such a pretty face is wasted on you. How foolish. If you cannot fulfill my demands, I can be accommodating. You know python meat is hard to come by, so I won't ask for much. Just return the 100 wild boars you cheated me out of last time, and we shall consider it settled." "What do you say?" Ninwaner gaped at her in disbelief, eyes wide. "Xiayin, have you lost your mind? Trading 100 wild boar for 250 gene of python meat? You really dare to think that way?" Even Wu Si, waiting nearby, became agitated. "Xiayin, do not push your luck." Xia Sang felt warmth in her heart as she exchanged a reassuring glance with Wu Si, gently shaking her head to indicate she could handle it. Xiayin snorted derisively. "What? You're already defending her before anything's even happened. Scoundrel, stay away." Turning back to Xia Sang, she boasted, "Cousin, you wouldn't back out of your promise, would you? Wu Si is to be your future slave. To be honest, I'm rather reluctant to let him go." Pausing, she leaned closer to Xia Sang and whispered, "While his appearance may not be remarkable, his physique and abilities, tut, I can guarantee you'll be satisfied. So, cousin, if you want to trap the wolf, you must be willing to part with the child that Wu Si is right there, watching. If you are unwilling to part with this little bit, will he remain wholeheartedly loyal to you?" Xia Sang raised an eyebrow, realizing Xiayin was trying to leverage her 100 wild boars, even resorting to emotional manipulation. However, her dream would likely come crashing down. "You can have them." Ninwaner tugged at her arm, whispering in caution, Sang, do not act impulsively. If you give her everything, how will you endure the rainy season?" Xia Sang blinked, offering her a reassuring glance. And in the eager gaze of Xiayin, she retrieved the python teeth and meat from her space. "You actually did it?" Xiayin was incredulous, astounded that she had managed to procure the items from the chief. Darn it! The smugness in Xiayin's eyes froze, standing in the shadows, obscuring her expression. "Cousin, I have given you everything you asked for. You must fulfill your promise." After Xia Sang finished speaking, she pulled Ninwaner and turned to leave. Wu Si silently followed behind them, gazing intently at Xia Sang's figure, his eyes filled with a gentle yet fervent warmth. "Wan, let us go check on the cassava." The two chatted amiably as they made their way back home. Upon their arrival, Nanshurjin was busy changing the water for the cassava, pouring the discarded water into the mountain stream at the back of the house. That area was seldom frequented by the beastmen, so it should pose no significant issue. Sang, you've come," Nanshurjin exclaimed, patting the muddy beast skin skirt twice, holding a stone ladle, and gazing at Xia Sang with unrestrained delight, affection pouring from his deep blue eyes. Xia Sang coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward. "Well, I just came to see how the cassava is doing that as a wood-type ability user. She was particularly sensitive to toxins. Picking up a piece of cassava, she quietly activated her powers to investigate and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the toxins had decreased by 20. At this rate, it would take not 6 days, but merely 5. That how is it? Sang, did I do well? Nin Wanner asked with an eager expression, seeking praise. Yes, exceptionally well. Xiacheng looked at the jubilant Nan Wanner with tenderness. Her gaze soft, as if reminiscing about an old friend far away. Wan, it's getting late. I should head back I will find time to come see you again, having spent several days in the beast world. She was weary and longed for a bath. The small stream in front of her home served as the community's water source, and ordinary beastmen would not wash there. However, other locations were a bit farther and unsafe at night, so she had held back for several days since her arrival. Now, with Wu Si accompanying her, she felt considerably safer. Wu Si, do you know where I could take a bath? At her inquiry, Wu Si froze in place. His body stiffening, his face rapidly reddening, and his eyes flickering with a hint of helplessness. I can take you there. Wu Si quickly turned, his ears burning, a flurry of indescribable thoughts rushing to his mind, causing a sudden heat to surge through him that he could not quell. Silence enveloped them for a moment as Xia Sang followed him, belatedly realizing that in the beast world it might carry a particular implication for a female to approach a male with such a request. Wu Si led her to a not-so-distant spot where several females were unabashedly washing in the water, completely unconcerned about the fervent gazes of the passing males. One bold female even shamelessly invited. Fu Song, what's the point of just watching? Come wash with us. Fu Song, having just recently come of age and yet to form a bond, felt both pleased and somewhat flustered at the invitation. Unsure whether to accept or decline that in the Tianhua continent, females were already scarce. Although Su Yu was significantly older than him, she was quite attractive and had an awakened space of 80 cubic meters. Already partnered with 2 beast husbands, that if he were to approach her, life would likely become more challenging from a distance. Upon seeing Xia Sang approaching, he suddenly felt that Su Yu had lost her charm. Although he had not participated in the last hunt, he had heard from his father that the 100-meter-long giant python was formidable, with a space far surpassing Xia Yin's, who only had 2 beast husbands and was determined to dissolve her bonds with them. In light of this, it was clear that Xia Sang was infinitely superior to Su Yu. Realizing this, Fu Song resolutely declined. No. Su Yu, unbothered by the rejection, thought to herself that there were plenty of males in the beast world, and if she wished, she could easily find a better one. Such poor taste. Fu Song's gaze was intensely fixed on Xia Sang, secretly plotting to express his feelings as soon as she drew near. However, unexpectedly, a rival emerged, stepping forward to deliver his own declaration. Xia Sang, I am Lan Feng. I have liked you for a long time and wish to bond with you. Will you accept my request? Xia Sang was taken aback by the boldness of the male's sudden proclamation and instinctively adopted a defensive stance, glaring at him with disfavor. Xia Sang, I am not lying that I have truly liked you for a long time. Trust me. Aware that males in the beast world were often straightforward, she still believed such courtship should be more formal. Did he not consider the psychological impact of his abrupt approach on females? Before she had the chance to refuse, Wu Si's towering figure had already shielded her from view, confronting the interloper. Have you reached adulthood just to imitate other males in courting females? Wu Si. I know you, Xia Sang's future slave. What right does a mere slave have to meddle in the affairs of their master? His words were exceedingly rude. Xia Sang felt a surge of displeasure at this. Instinctively stepping out from behind Wu Si to protect him, her voice resolute and commanding, it's you, Lan Feng. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I do not like you. I do not appreciate your recklessness, your lack of manners, nor your blatant disregard for others' dignity. Wu Si is not my slave. He is my future beast husband, and I will not tolerate any male insulting him. Her words resonated powerfully, leaving Lan Feng speechless, and he awkwardly muttered something about poor taste before fleeing. That Wu Si felt a wave of sweetness wash over him as he realized Xia Sang had defended him. Her petite frame, so fragile, with a waist slender enough to be grasped in one hand, stood firm, her voice imbued with an unyielding determination that made him yearn to submit to her. Hidden in the shadows, Fu Song's heart sank as he watched the entire scene unfold, his brows furrowing. How could Wu Si hold such a significant place in Xia Sang's heart? This male, abandoned by a female, had managed to win her favor, while he, possessing both looks and physique, and yet in bonded, found himself at a disadvantage. Fu Song clenched his fists, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes, and swiftly vanished in the night. This was not an appropriate setting for a confession. What if Xia Sang deemed him unworthy of loyalty? Su Yu, having witnessed everything, scoffed, thinking to herself about how the females in this world were all the same. Before bonding, they would shower their males with affection. But once the novelty wore off, it often devolved into conflict. Tisich. After making her stance clear, Xia Sang felt her face flush with embarrassment, regretting her impulsive outburst. She had not intended to voice her thoughts so candidly. It was mortifying. She had no plans to bond, just in her past life. She had shared a decade of living with Shun Yihao, yet they had only ever reached the stage of innocent affection. Each time she hinted at a deeper connection, he would find an excuse to withdraw, only to end up with another woman, leaving her to grapple with her feelings of betrayal. Clenching her fists, she suppressed the rising tide of resentment and spoke to Wu Si in a calmer tone. Wu Si, I'll head down now. You can wait a bit farther away. To Wu Si, his head hanging low, departed silently. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the emotions swirling within the petite female. Anger, frustration, and a sense of injustice. Surely, these feelings stemmed from the actions of Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai. In a state of uncertainty, Wu Si pondered. It was entirely possible that he and Lin Ming had turned their backs on Xia Sang when she needed comfort the most. Forming bonds with other females, it was only natural for her to harbor resentment towards him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the water, not out of curiosity, but from a deep-seated fear that she might encounter danger. Oblivious to her surroundings, Xia Sang removed her animal skin skirt and top, finally liberating herself from the constraints that had pressed upon her chest, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Lowering her gaze to her bosom, she found herself somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But it seemed that the females of this beastly realm were not particularly endowed, most possessing rather flat figures. While her current form was indeed exceptional, it paled in comparison to the voluptuousness of her past life. Taking advantage of the night's veil and the shadows cast by the towering trees, she evaded the other females and sought out a shallow part of the water, gingerly stepping in. Though it was the warm season, the temperature was not excessively high, and as she plunged into the water, a shiver coursed through her, goosebumps instantly rising across her skin, even the fine hairs standing on end. She rubbed her arms, submerging most of her body in the water, meticulously scrubbing herself. With soap stored from her previous life, she glanced around to ensure the females were at a distance before applying it liberally over her entire body. Even paying attention to the crevices beneath her fingernails, she had long been vexed by the sour odor of sweat clinging to her original form, but due to the strained relationship with her beastly husband, she had been deprived of the opportunity to bathe and had forced herself to endure. While the females of the beastly world were not particularly fastidious, she could not tolerate such filth. Even amidst the hardships of the apocalypse, she had never foregoed the chance to cleanse herself. In dire circumstances, she would barter for water with those possessing abilities, ensuring her hygiene was never neglected. Her endurance had reached its limit. Her hair had likely gone unwashed for quite some time. Perhaps due to the remnants of blood, it had become somewhat matted, making it particularly laborious to cleanse, requiring her to work through it strand by strand, and it took 3 washes with shampoo before it felt thoroughly clean. After soaking for half an hour, the other younger females had already departed. Had she not feared that lingering too long might harm her skin, she would have relished the chance to stay longer. After a few more moments of hesitation, she reluctantly emerged from the water. Upon exiting the bath, Chu Yin caught a fleeting glimpse and stumbled, nearly falling. Damn it! His foot stuck to the ground, rendering him immobile. The males possessed exceptional vision by nature, and as snow wolves, they were among the best of their kind. Darkness posed no obstacle to their sight. Fortunately, the females were swift, quickly covering themselves. Chu Yin reluctantly withdrew his gaze, his eyes deeply focused on Wu Si as he emerged from the shadows, silently trailing behind the young female. Acting as her guardian, he was on the verge of cursing. A scoundrel like Wu Si, not content with forming a bond with Xiayin, dared to pursue his Xia Sang. Yes, she belonged to him. He had long since claimed Xia Sang as part of his own. He would not allow any male to covet her. After Xia Sang had walked a considerable distance, he reluctantly pulled his gaze away. Yet the warmth within him showed no signs of dissipating. Well then, he might as well return for another wash. Chu Yin gracefully descended from the tree, vanishing silently into the night. Wu Si, possessing keen eyesight, anxiously scanned the river, his worry driving him to glance frequently, though he instinctively avoided looking where he shouldn't tea. Once the rustling sounds faded, he approached to escort her. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between them remained somewhat peculiar. For a moment, neither dared to speak. The silence persisted until they reached the cave entrance. Xia Sang was the first to break the quiet. Wu Si, aren't you coming in? Wu Si shook his head. Leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed on the vast, starry night sky, his mind swirling in confusion. Xia Sang did not press him. Males had great stamina and could sleep anywhere. Inside the cave, Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai awaited Xia Sang's return for the treatment of his severed limb. Growing increasingly anxious as time passed without her arrival, IT was not out of concern for her safety, but rather the fear that if anything were to befall Xia Sang, their sole opportunity for normalcy would be utterly lost. Thus, when Xia Sang finally entered the cave, the two, wide awake, instinctively scrambled from their pile of hay. Xia Sang, you're back. Qi Mu Huai, still smarting from having been slapped earlier, harbored a grudge, yet this grievance paled in comparison to the urgency of health. Xia Sang certainly did not miss the urgency and fervor in their eyes, but having exhausted her abilities that day, she was unwilling to waste any more energy on them. I'm tired today. Let us talk tomorrow. Tomorrow. Why should that be? Qi Mu Huai blurted out, his irritation bubbling over, and upon realizing his slip, he immediately regretted it. He had spoken too carelessly. Xia Sang didn't even glance his way, striding toward her own pile of hay. Hey, brother, look at her. She doesn't care about our well-being at all, offering up 1,000 pounds of python meat just like that, all for a slave. Xiyun understood Xia Sang's reasoning perfectly. Given her aversion to them, she would rather discard the python meat than feed them even a morsel, were it not for her urgent desire to sever their bond. Suppressing her disdain to coexist with them, she would have long since taken matters into her own hands. He tugged at Qi Mu Huai's arm, signaling with his eyes. It was clear that if they continued to provoke her, their relationship would only deteriorate further. Qi Mu Huai grasped Xie Yun's meaning and ceased his complaints. Xia Sang rolled her eyes, unable to find sleep atop the It wasn't that she had any particular worries. Rather, having just washed away a thick layer of grime, her skin had become quite sensitive after losing its protective layer. Even with the animal skin laid upon her, she felt an incessant itch. Wu Si, with keen hearing, naturally caught wind of her restless movements, and a wave of discomfort washed over him. He quietly rose and, without hesitation, plunged into the dark thicket, his steps swift as he transformed into his beast form, leaping several times before disappearing into the vast night. That night, it was not only Wu Si who found no rest. Xia Sang tossed and turned, unaware of when she finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by voices. The cave was devoid of Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai, while Wu Si, his fresh wounds unhealed, bore an array of new injuries. Her gaze fell upon a pristine piece of black animal skin beside her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Perhaps to other females, this was merely a trivial matter, a duty expected of every male in her past life, in pursuit of Shun Yihao to complete her mission. She had nearly exhausted all her resources, doing everything a devoted admirer could do in this life. Although her time here had been brief, the only sentiments she received from family or her beastly husband were malice and indifference. They wished for her demise. While Nan Wanera's family did show concern for her, they were tied to her original self, and thus their connection to her was tenuous at best. Only Wu Si treated her sincerely, unable to bear seeing her suffer even the slightest indignity, striving to provide her with the best, even at great personal risk. Uncertain from where she drew her courage, she suddenly stood, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her head against the solid expanse of his chest. Her eyes glistening, Wu Si went rigid, his face flushing crimson, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Males passing outside the cave began to whistle. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." Just this once, a muffled voice emerged, and Wu Si stiffened even further, yet he obediently remained still, silently guarding, silently waiting. Time passed, and eventually, Xia Sang shifted her head away from his chest, sniffling, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The hand resting on Wu Si's arm remained, as a gaping wound rapidly healed beneath it. "Thank you, Wu Si. I really like this, and it makes me so happy." Wu Si, held captive by the sweet fragrance emanating from her, felt overwhelmed. Males were particularly susceptible to such flirtations in the morning, easily stirred and prone to madness. 10 minutes later, Wu Si's breath became unsteady, as if his very blood were boiling. Unable to contain himself any longer, he gingerly removed her hand, his face as red as a monkey's backside, and without a backward glance, he darted toward the riverbank. Xia Sang was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the implication, her cheeks burning as she erupted into laughter. Her actions bore resemblance to a fickle flirt, casting aside affection after teasing that it was only Wu Si who, despite his own discomfort, would never harm her. Silly boy. Today, Xia Sang was in high spirits. She styled her hair into a high ponytail, exuding a striking presence, and her already exquisite features appeared even more stunningly beautiful. After completing her morning ablutions, she picked up the neatly sliced meat and savored it piece by piece at a leisurely pace. The distant sounds of whistling beasts grew louder. Xia Sang abruptly glanced outside, her eyes locking with a male who was drinking from a bamboo tube, startling him into spraying his friend with water, while he himself coughed violently. Hilariously, it was a sight that left her in stitches. When Xie Yuan and Qi Muhuai entered, they were greeted by this very scene. They had seen females laugh before, but witnessing such a charming display of mirth was a first. Xia Sang's skin, already fair, appeared even more porcelain-like after her wash, radiating a pearly glow in the morning light. When she laughed, her perfectly aligned little white teeth gleamed, adorably endearing. Upon noticing the two newcomers, she furrowed her brows slightly, turned her head away, and displayed her disdain for them unabashedly, leaving the two feeling sour and uncomfortable. After finishing her meal, Xia Sang stored the leftover meat in her space, leaving not a single scrap for them. She then rose to play in the river while waiting for Wu Si to return. It wasn't long before Wu Si approached her, drenched from head to toe, resembling a drowned rat. "We need to hurry. Everyone is waiting for us," she exclaimed, handing him some roasted meat that he, without pretension, accepted the meat and devoured it in a few bites, just in time to catch up with the departing group. Sang, why are you two so late?" Nan Shijin asked, concern etched on his face as he leaned closer. Whispering, "The clan leader has glanced in your direction several times. What happened? Why the delay?" Xia Sang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the leader's apparent preoccupation with her lately. "It's nothing. I simply woke up late this morning after staying up a bit too late last night." Nan Shijin stole a glance at the expressionless Wu Si, whose face still bore a hint of pallor. Although he was robust, he appeared somewhat weak, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. "Did he not call for you?" he inquired. Remembering the morning when she had impulsively hugged Wu Si, Xia Sang felt a flush creep on her cheeks and laughed awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. "By the way, about the 200 pounds of python meat from yesterday, I'll find a way to repay you." Nan Shijin's expression shifted. Sang, given our relationship, must we be so meticulous about these matters?" Xia Sang was momentarily taken aback. Recalling how Nan Wan Air had suggested her brother as a potential mate, she chose to remain silent, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Nan Shijin. Rather, she was unsure of whom he truly favored. Was it the original owner of her body or herself, Xia Sang? Before they could ponder further, a loud roar interrupted their thoughts. "What on earth is that?" Xia Sang gasped, her heart racing as she beheld a massive wolf-lizard beast confronting a terrifying bird that obscured the sky. All she wanted was to scream, yet her body betrayed her, forcing her to cover her mouth tightly. The wolf-lizard, measuring several yards in length, boasted crimson fur and enormous teeth that glistened menacingly, each fang nearly a foot long. As it roared skyward, a foul stench assaulted her senses, rendering her unable to open her eyes. The monstrous bird, exceeding 2 yards in length, possessed a pair of enormous wings that, with each flap, stirred up fierce winds, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yin signaled for everyone to retreat and conceal themselves. The bird, thanks to its agile wings, temporarily held the upper hand. The wolf lizard, however, was undeterred, exhibiting remarkable leaping ability. Should the bird fail to evade, it would be torn to shreds, blood flying that a tremendous crash echoed as ancient trees toppled. The roars of beasts resounding incessantly, and feathers rained down like snow, each strand over a foot long, yet prickly to the touch. Xia Sang reluctantly abandoned her idea of crafting items from feathers. Her eyes glued to the fierce battle unfolding between the two beasts. 2 hours later, both creatures were battered and bloodied, viciously clawing at one another, neither willing to relent. Xia Sang couldn't help but chuckle at their lack of cunning. Their struggle only served to benefit her and her companions. How delightful it would be to acquire 2 wild beasts effortlessly, enough to feed the entire clan for several days. Suddenly, something drew near. "Oh no, what is that?" she exclaimed, horrified to see a 3-meter-long centipede crawling up the tree trunk, its numerous legs triggering her fear of clusters. Xia Sang stood frozen, her scalp prickling and legs trembling. Cold sweat pouring down her back. She clamped her mouth shut, thinking this is the end. Just then, Chu Yin and the other males sprang into action, their spears flying through the air, striking the terrifying bird's wing with precision. With a horrendous screech, the massive body of the bird plummeted from the sky, its cries sharp enough to pierce the mind and leave one dizzy. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf lizard sank its teeth into the bird's neck, refusing to let go as blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Yin and his companions transformed into snow wolves, taking advantage of the chaos to latch onto the wolf lizard's neck, one after another. Tearing it apart, blood poured forth, and the wolf lizard, compelled to release its grip on the bird, lashed out with its massive tail at what it perceived as mere insects. Yet, those insects proved formidable. They were agile and bore sharp teeth and claws. In a short span, the already wounded beast found itself in dire straits, its blood flowing freely, and within 20 minutes, it lay gasping for breath, unable to muster the strength to resist. Chu Yin thrust his spear through it, ensuring the 2 ancient beasts met their end. Xia Sang finally stirred, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, and deftly maneuvered the vines to descend from the tree, collecting the still warm beasts, with the formidable beasts dispatched. The remaining hunt became significantly easier. The 10-meter-long forest python and the 2-ton short-faced bear posed little challenge for them. Along the way, a couple of males sustained injuries, but none were life-threatening. They were merely superficial wounds. Albeit gruesome in appearance, Chu Yin gathered a flowering purple plant, crushed it, and applied it to the wounds, swiftly staunching the bleeding without giving her a chance to intervene. They continued deeper into the forest, where the air grew increasingly heavy with a putrid scent reminiscent of decay. In the dark corners, something seemed to be inching closer, and Xia Sang felt her hair stand on end, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. The next moment, countless and sure beasts surged from all directions, encircling them completely. Xia Sang's face paled, her mind racing with a single thought. It was over. Chu Yin wiped the blood from his face, pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. The once alluring features of his face now bore a sinister edge as he fixed his gaze upon the encroaching swarm of unsure beasts. Licking his bloodthirsty lips, Xia Sang climbed the tree. He commanded sharply. Xia Sang was startled, and upon regaining her composure, she dared not linger. With her supernatural powers, she manipulated the vines and, within a few breaths, vanished into the largest tree nearby. The memory of the infamily beast's teeth haunted her. Those formidable fangs were harder than a steel saw. Once Chu Yin had resolved her concerns, he did not hesitate. He hurled his spear, piercing the neck of an infamily beast, then transformed into a snow wolf, dashing forth like lightning, raising his claws to fiercely strike at the largest of the beasts. Xia Sang watched in awe. marveling at the ferocity of the male beasts, their movements akin to cinematic special effects, swift and formidable, radiating an astonishing aura in the face of such overwhelming adversaries. There was no hint of fear or retreat, as if a belief etched into their very bones compelled them to stand firm. Xia Sang's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Whenever she noticed a male beast at a disadvantage, she would immediately command the vines to ensnare the limbs of the infamily beast. As long as the male managed to sever its neck before it broke free, he could escape unscathed. Thus, despite the infamily beasts vastly outnumbering the male beastmen, her supernatural ability was an undeniable advantage, tipping the balance in favor of the beastmen. Yet controlling such a multitude of vines drained her powers significantly. Within half an hour, she felt an emptiness within, having expended over 80% of her abilities. However, the number of infamily beasts remained nearly equal to that of the beastmen. Xia Sang's complexion turned pale as she observed the beastmen rapidly losing strength. Gradually succumbing to the overwhelming odds, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding her heart and rendering her anxious at this moment. She was at a loss, forced to exhaust her powers to the utmost, until she might faint from overexertion. When the battle would conclude, and who would emerge victorious, she had no inkling. Before losing consciousness, a singular thought occupied her mind. She had done all she could, and now it was left to fate. Should they live, they would do so together. Should they perish, they would meet the same end. Fainting early would spare her the grim sight of being bitten by an infamily beast, its jaws severing her neck and devouring her. A slight regret lingered. If only she had not been so impulsive, could she not have saved a bit of her powers to assist herself and the males? When Xia Sang was awakened by an itch, she found a caterpillar longer than her hand resting on her face. A shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the jungle. Chu Yin, propped up by his spear, gritted his teeth to keep his heavy eyelids from closing. Upon hearing the scream, he sighed with relief, but could no longer hold on. Blood erupted from his mouth as he despairingly shut his eyes. Xia Sang, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly descended from the tree, collecting the fallen and family beast bodies into her space, guiding the vines to lead everyone out of the jungle. The great shaman, arriving swiftly, immediately organized the males into a neat row. With no time for conversation with Xia Sang, he deftly made a cut in his palm, using a tortoise shell soaked in blood to inscribe incomprehensible runes upon the ground. Xia Sang, now more alert, fixated on the chaotic symbols, wondering if this was the legendary blessing technique. Once the runes were completed, Mu sprang to his feet, closed his eyes, and began to dance and chant incantations, reciting words she had never heard before. Upon finishing the incantation, he did not pause, instructing others to apply a prepared balm to the wounds of the males. A miraculous event unfolded before Xia Sang's eyes as the gruesome wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. She gazed at Mu with admiration, noting his pallor and the sheen of sweat upon his brow. She had heard of the blessing technique, knowing that practitioners must not only possess talent but also vow to dedicate their lives to a deity before learning it, living forever in companionship with the divine. She cast a compassionate glance at Mu, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, who had devoted his life to the prosperity of the Snow Wolf clan, forsaking the chance to bond with a female or to have offspring of his own. Half an hour later, all the surviving males, including those with severed limbs, awoke simultaneously. Xia Sang inhaled sharply, realizing the enormity of Mu's abilities, which surpassed her own by immeasurable degrees. In her previous life, she had encountered advanced healing powers capable of treating several individuals simultaneously, but she had never witnessed such indiscriminate healing of so many at once. The toll of today's battle had yielded rewards that outweighed the past half-month's efforts, yet the casualties were unprecedentedly severe. Apart from the clan leader, who supported himself with a spear, nearly all the males lay unconscious, their fates uncertain. Mu approached the few remaining males who had yet to rise, his face ashen, eyes rimmed with red, and instructed the waiting males to notify their families for a final farewell. Chu Yin transformed back into human form, standing before the dying males, his tall figure trembling slightly, lips pressed tightly together, the sorrow in his eyes palpable, radiating outward. Xia Sang felt a similar emotion wash over her, her eyes glistening. Each male here was an elite of the clan, bearing the weighty responsibility of supporting their families. The loss of any one of them would inflict irreparable harm upon their households. Soon, a throng of people surged from the gathering place, rushing towards the motionless males, wailing in grief. Regardless of age, they knelt on the ground, hands covering their faces, tears streaming from their fingertips, a profound sorrow engulfing them. Shermu, having inscribed something on the tree with the bloodied tortoise shell, uttered a dozen prayers, addressing the distraught clan members. "You have 5 minutes. Speak quickly if you have words to say. For I can only grant them 5 minutes." "What on earth?" Xia Sang suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Shermu. "Damn it, why didn't you mention they weren't fully gone yet? I can save them." Time was of the essence. She had wasted precious moments thinking they were beyond help. Xia Sang rushed over, pushing aside their families, checking for breaths at their noses, finding them weak but present. There was hope. "What are you doing?" The person she had pushed aside glared at her with red-rimmed eyes, anger flaring as they raised a hand to shove her back, but was stopped by the rushing Wu Si and Nan Shijin. Chu Yin stepped forward, his voice hoarse with pain, asking, "Can they be saved?" Xia Sang nodded emphatically. "With so many, 5 minutes 1 tea suffice. At most, I can save 2. There are 4 on the ground, and it will take at least 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Xia Sang took one in each hand, disregarding whether they could withstand it, channeling her powers into them as if they were limitless. Fortunately, the male's robust constitutions in this world prevented her abilities from injuring their meridians. After 5 minutes, their damaged organs had mostly healed. Meanwhile, Shermu's forehead dripped with sweat at an accelerating rate, his entire being resembling someone pulled from water, his complexion pale as a sheet, and exuding a terrifying frailty. Xia Sang did not delay. With the remnants of her powers, she could still assist 2 more, not daring to waste a moment. The verdant glimmers of energy flowed into the male's body like a dream. Chu Yin, standing nearby, felt invigorated by the vibrant energy, noticing a significant reduction in his pain. The 2 revived males, though not fully conscious, exhibited steady breathing, their families overwhelmed with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Xia Sang's lips turned ghostly pale, as if she might faint at any moment, while Shermu appeared equally disheveled, trembling as if life was being slowly drawn from him, his form wilting under the strain in the next instant. Both collapsed to the ground. Sang, Wu Si and Nan Shijin's eyes blazed with panic, but Chu Yin was quicker, enveloping Xia Sang in his embrace, entirely forgetting the great shaman. Having experienced such turmoil before, Chu Yin solemnly addressed everyone present. The great shaman taught Xia Sang the life-for-life method, trading 10 years of his life for their revival. This matter must remain a secret among us. Should I discover anyone speaks of it, they will have to face the consequences. Having spoken, he carried Xia Sang back to his stone dwelling, with the obstinate Wu Si following closely behind. "Wu Si, you should return." Chu Yin felt irked at the sight of his face, irritated by his display of infatuation. Before Xia Sang awakened to her space, she had turned to other females. Now that she had awakened, with her space expanded beyond measure, he felt as if a fly, drawn by the scent, clung to her incessantly. How utterly vexing! Wu Si stood motionless, seemingly treating his commands as mere whispers in the wind, relying on the fact that all the males were gravely injured from this hunt. He grew increasingly audacious. Chu Yin let out a cold snort, thinking that if they wished to wait, then so be it. He gently placed Xia Sang on a thick fur blanket, his gaze filled with complexity. It is said that to the east of the Tianhua continent lies the Beast God Mountain, home to 4 divine attendants. 1 named Song Si, resembling a wild chicken, yet possessing a celestial visage. Delights in dancing and excels in healing arts. Another named Na Fu, shaped like a bull with a white tail, has a voice akin to a human shout and is skilled in manipulating all things. The 3rd, Zhuyang, appears as a fox but has a pair of fins resembling wings on its back, proficient in spatial techniques. The last, Shuhu, embodies the body of a horse, wings of a bird, a human face and a serpent's tail, specializing in divination. Xia Sang possesses 3 of these talents, undeniably marking her as a goddess. Chu Yin lay beside Xia Sang, his gaze fixated on her, fingers tracing her delicate brows and eyes, gliding over her petite, high-bridged nose, finally resting upon her pale lips, lingering in silence. After a moment, he rubbed his fingers together, feeling their smoothness. Rising, he stood by the window, recalling how the previous leader of the Snow Wolf clan could claim a female for himself without sharing her with other males. This ambition had driven him to ascend to the position of leader. Over the years, he had encountered countless beautiful females, yet those surpassing Xia Sang in beauty could be counted on one hand. For instance, there was Bai Weiwei of the Fox clan, Lan Ling'er of the Mermaid clan, and Zhu Yao of the Elf clan, who, due to their racial advantages, excelled in appearance. Other races might also boast exceptional individuals, but in comparison to Xia Sang, they were either on par or slightly inferior. To him, beauty was merely an added bonus. What he truly valued was the strength they could provide him. With the neighboring Tiger clan eyeing them hungrily, intent on devouring the Snow Wolf clan and claiming their females and resources, the impending rainy season loomed. Thanks to Xia Sang, this year's food supply was significantly more abundant than in previous years, making it easier to weather the rainy season. His greatest fear was a surprise attack from the Tiger clan. The last conflict had occurred 3 years prior. The Tiger clan, inherently more formidable than the Snow Wolf clan, remained their fiercest rival. The brutal battle 3 years ago had inflicted severe losses on the Snow Wolf clan. With nearly 20 females captured due to his youthful overconfidence in estimating the enemy's strength in the years since, the birth rate of females had continued to decline, and if this trend persisted, even as clan leader, he would find it impossible to possess a female solely for himself. Yet now, he cared little for such matters, for the one he cherished could never belong to him alone. Chu Yin let out a bitter smile, remaining motionless by the window. Time passed, and Xia Sang stared blankly at the ceiling, crafted from tree trunks and branches, arranged with meticulous symmetry, exuding an inexplicable beauty. "Are you awake?" Startled, she sat up abruptly, her gaze shifting to the man standing by the window, arms crossed, his towering figure partially concealed by fiery red hair, casting a dark shadow beneath him. Realization dawned upon her. No wonder the ceiling seemed familiar. It was indeed the leader's dwelling. She pressed her hand against the fur beneath her, feeling its softness and smoothness, a delightful sensation. Reluctantly withdrawing her hand, she composed herself, saying, "Leader, I'm fine now. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave," worrying that Wu Si might be concerned. Chu Yin responded with a low reminding her not to forget the prey, adding that Wu Si was waiting outside. Hearing that Wu Si was still waiting for her, Xia Sang felt a mix of joy and sympathy, turning to run out while calling out, "Wu Si." She piled all the prey into a heap on the ground in front of the stone house. Stacking them high, Wu Si leaned against the wall of the stone house, drowsy, but upon hearing Xia Sang's call, he jolted awake. "Sang, are you all right now?" Xia Sang took his hand, a bright smile on her face. "I'm fine now. Shall we go home?" "Home?" Wu Si grasped her small hand cautiously, savoring the warmth of the word for the first time. His face subtly reddening. "Wu Si, you should sleep in the cave from now on," he murmured in agreement, his cheeks flushing even more, his palms damp with sweat. Xia Sang stifled a laugh, nearly letting out a hiccup, making it difficult for her to know where to place her arms. The crescent moon hung quietly among the branches, and the shadows of the two elongated. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Xia Sang, "Where have you been? We've been waiting for you all night." Chi Mu Huai's gaze fell on their intertwined hands. The words he nearly spoke swallowed back, his expression turning ferocious. "I asked it for him, but you disregard us." Xia Sang couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, snapping, "Get lost." Chi Mu Huai, cowed by her indifference, sulked back to his pile of hay. Xia Sang divided her hay with Wu Si, and hand in hand, they drifted off to sleep. Xie Yu's expression soured as well. Xia Sang had bestowed all her affection upon this insufferable male. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening as his nails dug into his flesh. Oblivious to his own fury, gritting his teeth in resentment towards Xia Sang's lack of discernment, at the break of dawn, Xia Sang was roused from her slumber, finding Wu Si's deep-set eyes fixed upon her. As she stirred awake, he averted his gaze. "The leader has summoned us to gather and distribute the meat." Xia Sang hastily washed her face and brushed her teeth before hurrying off with Wu Si. Nan Wan Air joyfully seized her arm, exclaiming, Sang, our haul this time is equivalent to half a month's worth of hunting. We needn't fear the rainy season for food anymore. Xiacheng arrived late, leading a group of beastmen past them, deliberately raising her voice. The python meat yesterday was truly delicious. Nan Wan Air shot her a fierce glare, about to retort when Xia Sang swiftly covered her mouth, lightly saying, Why bother arguing with a fool? Who are you calling a fool? Xiayin nearly exploded with rage. Her cousin had always looked down on her, making her life miserable. That it was a pity she hadn't managed to eliminate her last time. Just you wait, Xiayin vowed, plotting revenge. Xia Sang received her share last, which included 10 in clan beasts, 500 pounds of wolf lizard meat, and 200 pounds of terror bird meat. That Wu Si received 3 in clan beasts, 150 pounds of wolf lizard meat, and 80 pounds of terror bird meat. The terror bird yielded less meat than the wolf lizard, as its large size belied the scarcity of meat on its wings, resulting in a limited quantity. Yet, the meat was exceptionally tender. Whether roasted or boiled in soup, it was utterly delectable. Less is better, I suppose. Just as Xia Sang was about to pack Wu Si's share into her space, she was interrupted. Stop! Xiayin rushed over, pointing at the meat on the ground, urgently declaring, He is my beast man. He should rightfully share half with me. Xia Sang said nothing. Such was the rule of the beast realm, and she had no intention of shattering it or becoming the proverbial canary in the coal mine. Moreover, these rules served to protect the females. She had no objections, thus she allocated half to Xiayin. During yesterday's hunt, the males had sustained severe injuries, and even though the beastmen possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, their combat efficacy was inevitably compromised. Coupled with a bountiful harvest, Chu Yin decided that all the males of the clan should rest for a day. Those willing to venture out for gathering could do so, but they were not to stray too far, as the rainy season was imminent. The forest beasts were amassing food, making the woods considerably more perilous than before. Consequently, Chu Yin explicitly instructed that gathering should ideally be done in pairs. Nan Waner still needed to change the water for the cassava, so she could only drag Wu Si to the stream to wash the palm fibers. Their roles were clearly defined. Wu Si, being strong, took charge of washing, while she, with her space abilities, facilitated transportation and drying. They toiled away for most of the morning. Xia Sang had long desired an outdoor stove. However, technology in this world was nearly non-existent. Lacking paper and pen, she could not draft detailed designs. Through gestures and explanations, and even sketching rudimentary three-dimensional shapes in the dirt with a twig, Wu Si barely grasped her intentions. Once he understood, he knew exactly how to proceed. Half an hour later, Xia Sang gazed at the yellow clay on the ground, somewhat bewildered. She had seen earthen houses before, in the ravines before the apocalypse. Such houses existed. Unable to afford cement, they used yellow clay, which was crushed and mixed with water, kneaded thoroughly, and repeatedly pounded while adding small segments of straw to create earth blocks for wall construction. Wu Si worked with remarkable speed, and by noon, he had completed 2 fire pits for the stove. While she understood the basic principles behind a bellows, it was unnecessary for her, as she did not smelt iron, and the intensity of the fire mattered little to her, often resulting in burnt pots. The remaining 2 stone pots posed no challenge for Wu Si. Their claws were the finest tools, effortlessly polishing the stones. However, Xia Sang did not consent, fearing he might wear down his claws, which could lead to unforeseen accidents during hunting. Despite Wu Si's repeated assurances, she remained unconvinced. Fortunately, her space was a treasure trove. She unearthed an iron awl and hammer, making the task considerably easier. The beastmen, endowed with great strength, executed such labor with ease. At noon, Xia Sang and Wu Si shared a simple meal of roasted meat. The stove was newly constructed and needed time to solidify, so their lunch was modest. After their meal, they began to construct a shelter. The rainy season was approaching, bringing with it full days of rain, and sunny days were rare. Without a shelter, cooking would become exceedingly challenging. Erecting a thatched hut was not difficult for the beastmen, due to the harsh environment of the beast realm and the underdevelopment of craftsmanship. They had long mastered the mortise and tenon joint technique, evident in the chief's stone house roof. Thus, constructing a simple thatch hut was merely child's play by the afternoon. The two had completed the framework. As dusk fell, Xia Sang stored the dried palm fibers in her space. They had a quick bite to eat before dividing their tasks again. Xia Sang focused on her raincoat, while Wu Si continued building the grass hut. She retrieved an iron rake for farming from her space, sat down, and began to comb the palm fibers. Once she finished, she twisted several strands in a palm rope on her thigh, reserving it for stitching the palm fibers. After crafting the palm rope, she began making the upper skirt, folding each piece of palm fiber 7 or 8 times and sewing them together with a borrowed coarse needle, layer upon layer. She stitched together approximately 7 or 8 layers, and when she deemed it sufficient, she paused and commenced work on the lower skirt. The process was similar, though the lower skirt was narrower, merely needing to cover her backside. Finally, she sewed the upper and lower skirts together, completing her work. After finishing everything, she unexpectedly discovered that Qi Mu Huai and Xie Yu were still awake, their eyes fixed intently on her and the raincoat. Xia Sang chose to ignore them, as the creation of this item was exceedingly simple. Let them glean what they could. Emotionless, she organized her belongings, stowing them all in her space. Then, she called out towards the cave entrance. "Wu Si, it's time to rest." Her voice was not loud. She had deliberately lowered her volume, but for some reason, it felt as if the entire settlement had fallen silent. However, it was only for a moment. As Wu Si responded, followed by a chorus of teasing whistles that made Xia Sang blush, it seemed her call had interrupted many of the beastman's favorite pastimes. Xia Sang felt a twinge of guilt, hoping she hadn't inflicted any irreversible damage on the males. Otherwise, her abilities would be of no use. After an arduous day, Xia Sang was exhausted, her back aching and eyelids heavy. The moment her body touched the animal skin bed, she fell into a deep slumber to the break of dawn. Xia Sang rose promptly, eager to test the stove. To her delight, Wu Si had fashioned a pot lid from grass rods at some point. The thatched hut was also covered with reeds, looking quite satisfactory. As passing males observed her kindling a fire in the pit, they clicked their tongues in amazement, inquiring about her endeavor. Xia Sang did not withhold information and patiently explained. This was a stove, and the place for firewood was called a fire pit. The pit was hollow, with a stone pot above it, perfect for cooking soup, making it exceedingly convenient. Xia Sang, could you teach us how to make one? I wish to create one for the females at home. Without raising her head, she continued her work but did not refuse. Ask Wu Si. He knows how. When Wu Si returned, cloaked in mist and carrying a wild chicken, Xia Sang had already brought water to a boil. Before he could settle in, he was eagerly pulled away by others. The wild chicken was prepped, plucked, and eviscerated, and Xia Sang chopped it into pieces. Tossing them into the pot with just a sprinkle of salt and wood ear mushrooms, covering it with the lid and leaving it be in another pot, she added water to blanch the gathered black fronds, retrieving them to place in a stone bowl. Facing away from the onlookers in the cave, she discreetly added some salt and chicken essence. After tasting a bite, she relished the untainted wild vegetables. Their flavor delightful and texture crisp. The beastmen had hearty appetites, so Wu Si's pot was sizable enough to satisfy two too soon. The aroma wafting from the pot was irresistible, causing passing beastmen to swallow audibly. Yet constrained by the world's rules regarding food, they refrained from asking for any, instead inquiring about what she was cooking and why it smelled so delectable. Xia Sang smiled and replied with gusto. It's merely an ordinary wild chicken, cooked with some wild vegetables. This wild chicken soup was not only fragrant and rich in nutrition, but also served as a restorative tonic for females recovering after childbirth. Upon hearing the words that promised nourishment for their bodies, the orcs' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they hurriedly dashed away. What Xia Sang remained unaware of was that after this day, until the arrival of the rainy season, she would never again have the chance to taste wild chicken. The orcs had seemingly regarded wild chicken as a divine weapon to appease the females, making it particularly coveted to the extent that it became a rarity. Even when someone offered 10 pounds of wild boar meat in exchange for a single pound of wild chicken, no males were willing to comply. By the time Wu Si returned, the wild chicken soup was already simmering, and she ladled herself a bowl of the savory broth, reserving a chicken leg for herself. Delighting in the luscious taste of it paired with the dark-haired fern, the remainder was devoured by Wu Si, who licked the bowl clean. Having never before experienced such delectable fare, he felt as though the previous 20 years had been spent on pig feed. While some enjoyed the meal with gusto, others found it tasteless. Xia and Qi Mu Huai, clutching wild fruits, observed the two exchanging glances, feeling a sourness during the meal. The following 2 days of hunting proved remarkably fruitful, with hardly any particularly troublesome beasts encountered. Xia Sang's task was merely to gather the spoils, and during lulls in activity, she devoted most of her attention to foraging for food. Chuyin did not hinder her from this seemingly lackadaisical behavior. In the realm of beasts, food held utmost significance, and no one would chastise those loyal to sustenance to afford her ample time. Chuyin even led the tribe to wait patiently. Fortunately, her diligence bore fruit, as she discovered 3 varieties of wild fruits. Point 1 was a larger version of the egg yolk fruit, its exterior resembling that of a mango but twice its size, with a flavor akin to that of an egg yolk, providing substantial satiety. Another was a giant variant of a white geo fruit, resembling a strawberry but with white flesh and red seeds, about the size of an adult's fist, exuding a delightful sweetness. The last was the passion fruit, a larger purple-skinned version of the fragrant fruit, bursting with a rich aroma and a sweet and tangy taste. However, the most exhilarating find for Xia Sang was a vast expanse of sweet potatoes hidden among the shrubs. These sweet potatoes were astonishingly large. To put it in perspective, the largest sweet potato in the world before the apocalypse weighed merely 238 pounds. Yet here, each sweet potato exceeded 100 pounds, far too heavy for her to carry. Were it not for her spatial abilities, even unearthing them would have been futile. Additionally, she stumbled upon a large patch of rami, though not question why she possessed knowledge of such a niche plant. It was due to an artisan named Ma Batian at their Xia City base, who had awakened wood-based abilities and specialized in cultivation. Aside from fulfilling the base's planting tasks, he spent the remainder of his time planting, processing, and weaving rami, employing an ancestral balance loom. Having observed this loom often enough, she felt confident that she could operate it even with her eyes closed. Thus, Xia Sang was intrigued. The fabric woven from rami was not only lightweight and breathable, but could endure for millennia while retaining its original brilliance. The only missing component was glutinous rice. Without it, the fabric would easily break during weaving. She resolved to study it at home during the rainy season, confident that solutions would present themselves, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities. Xia Sang collected the entire patch of rami into her spatial storage. Beyond these discoveries, the hunting team's yield over the past few days was commendable, having captured 92 wild boars, a 50-meter-long forest python, 78 hyenas, 2 large saber-toothed tigers, and 2 nests of sand rats, along with 3 nests of wild rabbits. Thanks to her abilities, there were no casualties. After the evening meat distribution, she and Wuxi swiftly made their way to Nan Wanner's home. Upon their arrival, Nan Wanner and her family had just finished their meal, and Nan Wanner and Nan Shijing were in the midst of changing water. Noticing their presence, Nan Wanner proactively offered Xia Sang a piece of cassava. Xia Sang tested it with her abilities and found that approximately 80 of the toxins had been eliminated. Wan, that's about enough. Now we must discard all the water and crush the cassava. The males of the Nan family produced a massive stone pestle, first emptying the water from the stone jar. Several males joined forces to lift the heavy pestle high and brought it crashing down. Xia Sang clenched her fists nervously, hoping the orcs, with their excess strength, would exercise caution and refrain from shattering the stone jar. As it turned out, her worries were unfounded, while the jar remained intact. The cassava was thoroughly crushed. Sang, what do we do next? Next, we must filter the starch from the cassava using water, allowing the mixture to settle overnight. After discarding the upper layer of clear water, we will be left with cassava flour, which we can dry for 2 to 3 days before storing. Nan Wanner appeared to understand, yet seemed perplexed, responding with an ah. However, Nan Shijing grasped her meaning almost instantaneously. He gathered the crushed remnants from several jars into one, freeing up 3 others that he then filled the jar containing the remnants with water, stirring it vigorously with a wooden stick. Next, he produced a piece of translucent beast skin from somewhere. puncturing it with a fine needle to create holes to serve as a filter. Rather than discarding the filtered residue immediately, they placed it in another jar, adding water to filter it once more, repeating the process until all the jars were filled with the white liquid, only discarding the residue once there were no more containers available. Xia Sang once again witnessed the orc's reverence for food. Unable to suppress her astonishment, before departing, she discreetly left behind 200 pounds of python meat, along with a portion of the wild fruits and sweet potatoes collected over the past few days. Since she had discovered the sweet potatoes, the tribe leader took a token amount, distributing some to the clan, while the rest was given to her. With the rainy season lasting merely 2 months, she and Wuxi would not be able to consume it all, and as for Xie Yuan and Chimu Huai, they were not even within her considerations. The males typically had hearty appetites. Only with the recent daily hunts could they fill their bellies. In the past, some males would eat only enough to leave room for the females. The Nan family, already numerous, had Nan Wanner's mother temporarily residing with another beast husband, necessitating that the Nan family allocate a portion of their food to her. Moreover, since Nan Wanner had not awakened spatial abilities and her brothers had yet to contract with any females, their household consumption was substantial, and she felt no shame in taking advantage of the Nan family. In contrast, her own harvest was abundant, with fewer mouths to feed, ensuring her ample food supply. Aside from the first day's python meat being extorted by Xiayin, the subsequent days had yielded favorable results. The tribe leader seemed to have undergone a transformation, displaying an attitude that starkly contrasted with their initial coldness, offering her attentive care during hunts and generously distributing food, with her portions significantly exceeding those of the average male. What perplexed her most was that not only did the males voice no objections, but none of the females stepped forward to oppose. As for Xiayin, aside from routinely collecting half of her food from Wuxi and casually flaunting her own gains, she had not caused any further disturbances. Their return home was neither early nor late. Xia Sang, unable to sit idly, retrieved the pristine bee skin given by Nan Wanner and replicated a set of garments, considering that during the rainy season, they would be confined to the cave, indulging in feasting, which would undoubtedly lead to weight gain. Thus, she widened the waist of the bee skin skirt by several fingers as a precaution. Wuxi was also industrious, whenever he had a moment, crafting pot lids, backpacks, and grass shoes, occasionally called upon by the males to help construct stoves. Late into the night, they finally completed their tasks. When neither felt sleepy, Xia Sang would take advantage of Wuxi's distraction to surreptitiously tend to Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai's injuries. The next day, everyone continued deeper into the jungle, the sharp cries of birds suddenly erupting through the foliage. The group looked up to witness a flock of magical griffins soaring overhead, blocking out the sun and stirring a powerful gust with their immense wings. Xia Sang tucked her unruly hair behind her ears, puzzled. Isn't that in the direction of the gathering area? Chu Yin sensed impending trouble. Quickly, we must head to the gathering area. In an instant, the males transformed into a frenzy. Amidst the chaos, Xia Sang found herself hoisted onto someone's back, and they dashed out of the jungle at the utmost speed toward the gathering area. Xia Sang obediently bent down, gripping tightly onto the snow wolf's fur as it leapt several dozen meters into the air. The thrill surpassing that of a roller coaster, the ancient trees sped by, and the morning breeze whipped her hair around, each rise and fall sending her heart racing, wishing she could meld with the snow wolf. Her mind swirling, feeling slightly nauseous. Having never experienced motion sickness in her past life, she wondered if she might be dizzy from riding a wolf. After a tumultuous 15 minutes, Xia Sang tumbled off the snow wolf's back, scrambling to the side to vomit, nearly expelling her overnight meal. Panic-stricken screams erupted. "Get down!" Xiacheng bellowed in desperation, yet it was too late. The demonic griffins soared swiftly, seizing the females and ascending rapidly into the air. The males leapt into the sky, only to be swatted down by other griffins with a single clawed. Xiacheng's eyes widened in fury as he hurled his spear, striking true into the abdomen of a griffin, which let out a piercing shriek and released its grip on the female. Without a moment to spare, Xiacheng ascended, determined to shield the female. That very moment, a miracle unfolded. Countless vines erupted with frenzied growth, soaring into the air within mere breaths. as if endowed with sight, precisely ensnaring the griffins that had captured the females, binding their wings tightly and dragging them down from the sky without hesitation. The trembling females on the ground bowed deeply, exclaiming, "The beast god has manifested. The beast god has come to our rescue. Let us kneel." The experienced males, having witnessed this several times, were also moved, kneeling in reverence. "O esteemed beast god, your loyal followers are sincerely grateful for your generosity. May the beast god share eternal life with heaven and earth and remain with us." A cacophony of prayers and calls echoed deafeningly in Xia Sang's ears. Akin to the sting of a bee, cold sweat streamed down her face as her powers surged toward the vines like a torrent. Engaging over a dozen massive griffins simultaneously, she found half her energy depleted within moments. Fortunately, Xiacheng, who was constantly attentive to Xia Sang, noticed her pale complexion and, with a jolt of concern, turned to the pious males kneeling nearby and shouted, "Throw down your weapons," upon hearing the command. The males rose without hesitation, launching their bone knives into the air. The beastmen possessed remarkable aim, with a hit rate exceeding 80%, inflicting significant damage upon the griffins. The shrill cries of the creatures filled the air, causing Xia Sang's face to pale further as she touched her ears, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, my eardrums might shatter." Thankfully, the results were promising. Several griffins were struck in their wings, plummeting swiftly as she held on, prompting the griffins to release their grip in a provocative manner. "Help! Help!" cried the falling female in terror, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to grasp at salvation. Xia Sang was compelled to dispatch several more vines to ensnare the rapidly descending female. The process was intensely exhilarating, leaving the grounded females trembling in fear, bowing repeatedly, "May the beast god share eternal life with heaven and earth and remain with us." The males, drenched in cold sweat, hastily retrieved their fallen bone knives, their expressions grave as they took to the skies, gripping their weapons tightly and hurling them at the struggling griffins above. Xia Sang's body trembled uncontrollably, her heart silently praying for their success. She felt on the verge of collapse. Xiacheng extracted his spear from the fallen griffin, casting a glance at the nearly fainting Xia Sang. Summoning all his strength, he soared upward, plunging the spear decisively into the griffin's neck, delivering a fatal blow as the griffin fell from the sky. The weaponless beastmen surged forward, their claws ruthlessly attacking the creature's neck, ending its life in mere moments. Xia Sang gritted her teeth, catching the last female safely as she landed, now utterly motionless. At this moment, even a defenseless female could pose a lethal threat to her. She watched as the shaken females were enveloped by their families, embraced and lifted high in joy, tears of happiness flowing, and an inexplicable wave of envy surged within her as Xiacheng withdrew his spear, noticing the despondence in her eyes that she had been unable to conceal. Ignoring the gazes of those around, he strode past WS and Xiacheng, kneeling before her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, and turning to leave with long strides. "Tribe leader." Xiacheng turned in astonishment, meeting a pair of tear-streaked eyes. The female before him, with her golden hair cascading down, bore distinct bruises on her abdomen, her hide skirt loosely tied around her waist. Presenting a rather disheveled appearance, he recognized her as the only female of the Wielding family, Yen, and his expression softened slightly. "There's something you wish to convey?" Yen stepped back in fear, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, tribe leader, for saving my life. It is my duty that if you have no further matters, please return to your family," he replied curtly, not lingering. "Tribe leader." Xiaoyen's patience waned. "What more is there?" Yen's face paled at his brusque demeanor. Yet she mustered the courage to speak softly. "Tribe leader, I was pushed by Yen, which led to my abduction by the griffins." Yen furrowed his brow, well aware of Yen's temperament. Over the past 2 years, he had indulged her, and now she had the audacity to endanger a precious female, casting a glance at the pale figure in his arms. He hesitated, then commanded the gathering, "Everyone, assemble." The crowd, confused but obedient to the tribe leader's authority, silently gathered, carrying the frightened females in an orderly manner. Hyn carefully laid Xia Sang on a hide blanket before emerging from the stone dwelling. Meeting a sea of puzzled gazes. Our snow wolf tribe has always been lenient towards females. As long as their actions are not excessively egregious, we are willing to forgive, unlike the wolf tribe or tiger tribe, who disgrace their females and cast them into the foul-smelling female pits to serve solitary males until death. However, this is not a justification for condoning female misbehavior. Hidden among the crowd, Xia Sang's face turned ashen as she glared daggers at Yin, her nails digging into her palms, hatred coursing through her veins like poison. How dare she report to the tribe leader? She ground her teeth, wishing to devour her whole. Yet when she met Xiacheng's cold gaze, her mind went blank. Just the thought of the tribe leader's ruthless methods made her legs tremble. Xiacheng, do you understand your wrongdoing? The sudden reprimand made Xiacheng shudder involuntarily. Exposed to the puzzled stares of the crowd, feeling as if she were stripped bare, wishing to disappear into the ground. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward. Tribe leader, I do not comprehend your words. Xiacheng regarded her with a penetrating gaze, his usually indifferent expression now tinged with anger. Yin, speak. Called upon, Yin grasped the edge of her hide skirt, trembling as she stepped forward, bravely meeting Xiacheng's venomous glare. Stammering, she explained, the griffins descended upon us, aiming for Xiacheng, and she pushed me aside, causing my capture. The crowd erupted in uproar. How could Xiacheng act thus? How could she be so selfish? Is her life worth more than that of other females? I must have been blind to befriend such a female. She does not deserve friends. How could she commit such an act? I had intended to express my affection and bond with her. But now I see her true nature. It would be folly to ally with someone like her. Xiacheng's face turned as pale as parchment as she bit her lip, struggling to articulate a response. The accusations pierced her like daggers, leaving her disoriented. She glanced around frantically, her gaze momentarily resting on the beastman and LN, as if he were her lifeline, a flicker of hope igniting in her expression. After all, he had been by her side. The Xiacheng tightened her grip, emboldened to defend herself. Yin, stop your nonsense. What evidence do you have that I pushed you? The scene had been chaotic. The males had just arrived, preoccupied with the griffins, while the females screamed in panic. Who would have noticed their interaction? The crowd fell silent, a tense stillness enveloping them as they exchanged glances, no one daring to speak up. Sensing victory, Xiacheng smiled confidently, watching Ying's expression drain of color, stumbling in her defense. But there were only you and NLN beside me. It was either you or your beast man. The mention of NLN made his heart skip a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiacheng's voice rang out. Regardless, I did not push. The dread was confirmed. Cold sweat trickled down NLN's forehead as a weary, sorrowful smile emerged on his pale face, the bitterness of it apparent to all, yet no one stepped forward to defend him. This sensation felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Chilling him to the bone, he cast a forlorn glance at Xiacheng, his eyes suddenly moistening as he choked out. Yin, I would do anything for you, but from this moment forward, let us never meet again. Xiaoyin's hands and feet trembled slightly, a wave of reluctance surging within her. Yet, this feeling of reluctance soon faded into obscurity in the face of self-interest. The betrayal of a male towards a female was a grave offense, and being cast out of the tribe to become a wandering beast was a foregone conclusion. What opportunities for reunion could there be? Xiaoyin remained silent, her expression somewhat unnatural, standing there as though it were none of her concern. Chief, it was I who pushed Ingyun, and Luan cast a despairing glance at Xiaoyin before turning away from the crowd. Kneeling before the chief, and Ingyun, his formidable frame trembled slightly, yet the words he uttered were resolute and powerful. Chief, I am fully aware that my sins are unforgivable. I voluntarily request to dissolve my bond and become a wandering beast, responsible for my own life and death. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzied, it had been 5 years since anything like this had occurred in the Snow Wolf tribe. Under the leadership of Chu Yin, the male beastmen had fulfilled their roles dutifully, caring for the young, the old, the sick, and protecting the females, which had led to the tribe's flourishing. The sudden emergence of such an incident left everyone at a loss. Unlun, I know you are not that kind of person. You are mistaken. How could you do such a thing? The elder, tears streaming down his face, trembled as he grasped Unlun's hand, but he understood his son's nature. Recognizing that he was merely taking the blame for the female. Even if he denied it, a grim fate awaited him. That was the reality of the world, granting males unparalleled power while simultaneously confining them within rigid boundaries, leaving them ensnared with no means of escape. This was his child's fate, and apart from feeling heartbroken, he could do nothing. Chu Yin had witnessed the entire ordeal unfold, and with clarity in his mind. He posed a final question. Unlun, I offer you the chance to prove your innocence. What will you say? Unlun decisively interrupted him, bowing earnestly. Chief, there is no need. That my mind is made up. I will not change my decision. With that, he turned without looking back and made his way to the great shaman. Xiacheng wished to voice her thoughts, but as she gazed at his resolute figure, a myriad of words lodged in her throat. Tears brimming in her eyes for the first time, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of regret. Inlan was her first beast husband. Naturally, there were special feelings involved. Yet at this juncture, it was beyond her capacity to salvage. Nor did she wish to, believing it better for others to bear the consequences rather than herself. Ingyin had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, her heart filled with unease. Chief, Unun merely pushed me. I never intended to harm him. If only. Chu Yin understood her meaning. The number of females was scarce and precious, yet every adult male in the tribe was equally valuable. Their numbers were key to the tribe's prosperity. However, without rules, there could be no order. If every male disregarded the tribe's regulations and recklessly harmed females, extinction would be imminent. Ingyin fell silent, embarrassed. If Xia Sang were present, she would undoubtedly argue her point vigorously. Why was it that both acts of harm were treated differently, with Ingyin facing expulsion from the Snow Wolf tribe, while she was left to endure in silence? Surely, the chief held a bias against her. Among the crowd, Siyuan and Chimu Huai observed this familiar scene, feeling a sense of relief that the chief showed compassion towards them, the outcasts, and had not taken drastic actions. Otherwise, they would have long since met their demise. Inlan soon emerged from the great shaman's dwelling, heading directly into the forest without uttering a word. Inlan. Xiacheng rushed out, eager to say something, yet Inluan fled as if pursued by serpents, disappearing in an instant. Inin, why concern yourself with such an ungrateful male? Let him perish, her beast husband. The man, caught up, cautiously attempting to console her. Xiacheng felt guilt and sorrow at Inluan's departure. The man's incessant criticism of Inluan struck a nerve. A sharp slap echoed, leaving a vivid mark on the man's cheek. Get away. Inlun is my first beast husband. How dare someone like you speak ill of him? Leave. I do not wish to see you now, the man, clutching his face, found his smile shattered by the unrelenting slap. The gazes of onlookers, some sympathetic, others mocking, landing on his profile, leaving him utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to bury himself alive. Xia Sang, having exhausted herself, was merely lightheaded and unable to sleep, catching snippets of the events unfolding outside. One had to wonder if the protagonist of a novel possessed such a lack of intellect. What was there to worry about? At this pace of self-destruction, it would not be long before she plunged into irretrievable depths. Unluan was her first beast husband, handsome and undeniably powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Xiayin. What was rare was Unluan's unwavering loyalty, evident to all. Thus, when Xiayin cast blame upon him, he accepted it without a word of defense, even in the face of his aging father, resolutely departing from the Snow Wolf tribe. What a tragedy! In truth, the Tianyu continent was relatively lenient towards females, especially the Snow Wolf tribe. Even mistakes did not incur severe punishments. In other tribes, the penalties could be stricter. If a female colluded with a wandering beast to harm her tribe's interests, she could be condemned to the female den, never to emerge again. So far, no female had ever been expelled from the tribe. However, the same could not be said for males. Harming a female was a grave crime, resulting in either compensation and apology or expulsion from the tribe. left to fend for themselves. If Xiacheng had even a shred of conscience and demonstrated sufficient sincerity in her apology, offering food as compensation to Ingyun, everyone would likely forgive her. After all, in times of crisis, females could easily become flustered and make erroneous decisions. Moreover, Ingyun had not suffered any serious harm. She was merely scratched by a magical griffin and would not cling to this incident. Yet, she chose to let her closest companion bear the blame, leaving one to ponder whether to deem her wicked or foolish. Foolish girl, did she truly not understand that hearts do not grow cold overnight? Even the warmest heart cannot withstand such betrayal. Awake! What has you so lost in thought? Xia Sang, startled, stiffened at the sudden voice, her eyelids fluttering as she slowly sat up, glancing towards the windowsill. Chu Yin stood tall and elegant, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently outside. Upon noticing her gaze, a faint smile graced his lips, though it did not reach his eyes, hinting at a subtle sadness within. Perhaps he too felt regret for Inland? Xia Sang, supporting her slightly dizzy forehead, gradually rose to her feet, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Chief, thank you. If there's nothing else, I shall. Chu Yin interrupted. Xia Sang, please stay with me for a while. Xia Sang tightened her fingers, casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Yin before sitting down again. Neither spoke, and a tranquil silence enveloped the air. The chief was human, and being human meant possessing emotions. Inland was not only a tribesman with whom he had shared many days, but also a comrade. For the sake of a female, to disregard the lives of his kin and himself, and leave without hesitation. How could Chu Yin not feel sorrow? Yet, the deed was done, and there was no room for reversal. He wished to offer comfort, but all words felt so utterly powerless in the face of life. Xia Sang lowered her head, a heaviness settling in her heart. Time flowed slowly. It was unclear how long had passed when Chu Yin finally spoke. Xia Sang, if it were you, would you treat your beast husband this way? Xia Sang was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yan's unexpected question, but quickly regained her composure. No, the original self was indeed not a good female, often resorting to violence and scolding her beast husband. Yet she was forthright. She owned her actions and held no disdain for shifting the blame onto those two outcasts. Why? Because if I had such a handsome, powerful, and utterly loyal beast husband, I would return his loyalty in equal measure. Not only would I never let him bear the blame, but I would also willingly take the blame for him if it did not conflict with my principles. Regardless of whether the chief believed her, she would respond this way and, in the future, prove it through her actions. But what about them? Xia Sang is aware that the clan leader's inquiry concerns none other than Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai. It is rather difficult to assert that she is devoid of bias, as she has placed the blame for the original owner's demise squarely upon their shoulders, even magnifying their faults significantly. With the slightest misstep, she unhesitatingly condemns them to death, never attempting to ease the tension in their relationship. Xia Sang finds it somewhat difficult to articulate. Discerning who is right or wrong is indeed a complex matter. To her, the acts of scolding and violence may seem trivial, yet over time, they might have inflicted irreparable harm upon the two. After her arrival in this world, she has been profoundly irritated by their relentless pursuit to bring her to ruin. Thus, the original owner never offered an apology nor engaged in any calm discussions. Despite occupying the original owner's body, she has consistently distanced herself from responsibility, failing to fulfill the duties of the original owner, which has led the three to their current state of irreconcilable discord. Chu Yin, puzzled, queries, "What?" Xia Sang's complexion appears somewhat strained as she hastily rises. "Clan leader, I just remembered I have other matters to attend to." Her hurried steps suggest a desire to flee. Whether one calls her selfish or evasive, she questions why she should bear the consequences of another's mistakes. Chu Yin observes Xia Sang's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile. Waiting outside the clan leader's quarters, Wu Si notices Xia Sang's pallor and quickly catches up to her. Sang, what's wrong? Why do you keep fainting?" Xia Sang halts, gazing intently at the man before her. His resolute features and broad chest exude an overwhelming sense of security. "Wu Si, tell me, is my treatment of Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai truly reprehensible?" Wu Si remains silent. He is not accustomed to passing judgment on others. However, If their positions were reversed, he certainly could not bring himself to inflict harm upon a female. Yet, as for repaying kindness with kindness, that too seems beyond his reach. No, you are quite admirable. I may not understand the past you, but the you of now is genuinely commendable. The words "I like you" linger on his tongue for an eternity. Ultimately left unspoken, his ears reddening, eyes cast downward, feeling utterly flustered. How can a beast like him dare to profess affection? Xia Sang's spirits lift considerably, a smile gracing her lips. Like? Yes. Wu Xi's voice is barely a whisper. His face flushing crimson, head bowed, toes digging into the ground, wishing he could burrow into a 3-room apartment and hide away. What does it feel like to be told "I like you" by a burly, taciturn man? Xia Sang's smile broadens, a sentiment that is both profound and ineffable. She links her arm with Wu Xi's, stating, "There's still time. Since hunting is out of the question, shall we gather together and see if we can find something delicious?" The two make their way to the collection forest where they recently battled the griffin. The griffin's body has vanished, but the trees at the forest's edge lean precariously, and the ground is strewn with feathers and bloodstains. They wander closely together through the woods, collecting plenty of dry twigs, digging up cassava, and even discovering wild pineapples. These wild pineapples are sizable, resembling golden spheres akin to traditional pineapples, comprised of numerous individual fruits. However, they are toxic and can easily cause poisoning and diarrhea if not properly processed before consumption. The detoxification process is straightforward. Soaking them in a mild saltwater solution for over half an hour will eliminate the toxins. Xia Sang gathers a substantial amount, as the season is abundant with fruit, ensuring they have plenty prepared. Any excess can be saved for the snowy season. Be careful. Wu Xi abruptly pulls Xia Sang behind him, transforming into a snow wolf, his form darting forward with lightning speed, revealing his sharp claws as he charges towards a towering wild turkey standing over 3 meters tall. Sensing danger, the wild turkey leaps away rapidly. Although its speed seems swift to Xia Sang, it cannot compare to that of the snow wolf. Realizing it has no escape, the wild turkey displays its own curved, sharp claws, recklessly charging at the snow wolf. The two engage in a fierce struggle, and within moments, the snow wolf clutches the wild turkey by its neck, eliciting a piercing scream in its desperate thrashing. The turkey's razor-sharp claws leave deep gashes on the snow wolf. Yet the snow wolf appears impervious to pain, maintaining its grip on the turkey's neck until it breathes its last, finally releasing its deadly teeth. Xia Sang rushes forward to assess Wu Xi's injuries. "Don't move." Wu Xi, who is about to transform, obediently stays still, allowing her hand to glide over his bloodied abdomen. Strangely, it seems as though the wounds have healed considerably and no longer cause him pain. Xia Sang retracts her hand, storing the wild turkey in her space. Their haul for the day has far exceeded expectations, and on their way home, they even found a bird's egg, nearly the size of an ostrich egg. By the time they return home, the sun is nearly setting. Xia Sang retrieves a wild boar from her space to hand over to Wu Xi for preparation, while she soaks the wild pineapples in salt water. She then renders the remaining fatty meat into lard, setting it aside for future use. When Wu Xi returns, carrying the cleaned wild boar, Xia Sang cuts a piece of tenderloin into cubes, marinating them with salt, pepper, and chicken essence for half an hour. Seizing the moment, she carves a hole in the bird's egg, mixing half of it with the meat and reserving the other half for scrambled eggs. Once the scrambled eggs are ready, she coats the marinated meat in the egg mixture and fries it until golden brown. Next, she adds the soaked pineapples, stir-frying them alongside the fried meat. A large pot of a simplified version of sweet and sour pork with pineapple emerges. Lacking tomatoes, she cannot make a proper sauce, but it will suffice to satisfy their cravings. The two take turns serving themselves from a stone bowl, each dishing out as much as they desire. Wu Xi, with a hearty appetite, initially hesitates to dig in, but once Xia Sang's belly is round and full, he finally fills his bowl to the brim, devouring it in just a few bites. Xia Sang has taught him how to use chopsticks, but his thick fingers make it cumbersome, and he has only mastered scooping rice, still struggling with picking up vegetables. Xia Sang finds it amusing, and after they finish off a large pot of sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs, Wu Xi contentedly lets out a satisfied burp. Remarkably, despite consuming such a large quantity, he maintains his sculpted abs. showing no signs of bloating, an enviable tightness. Xia Sang wonders if the digestive systems of males in this world differ from those of females. Perhaps the females digest slowly after a meal, while the males digest as they eat. After dinner, the two remain industrious, as the rainy season is fast approaching, necessitating preparations that Wu Si, skilled in craftsmanship, begins making bamboo products, while Xia Sang continues crafting raincoats and cave curtains. Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai also embark on early morning excursions, scouring for sweet potatoes, wild vegetables, and fruits. Today, fortune smiles upon them as they discover an entire patch of sweet potatoes in the collection forest. They diligently harvest the entire plot, with one standing guard over the food while the other transports it back to the cave in a bee-skin bag, working tirelessly until late into the night. Observing the sweet potatoes in the cave, Xia Sang quietly admires their incredible luck. Securing a stable supply for the rainy season seems assured. That night, the two treat the sweet potatoes as a delicacy, and it occurs to her that she has yet to sample the sweet potatoes from her space, leaving her kin unaware of how to prepare them. Eating them raw is the least palatable method. The following morning, Xia Sang rises early, selecting a somewhat smaller sweet potato to slice into pieces. Wu Si, having left early to find sturdy vines to weave into a pot strainer, and the two work in perfect harmony. Enjoying boiled sweet potatoes for breakfast, perhaps fatigued from the previous night's work, or perhaps due to Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai having found ample food and grown complacent, they sleep until well into the day. Qi Mu Huai steps outside to fetch water and wash his face, only to spot Xia Sang and Wu Si leisurely enjoying their steamed sweet potatoes. Enraged, he exclaims, "Xia Sang, didn't we agree to keep our waters separate? How can you sneakily consume our provisions while we sleep?" Xia Sang smirks derisively, casually conjuring a large pile of sweet potatoes, far surpassing what they had retrieved the previous day, leaving Qi Mu Huai momentarily speechless. "I advise you to keep your eyes wide open and refrain from projecting your vile thoughts onto others. It's truly laughable. Has no one informed you that I was the first to discover these sweet potatoes?" Qi Mu Huai realizes he has wrongfully accused Xia Sang, but an apology is out of the question. With his face flushed, he defiantly argues, "Well, that still doesn't prove you didn't steal from us." Xia Sang was truly amused to the point of laughter. "I, Xia Sang, dare to swear before the beast god that I have no interest in the trifling matters of the likes of you three. So spare yourselves the futile speculation about others' thoughts. Instead of wasting time on that, you would be better off pondering how to procure more meat. Don't say I didn't warn you. A prolonged lack of meat can lead to nutritional deficiencies and physical weakness." With that, Xia Sang raised her middle finger and muttered a curse under her breath. Qi Mu Huai's face turned even redder. After all, the beastmen revered the beast god, and Xia Sang's audacity to swear before the deity indicated the truth of her words. He lowered his head, unable to meet Xia Sang's gaze, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to hide in, hastily muttering an apology before scurrying away. Xia Sang rolled her eyes heavenward. Exasperated by such people, she had explicitly stated not to provoke her, yet they insisted on coming closer to seek attention, bringing about their own discomfort. They deserved to feel embarrassed. After Xia Sang and her companion finished their breakfast, they arrived at the gathering place, one following the other. The male beastmen greeted them enthusiastically. Xia Sang discovered that the sweet potatoes not only yielded abundantly, but were also quite sweet, much to the delight of the females. The elderly and the young ones that Wu Si's help in managing the stove was indeed invaluable, allowing them to prepare both soups and stir-fries, significantly enhancing their dietary life. Thus, the previously unremarkable duo garnered the affection of the tribesmen. Women and children. In the following 2 days, the animals near the edge of the jungle were nearly hunted to extinction, causing smaller creatures like wild chickens, wild boars, wild rabbits, and sand rats to flee in the night to the depths of the forest. Reluctantly, under Chu Yan's leadership, they were compelled to venture deeper into the jungle for hunting. The dense foliage of the inner jungle was considerably darker. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy. Xia Sang pushed aside the tangled vines and thorns. Treading upon the thick layer of fallen leaves, weaving between the gnarled roots of trees, where remnants of decayed animal bones lay scattered. Vibrant blossoms, the size of bowls, sprouted atop the bones, emitting a pungent aroma. Wu Si walked ahead of her, laboriously clearing the thorny vines from her path and cautioning her about the sharp bones beneath her feet. The deeper they ventured, the eerily quieter it became. As if only their breaths could be heard, the intertwining vines, adorned with countless brilliant flowers, appeared from a distance like a myriad of colorful giant serpents coiling around, sending chills down one's spine. Instinctively, Xia Sang grasped Wu Si's hand, an uncontainable fear swelling within her. As an ability user, she sensed an enormous creature lurking in the shadows, grinning malevolently as they unwittingly stepped into its trap. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the males to retreat a couple of steps, transforming into snow wolves, their limbs gripping the earth as if ready to charge forth to roar and fight. Chu Yin did not transform. He needed his weapon, gripping his spear tightly, his expression taut, instinctively straining to hear, his sharp gaze fixated on the earth dragon beast coiled in the thorns not far away. Its entire body was covered in thick green scales. Its mouth slightly ajar, revealing sharp tusks, and a foul stench assaulted them as it sensed intruders in its territory. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, its overwhelming aura suffocatingly oppressive. The beast let out a pained roar, blood pooling beneath it like a river. It turned out to be a female beast giving birth to its young. The innate reverence that beastmen held for new life compelled them to slowly retreat from its territory. Xia Sang exhaled a breath of relief, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Fortunately, the beastmen adhered to the jungle's rules, avoiding confrontation just in time. Otherwise, she feared she might not survive the day. The earth dragon beast bore a resemblance to a dinosaur, a colossal creature and a true ruler of the jungle. Lying there, it resembled a towering mountain, and in a real fight, a mere swipe of its tail could send them to their demise. Chu Yin led the group in a different direction and discovered a giant-billed bird. Xia Sang, unaware of the truth, observed the quivering beak protruding from the foliage, unable to fathom the true size of the creature. It wasn't until Chu Yin pierced it with a spear that she realized she had been deceived. Its body was roughly the same length as its beak. However, the giant's nest contained several eggs. A fortuitous find. They continued onward, encountering a marshy area where they effortlessly captured numerous capybaras. Despite their large size, capybaras were timid creatures. Upon seeing them, they curled up and fled, but their fearful demeanor, wishing to bury themselves in the ground, could not outpace the battle-hardened snow wolves. The males joyfully chased the capybaras throughout the forest until, exhausted, the creatures could run no more, falling prey to the wolves, their necks swiftly bitten through, lifeless in defeat. Xia Sang gleefully gathered the corpses of the capybaras, rejoicing at the unexpected bounty. She had feared that upon encountering the earth dragon beast, the forest's ruler, all the small animals would hide away, leaving them empty-handed. Little did she expect the twist of fate that led them to such a foolish group of capybaras. Though the haul was not immense, it would certainly suffice for their meals over the next couple of days. Xia Sang cheerfully counted the number of capybaras she had collected, nearly 2 for each beastman, and she would at least receive 4 when it came time to divide the spoils, perhaps due to her recent good fortune. She was awarded an extra 2, and no one objected. After distributing the food, she and Wu Si followed Nan Shijin back home. 3 days had passed, and the cassava flour was now dry and ready for storage. Testing with her abilities, she realized her previous doubts were unfounded. Even if Xiacheng was not a good person, she had never contemplated tampering with their food. Upon hearing that the cassava flour was ready, Nanwan Air hurriedly summoned Xiacheng, having long craved wild boar, as Xia Sang had promised to split 10 heads in half. Xiacheng arrived swiftly, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Seemingly unfazed by Luan's departure, she even had the leisure to find a plant called red strip and painted her nails with its juice, a vivid crimson that was quite nauseating to behold. "Cousin, are you really not considering this? It concerns many lives." Xia Sang's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied nonchalantly, "No need. I have confidence in myself." Xiacheng glanced at her own bright red nails. Clearly pleased with the envious gazes from the surrounding females, her words dripping with unmistakable mockery. "Since cousin refuses to heed advice, let us begin. By the way, where are your 2 beast husbands? Why haven't they come?" Qin Ran ignored her taunts, busily stowing the prepared cassava flour into her space. Come with me. I will prepare crystal dumplings for everyone. The crowd eagerly followed Xia Sang, clustering around her as they made their way home. Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai sat inside the cave, rising and understanding as Xia Sang returned with a throng of people, ready to serve as her guinea pigs. Xia Sang said nothing, instructing Wu Si to help boil water. Meanwhile, she entered the cave, turning her back to the crowd as she marinated the pork that Wu Si had prepared yesterday. Lacking ready-made ingredients, she resorted to the sweet potatoes, grating them into shreds and squeezing out the moisture to mix with the pork. Then, carrying the marinated pork and 2 empty stone bowls, she approached the stove, pouring cassava flour into the bowls before adding boiling water while stirring, blending it into a fluffy texture. She then kneaded the mixture into a dough. Next, she retrieved a wooden board and rolling pin from her space, rolling the dough into long strips and cutting them into small pieces, which she flattened into circles, beginning to fill the dumplings. After preparing 2 large pots worth, she finally stopped. Placing the dumplings on a steaming rack, she let them steam for about 20 minutes, lifting the pot lid. The steaming hot dumplings emerged, translucent and fresh. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. How delicious they look! If only they weren't poisonous. One lamented, "Oh, beautiful. I almost feel guilty to eat them." Xia Sang waited for the steam to dissipate before eagerly picking up a crystal dumpling and savoring it with her eyes closed, prompting everyone to drool in anticipation. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Sang sang. Nan Wan Er could no longer contain herself, her gaze glued to the dumplings, unable to tear herself away. "Delicious," Xia Sang exclaimed, finishing one before grabbing another. Devouring 20 in quick succession before finally putting down her chopsticks. Sang sang, "Is it my turn next?" Nan Wan Er rubbed her hands together, and upon receiving Xia Sang's permission, she gleefully declared, "I can eat 100 in one go." Xia Sang chuckled at her boast. "Stop bragging and eat. I still have another batch to steam." Nan Wan Er paid no heed to her words, grabbing 2 crystal dumplings and stuffing them in her mouth, relishing their delightful flavor. After wolfing down nearly 20, she glanced longingly at the remaining dumplings in the pot, licking her fingers in disappointment. "There's just not enough. I should leave some for others." "Brother San, would you like to eat? If not, I shall assist you." Nan Shurjin shot her a glare, reaching out to seize a crystal dumpling. "Dream on." He popped it in his mouth, and the delightful, fragrant taste erupted on his tongue, so delectable that he felt inclined to swallow his own tongue. After finishing one, he hastened his pace, consuming a total of 20. At observing the dwindling dumplings, he steeled his resolve, stamped his foot, and called out, "Eldest brother, second brother, father, baser, come quickly and sample these." The 4 had long been unable to contain themselves, clamoring to devour every last dumpling in the pot. They glanced at Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai with somewhat bewildered expressions. "Oh dear, we nearly forgot you in the midst of this chaos." Xia Sang lifted the lid of another pot, saying, "Not to worry, there are plenty more here." The 2 exchanged a glance and slowly approached Xia Sang, their hands trembling slightly, observing the complete trust she garnered from the Nan family. Yet after they tasted the first crystal dumpling, they were utterly captivated. Even if these were laced with deadly poison, they would willingly accept it, consuming one after another until Xia Sang finally called for a halt, reluctantly retracting their hands from the dumplings. Xia Sang gazed wistfully at the few dumplings remaining, casting a glance at Wu Si, who was salivating profusely. "Would you like to try some?" Wu Si nodded eagerly, casting aside all notions of restraint and delicacy. He seized a handful and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing carelessly a couple of times before swallowing with a loud gulp. The dumplings in the pot dwindled at a meteoric pace, causing the onlookers to swallow and sink with his rhythm. Xia Sang, "May we also have a taste?" At last, a daring female, emboldened by the deliciousness, cast aside all fears of mortality in her mind. Not even the beast god could deter her insatiable desire for food. Wu Si's eating sped up even further. Just as the last crystal dumpling was about to be snatched away by this brazen male, Lu Shui could no longer restrain herself before anyone could react. She dashed to the pot, clutching the dumpling tightly in her hand, fearful that others might covet it, before swiftly shoving it into her mouth. Heavens, this crystal dumpling is simply divine, Lu Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she licked her fingers, which had grasped the dumpling, repeatedly in front of everyone. Xiacheng, see, I'm perfectly fine that you've lost this wager. Hurry and give him the 10 wild boars. Xiacheng emerged from the crowd, shooting a venomous glare at Lu Shui, and coldly retorted, What's the rush? Poison doesn't tea strike immediately after consumption. Who knows? I might not succumb until tomorrow. Nen Wanner stood up for Xia Sang. Xiayin, are you truly attempting to renege on your bet? I've already finished my share quite some time ago, and there are no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Even if this cassava is indeed toxic, as you claim, it ought to induce symptoms such as nausea or stomach pain. Right? Xiayin rolled her eyes dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at Nen Wanner, as if she had encountered something repugnant. Nen Wanner, do not project your own shortcomings onto me. Do you think I would falter over a mere 10 wild boars? What a jest! Nen Wanner refused to back down. Then why don't you pay up? Is it that you cannot afford to lose? Xiayin was impervious to such taunts, choosing not to engage. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze filled with contempt. I am not so petty as to renege over something so trivial, but losing should be done transparently, right? As long as you all can safely endure tonight and prove that it is indeed non-toxic. I shall personally deliver the 10 wild boars tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Xia Sang chuckled. All right then, cousin, do not forget to come early tomorrow to deliver the wild boars, and while you're at it, make arrangements with Wu Si. Before Xiayin could retort, Xia Sang ruthlessly interrupted. Enough, the hour is late. You should head home and rest. I still need to hunt tomorrow, and I have no time to waste. Xiayin's nostrils flared in irritation. Fine. I wish you luck. Don't die in your own home. You needn't concern yourself with that. Take care of yourself instead. Beastmen are not meant to shoulder blame or be treated as slaves. Such coldness is rare in this world, and it will surely lead to their downfall. After everyone departed, Xia Sang retrieved a large piece of wild boar meat and offered it to Wu Si. Surely you are not yet satiated? Here, eat as you please. Wu Si, having cooked the wild boar meat, turned to roast it. Though his face betrayed no emotion, internally he felt a strong aversion, having tasted the exquisite flavors of the human realm. Returning to his own roasted meat was akin to chewing on wax. The next day, Xia Sang and Wu Si had already finished their breakfast, yet Xiayin had not arrived as promised with the wild boars. They hesitated to keep the hunting team waiting and resolved to wait until after the hunt to request their share. As they ventured deeper into the forest once more, Xia Sang suddenly realized that the beast realm bore some resemblance to ancient Earth during the Carboniferous period. She had never pondered this deeply before, but now, gazing at the towering trees all around, a chill ran down her spine. The ancient Earth had once experienced the Carboniferous period, characterized by a warm climate and high humidity, ideal for plant growth, resulting in exceptionally tall vegetation. Xia Sang looked up at the towering ancient trees, recalling how the high concentration of oxygen fostered a lush growth environment, leading to the existence of gigantic creatures. She thought of half-meter-long insects and 100-meter-long giant pythons, and felt a wave of dread wash over her. To the end of the Carboniferous period, a catastrophic event known as the Coal Fire Incident erupted. Burning for a full 30 years, Xia Sang instinctively touched her smooth cheeks. With such high oxygen levels, her metabolism would accelerate, meaning she might age rapidly. A shiver coursed through her. No one is indifferent to their appearance and lifespan, and she was no exception. No, I must verify this thoroughly that if my fears are indeed true, I must advocate for building wooden houses and cremation to mitigate the effects, however slightly. And no wonder she found the air in the beast realm particularly refreshing. It was all waiting for her to discover. Xia Sang discreetly tugged on Wu Si's arm, lowering her voice to ask, Wu Si, have you ever traveled to distant places? After contemplating for a moment, Wu Si replied, does attending the Monkey Clan's trading conference count? How far is the Monkey Clan from here? Approximately 3 days and nights of continuous travel. Xia Sang swallowed nervously. Have you encountered plains or seas along the way? Wu Si pondered for a while. We haven't encountered the sea, but every year at the trading conference, the Shark Clan appears to sell salt. They come from the ocean. The Goat Clan also comes to sell corn and such. They are said to originate from the plains. We have always traversed the jungle for ease of hunting, gathering supplies to trade for salt, ironware, pottery, pearls, monkey wine, and corn. Xia Sang sighed in relief. At least they were not entirely isolated in the deep mountains, relying solely on hunting for survival. When does the trading conference typically take place? She found no information regarding the trading conference in her original memories, proving she had never attended. Indeed, other adult females could attend as long as their fathers and beast husbands consented, and they would take turns carrying them. However, her original family was unloving, and her beast husband was cruel, leaving her with no opportunity to witness this annual spectacle. After the rainy season ends, we will set out, hunting along the way to barter for goods. Xia Sang quietly noted this, planning to gather ample game, taking advantage of the idle time during the rainy season to produce palm oil and craft some handmade goods, allowing her to attend the trading conference herself. Chu Yin led the group deeper into the forest that they encountered yesterday had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a large area soaked in blood, exuding a pungent odor. Perhaps their luck had run out in recent days, for the hunting had not been fruitful, and they had yet to spot a single prey. This shouldn't be the case. Xia Sang mused quietly. Could it be that with the rainy season approaching, both beastmen and wild beasts were stockpiling food? Consequently, small game would become increasingly scarce, while large prey would not appear easily, making it difficult for the beastmen to hunt small animals? Well, it seems I have unraveled the truth, Xia Sang thought. If this continues, each day will be the same. Contemplating all of this, Xia Sang directed her entire focus towards the pursuit of new sustenance, unwilling to squander any more time. Perhaps the orcs had also come to this realization, as their paths began to shift, gravitating towards areas with water, where they might serendipitously capture a few tree frogs and venomous snakes. Xia Sang, however, was hindered by her slow pace and injured hands, making the capture of prey particularly arduous for her. Yet, her efforts were not entirely fruitless. Amidst a vast expanse of marshland, she stumbled upon a considerable amount of bulrush, which could certainly be deemed valuable. From her experiences over the past few days, she concluded that the jungle inhabited by the snow wolf tribe was predominantly composed of tropical rainforest flora, with very few temperate plants present. She had not expected to find bulrushes here. Utilizing both hands and feet, Xia Sang called upon Wu Si to assist her in harvesting the bulrush. Here, the bulrushes grew quite tall, with substantial pith, but cutting them proved to be somewhat troublesome. Therefore, in such instances, she resorted to enlisting help. Otherwise, she would be left to toil indefinitely, and even if they failed to catch any animals, she could not afford to delay the males in their quest for food. Wu Si moved with remarkable speed, especially when transformed into a snow wolf, his claws serving as natural tools of precision. With a mere flick, he felled swathes of bulrush, while Xia Sang eagerly followed behind, gathering the fallen stalks. None were aware of the vastness of Xia Sang's storage space, not even Chu Yin. Whenever she procured peculiar items, he refrained from interference. Throughout these days, Xia Sang not only assisted them in storing their catches, but also collected an abundance of firewood and dry leaves, which after several days had likely accumulated to a height surpassing that of a mountain. Leaving her uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, he furrowed his brow, concerned about the potential waste and whether there would be sufficient space left for meat. Present, his worries seemed unfounded, as each day, the items she stored surpassed all others. Wild vegetables and fruits collected in untold quantities, and now even grass was not spared, suggesting that Xia Sang's storage capacity was indeed astonishing. Before long, the two had successfully harvested the bulrush, with Wu Si continuing his pursuit of tree frogs while she widened her gaze, wandering aimlessly by the end of the day. The male's fortunes had not been particularly favorable. Aside from the bulrush, Xia Sang had little else to show for her efforts. The first order of business after the hunting expedition was to rush to Xia Yin's home to procure a wild boar. This time, she encountered no resistance. Xia Yin readily provided her with the boar, which, though slightly smaller than usual, bore no other flaws. It seemed she had been waiting for her. Yet, Xia Sang preferred this slightly smaller size, as the meat from younger wild boars was more tender and flavorful. It was quite clever of Xia Yin to devise such a cunning scheme, but to think she could take advantage of her was likely a miscalculation. With an expressionless face, Xia Sang stored the boar in her space, her voice growing colder. Since the wild boar is smaller, I'll 1T hold it against you. But hurry up and inform the chief. So Wu Si can go to the shaman to dissolve the contract. Xiacheng, having been seen through, was filled with indignation as she cast a glance at Wu Si, who stood behind Xia Sang like an unmoving log. Infuriating her further, Wu Si, have you truly considered the consequences of dissolving your contract with me and becoming her servant? Wu Si met her gaze earnestly and nodded without hesitation. This only served to enrage Xiacheng further. Damn it! Are you blind? You'd rather be a slave than stay by my side. What good is Xia Sang? She is prone to violence against males. You want to have a good life with her. If you return, I could overlook the past, and you could still be my beast husband, just like Lian Ming. Think carefully. Don't make a hasty choice based on impulse. Xia Sang let out a cold laugh. As if those slaps that your beast husband received weren't from you. We're equally matched. I'm even more attractive than you. My space is larger, and I 1T cast the blame on my beast husband. A wise bird chooses its tree. The choice is clear, and the eyes of the public are discerning. Turning her gaze to Wu Si, she regarded him intently. After days of interaction, she had grown quite reliant on him. For the first time since her arrival in this beastly world, she found herself genuinely wanting a male, and she didn't mind making an effort to secure him. Wu Si, trust me, I will treat you well and 1T regard you as a slave. If you desire offspring, I can bear them for you. Wu Si was deeply moved, opening his mouth as if to respond, only to be interrupted by Xia Yin's derisive laughter. Cousin, you're merely painting a rosy picture. Anyone can speak sweetly, but you must know that pregnancy can be arduous for females. There are those who live their entire lives without bearing even one child. On what basis do you believe you can conceive? Wu Si, don't believe her. Look at how long she has been contracted with Xie Yuan and still hasn't conceived. It's clear she is not fit for breeding. Xia Sang, feeling irked, retorted, Cousin, you have so many beast husbands, and yet haven't conceived either. What right do you have to criticize me? You, Xia Sang, should refrain from speaking nonsense. My mother says that if a female becomes pregnant too early, it can harm her foundation, so we should use contraceptive herbs. Xiaoyin's words trailed off as she suddenly recalled something, hastily covering her mouth. Seeing that no one else had overheard, she added, In any case, it's not as difficult to conceive as you think. Wu Si, as long as you change your mind, I am willing to bear you a litter of wolf cubs. If you agree, I'll be the first to conceive for you. Xia Sang's expression became somewhat complicated. Had she finally recognized Wu Si's worth, engaging in this rivalry with her? Or was it simply a desire to ensure she did not have it easy? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Furrowing her brow, a hint of helplessness and powerlessness flickered in her eyes. If she were in Wu Si's position, it would be disingenuous to claim she wouldn't waver. After all, in this beastly world, males placed great importance on offspring. While young males may possess boundless energy and strength, as they age, their vitality diminishes significantly, and the hidden injuries from their youth can easily resurface, making survival itself a challenge, let alone hunting. During such times, the advantages of offspring become apparent. Saving even a morsel of food could mean the survival of an older male. Thus, no male would willingly concede regarding offspring, and Wu Si would likely be no exception. Xia Sang's mind was a tumultuous storm, as if two inner voices were in heated debate. Point one urged, You and Wu Si have harmonized so well. If you miss this opportunity, it may never arise again. The other countered, Wu Si has spent so long with Xiaoyin. He must have feelings for her, and considering the generous condition she has presented, any male would waver. A wavering male is not worth keeping. If you don't cut your losses in time, the sunk costs will only escalate. Xia Sang shamelessly found merit in the latter argument. Cutting her losses promptly was the only way to avoid deeper entanglements. She couldn't help but take a step back, feeling an indescribable sorrow. It was her own insistence, believing Wu Si would willingly be her servant and would devote himself solely to her, without being easily swayed by material gain. Yet she overlooked a crucial factor. Wu Si might merely be choosing to provoke Xiaoyin, opting for servitude to prove the principle that what cannot be obtained is the best. Now that Xiaoyin had regretted her decision, presenting conditions that could sway any male, Would Wu Si not turn away without hesitation? Just the thought of this possibility left her with an emptiness in her heart, a disorienting sensation as if her feet no longer touched the ground. Time passed, though she was unaware of how long, until Wu Si, with a resolute determination, stepped towards Xiacheng without glancing back at her. Xia Sang stumbled, a self-mocking glimmer in her eyes, before turning to leave. So be it. She had long forgotten how she returned to the cave, collapsing weakly onto the beast's skin, numbly observing as Xie Yuan and Chi Mu Huai cast mocking glances her way, their mouths moving as if they were saying something. That a dull pain swelled in her chest as she thought, with bittersweet melancholy, that she was merely a vile supporting character. The world did not revolve around her. Competing with the female lead was nothing short of a delusion. Sang. After an indeterminate passage of time, she heard Wu Si's voice amidst her daze. Her body trembled slightly, yet she remained motionless. Sang. This call was even more tender, cautious. Xia Sang turned around to see Wu Si, a smile gracing his face as he approached her, and her heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. She sat up, burying her head in her knees, her voice choked with sobs. "What are you doing back here? Why don't you go be with Xiachen and let her bear you a litter of wolf cubs?" Wu Si frowned, seemingly perplexed by her words, and retorted, "Why would I want to go back and have wolf cubs with her?" Xia Sang peeked out from between her knees, her eyes reddening as she sniffled. "Aren't you planning to reconcile with her?" Wu Si's heart skipped a beat as he clarified, "I meant for her to come with me, to dissolve the contract." Xia Sang covered her face and lay back down, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Fine, perhaps it was best to resign herself to this fate. It felt as though all her heartache had been for naught. She clearly wasn't cut out for emotional displays. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Wu Si scooped her into his strong arms, tousling her disheveled hair. Sang, "I have already dissolved the contract with her. From now on, I will only love you. Remaining loyal to you alone, no one will interfere with us. Aren't you happy, joyful, and exuberant?" Yet after such an event, her heart felt as if it had been cast to the ground and trampled upon, reshaped and then retrieved by its owner, ultimately losing its initial fervor. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, managing a smile. "Happy?" Wu Si tightened his embrace around her, declaring, Sang, "You are all I have now." Xia Sang shifted her position, wrapping her arms around his waist and responding with a muffled sound of agreement. The two remained intertwined for an indeterminate time, the cave enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breathing. As her mood settled, Xia Sang wiped her eyes, recalling that she had forgotten to deliver pork to Nan Wanner. "Let us take it to her now." Hand in hand, they arrived at the Nan household just as Nan Wanner finished her meal. Upon seeing their affectionate demeanor, she pouted, her words laced with a hint of jealousy. Sang, "I feel like I'm no longer your favorite little treasure." Xia Sang chuckled, releasing Wu Si's hand to link arms with her instead. "All right, you are still my most beloved little treasure." Nan Wanner beamed with a smile. Sang, "You come to see my brother? Haven to you?" "No, I came to see you. Look, what is this?" Xia Sang revealed 5 of the largest wild boar she had selected from her space. Having ensured they were safe to retrieve, Nan Wanner gasped, "For me?" "Indeed. Didn't I promise we'd share? Let us see if this is enough for the rainy season. If not, I can always leave a few more for you." No. This is plenty. The last time you secretly left us food, it lasted our family several days. We've already cured some of the meat into jerky. We'll be perfectly fine through the rainy season." Xia Sang sighed, understanding Nan Wanner's sentiment. With the rainy season approaching, torrential downpours and flash floods made it impossible to venture outside, and encounters with crocodiles were not uncommon, making self-preservation a challenge. Let alone hunting. Prey would not venture out in such weather, and with many mouths to feed at Nan Wanner's home, coupled with the lack of awakened females to assist, their situation was particularly dire. Contemplating this, Xia Sang produced a bag of cassava flour from her space. "This is your own labor's reward. Don't you wish to taste it?" The thought of Xia Sang's crystal dumplings left Nan Wanner without the courage to refuse. They were simply too delicious. Sang, "You are so kind." Xia Sang shivered slightly, rubbing her arms against the sudden flattery. It was too sentimental. After departing from Nan Wanner's home, the two did not return. Instead, Xia Sang led Wu Si to the creek side, They constructed a rudimentary stove from stones found by the riverbank and used a flat stone as a pot, igniting a fire to slice the pork into thin strips. Sprinkling on some seasoning, they savored the barbecue under the gentle breeze and bright moon, listening to the chorus of crickets and the babbling water. As night deepened, a soft breeze caressed their faces. The leaves whispered softly, and the world gradually fell into serenity. Sitting on a large stone, their silhouettes stretched long in the moonlight. Wu Si, let us bond. She was well aware of the customs regarding bonding in this beastly world. Knowing there were two methods to choose from, point one was to naturally inherit offspring, after which a mark belonging to the female space would be left on the male after a night together. The other was to seek out a great shaman to bond through a ceremonial prayer, which would also leave a mark if successful. Both paths ultimately led to the same destination. The original body's bonding with the two residual beasts was likely the first method. The story was narrated from the female protagonist's perspective, and the author had undoubtedly sought to embellish her character, elevating her every action to something extraordinary. Thus, to preserve Xia Yin's image, the original bonding process was merely glossed over in a few sentences. Wu Si's eyes slightly reddened, his typically stern visage softening in an instant, as if an unstoppable tide of emotion surged within him, overwhelming his heart. With all his might, he managed to suppress the tremor of his lips, softly uttering, "All right, then let us find the great shaman now." Wu Si's excitement was somewhat tempered, still believing it was a good idea. Hand in hand, they walked towards the shaman's dwelling, not far from the chief's abode. Also a stone house. Xia Sang knocked 3 times before Mu, barefoot, opened the door. "What brings you here at such an hour?" "Great shaman, we wish to bond." "Come in." The shaman's room was considerably more disordered than the chief's. The floor was covered in black animal hides, the table adorned with several turtle shells and yarrow, while the walls displayed numerous animal teeth and a stone-carved deity whose form was indiscernible. Mu glanced at Wu Si with a knowing smile, his gaze suggesting that they had just bonded only to seek another bond. It was unusual to see a male so sought after. During unbonding, females would repeatedly present their conditions, pleading for the male to reconsider. Yet the males remained unmoved, resolutely severing ties. He had often wondered what could drive such unwavering commitment. If it were a goddess, it would make sense that he took a drop of blood from each of their fingers and, employing an unknown method, fused the 2 droplets in a vessel. Once combined, he let the mixture drip onto the yarrow, reciting an incantation that was entirely different from the one used to save a life. Upon completion, the yarrow disintegrated into powder, and after they consumed it, a peculiar connection seemed to bind them. "All right, male, check if there's a mark on your body." After searching for a while, Wu Si pointed to a lotus mark on his lower abdomen, asking, "Is this it?" Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder he was so shocked. Though he had witnessed countless occurrences of this nature, he had never seen a lotus mark before. Only leaves, some resembling dogtail grass or plantain, and Xia Yin's mark was always of the moneywort variety. Never had he encountered a female's mark that was a flower. He understood that the rounder the leaves, the larger the space represented. The emergence of a flower might signify that Xia Sang's space was on a different level than that of other females. Contemplating this, Mu trembled with excitement. Could it mean that their snow wolf tribe was destined for greatness? Grateful to the beast god for sending the goddess to their tribe, he knelt, murmuring fervent prayers, while Xia Sang and Wu Si exchanged bewildered glances. When Mu finally rose, Xia Sang politely inquired, "Great shaman, may we leave now?" "Yes, yes." Grasping Wu Si's hand, Xia Sang turned her back and left without a glance. Having once regarded such spiritual matters as superstitious nonsense, after witnessing it firsthand, she found herself questioning life, but had come to accept it, albeit still hesitant to engage with such phenomena. Meanwhile, standing by the window, Chu Yin clenched his fists upon seeing the two emerge from the shaman's stone abode, his expression shrouded in frost, anger blazing in his eyes. Instilling fear, he gripped his fists tightly, struggling to contain his rage, questioning why Wu Si was so admirable. What did Xia Sang see in this ordinary, unremarkable, mediocre male who possessed nothing of significance and displayed such fickleness? He suppressed the coldness in his gaze. collapsing onto the ground, remaining motionless. Xia Sang, still enraptured by the joy of their bonding, remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing around her. Wu Si, once our bond is secure, you shall be my first beast husband. Wu Si gazed at her with a tender affection, a smile gracing his lips as he gently tucked the strands of hair that the wind had tousled behind her ear, his cheeks subtly flushed, experiencing a joy that left him utterly flustered for the first time in his life. Xia Sang raised her eyes in astonishment, her fingers brushing over his sharp brow and eyes, and on tiptoe. She lightly pressed a kiss on his chin. The warmth of her breath caressed his face, igniting the air with a palpable heat. The night was enchanting, yet neither moved. Xia Sang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her head bowed, unsure of how to confront her own impulsiveness. Perhaps she had become bewitched, for they had only known each other for a fleeting moment, yet the pace of their relationship was exponentially faster than in her past life. Wu Si, hesitant to act, recognized that Xia Sang had led him to seek the great shaman. Clearly intending to avoid such rapid progress, he, too, did not wish to pressure her, but struggled against the rush of blood in his veins. His heart pounding like thunder, his body ablaze with heat, fearing he would lose control of his primal instincts. Time slipped by unnoticed as Xia Sang clasped Wu Si's hand, taking deliberate, slow steps, their shadows elongated under the moonlight, which blushed and hid behind the clouds, never to reappear. That night, both of them slept uneasily. Xia Sang was vexed, questioning whether her assertiveness as a female was excessive. Wu Si awaited her slumber, longing to sneak away for a bath to cool down. Fearing he might explode if this continued till dawn, Xia Sang and Wu Si exchanged a glance, noticing the dark circles under each other's eyes, and they burst into laughter. It was nerve-wracking. Chimu Huai had been kept awake all night by their incessant noises and was now seething with irritation. Wanting to curse them for their antics, the two feigned ignorance, hand in hand as they exited, one boiling water while the other prepared breakfast, their synergy evident and flaunting to others. The greetings among the males shifted to, Wu Si, I hear you have formed a bond with Xia Sang. Congratulations. Xia Sang twitched her lips, thinking, MD, the great shaman must be a blabbermouth. Yet she replied with a smile, Congratulations to us both. After breakfast, as they set out for the hunt, Xia Sang learned they would not be venturing into the jungle that day. Instead, the chieftain led them around the dense forest to the river for fishing. Each male brandished a bone spear, transforming into their beast forms, sprinting for over half an hour until they reached a wide river. Xia Sang quickly dismounted from Wu Si's beast form, leaning against a tree as she heaved her breakfast in the ground. Nan Shijin shot Wu Si a worried glance and asked, Sang, are you all right? After she had emptied her stomach, Xia Sang, pale-faced, waved her hand. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll just rest for a bit. Nan Shijin took a couple of steps back, still concerned, and cautioned, Sang, just collect fish on the shore. Don't go into the water. There are many crocodiles and water snakes. It's very dangerous. Xia Sang plopped down on the ground, reassuring him, Don't worry. I won't wander off. Finally, Nan Shijin retreated, glancing back at her multiple times as he was pulled into the river by his family. But Wu Si remained beside her, unmoving, prompting Xia Sang to curiously inquire, Wu Si, why aren't you going into the water? I can't let you be alone on the shore. He replied that it's all right. Don't worry about me. I'm quite capable. Besides, if you don't go fishing in the water, what will we eat during the rainy and snowy seasons? Wu Si wanted to say more, but Xia Sang interrupted, No buts, just go. If there's danger, I'll call for you. Reluctantly, Wu Si entered the water, but unlike the others, he did not venture far. Xia Sang rummaged through her space for some wild fruits to counteract the bitter taste in her mouth. Just as she finished eating a wild fruit, the once tranquil river erupted into chaos. The beastmen dashed through the water with incredible speed, their bone spears piercing the surface, sending torrents of water splashing. Occasionally, enormous black fish leapt from the river. As the water crashed down, several massive mountain eagles circled above, diving down to snatch food from the beastmen. Xia Sang watched, her heart racing, but soon lost her enthusiasm. After Chu Yin skillfully struck a 2 to 3 meter long black fish, the beastmen surged forward like engines, chasing through the water, splashing everywhere. The black fish, seemingly bewitched, resisted with no strength. one after another flung onto the shore. She acted as a ball girl, clutching a large stone and running around, delivering a decisive blow to any fish that still showed signs of life, ensuring they were completely dead before tossing them into her space. The snow wolves, naturally drawn to water, were jubilant as Fu Song held up a struggling black fish, grinning widely as he shouted, "Xia Sang, catch!" Xia Sang looked up, her heart racing, and screamed, "Be careful." The water's surface churned violently as a massive ophthalmosaurus emerged, its gaping maw revealing a multitude of large, sharp teeth, silently approaching Fu Song. Hearing her scream, Fu Song felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively turning around. The ophthalmosaurus had enormous eyes and a long jaw filled with nearly 200 sharp teeth. It struck with lightning speed, almost instantaneously closing in on Fu Song. Countless bone spears pierced its thick scales, yet they failed to inflict any lethal damage. Chu Yan's spear arrived just in time, piercing the ophthalmosaurus's massive body, blood spreading profusely in the water. The creature thrashed violently, creating massive splashes, yet its hunger remained unabated in the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Song was frozen in terror, on the verge of being swallowed whole by the ophthalmosaurus, Xiacheng summoned vines that shot skyward, wrapping around Fu Song's waist, pulling him away just in time to avoid the creature's jaws. Enraged by its lost prey, the ophthalmosaurus relentlessly pursued the beastmen, causing panic among them. Get to the shore. As more and more vines sprang into action, rescuing the endangered beastmen from the jaws of death, the wide river erupted in chaos, blood mingling with water, the vines seemingly possessing a mind of their own, targeting danger wherever it lurked, keeping the ophthalmosaurus in a state of confusion. Furious, the ophthalmosaurus leapt from the water, its massive body soaring into the air, aiming its mouth at the innocent vines. Xia Sang quickly retracted the vines, enticing the creature towards the shore. Sure enough, in its fury, the ophthalmosaurus let its guard down, leaping from the water and landing clumsily on the riverbank. With the prey delivered to them, the males could not afford to hesitate. They surged forward, their claws tearing into the ophthalmosaurus's flesh, blood gushing forth as it struggled without the buoyancy of the water. Chu Yan leapt onto the creature's back, withdrawing his spear only to stab it repeatedly. And after several strikes, the ophthalmosaurus finally succumbed, falling silent. The males erupted into cheers, discarding their spears as they knelt in reverence. Great beast god, we, your faithful followers, express our heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. May the beast god live as long as the heavens and earth, and may you be with us. Xia Sang exhaled in relief, her face pale, collapsing onto the ground, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Chu Yan disregarded the foolishness of the males, striding towards her, squatting down, and gazing into her translucent face with concern. "Are you all right?" Xia Sang shook her head, indicating she was fine. "If that's good. You should rest. Don't wander off. Call for help if you need it." Xia Sang nodded. "Okay." Chu Yan turned and returned to the water. The rainy season was fast approaching, and he could not afford to waste time. A greater harvest meant his kin would eat their fill. Just as Chu Yan left, Wu Si and Nan Shijin rushed over, one after the other, noticing her pale complexion and unable to suppress their concern. Sang, "Were you scared?" Xia Sang wearily shook her head. "I'm fine now." The two individuals, harboring no suspicions, exchanged a few more words of caution before stepping into the water, glancing back thrice as the sun dipped low on the horizon. The riverbank had become a veritable tapestry of black fish, their elongated bodies gasping for air as they opened and closed their mouths in desperation. Having regained much of her energy, Xia Sang, after consuming a modest meal, brandished a brick and began to strike each fish one by one. As she worked, she carefully stored the catch in her spatial compartment, mindful to leave a breath of air for the fish to ensure their freshness. Approximately half an hour later, the orcs, fatigued yet exhilarated, finally emerged from the water. Their faces radiated with excitement, each one wearing a smile that danced in their eyes as they engaged in lively conversation with those around them. Even Chu Yan bore a smile at the corners of her mouth, indicating a collective satisfaction with the day's bounty. Xia Sang picked up the last of the black fish, rubbing her sore arms with a grin, reveling in the fact that today's haul far surpassed what could be gleaned from hunting in the jungle. Most orcs would dry the fish in a jerky for the rainy season, to be cooked later, while only a select few families, like Xiacheng and Xia Sang, who had larger spatial compartments, could indulge in the luxury of fresh fish. Other families with awakened spaces could only afford to store the rarest meats and fruits. When it came time to share the spoils, all the orcs from the gathering converged. The atmosphere was jubilant, laughter ringing out incessantly. The day's harvest must have been bountiful. Otherwise, the clan leader would not have summoned everyone to congregate. Indeed, I could hardly wait to witness the fruits of today's labor. Why hasn't Xia Sang released the items from her spatial compartment yet? Xiacheng scoffed coolly, warning them not to rejoice too soon. Her spatial compartment was not infinite. After all, Nenwaner's smile faltered, her expression stiffening at the venomous remarks of Xiacheng, who seemed to take pleasure in others' happiness. Xiacheng, why are you so bitter? No matter how you slice it, Sang's spatial compartment is larger than yours. You will forever be left in her shadow, watching as she becomes a hero of our Snow Wolf clan. Xiaoyin's smile turned dark. Nenwaner, you are nothing more than a lapdog to Xia Sang. Do you truly believe such a person would consider you a friend? As she observed Nenwaner's complexion grow increasingly pale, Xiaoyin became emboldened, casting a disdainful glance at the overly enthusiastic females nearby. And you all, do you naively believe that Xia Sang would wholeheartedly devote herself to the Snow Wolf clan? She is a female with a spatial compartment. If prey is scarce, she dares not act out. But if her haul is plentiful, who knows if she might pilfer from us? The value of food in the beast world was well understood by them, and the females began to waver, uncertainly asking, is that really possible? Of course, with stealth, she could easily keep 1 or 2 fish for herself without anyone noticing. Would anyone even care? They murmured agreement. Nenwaner felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Xiaoyin, do you think everyone shares your malicious mindset? I believe in Sang. She would never stoop to such treachery. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Xiaoyin's face. What? Are you her confidant? Just because you say it 1T happened means it 1T. Fool, you place your complete trust in her without knowing if she considers you a friend. After all, as a waste without an awakened space. What right do you have to be her companion? Just as Xia Sang had finished unloading the fish from her spatial compartment, filling the clearing before the clan leader, she overheard this conversation. Her expression darkened, her eyes igniting with indignation as the pent-up fury within her erupted. Xiaoyin, are you unwell? Did you grow up eating dirt, spouting such filth everywhere? You trade your mate like a commodity, betray friendships at a whim, and harm your family without a second thought. You cannot bear to see others prosper. It's as if you wish the world revolved around you. Are you a wild boar? Beloved by all, Xiaoyin, struck to the core, turned pale, her voice trembling. Cousin, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. You've always resented me for taking your mate, which I can understand, but that's not a choice I made. They approached me, and I did not turn them away. You cannot accuse me unjustly for this. Facing Xiaoyin's barbed words, Xia Sang felt a wave of revulsion. You know well what you've done. The heavens are watching. Whether you admit it or not, there will come a day of reckoning for you. Mark my words. Wan, stay away from her. Those who grow close to her never end well. She is simply jealous of our bond and seeks to sow discord. I swear to the beast god, I will never abandon you, that if I fail to uphold this promise, may I be struck by lightning and find no resting place. Tears brimmed in Nenwaner's eyes. She had not realized her significance to Xia Sang, significant enough for her to swear an oath before the beast god, who is said to protect their Snow Wolf clan and rescue them from peril time and again. Xia Sang had always hunted alongside the males of the clan. She must have known this, and yet, in such dire circumstances, she could still vow before the beast god, which proved that Xia Sang truly regarded her as a friend. How could this not touch her heart? Wiping her tears, she declared, Sang, I believe in you. Just as Xiaoyin was about to retort, the clan leader emerged, casting a cold glance at her, his displeasure evident as he spoke. Our Snow Wolf clan has always thrived on unity. I do not appreciate discord among us. Anyone who dares to sow discord beneath my watch will find themselves facing my ire. Xiaoyin trembled, understanding that this admonition was directed at her. She forced herself to appear indifferent, yet her chest felt tight and her throat dry. clenching the meticulously crafted bracelet made of giant python teeth. A hint of red flickered in her eyes. Even when he had shown her disdain in the past, he had never publicly chastised her. She had believed herself to be an exception in Chu Yan's heart, granted a measure of leniency above the other females. Even when she erred, he would turn a blind eye. But all of that had changed after Xia Sang awakened her spatial compartment. The special treatment that had once been hers alone had been entirely transferred to Xia Sang. Clenching her fists, her crimson nails digging into her flesh, a strange, unsettling madness flickered across her fair face as her eyes, now venomous, fixed upon Xia Sang, wishing to mar that alluring visage. Why? Why grant her such an enchanting face and allow her to awaken a spatial compartment? Why does the beast god favor such a vile female? What merits does she possess? Chu Yan glanced at the bowed head of Xiayin, cleared his throat, and continued, "Today's harvest has been remarkably fruitful. Each of you shall receive 20 large black fish and 50 pounds of fish dragon meat. I believe we shall all weather the coming rainy season safely." A thunderous cheer erupted among the orcs. "Excellent! I have long admired her. Hopefully, this time I shall win her favor." Nanshurjin gazed longingly at the most outstanding female in the crowd, clenching his fists. In 3 days, he must confess his feelings successfully. He was not alone in this sentiment. Fu Song's gaze lingered on Xia Sang's face, believing that a life saved should be repaid with love, and in 3 days he would offer his most sincere declaration. Xiayin bit her lip fiercely, cursing inwardly. Were these males blind? Why did they all focus their attention on Xia Sang, that shameless female, ignoring her completely? If that was the case, then she would not hold back. She would see which of these males would dare to associate with a wandering beast. Xia Sang, just you wait. Unfazed by the ardent gazes cast her way, Xia Sang laughed and chatted with Nan Wanner. "Wan Wan, do you have a male you admire?" Nan Wanner's cheeks flushed a rare shade of crimson. "Sang Sang, are you teasing me? You know I lack an awakened space. No male would ever be interested in a waste like me." Xia Sang considered the males who had hunted alongside her. The Snow Wolf clan's males were truly remarkable, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, long-legged, boasting standard 8-pack abs and stunning looks. Any choice would be a good one, but how could that be? A true admirer would not care whether or not you have an awakened space. Females are rare and precious in the beast world. Unless their hearts are already claimed, no male would reject a female's affection. Nan Wanner squeezed Xia Sang's hand tighter. "Then I shall give it a try." Today, the distribution of fish was particularly lively, with every household returning home laden with their bountiful catches, and no one bothered to scrutinize whether Xia Sang had engaged in any form of corruption. Instead, they joyously brought their prizes home to be grilled. Xia Sang had distributed 60 black fish and 200 gene of fish dragon meat, resulting in a substantial harvest, coupled with Wu Si's 20 black fish and 50 gene of fish dragon meat. The two amassed a total of 80 black fish and 250 gene of fish dragon meat. Altogether, this amounted to nearly 5,000 gene, which, even considering Wu Si's prodigious appetite, would sustain them for 50 days at a daily consumption of 100 gene. This harvest could certainly be deemed remarkably generous. In the evening, she stewed the smallest black fish, weighing approximately 40 gene. Dividing it into 2 pots, she prepared the fish head as a spicy fish head dish, utilizing ingredients preserved in her spatial storage. Mindful of the limited availability of these seasonings, she remained quite frugal, yet the aroma was still irresistibly enticing, drawing many beastmen to pause and admire. The fish body was prepared in a red braised style, enriched with rendered lard, imparting an exceptionally rich fragrance. After the spicy fish head was served, she cleaned the pot and turned the fish tail into a delectable fish soup, the creamy broth resembling milk. Perfect for nourishing the elderly, children, and postpartum women. They relished their meal, with Wu Si proving to be an unparalleled eater. Aside from the fish bones, which were too tough to digest, not a drop of broth remained, epitomizing the remarkable appetite of a male. After the meal, Xia Sang retrieved some reed grass she had harvested a few days prior from her spatial storage. She meticulously split the reed stems lengthwise with a sharpened bamboo shard to extract the pith, binding it with palm fiber and leaving it to dry naturally in the cave. This was a painstaking task, and although they worked diligently, their pace was unhurried. However, the reed grass in this beastly world grew tall and robust. And compared to the previous world, the pith was longer, wider, more elastic, and thicker, making extraction easier and less prone to breakage. For the cave they resided in, a single wick was sufficient to create an oil lamp. The two labored into the deep night, with Xia Sang secretly tending to Wu Si's wounds. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she took him outside to enjoy the moonlight and wash off the day's exertions. Once Yuan and Chi Mu Huai had fallen asleep, they quietly returned to the cave, hand in hand, and drifted off together. In the following 2 days, they continued to fish in the river. Whether their luck from the first day had been exhausted or the fish were diminishing in number, the catch was considerably less than on the first day. However, their safety had improved as they no longer encountered perilous species like the cup-shaped fish dragon. Despite this, each person still received more than 10 fish daily, with each fish weighing over 50 gene, resulting in a daily yield of 5 to 600 gene, a substantial harvest for an average family. Xia Sang and Wu Si's bounty far surpassed that of ordinary households, with even the least productive day yielding nearly 3,000 gene. Over the course of 2 days, they accumulated almost 6,000 gene, filling their spatial storage with fish to the point of resembling a mountain, enough to last them half a year. After 3 consecutive days of fish consumption, despite Xia Sang's creative culinary variations, boiled fish slices, steamed fish, fish hot pot, grilled fish, and pan-fried fish, she found herself on the verge of exhaustion. "That I can't do this anymore, Wu Si. Let us not eat fish tomorrow. If we continue like this, I might transform into a fish spirit." Wu Si smirked, realizing that their household's simplicity and Xia Sang's abundant earnings allowed them to indulge in fish to the point of nausea. Other beastman families typically settled for a modest meal, saving most for the rainy season. Tomorrow evening, there would be a bonfire celebration, where every family would present their finest food to celebrate the harvest and express gratitude to the beast god. At that time, they could indulge in anything they desired. Xia Sang's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she mentioned that the chief had said one could also confess their feelings to someone special, promising a lively atmosphere. Wu Si recalled his secret nighttime hunting escapades, having exchanged animal teeth with the chief. The necklace he had polished was hidden in a haystack, and his ears flushed crimson while his cheeks burned with warmth. Suppressing the overwhelming affection within him, Wu Si gazed intently at Xia Sang's profile, more beautiful than any flower, unconsciously touching his heated earlobe. Tomorrow, he would confess all his unspoken love and fervent emotions to her. The night breeze was gentle, and the sound of flowing water was soothing. Being beside the one he cherished made even the wind feel sweet. When Xia Sang noticed Wu Si's silence for a while, she turned to see him seated casually, exuding a bold aura. She felt disdain for the beastly male's lack of decorum. To facilitate transformation, his animal skin skirt left little to the imagination, revealing long, powerful legs that drew the gaze of onlookers. She suppressed her own fluttering heart, licking her lips. "Wu Si, we should head back quickly. It's getting late." With that, she leaped off the stone and dashed towards the cave, her demeanor suggesting a hint of fleeing. Wu Si snapped back to reality and chuckled softly. His previous posture had been deliberate. If he hadn't acted that way, they might still be waiting for a moment to advance their relationship. A smirk crept across his face, satisfied with Xia Sang's reaction. It was good that she felt shy. He feared the worst, indifference from the female. Rising leisurely, he stretched his body. After 2 days of hunting, they had not rested at all, busy with making wicks and preparing barrels and stone jars for refining palm oil. They were indeed weary and deserved a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the gathering place buzzed with activity. The females had risen early to forage in preparation for the evening's bonfire celebration. The males, too, were spirited, setting out to check traps for game, some carrying wild chickens and hares. Cheerfully greeting Wu Si to Wu Si, "Have you gathered enough animal teeth? If not, I have some spare." Wu Si quickly gestured for them to be quiet and dragged the person away. "Hurry up, don't say too much." "All right, I understand." Xia Sang looked perplexed, wondering what riddle these males were playing at, unable to comprehend their cryptic exchanges. For breakfast, the two prepared roasted meat and sweet potatoes, the long-missed aroma of meat wafting through the air. Xia Sang squinted her eyes in bliss, No longer wanting to endure the smell of fish, she accompanied the hunting party early in the morning and by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They had already returned home with their share of meat. As Wu Si returned, he promptly picked up a sharp bone knife and joined the throng of males heading into the jungle, likely to prepare for the evening's sacrificial festivities. Meanwhile, the females busied themselves crafting delicious dishes. Xia Sang placed great importance on the upcoming bonfire gathering. It would be her first participation in such a lively occasion since her arrival in this world, making it impossible for her not to feel curious. The brown hide curtain she had hung for several days was a common material, and the skilled females of the Snow Wolf tribe, seeing it, started showcasing their own weaving skills. Some of the older females even wove intricate patterns, each more beautiful than the last. Yet despite being her original creation, it ultimately became the least attractive in the tribe. Xia Sang pouted, catching a whiff of the strong fishy odor clinging to her, and went to the stream to fetch some water. She lowered the curtain and meticulously scrubbed herself with a piece of gray hair hide. Xie Yuan and Qi Mu Huai, having benefited from her treatment over the past few days, were recovering well. Presumably, they were also preparing for the evening's activities and were not home. The other males accompanied the leader into the jungle, leaving the gathering place significantly quieter. She was not at all concerned about being exposed. Humming the most dazzling ethnic tune, she scrubbed with zeal, her spirits lifted, even playing with bubbles from the bathwater. After cleaning up, Xia Sang donned her new battle attire, a pure white animal hide skirt, with her thick, dark hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding an air of elegance. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that all the females wore floral crowns atop their heads, their necks adorned with necklaces made of animal teeth, and their wrists and ankles heavily decorated, with some even sporting dyed nails and lips. Xia Sang gazed expressionlessly at her unadorned white hide skirt, feeling it lacked vibrancy. After contemplating, she returned to the cave to apply some lipstick and a touch of blush to her cheeks. From her storage space, she retrieved 2 large sweet potatoes, washed them clean, peeled them, and cut them into thin strips. Boiling water was brought to a simmer as she added the sweet potato strips, cooking them for 20 minutes before draining and letting them cool. She heated oil in a pan and fried the cooled sweet potatoes for 5 to 6 minutes until they changed color, then drained them, resulting in sweet and crispy strips that were delightful with every bite. Placing the sweet potato strips in a woven basket, she knew they would be a hit among all ages. With the food prepared, Xia Sang turned her attention to crafting bamboo strips for a backpack. Baskets, mats, and lanterns, all of which she could weave. When the trading fair commenced, she intended to exchange these items for salt and iron tools. In her previous life, there was an elderly craftsman who excelled in weaving. When the apocalypse ended and industrial order had yet to be restored, artisans were particularly valued. His weaving skills were extraordinary, creating fish tanks and cups that did not leak a drop, exquisite beyond compare. Many in the base learned a few techniques from him, and during her leisure time, Xia Sang also picked up skills in various weaving styles: simple base weaving, round mouth weaving, hexagonal hole weaving, trapezoidal weaving, spiral weaving, and the commonly used alternating and diagonal weaving techniques. Unexpectedly, the skills she casually learned became her means of livelihood, a fact that was somewhat bittersweet. As evening fell, the males returned triumphantly with their catch. And a large bonfire had been lit in the clearing before the tribe leader's dwelling, and a massive offering table stood before the fire, currently empty, presumably awaiting the fresh offerings. Once everyone gathered, the shaman, wearing a mask that revealed only his dual, sorrowful yet joyful eyes, raised a rattle high in his right hand and led a procession of masked males in a vigorous dance. The performance was a spectacle, with their bodies moving in wild, exaggerated motions, invoking a sense of awe that sent shivers down Xia Sang's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. The tribe leader, however, stood at the offering table, seemingly oblivious to the spirited dance, focused instead on arranging the sacrificial offerings: a wild chicken, a hare, a wild boar, and a pure white deer that radiated an aura of auspiciousness. Once the shaman completed his dance and approached the table, he raised the rattle and performed another solo dance while chanting incantations. All the beastmen knelt by the fire, bowing their heads in sincere reverence. The tribe leader wielded a bone knife, delivering precise strikes to each offering, ensuring a swift death. Blood gushed forth, Yet miraculously, not a drop touched the ground. Instead, it hovered suspended in midair. I could see that moment. The shaman intoned a prayer, and the blood silently avoided the crowd, sinking into the earth without a trace. Xia Sang knelt, catching this extraordinary sight out of the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but marvel. The sacrificial ceremony concluded swiftly, with the tribe leader and the shaman kneeling before the table, their foreheads touching the ground in fervent prayer. "O beast god, your loyal subjects beseech you, bless our snow wolf tribe with prosperity and abundance." Upon finishing, the beastmen echoed, "O beast god, your loyal subjects beseech you, bless our snow wolf tribe with prosperity and abundance." Rising from their prayers, the tribe leader proclaimed that the warm season was drawing to a close, and every household had reaped bountiful rewards. They first expressed gratitude to the beast god for saving their kin from peril, and then they thanked Xia Sang for her steadfast dedication during the hunting season, risking her life to bring back prey. It was now time for revelry, and he hoped everyone would enjoy themselves. Chu Yan's gaze pierced through the throng of tribesmen, landing squarely on Xia Sang, who looked particularly beautiful today, easily distinguishable among the other females. Many bonded males in the tribe fixated their eyes on her, their gazes intense and fervent. He calmly averted his gaze, feeling a pang of bitterness, being several years older than the younger males. He never considered himself inferior, yet the confidence he once possessed had faded, leaving him without the courage to express his feelings. Yes, he feared rejection. Xia Sang had never been one to value strength. As long as someone could reach her heart, she would treat them with sincerity. Conversely, she would not offer any kindness to a male, not even the tribe leader. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the males erupted in cheers, launching into a dance that bore resemblance to Mongolian dance, grand and dynamic, perfectly showcasing their strength and flexibility, stirring the blood of all who watched. The females, hand in hand, formed a circle, swaying their bodies with alluring abandon. Everyone was enveloped in happiness and joy. "Leader, aren't you going to join them?" Tim teased, standing beside Chu. "I remember when you were just a reckless lad, dancing more wildly than anyone else. You've quieted down ever since becoming leader." Chu Yin snorted coldly. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly join these peacocks, flaunting their feathers?" "All right then, consider me meddling," Timu replied, letting it go. Xia Sang was forcibly pulled into a dance by Nan Wanner, finding it rather dull, so she sought a quiet spot to observe the festivities. Xia Yin, dressed in an especially extravagant manner today, adorned with decorations on her neck, wrists, and ankles, produced a delightful jingling sound as she danced, her face radiating joy. Xia Sang was so engrossed in watching that she failed to notice a pair of azure eyes watching her from the shadows. When she sensed an ominous presence drawing near, she only had time to scream before being knocked unconscious by a swift strike, her last thought being, "What the hell? This person must be insane." That hurt. Her scream was drowned amidst the crowd's cheers, failing to stir even a ripple. It was only when Wu Si sought her out to declare his feelings, but found her missing, that he recognized the seriousness of the situation. His mind spun in chaos, an ominous premonition gnawing at him, his heart feeling as if it were being torn apart by unseen claws, making it hard to breathe. "Leader, something has happened to Sang Sang." Chu Yin, seated on a hide mat with the shaman, was in the midst of discussion when the door was suddenly flung open. Chu Yan's hand holding the stone cup trembled. What beastman was so rude as to barge in without knocking, showing such blatant disrespect to him, the leader? Just as he was about to scold the intruder, he heard the alarming words, causing the stone cup to tumble from his grasp, scalding water splashing against his thigh. Yet he felt nothing, leaping to his feet with pupils constricted in unrecognized fear. "What is happening?" Wu Si's eyes reddened, intense anxiety and urgency making his entire body tremble. With a thud, he knelt, his voice thick with emotion. "Leader, I can't find Sang Sang. What should we do, leader?" Chu Yin silently lamented the situation. Xia Sang was not a capricious female. After several days of interaction, he had discovered that Xia Sang acted with her own convictions, detesting trouble for others and unwilling to owe favors, while also placing great importance on loyalty and righteousness. She would never abandon Wu Si and leave on her own accord. Thus, it was highly probable that she had been forcibly taken away. "Have you searched the cave?" "Yes, but she is not there." With the last flicker of hope extinguished, Chu Yan's complexion drained of color, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably as he stepped outside. Wait, Shermu, the calmest among the three, had grasped the situation and understood the gravity of the matter. The divine maiden being taken was no trivial affair, and he could not remain idle. Grasping the tortoise shell, he closed his eyes and began to divine. After several breaths, he opened his pale eyes, his voice weak as he uttered, "Head north," truly worthy of being the divine maiden. Merely calculating the direction nearly exhausted him. "Leader, wait for me." Shermu rushed after Chu Yan, only to be told to keep an eye on their home and ensure no one stole from them without their knowledge. He turned and departed swiftly. Shermu halted, muttering in frustration, "I knew they would bully me." Nevertheless, he began to organize some males to patrol the vicinity, safeguarding the safety of their kin. The situation regarding Xia Sang served as a wake-up call for everyone. The rainy season was approaching, and those eager to stir chaos had begun to increase. There would always be individuals willing to betray their kin for personal gain, as Chu Yan traversed the northern collection forest with Wu Si. Crossing a river, the faint scent of Xia Sang completely vanished. His crimson eyes surged with tumultuous waves, his mind blank, losing the initial calmness and judgment. Transformed into a snow wolf, he could only repeatedly sniff along the riverbank. Desperately attempting to grasp something, Wu Si was no better off. Despair and fear shone in his eyes, his muscles taut, sharp claws deeply embedded in the soil as he anxiously dug. "Leader, what should we do? I can't find her." "We'll split up the search if we haven't found her by dawn." The leader's intent was clear to him, yet he could not accept it. Had Sang, who dedicated herself to her kin, truly been abandoned like this? He felt an icy chill envelop him, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, his limbs frozen, his heart gnawed upon by countless ants, the dense pain making him tremble uncontrollably. "Leader, if I can't find Sang, I won't return. Just consider me dead." "Foolish! The rainy season is upon us. Aimless searching will only lead to faster demise." Wu Si's anguished cries echoed, each one filled with sorrow. Without Sang, what meaning did his existence hold? He might as well perish at once. Xia Sang, sensing something, stirred her eyelids, forcing herself to awaken, only to be struck on the neck by a hand, plunging her back into unconsciousness. "Damn it, can't you avoid that spot? It really hurts." Xia Sang cursed under her breath before succumbing to slumber once more. "Rui, you covered both of them in mud," even smearing Xia Sang's delicate, fair face, thoroughly masking her scent, as he bounded through the forest holding her. He was quite pleased with the female in his arms. She was far more beautiful than he had imagined. Her scent sweet and enticing. That wicked female, Xiacheng, had inadvertently done him a favor, for Xia Sang was indeed superior by leaps and bounds. That he had heard that Xia Sang had awakened in enormous space. No matter how many snake offspring she bore in the future, they would never go hungry. She was simply the perfect female tailored for him, and there was none more to his liking. The roars of beasts echoed around him, yet Ray, you paid them no heed, deeply inhaling the scent of the female in his arms, contentedly racing toward the gathering place of the Ming snake tribe. Though they were cold-blooded creatures, that did not mean they should be shunned by all, living a life of disdain and scorn, unloved by females. Rui Yu felt indignant for his kin, lovingly caressing the soft, warm skin of the small female. It was far more pleasant than touching a cold-blooded creature. There were females in the Ming snake tribe who would crawl in his bed, but they were not only unattractive but also had slippery, cold skin, akin to the sensation of wiping one's nose, utterly repulsive. Had he not heard that a female named Xia'in from the Snow Wolf tribe had awakened a space of 1,000 cubic meters? He would not have dared to take this risk. Females awakening spaces within their tribe were exceedingly rare. Even if they did, it was only a meager 20 or 30 cubic meters, hardly enough to store anything of significance. Days prior, he had sought out Xia'in, expecting her to refuse, who knew that the wretched female would drool over him, an utterly revolting sight. She even maliciously recommended her cousin to him, feigning ignorance about the bonfire party's timing, thus providing him with a golden opportunity. To his surprise, the female he unexpectedly acquired was infuriatingly to his taste. They were not rogue beastmen. They would not forcibly take a female, but at this moment, he was inclined to make an exception. Coercion or temptation, she must bond with him, and he did not care if she had had several beast husbands before. From now on, he would suffice, and they would bear a nest of snake offspring. Living happily ever after. You ran for an entire day and night, arriving at the Ming snake tribe's gathering place by the following evening. Leader, you have returned. The males approached him with greetings. Na joyfully stepped forward but froze upon seeing the female in Yu's arms, her smile stiffening. She tightly gripped the bee-skin skirt she had made from her first shed skin, which she had eagerly gifted to her beloved, only to find his gaze wholly fixated on the female he held. Not even a cold glance was spared for her. Na felt an icy chill envelop her. Her heart constricted as if caught in an impenetrable net, a fine, agonizing pain swelling within her, struggling desperately, yet unable to break free. Clenching her fists, her nails dug deeply into her flesh as she strove to suppress the pain within. Her lips curving into a bitter smile as she spoke. You have returned? You nonchalantly replied with a grunt, his gaze not leaving the female. Na forced a smile, continuing, Leader, this female is. Yu's eyes gleamed with pride. This is the most beautiful female of the Snow Wolf tribe, with the largest base. The surrounding males erupted in cheers, cautiously inquiring, could it be Xiacheng? You snorted coldly. Tilting his chin, what does Xiacheng count as beautiful? This is Xia Sang, her cousin, who is said to possess a space even larger than Xiaoyin's. Ah, the male figures collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment surpassing that of Xiacheng, leaving them momentarily unable to fathom the magnitude of the situation. This scene was exceedingly jarring to Na's eyes, and soon she was pushed out of the crowd by the males. Chow Yin feigned a casual embrace around Na's waist. His deep green eyes dimmed as he silently observed the female he cherished directing all her attention towards other males. His grip on her tightened with each passing moment, knuckles turning white as his nails dug into his flesh. Noticing she was unharmed, Chow Yin took a couple of steps back, awkwardly lowering his suspended hand, closing his eyes to shield the unyielding emotions of resentment and mockery that lingered beneath the surface. Na, in a daze, turned and departed, not sparing Chow Yin a single glance. You dispersed the crowd, triumphantly carrying Xia Sang back to his own cave. The gathering place of the Mingxi tribe was a flat land surrounded by mountains. Shrouded in verdant shade, at the center lay a large pond, a playground for the tribe members. Yu's dwelling resembled a curtain of water, as the snake beastmen preferred cool, sheltered, and damp environments, finding the water curtain cave particularly comfortable during the hot season. When resting, the snake beastmen favored transforming into their beast forms, coiling among piles of stones, resulting in a haphazard arrangement of rocks within the cave, along with a patch of grass prepared for themselves. With one arm encircling Xia Sang, he retrieved the shed snake skin from the corner and spread it over the grass pile before gently placing the small female atop it. Typically, the snake beastmen would cleanse themselves in the water. Lacking basins or similar conveniences, that he found a relatively clean piece of bee skin, dampened it with the spring water at the cave's edge, and meticulously wiped away the mud enveloping Xia Sang's form. Upon reaching her chest, he abruptly tore away the bothersome band and bee skin skirt, flushing with embarrassment as he cleaned her up, then took out the first snake skin he shed upon reaching maturity to personally craft a long dress for Xia Sang. This style was favored among the females of the tribe, and Xia Sang would undoubtedly look exquisite in it. His snake skin, unlike the gaudy, flamboyant ones favored by others, was pale blue with evenly distributed scales, clear patterns, and a natural softness, resulting in a dress of refined elegance. While the female slept soundly, he draped the long dress over her. Its fit was perfectly balanced, exuding an ethereal beauty. You swallowed hard, his throat moving as his dark blue eyes deepened with intensity. Xia Sang lay like a lamb awaiting slaughter, unaware and unguarded in her slumber, her long lashes resembling delicate fans, thick and dark, while her rosy lips slightly puckered, akin to a flower glistening with dew, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Under his fervent gaze, Xia Sang's sleep grew restless. Suddenly, she snapped awake, colliding with a hard head. Ouch, Xia Sang gasped, clutching her forehead, and upon meeting a pair of glowing blue eyes, instinctively leaned back, only to be supported by a powerful arm. The male before her, with blue eyes and hair, his skin translucent, fixed a fervent gaze upon her, radiating an unsettling intensity that made her uncomfortable. He was undeniably handsome, but such beauty was unprecedented in her experience. If the figures of Chu Yin were akin to the creations of Nuwa, then this male embodied Nuwa's flamboyant display of skill, surpassing her imagination. "Release me," she exclaimed, feeling an unsettling proximity to this unfamiliar male. Aside from Wu-S, as her gaze traversed the cave, a cool, fishy breeze brushed against her, and at the sight of the delicate blue dress draped over her, it felt like a thunderclap, leaving her incredulous. When had she donned such a light and exquisite garment? A sudden realization struck her like a heavy stone sinking in her chest, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Swallowing hard, her throat dry, she hesitantly inquired, "Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? Who changed my clothes?" With a soft chuckle, Yu withdrew his hand, looking at her with a doting expression, and replied earnestly, "I am Yu, the chieftain of the Mingxi tribe. This is the territory of the Mingxi tribe, and you're the one I brought back. I changed your clothes. Xia Sang shrieked in alarm, instinctively clutching herself and stammering, "Are you insane? A gentleman does not stare at a lady. How can you be so shameless?" Yu shrugged nonchalantly, continuing her unfinished thought with an unexpected declaration. "Seeing is seeing. Fear not. I will take responsibility. How about we bond tonight?" Xia Sang's indignation flared as if her tail had been stepped on. "I don't even know you. Why should I bond with you?" "Don't you think this is utterly absurd?" In the dim, damp cave, Yu, legs crossed and exuding a languid demeanor, lazily lifted his eyelids. "Not at all. How could it be absurd? Meeting is fate. After bonding, we can take our time and get to know each other. How is that not ludicrous? Who bonds with someone they don't know or like? You can bond with whomever you please. I refuse to. Just because you're beautiful doesn't give you the right to act insolently." Yu's gaze sharpened, his narrow blue eyes clouded with frost as he spoke softly yet ominously. "You have no say in this. Isn't it said that males cannot force females?" Xia Sang retreated several steps, intent on fleeing, only to be caught by the hem of her dress. "Let go. Help. I want to go out without clothes. If you resist, your dress may not survive." His warning was not mere exaggeration. The strength of males in this beastly world was formidable. Xia Sang relented. "I don't want to stay here. Will you please let me go?" "Dream on. Not a chance. Even if I let you go, you won't be able to return. The distance to the Snow Wolf tribe is 1,000 miles, and the rainy season is approaching. That I advise you to remain here with me." Xia Sang tugged at her messy hair, discovering it caked with mud, its unpleasant odor reminiscent of riverbed silt. Her expression contorted momentarily. "What on earth did you do to me?" Yu paused, recalling that he had forgotten to clean her hair, biting his lip as he suppressed laughter. "Without such measures, we would have been devoured by beasts." Rising with ease, he added, "I'll fetch you a basin so you can clean up." Xia Sang watched as he leaped through the curtain of water, swiftly scaling the damp wall to the mountain's foot. Curiosity piqued, she leaned over, her mind swirling. Who builds their cave halfway up a mountain? Squinting upward in irritation, she noted the barren rock face, devoid of vines. Leaving her abilities rendered useless, refusing to give up, Xia Sang rummaged through her belongings until she miraculously unearthed a climbing rope. "Aha! There is always a way out." Securing the hook to a rock, she swiftly descended, the cool spring water soaking her thoroughly. Yu had yet to return. She stashed the rope and stealthily made her way outside. Encountering several males along the way, they initially marveled at her beauty, but quickly regained composure, eager to offer their assistance. "Xia Sang, where are you headed?" "Allow me to escort you." "Xia Sang, are you hungry? I have some fresh mountain mice in my cave. Let me fetch them for you." "Xia Sang, do you fancy blue dresses? My bee skin is also blue. I can bring it for you to make one." Xia Sang, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, disregarded politeness as she coldly rejected their advances. "No, thank you. Get lost." Though she didn't wish to be rude, Their overly enthusiastic approach was a bit much. Yet to avoid Yu's grasp, she had no choice but to be blunt, which proved effective as the crowd parted in a rush. Her temper is fiery. We can't afford to offend her. Indeed, our Ming-Shi females are truly remarkable. Xia Sang took a deep breath, randomly selected a direction, and plunged into the dense forest. The midnight woods were eerily silent, with gnarled old trees obscuring the sky, their twisted branches casting a shadow over the ground. Thick, robust vines twisted around each other, while nameless insects scuttled by, sending a shiver down her spine. The flora here grew rampant, with virtually no natural predators. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but the deeper she ventured, the heavier the mist seemed to become. Hastily, Xia Sang fished out a mask, whether it was miasma or not. Any barrier was better than none. While she was not particularly afraid of toxins, in such a perilous environment, it was wise to conserve her abilities, using them only when absolutely necessary. As she pushed through the layers of intertwining branches, a flock of ominous giant bats swooped past, causing her skin to prickle with fear. She licked her back molar and steadied her nerves. The rainy season would arrive in just 2 days, and she needed to return. Wuxi's food supplies were all in her space, and if she didn't go back, he would surely suffer from hunger, even if he would not starve to death. Rustling sounds echoed around her, intensifying her trepidation. Xia Sang dared not look back, as a profound dread enveloped her. She felt like a startled bird, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She wished to take a deep breath and clutch the vines to envelop herself. But her mind was a blank slate. All she wanted was to scream, to wail out loud, her tears and snot flowing freely as she silently called out for Wuxi. Yet it seemed futile. Far away, at the Snow Wolf clan's gathering place, Wuxi and Chu Yin, having searched fruitlessly for Xia Sang until dawn, gazed despairingly at the boundless forest, unable to contain their anguish any longer. Chu Yin, suppressing his tears, struck Wuxi unconscious and carried him back. Nan Shijin and Nan Wanner, who had not slept all night, lingered at Xia Sang's cave entrance, reluctant to depart. It was only upon seeing the clan leader carrying Wuxi that they rushed forward. "Leader, where is Sang Sang?" Chu Yin shook his head, saying nothing, but his eyes were frighteningly red. Nan Wanner's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Nan Shijin pounded the earth in despair, regretting that he had not discovered sooner that Sang Sang had been taken away. Si Yuan and Shi Mu Huai, meanwhile, felt a tumult of emotions that on one hand, they deeply regretted not urging Xia Sang to heal their maimed limbs sooner, leaving them only partially restored. Uncertain if they would ever have the chance to be whole again, on the other hand, there was a glimmer of relief. It was not uncommon for female beasts to encounter misfortune, leading to an unwritten rule. If a female did not return within 6 months, she could be presumed dead, allowing her mates to seek the great shaman for a contract dissolution, which would not affect future pairings or offspring. Worried for Wuxi's safety, Chu Yin took him back to his stone dwelling, binding him securely with a sturdy chain. Many males came to inquire about Xia Sang, but without exception, they received negative replies, returning dejected and dispirited. Only Xia Yin reveled in the situation, slandering Xia Sang at every opportunity. "I suspect my cousin has fallen for some wandering beast and eloped. I've heard wandering beasts are indiscriminate and ferocious. Who knows if she might contract some dreadful disease? Even if she returns, she will be tainted. Who would want to bond with her then?" Each time Nan Wanner heard this, she would step forward to argue. "Xia Yin, you wretched female, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Humph. If she wasn't eloping, where else could she be? So many females go missing each year. What makes you think it's all the work of wandering beasts? Ordinary males wouldn't dare to force a female." Nan Wanner's voice faltered. Even if it were a wandering beast, Sang Sang was not a willing participant. "Humph. What difference does it make whether she consented or not? Have you ever seen a missing female return to her clan?" Nan Wanner, overwhelmed with frustration, would often break down in tears, while the other females looked on sympathetically. Such a fate was disheartening for anyone. Si Yuan and Shi Mu Huai remained indifferent, unmoved by any harsh words. Whether she returned or not was of no concern to them. Wuxi awoke once, desperately struggling to free himself from the chains. But it was in vain. Left with no other option, He resorted to fasting as a form of protest, while Chu Yin allowed him to thrash about, knowing he would eventually tire. A few days without food would not kill him. "Leader, let me go. I must find Xia Sang. She is still waiting for me." Chu Yin remained impassive, though the hand holding the stone cup trembled slightly, scalding hot water splashing onto his chest, yet he felt nothing. The rustling grew closer, and Xia Sang's eyelids fluttered nervously. In her panic, she stumbled into a tree hollowed. In her haste, she managed to grasp a vine. Thankful that the hollow was not deep, she reached the bottom in a matter of breaths. The hollow was pitch dark. Even with her abilities, she could barely discern the shapes of a dozen or so eggs inside. The thought of the rustling outside sent a chill through her, and her face paled as she feared she might have stumbled into a snake's nest. She carefully avoided the dry droppings on the ground and gently pressed her hand against an eggshell. It was slightly soft, and with a bit of pressure, it would surely indent. The surface of the egg felt coarse with irregular bumps, vastly different from the hard, smooth texture of bird eggs. Xia Sang quickly withdrew her hand, disgusted, wiping it against the wall of the hollow. The stickiness made her feel nauseous, nearly causing her to retch. It was confirmed. These were python eggs. Gritting her teeth, she tightened the vine around herself and swiftly ascended from the hollow. Hanging high in the treetops, suppressing her rising fear, she squinted downwards to see a massive reticulated python poised at the entrance of the hollow, hissing and displaying its fangs, asserting its dominance. Despite its large, luminous eyes, the python had poor vision. It had yet to spot her, truly a creature blind to its surroundings. She understood that the python relied on thermal imaging to detect prey, with an approximate range of about 100 meters. Xia Sang remained perfectly still atop the towering tree, knowing that this would render her invisible to the serpent. As anticipated, after its display of aggression, the reticulated python swiftly retreated into the hollow. Upon confirming that its eggs were intact, it ceased all movement. Xia Sang, relieved to have escaped unscathed, descended from the tree and took a deep breath. Selecting a direction, she hurried away, the only sounds left being the rushing wind and her frantic heartbeat. A sudden chill swept over her from behind, causing Xia Sang to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, she turned, only to meet a pair of deep, azure eyes. "Why aren't you running?" Yu stood tall and imposing, his handsome face ablaze with fury. A dangerous glint flickering in his piercing blue gaze. His voice was slightly hoarse. Xia Sang instinctively took 2 steps back, her powers conjuring vines that writhed like enormous serpents in the ink-black night. She stood amidst the tendrils, her expression grave, turning to flee. Yu snorted derisively, transforming into a massive pale blue python, lunging forward with incredible speed. In mere moments, he had torn through all the vines. In her moment of distraction, he morphed back, one arm tightly encircling Xia Sang's waist while the other seized a venomous snake attempting to strike, flinging it away with lethal precision, his actions infused with wrath. "I truly underestimated your ability to escape." Fine raindrops began to fall from the sky, filtering through the leaves and landing on her face. 1 drop, 2 drops. Xia Sang felt her limbs grow cold and stiff. Her throat constricted, tears cascading down her cheeks like a mighty flood, splashing against Yu's chest, burning hot. Her once proud spirit crumbled before the might of this dominant male, and she could no longer contain herself. Erupting in a fit of despair, "Are you out of your mind? I was living peacefully in my own territory, not bothering anyone. How dare you bring me to this strange place without a word? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to dictate another's life? Do you even understand? I have a beast husband, a lover, and he is waiting for my return. Because of you, I am trapped in this unfamiliar place, unable to go back. I wish I could kill you right now. You disgusting beast, a cold-blooded creature devoid of feelings. Just wait until I find the chance. I swear I will end you." Yu firmly grasped the fist that Xia Sang swung at him, executing a swift chop, and the world fell silent. He had contemplated various ways for the two of them to coexist. Yet he had never imagined that she would harbor such animosity towards him. Tightening his embrace around her, he suddenly felt a wave of despondency. Perhaps he had truly erred. He should not have unilaterally taken her away from her familiar surroundings. selfishly wishing to confine her by his side. Upon returning to the cave, Ryu gently placed her onto the freshly arranged fur bed, seeking a clean hide to meticulously wipe away the rainwater from her skin. He then draped a light fur over her and turned to deal with the mountain rat that lay abandoned on the ground, remembering that she had not eaten throughout their journey. He had specifically caught the prey, which had delayed him thus so. When he returned, brimming with joy and carrying the spoils, he found the cave utterly deserted, save for the lingering fragrance that filled the air. He discarded his burden and hurriedly dashed outside, like a headless fly, sniffing the air for a sweet scent, recklessly plunging into the darkness. Although the serpent beastmen favored nocturnal activities, the jungle at night was perilous. After a painstaking search, he finally located her, only to find the beast god standing by her side, and the vines above aiding her escape. In that moment, despair enveloped him, and beastman could defy the will of the beast god. Fortunately, the deity was moved by his sincerity and returned the little female to him. With an almost greedy gaze, he beheld the exquisite visage of the little female and set about kindling a fire to roast the meat. The serpent beastmen retained some of their serpentine nature and were quite fearful of fire. Yet for the sake of the little female, he endured the searing pain on his skin and prepared the rat meat for her. The rich aroma of cooking meat wafted through the cave, and Ryu, with his enchanting features and graceful demeanor, exuded a charm that was magnified by the deep adoration reflected in his azure eyes. It was not until the smell of charring meat filled the air that he realized his oversight and hurriedly fetched a basin of water from the cave's edge to extinguish the flames. The rat meat was slightly burnt, and he carefully trimmed away the charred bits with a bamboo strip, cautiously tasting a piece. Ugh! It was both burnt and bitter, rather unpalatable. Perhaps the serpent beastmen simply were not accustomed to cooked meat? Maybe it was not as distasteful in the eyes of other beastmen. He consoled himself with uncertainty. Before long, Xia Sang awoke, roused by hunger. Her stomach growled incessantly. She had only managed to gnaw on a couple of wild fruits during her escape, and after a prolonged period of fasting, compounded by her exertion against Review, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. "Are you hungry? I roasted some rat meat for you. Would you care to try?" Xia Sang declined, thinking, was it even fit for a human to consume rat? Reminded of her earlier outburst towards Ryu in the jungle, a twinge of embarrassment crept in, especially upon seeing the poorly roasted meat. Her desire to refuse piqued. Who roasts meat like this? Some parts were blackened, while others remained a vivid red, as if they could still bleed if pressed. No, thank you, I'll just make something for myself. This was truly inedible for her. Ryu, unbothered by her disdain, felt a pang of disappointment. Instead, he wandered to the cave's entrance, gazing out at the curtain of rain that cascaded like silver strands. His expression tinged with melancholy. The once lively riverside, where beastmen frolicked and played, now saw them all huddled within the cave, while the distant, dark, and foreboding jungle appeared revitalized by the gentle rain. The serpent beastmen had a slow metabolism. After a hunt, it would take them at least 2 days to fully digest. Assuming the temperature was suitable in colder weather, their digestion would cease entirely. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the cave, prompting him to swallow involuntarily. He found a corner to sit in, retrieving a bone knife to meticulously carve a basin. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the beautiful little female, who appeared even more enchanting as she diligently roasted the meat. Even her slight frown and pursed lips were captivating. He swallowed again, his throat tightening as he felt the veins in his hands bulging, struggling to suppress the desires that surged within him. The arrival of the rainy season signified that adult serpent beastmen were entering their rut. During such times, he would typically curl up in the cave, enduring the discomfort until it passed. But this time, the beloved little female was right beside him. Her intoxicating scent invaded his nostrils, amplifying his senses and igniting a fervor within him that was nearly unbearable. Ryu abruptly stood and leaped out of the cave, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xia Sang, perplexed, paid little mind to his sudden departure. Overcome by hunger, she disregarded the heat, slicing off pieces of meat to shove into her mouth, chewing haphazardly before swallowing. After devouring 2 pounds of meat, her stomach finally felt at ease, no longer ablaze with hunger. She slowed her pace, savoring a few more bites until her belly was round and full, before reluctantly storing the remaining meat in her space. With the basin she had polished in hand, Xia Sang ran her fingers over its smooth surface, devoid of any splinters. Satisfied, she fetched another basin of water from the cave's edge to wash her hands, changing the water before beginning to cleanse her body and hair. After ensuring she was clean, she picked up a fresh piece of hide, diligently wiping down her long skirt. Remarkably, the skirt made of serpent skin was quite lovely and remarkably durable. Despite her long run through the thorns of the jungle, it showed no signs of wear, not even a hint of damage. Moreover, the serpent skin was highly water-resistant. When soiled, a gentle wipe with a clean hide restored it to pristine condition. It was truly a must-have for the lazy. Once she finished her tasks, Xia Sang found herself still wide awake and seated on the hide, rummaging through her space for a bottle of alcohol and cotton swabs to treat the wounds on her legs. In her hurried flight through the jungle, her skirt had only reached her knees, leaving her calves marred with scratches from thorns. Previously, she had been too dizzy from hunger to feel the pain. But now, having eaten her fill, the sensations flared intensely. After tending to her wounds, Xia Sang began to scrutinize the cave. Upon spotting a large pile of serpent skin casually stacked in a corner, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She was unsure how it had been acquired, but the skins were vibrant in color and smooth to the touch, making them ideal for crafting undergarments. In the past, she had secretly taken a pair of underpants from her space, being ever so cautious not to be discovered. Now, using these skins for undergarments would surely raise no eyebrows. Emerging from the cold water, Ryu was met with the sight of Xia Sang's delicate hands caressing the serpent skin with an almost obsessive fascination. The calmness he had regained began to boil anew. Startled by the noise, Xia Sang quickly withdrew her hand and stood up, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. You must listen to my explanation. I was merely curious, Ryu chuckled softly, his dimples showing adorably. Xiang's heart raced as she tightly gripped her restless hands, anxiously gazing at him. That I believe you, he added, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If you like, you can take all of it. After all, I could never find favor with another female. Xia Sang hesitated, her modesty surfacing. ISNT that a bit inappropriate. Not at all. As long as you like it. I would go so far as to pluck the stars from the sky for you. Xia Sang felt as though she had stepped on a snake's tail, hastily retreating. You can't mean you're lusting after me, right? Wu, unabashedly honest, nodded. Indeed, I am. That one do. I'm afraid of snakes. You can forget about the idea of me accepting a serpent beast man as a mate. Wu chuckled lightly, his tone suddenly taking on a teasing lilt. How would you know without trying? Such a gesture, if executed by someone less attractive, would be deemed harassment, but when performed by someone as striking as Ryu, it carried an irresistible allure that captivated the eye. Xia Sang swallowed hard and took 2 steps back, only to find herself firmly pressed against the cave wall by Ryu's imposing figure. His pale, translucent hand, veined with a hint of blue, rested against the wall, effectively trapping her within a confined space. Her face flushed suddenly, her heart racing out of rhythm as the potent scent of masculinity enveloped her, tinged with an unmistakable danger. The position was undeniably enticing. Leaving her slightly dazed, Ryu had no intention of letting her escape. With his other hand, he gently caressed her cheek, the cool, smooth sensation causing Xia Sang to shiver involuntarily, snapping her back to reality, contemplating the touch of a snake. All romantic notions faded away. Relying on her petite stature, she swiftly darted from between his arms before he could lean in closer. No, I cannot do this. The mere thought of being with a snake sends chills down my spine. Ryu feigned calmness as he removed his hand from the wall, his shoulders sagging, and his eyes slightly reddened, resembling a soul lost and bewildered at the cave's entrance, as if he had been heartlessly toyed with by a deceitful woman. Oh, please, do not provoke me. I have not harmed you. Even if you were to leap from here in despair, I would not bear the responsibility. You stood motionless in silence. Xia Sang tugged at him, earnestly imploring, You are quite handsome. Surely there must be females who admire you. You hung his head, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of tears. But you do not like me. Xia Sang stammered in defense. I have always been afraid of snakes. Then I shall never appear before you in the form of a snake again. Yet I still fear. Rue Yu's voice grew even more muffled. Is it true that I shall have no hope in this lifetime? Xia Sang felt a fleeting pang of sympathy, but her reply was unwavering. Indeed, T&D, I truly cannot endure this. With that, Rue Yu leapt into the abyss, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Xia Sang remained in the cave, feeling a heavy gloom descend upon her. Thoughts of Wu Si twisted her heart with pain. She wondered if he had come searching for her and where he might be now. As for Nan Wanner, she pondered whether her confession had succeeded. Naturally, she wished for Nan Wanner to have more males. The world of beasts was fraught with peril, and the females were all too fragile. A single beast husband could scarcely manage both hunting and the care of a female, rendering it impossible to ensure her safety. Rue Yu, in a state of despondency, made his way to the Great Witch's cave. What had transpired? Had he faced a setback with the little female? Snake beastmen were rarely favored by females of other races. Even as a chief, he was not exempt from this reality. Ji Hui scrutinized Rue Yu's countenance. Reveling in his misfortune, Great Witch, do you possess a method to bind the female to me at this very moment? Ji Hui's expression grew serious as he instinctively replied, that would be unwise. If the female does not willingly consent to the bond, she would face the wrath of the beast god. Chief, it would be prudent for you to reconsider. Rue Yu, impatient and anxious, declared, I have given this much thought. I am willing to pay any price, as long as the bond can be formed. Are you not afraid of death? Rue Yu's gaze gradually became fervent. If I cannot bond with her, what meaning does life hold? Ji Hui sighed. If the female does not agree, the chances of success are greatly diminished. Furthermore, there are two significant drawbacks to this approach. Please listen carefully before deciding. First, your life would become entwined with hers. If any misfortune befell her, you could not survive alone. Rue Yu's azure eyes glinted with madness. I can accept that. Secondly, once you bond with her, the contract cannot be undone for a lifetime, even if your affections wane. You must remain together forever. I can accept that as well. Ji Hui regarded his resolute gaze, his tone tinged with reluctance. You possess but this one opportunity. Should the bond fail and you do not obtain the female's mark, you shall never again gain the mark from any other female, regardless of mutual feelings. Do you understand what it means to be unable to obtain the mark? Rue Yu gritted his teeth. I understand. I would remain but a beast servant, not a rightful husband. Yet I am still willing. Ji Hui admired his courage, but had to consider the tribe's welfare. Very well, I shall grant your wish. But I have a request. If the bond fails, you risk more than just your identity. Your position as chief is also at stake. Oh, you comprehend? I understand. Our Snake tribe has few females and a low birth rate. And compared to the Python beastmen, we bear only 1 or 2 offspring at a time. In recent years, the birth rate among our tribesmen has not kept pace with the death rate, resulting in a dwindling population. The chief's role is crucial, as even a single poor decision could lead to catastrophic consequences. Rue Yu continued, his voice laced with bitterness. If I fail to bond, I will not be able to command respect among my tribesmen, and thus cannot maintain my position. Ji Hui nodded in approval. You understand. I hope you will consider the tribe's needs. I shall give you 3 days. Yu interrupted with a wave of his hand. No need. Let us begin now. Regardless of the outcome, I shall bear the consequences myself. Ji Hui frowned, shaking his head in regret. Rue Yu is undoubtedly the most exceptional male of the Snake tribe in many years. The only leader capable of resolving their plight. Should he fail to bond, the loss would be incalculable. Alas, Rue Yu's decisions had always been unassailable. He would not provoke further dissent. He procured a bamboo stick, pricking Rue Yu's finger to draw a drop of blood, and began to chant incantations. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until that droplet of blood suddenly vanished in a thin A-I-R-A-T that very moment. Xia Sang lay comfortably upon a hide, feeling an unusual sensation coursing through her body, a vague sense of connection with someone beyond her understanding. All right, check if you bear any mark. Ji Hui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face pale and translucent, feeling the strain of the bond-making process for the first time. Rue Yu bent down and discovered a lotus mark on his thigh, a wave of joy swelling within him as he eagerly displayed it to Ji Hui. "Great Witch, is this it?" Ji Hui's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, the shock of seeing the lotus mark mirroring his astonishment from before. He staggered back a couple of steps, desperately rubbing his eyes. Incredulous as he touched the lotus mark, murmuring, "Impossible! How can this be?" Rue Yu's heart raced with anxiety, fearing an unforeseen complication. Great Witch, has something gone awry? Ji Hui frantically waved his hands, a flicker of joy appearing on his face as he even gave Rue Yu a thumbs up, casually walking to the side to sip from a glass of cold water, leisurely stating, "Not at all. I must say, you are quite fortunate. To have captured such an exceptional female and to have successfully forced the bond is quite impressive." "Indeed." Rue Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, terrified. Why speak so dramatically? I thought something had gone wrong. He placed a hand on his chest, exhaling deeply. "It is fine. All is well." "Why do you say that? Can a mark reveal the excellence of a female?" He was skeptical, though Xia Sang was indeed unparalleled in his heart. "You should know that the marks of ordinary females are merely leaves. Only those blessed by the beast god, with great fortune, bear flowers. Thus far, I have yet to hear of any female in any tribe bearing a flower mark. If you have not heard, how do you know?" Knowing more about Xia Sang was never excessive. He was eager to learn everything about her. It is said that 300 years ago, a goddess descended from the heavens, her mark a wild chrysanthemum. It is rumored that the goddess established a city for the beast god in the far eastern lands over the course of 30 years. The beastmen residing there do not have to hunt daily. They cultivate seed for their own sustenance, domesticate wild beasts, and develop unprecedented technologies. Ji Hui's expression was filled with longing and envy. I have also heard that the goddess was breathtakingly beautiful, attracting many beastmen. Yet she has long since faded into the annals of history. We have missed the chance to meet her after all these years. What a pity. Rue Yu cast a disdainful glance at him. "With all due respect, have you taken a look at yourself? Even if the goddess were to be reborn 300 years later, she would hardly spare you a second glance. You should abandon such hopes." "All right, fine. I'm the most handsome in the entire continent. Is that satisfactory?" "Much better." Rue Yu had not anticipated that he would successfully bond with Xia Sang, especially against her wishes. Unable to suppress a smile, he revealed a blissful grin, his already enchanting face glowing with radiance, rendering it impossible for others to look away. Ji Hui muttered under his breath, "What a monster." "What?" "Nothing. Now that your wish has been granted. Do not linger here. I am no longer as young as you. My energy diminishes with age." Rue Yu scoffed. "You speak as if you are ancient. You are merely 7 or 8 years my senior. Yet you present yourself in such disarray. Aging yourself unnecessarily to it is no wonder no female is drawn to you." Ji Hui rolled his eyes. "How presumptuous of you. The absence of females drawn to me is due to my commitment to the beast god. My heart as tranquil as still water. Understand? Very well, very well. You are the Great Witch. Your word is law. I shall take my leave." Emerging from the cavern of the great sorcerer, the horizon was shrouded in a dense layer of ominous clouds. Cascading rain fell in a relentless rhythm, carving elongated grooves across the damp and darkened forest floor. In the midst of a thunderstorm, Ryu leapt into the thicket, though the serpent beastmen were instinctively averse to the clamor of thunder and lightning. He resolutely charged forward to procure ample sustenance for the young female. With the rainy season upon them, small creatures sought refuge in their burrows, yet such trivialities posed no challenge for the serpent folk. Half an hour later, he emerged with a massive python and a dozen snake eggs in tow, binding them securely with sturdy vines, ensuring a bountiful provision for his family. Carrying his load did not hinder Ryu's agile movements through the eerie forest. Within mere moments, he had delivered his treasures to the cave. As the morning sun illuminated the surroundings, Xia Sang awoke, feeling somewhat drowsy. Unlike the serpent beastmen, her human biological clock was distinct, regardless of how much she slept during the day. The depth of night would inevitably summon weariness upon her eyelids. Startled by a noise, her body instinctively recoiled, and upon discerning the contents of the cavern, she felt as if struck by lightning. Scrambling to her feet in a state of panic, "What on earth is this?" Ryu did not overlook the fear and disgust reflected in her eyes, a lump forming in his throat like a fishbone lodged within. It became evident that her professed fear was not a mere pretext to reject him, but rather a genuine apprehension. Your food. He coldly tossed the words over his shoulder as he vanished into the night. Xia Sang extended a hesitant hand, only to retract it in resignation, realizing she could not catch up to him. Rubbing her heavy eyelids, her gaze fell upon the python and the snake eggs, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Wasn't this the enormous python meant to frighten her? Moreover, there were 1, 2, 3, and 15 eggs, resembling ostrich eggs. In her haste, she had been unable to count them all, but now she discovered there were indeed 15. Pressing against the shells, she noted the satisfying indentation they made, and her hands explored each egg with keen interest, playing with them several times over. Eventually, feeling somewhat reluctant, she stifled a yawn and stored them away in her space. Collapsing onto the fur rug in a sleepy haze, Rue, resembling a gecko clinging to the wall, observed her playful antics with a mischievous grin, yet an emptiness tugged at his heart. What was he to do? He found himself inexplicably enamored with her, regardless of her disdain for him. With a sudden leap from the mountainside, he turned and dashed back into the rain-soaked thicket. When Xia Sang awoke the next morning, the sky was bright, and the gentle drizzle had ceased. As she sat up, she was taken aback by the sight of numerous prey scattered throughout the cave, her lips parting in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Creatures from the sky, the water, the ground, and the trees alike filled the cavern, an overwhelming display of life that explained the suffocating atmosphere and the lingering scent of blood that had invaded her slumber. How could it not be bloody? Some still bled profusely. Hastily, she gathered all the prey into her space and hurried to the entrance of the cave, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. She felt revitalized. Peering through the curtain of water, she saw the dark clouds gradually dispersing, revealing a brilliant blue sky. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, cascading down in delicate strands upon the glossy, oiled leaves, where dewdrops rolled and reflected enchanting hues. Stretching lazily, she prepared a basin of water for her morning routine and roasted some sweet potatoes, having had her fill of meat the previous day and now craving something lighter to settle her stomach. Once satisfied, she utilized climbing gear to exit the cave, taking her first earnest look at the realm of the underworld serpent tribe. The surrounding cliffs were riddled with various-sized burrows, leading down to a depression where mountain spring water flowed into a river. Not entirely dammed, a drainage channel meandered along the flat land into the thicket. Several vividly colored serpent hatchlings frolicked in the water, and upon spotting her, they swam ashore, darting toward her with excitement. Exclaiming, "Sister, are you the chief's female? You are so beautiful." Xia Sang instinctively retreated several steps, goosebumps prickling her skin. Despite her attempts at self-reassurance, an inescapable chill coursed through her. "Sister, why do you not speak? Do you not like us?" The hatchlings inched closer, halting at her feet, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "Really? Sister, you are so beautiful. I like you too. When I grow up, will you be my female?" Xia Sang struggled to swallow, maintaining a composed facade as she distanced herself, vigorously shaking her head. "No. Wait until you grow up. By then, I will be too old to be your female." "That won't happen, sister. We grow quickly, and even when you are old, you will still be a beautiful older sister." The weight of her breath nearly escaped her. "Sister, do you not like us cold-blooded males, as my father says?" "Of course not. Who would like snakes? That would be quite abnormal." Yet to voice such sentiments would likely invite ire from the entire underworld serpent tribe. Maintaining a strained smile, she replied, "How could that be? Then it means you do like us? Can I have a hug?" Xia Sang froze, feeling a wave of embarrassment engulf her, her heart resolutely rejecting the idea. Yet her lips remained sealed. "Absolutely not," from a distance. A striking young man with blue hair and eyes approached, his radiant presence almost otherworldly. He squatted down effortlessly, his warm smile illuminating the atmosphere. "That won't do. Sister is mine and can only hug me." The hatchlings protested. "Chief, you are so mean. We won't like you anymore." Ryu's smile widened. "It's fine if you don't like me, but do not covet my sister. Otherwise, I shall have to deal with you." He raised a fist in mock threat. You cannot even transform yet, and already you dare to eye my female. Your audacity is remarkable. Tell me, which of your fathers should I have a word with?" The small snakes promptly dove back into the river, splashing about and shouting, "Chief, you are so mean. Sister won't like you." Xia Sang couldn't help but chuckle. These little serpents were quite amusing if they weren't so vividly patterned. Perhaps she wouldn't feel so apprehensive. After sharing a laugh, she turned to meet Ryu's deep, azure gaze, her heart skipping a beat as she felt a twinge of discomfort. "What absurdity are you spouting? We are not familiar with each other, and we have not formed a bond. How could I possibly be your female? You are misleading the young ones." Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Are you wishing to hug them?" Xia Sang rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps, awkwardly laughing as she declined. "Perhaps not. I suddenly find your earlier suggestion quite appealing." Ryu gazed at her intently, instinctively touching the lotus mark on his thigh. Unable to suppress a smile, "I think so too." Xia Sang felt a hint of unease as she touched her nose, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere, which made her increasingly uncomfortable. The light shone upon Ryu, and for the first time, she scrutinized the serpent beastman before her. Externally, he bore a striking resemblance to the snow wolf beastman, yet his skin was fairer and more delicate, his physique lean and harmonious. Muscles subtly defined, his profound gaze and striking features captivated the eye, and when he smiled, it was as if he could enchant the very heavens, though it seemed inappropriate to utter such sentiments in this context. She could not help but think, Tim D. The beast god is exceedingly biased, bestowing upon him the most exquisite elements of the world in a single sweep, leaving others grinding their teeth in envy. With a sigh of resignation, Xia Sang lamented, "This is it. Having such a male beauty nearby, my purity is surely at risk. Am I attractive?" Even in silence, his beauty was breathtaking. Yet when he spoke, it somewhat diminished the effect. "Beautiful. Faced with such a visage, no one could possibly lie." Ryu stepped closer, bending slightly to magnify her face before the other, observing up close the almost translucent fairness of her skin, her features impeccably flawless. And her long lashes fluttering nervously like delicate fans, as the distance between them diminished. A mere inch more would bring their lips together. The warmth of breath brushed against her face, and Xia Sang's heart raced like a drum. Her cheeks aflamed, a mischievous little flower snake, unbeknownst to her, had taken up residence by the riverbank, its gaze fixed intently upon them. Startled, Xia Sang instinctively leaned back, attempting to create some space between them. The ground, still slick from the rain that had fallen the night before, betrayed her unsteady balance, and with her eyes shut tight, she surrendered to the inevitable fall. What was merely a close encounter with the earth. It wouldn't hurt. If she fell, she fell. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, strong arms enveloped her, pulling her into a warm embrace. But oh my goodness, the chief is quite adept. Xia Sang's face flushed crimson. Hiding in Ryu's arms, too shy to face the small onlookers. Her lips were a mere 0.01 millimeters from the masculine heart. Her hands raised behind her, frozen in place, her breathing cautious and delicate. After what felt like an eternity, Ryu released her and dashed toward the pond in a flurried, "Oh, the chief is blushing. Her face is red as a shrimp. Sister, why are you blushing too? What did the chief do to you?" Xia Sang's expression was near the brink of collapse as she turned, hastening away while lifting her skirt. "Why do I feel as though my sister is fleeing in disarray? Yet, she looks even more enchanting with that blush." With her sister having retreated afar, they decided to seek out the chief for some fun. Xia Sang rushed back to the cave, her heart racing fiercely. A true male enchantress, skilled in ensnaring souls. She rummaged through her belongings, retrieved a needle, and selected a piece of snake skin from the corner. Each skin intact, pliable, and pleasantly dry to the touch. The quantity required for undergarments was minimal. She snipped a small square from the pristine skin, cutting irregular oval shapes on either side, and after folding it, the outline of a pair of panties emerged. Sewing the gaps shut completed the simple task. She fashioned herself a sports bra and tank top, testing their elasticity and breathability, only to realize she lacked a half skirt and shorts that in comparison. She decided to craft a pleated skirt, as it was a versatile choice that was also easy to make. "Are you Xia Sang?" Xia Sang furrowed her brow and turned to face the newcomer. Before her stood a seductive beauty with a slender waist, long, straight legs, and a graceful figure, with green eyes and green hair. Her fair skin glowed, and her elongated phoenix eyes were slightly raised, complemented by a dainty nose and alluring red lips. Without a hint of politeness, she plopped down in front of Xia Sang, brazenly scrutinizing her before scoffing. Not much to look at. Is she? Who are you? Is it not impolite to enter another's cave without the owner's permission? And have I wronged you in any way to warrant your critique and insults? Wuna feigned indifference, toying with her hair, yet her gaze narrowed as it fell upon Xia Sang's skirt. A flicker of envious malice crossed her features as she clutched a few strands of her own hair, gripping tighter until her long nails dug into her flesh, the pain prompting her to ease her hold. I am Wuna, and I have long harbored feelings for the chief. If you would only leave him, I would agree to any condition you propose. A provocation, was it? Very well, she could play this game. I cannot assist you with that. Yu is no plaything. Whom he favors is entirely his prerogative. Wuna realized that her initial tactic would not yield easy results, so she cast out a bait that I know you wish to escape the Ming Snake clan and return to your Snow Wolf clan. If you agree to leave, I will ensure your safe passage back, send you to your death. Xia Sang felt a flicker of temptation, yet she was acutely aware of the hostility directed at her. Did Wuna truly believe she would be foolish enough to trust an outsider? Though the beasts of this world may be simple-minded, none were devoid of common sense. She had no faith in Wuna's ability, especially with the rainy season upon them, torrential downpours that blurred visibility, making it nigh impossible to navigate the forest. In such conditions, she wouldn't even know how she perished. I can swear to the beast god. Coincidentally, Xia Sang held no belief in such deities. If this is the extent of your sincerity, I advise you to abandon this futile endeavor. Wuna shot Xia Sang a cold glance, rising to her feet, her lips parting with a sense of superiority. Very well. If you prefer to disregard my offer, we shall see how this unfolds. Not long after Wuna's departure, Yu returned. What is that scent? Has Wuna been here? The snake beastmen possessed keen senses, particularly attuned to unfamiliar odors. Xia Sang glared at him, her eyes ablaze with indignation. This is all you're doing? Yu, taken aback, pointed incredulously at himself. What did I do? Think for yourself. Yu crouched before her, placing his hands on her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Sang, I don't know what Wuna told you, but from the very beginning, I have only ever liked you. From the moment of their forced bond, he had no retreat. Even if Xia Sang were to never return his affections, his heart would remain steadfastly hers. Xia Sang's body stiffened, Yu's icy fingers pressing firmly on her shoulders, sending shivers through her. Must it be me? Yes, it must be you. You wished to be forthright, to lay his heart bare before her. Xia Sang met his gaze directly. May I inquire as to why? You released his grip. Standing up, he wished to avoid discussing the forced bond, not wanting her to perceive him as a despicable male. Is there a necessity for a reason to love someone? Can it not simply be the direction of one's heart? Outside, the gentle patter of rain began anew, and his jade-like smile illuminated his exquisitely crafted visage, the dimples of his cheeks appearing like ethereal stars, all framed by his striking features. Years later, whenever Xia Sang recalled this moment, her heart would still race. Perhaps no woman could resist a man so enchantingly beautiful, half-crouched before her, gazing intensely, expressing love with unspoken words. Xia Sang's cheeks burned like a shrimp, unsure where to place her hands and feet, her head bowed to conceal her flushed face. She was unaware of when Yu had departed, by the time she finally managed to compose herself. The cave lay silent, the crystalline spring water splashing against the walls, creating a mesmerizing display. Xia Sang, something has happened to the chief. Xia Sang sprang to her feet. What is it? Speak as you walk. She scrutinized the masculine figure before her, with green eyes and green hair, a straight nose, and naturally red lips. His gaze lowered, long lashes trembling, obscuring the emotions beneath. His demeanor was evidently tense, fists clenched tightly. Trembling slightly, he was clearly lying. Who sent you? Chao Nian abruptly lifted his head, his profound green eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Instinctively, Xia Sang recoiled, yearning to flee, clutching a dagger tightly. If he dared to approach, she would take them both down. Yet, Xia Sang had underestimated the male's speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, Chao Nian was upon her, seizing her right hand that held the dagger. And with a swift strike, she lost consciousness. As her awareness faded, two words echoed in her mind. It's over. This man was filled with malice, and there was no chance he would show her mercy. Chao Nian hoisted Xia Sang and, with a few leaps, vanished into the dense jungle. When Xia Sang awoke, raindrops the size of beans pelted her face, her entire body soaked. She opened her eyes, staring in confusion at the lush trees beneath her feet. Momentarily unable to grasp her current predicament, Tiandi, that wretched male, had the audacity to bind her with vines atop a towering tree, leaving her to fend for herself. This shameless scoundrel, should she manage to survive and return. The first thing she would do is exact vengeance upon him. Summer Sango hesitated to employ her extraordinary abilities, instead reaching into her spatial pocket for a dagger, carefully slicing through the vines before descending the tree's peak and concealing herself among the branches. Afraid to make any sudden movements, while tethered at the tree's summit, she quickly realized the gravity of her predicament. But a glance around revealed an endless expanse of dense forest. Damn it, he intended for her demise, clearly not allowing her the chance to return alive. The rain intensified, as if the sky itself had ruptured, unleashing torrents that pounded the ground with a cacophony of sound. Lightning flared and thunder rumbled through the woods, causing Summer Sango's scalp to prickle, her eyes filled with the dread of death. She scrambled down the tree like a headless chicken, frantically searching for refuge in the enveloping darkness of the forest. The incessant thunder echoed ominously in her ears, and she could even see lightning striking above her. With a defiant gesture towards the heavens, she cursed her fate. She was no immortal, barely even a novice. Yet here she was, passively enduring the terror of divine retribution, with no one to whom she could voice her grievances. Boom, boom. Summer Sango ducked her head, stumbling through the underbrush and losing count of the number of times she fell. Panting in fear as she finally halted in a relatively open area, she rummaged through her supplies to find some plastic remnants left from the apocalypse's greenhouse constructions, swiftly cutting and shaping them into a makeshift shelter. The downpour blurred her vision, but she pressed on, ultimately managing to erect a leaky tent. Shivering, she hid within it, continuing to patch the leaks as best she could. After 3 hours of relentless work, she gathered some large stones from the riverbank to weigh down the corners, knowing that the bamboo poles supporting her shelter could collapse under the relentless rain at any moment. The ground was drenched. Summer Sango produced some dry leaves and twigs from her spatial pocket to kindle a fire for warmth. The rainy season in the beast realm was considerably colder than the hot season, and although the tent shielded her from most of the chilling winds, the ventilation hole allowed the frigid air and rainwater to seep in. The scent of burning plastic filled the air, irritating her throat and forcing her to cough. In the woods, she dared not roast meat, fearing the enticing aroma would attract creatures far too powerful for her to contend with. Instead, she settled for roasting a few sweet potatoes to satisfy her hunger. When thirst struck, she nibbled on wild fruits, and in dire need, she resorted to collecting rainwater in a plastic bag to drink, no longer concerned about the impurities it might contain. The rain pattered incessantly on the plastic, unrelenting throughout the day, only momentarily abating for about half an hour in the evening. During that brief respite, Summer Sango busied herself searching for stones to secure the bamboo poles. After half an hour, the downpour resumed with a vengeance, the sound deafening as thunder and lightning continued to strike overhead, illuminating her small tent. Fortunately, the plastic was an insulator, preventing her from meeting a dire fate. That night, Summer Sango's sleep was restless. Wrapped in a blanket, each time she began to doze off, a clap of thunder jolted her awake. She dared not lie down, choosing instead to sit in the center of her tent with her knees drawn up, clutching a vine in her hand, ready to open her eyes at the slightest sound. When Ruei returned, laden with prey, the sky was already pouring rain. "Sango, I'm back." Not hearing a response, A heavy weight settled in his heart as he discarded his catch and leaped into the cave. The remnants of her sweet scent mingled with the foul odor of Chao Nian lingered within. Clenching his fists, fear filled his eyes, and his reason began to erode under the weight of his anxiety. Chao Nian, you've asked for death. Rue Yu dashed frantically towards Chao Nian's cave, and upon finding him alone, a chill crept down his spine. His massive fist fell upon Chao Nian relentlessly, rendering him powerless to retaliate. He grasped Chao Nian's throat tightly, wishing he could consume him whole. Where is she? Chao Nian's lips cracked, his body curling like a shrimp, yet he remained silent. Oh, you choose not to speak, do you? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Do you think your affair with Wu Na is beyond reproach? Let me be clear. If anything happens to Summer Sango, I will take your lives. Chief, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you refuse to admit it, do you? Rue, you had no time to waste with him. He seized Chao Nian and dragged him to the Great Witch. How many times must I tell you not to disturb my sleep during the day? Dragged from the rubble, Ji Hui's face was a mask of impatience and anger, clearly displeased at being awakened. Ji Hui, I give you 3 minutes to reveal Summer Sango's whereabouts. Upon seeing Rue Yu's expression, Ji Hui gasped sharply, his foggy mind suddenly clearing. What on earth has happened? Rue Yu's voice was like ice, causing the blood of all who heard it to freeze, that if you don't want the Ming Snake tribe to face annihilation, you better speak quickly. Ji Hui had no doubt about Rue Yu's strength and knew he would follow through on his threats. He shot a furious glance at Chao Nian, wondering if he had a death wish for daring to harm Rue Yu's mate. Yet he moved with astonishing speed, and 3 minutes later, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In a northern forest. Who exactly is Summer Sango? Just calculating her location nearly cost him his life. Rue Yu slammed Chao Nian to the ground and swiftly turned to leave, leaving behind a warning. Keep an eye on him. If Summer Sango loses even a single hair, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. Ji Hui's face darkened, filled with frustration. Chao Nian, have you lost your mind? Do you not comprehend the consequences of harming a female? You played with fire this time. Chao Nian lay silently on the ground, his eyes vacant. Did Wu Na not realize the irreversible consequences of her actions? Of course, she did so when she begged him to do this. She accepted without hesitation, viewing herself as a fool. But love is often devoid of reason. The affection that had grown quietly over the years, nurtured since adulthood, suddenly seemed insignificant. He turned his gaze to the torrential downpour. The rain hammering against the stone walls, shattering and cascading again and again, rendering all his past actions meaningless. He had once thought that reaching such a low point would drive him to hysteria, to tears, to screams. Yet in the end, he found only the despair of closing his eyes, his heart extinguished. The Great Witch slapped him across the face. Why are you silent? Chao Nian turned away, feeling no pain, only a profound sense of desolation. Great Witch, is it wrong to love someone? The Great Witch was heartbroken. Foolishness. Is this trouble stemming from Wu Na again? Chao Nian, how could you be so naive? You've angered Rue Yu's mate. Whether you can survive is uncertain, but do you truly believe Wu Na will get her wish? No, I tell you, she never will. Not only that, but she will pay dearly for her actions today. You are putting her in danger. Chao Nian's hollow eyes suddenly widened as he grasped Ji Hui's garment, urgently pleading, Great Witch, Wu Na is a precious female. She will be fine, right? Ji Hui pulled away his garment. I cannot make that decision, but I can assure you, Rue, you will not let this go easily. You are truly putting the Ming Snake tribe in grave danger. Chao Nian suddenly clutched Ji Hui's leg. Kneeling on the ground, Great Witch, I beg you. You are the only one who can help Wu Na now. You must protect her. I will do anything you ask. Ji Hui shook his leg, but could not dislodge him. Finally relenting, I can only promise to help you as much as I can, but how far that goes depends on Rue Yu's wishes. Understand? If he decides to eliminate you, even I cannot intervene. Chao Nian wiped his tears. Thank you, Great Witch? Ji Hui scoffed. Don't thank me too soon. You better pray nothing happens to Summer Sango, or not even the Beast God will save you. 1 corpse, 2 lives. Rue Yu's fate still hangs on her if both of them were to perish. Even as the great shaman, he would be powerless to shield them. Should it come to that, the Mingxi clan would be utterly doomed. Yu emerged from Ji Hui's abode, not daring to linger for a moment, and dashed towards a northern forest. Sang, you must be safe. Wait for me. If something were to befall you, do not fear. I shall forever accompany you, guiding you to meet the beast god. The Mingxi clan is encircled by mountains, and when their serpent beast form is assumed, they tower in size, rarely encountering a rival. Since reaching adulthood, he had roamed the wilderness, becoming intimately familiar with the forest. Yet now, with the torrential rain washing away the scent of a young female, he found himself like a headless fly, aimlessly scurrying about. Sang, where are you? In the silent forest, the raindrops intensified and thunder echoed overhead. He fought against the primal fear that surged within him, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny of the woodland. Sang. Xia Sang tossed restlessly in her sleep, her ears catching not only the patter of rain, but also the sound of someone calling her name, shaking her head to dispel the fog of slumber. She wondered if she was dreaming. With abilities far superior to ordinary humans, it would take Yu an arduous 3 days and nights to locate her amidst the vast expanse of the forest surrounding the Mingxi clan. Sang. A jolt of realization surged through Xia Sang. It was no mere illusion or dream. Someone was genuinely searching for her. Yu, is that you? She called out tentatively. Sang. The voice grew nearer and clearer. Xia Sang hurriedly stowed her belongings into her space and shouted, Yu, I am here. Yu arrived promptly, rushing towards her and enveloping her in his embrace as he saw her shivering in the rain. Sang, you frightened me. I thought I would never find you again. Cold-blooded creatures possess this disadvantage. Their body temperature fluctuates with the environment, and Yu felt as frigid as a solid stone while holding her. Achu. Having spent too long in the rain and now startled, it was no surprise that he had caught a cold. Aside from their enhanced senses, superhumans also possess significantly improved physical attributes in her previous life. She had never fallen ill, yet here in the beast realm, which was far more hospitable than the apocalyptic world, she found herself unwell. Achu. Sang, are you all right? Xia Sang rubbed her nose, gazing at the handsome man before her. Drenched to the skin, his captivating azure eyes fixed intently upon her, filled with emotions she could not decipher. I'm fine. It's good to hear that. Yu cradled her in his arms. Moving swiftly, leaping several meters in mere moments, and within half an hour, they had reached a cave. Yu retrieved a clean piece of beast hide and gently brushed Xia Sang's dark hair aside to dry her off. The chill of her skin grazed her cheek, causing her to shiver and instinctively step back. Sensing her resistance, Yu offered her the beast hide, saying, I will prepare some hot water. Xia Sang's gaze lingered on his elegantly structured hands, which were strikingly beautiful, with distinct bones and a long, powerful form. His skin was so pale and translucent that the faint blue veins were clearly visible. Taking the beast hide, she composed herself as she wiped her face. Though her ears flushed with warmth, for some reason, their interaction seemed to shimmer with an unexplainable, ambiguous tension that lingered in the air, that a seemingly simple action executed by him carried a subtle allure that made her heart race involuntarily. Yu suppressed his disappointment and, holding a wooden basin, stepped to the cave entrance. Gazing out, it seemed as if the world was submerged in water, leaving him feeling isolated, trapped in the shackles of love. And his heart filled with desolation. Was it still not sufficient? The mountain spring quickly filled the wooden basin. He withdrew his hand, ignoring the incessant sound of the rain, and the cave fell into a profound silence. Save for the soft rustle of drying hair, starting a fire and boiling water was no challenge for him. The stone pot was new, acquired during his visit to the Snow Wolf clan, where he had noticed the females using it to boil water, specifically for Xia Sang. After boiling 5 pots and mixing in a few basins of cool water to achieve a slightly scalding temperature for their serpent beast forms, he called out, Sang, the water is ready. Xia Sang lifted her gaze. The flames had not yet died down, and Yu stood tall beside the wooden tub, his blue eyes sparkling with countless tiny stars. Radiant and captivating. Are you not going outside? Yu suddenly realized, clearing his throat awkwardly, and retreated hastily from the cave, though his ears betrayed him, turning red. Yet he did not wander far, pressing himself against the outer wall, enduring the deluge of rain. Compared to other beast races, serpent beastmen's hearing was not particularly acute, yet they had evolved enough to hear Xia Sang's soft rustling as she removed her clothing. He stubbornly covered his ears, his enchanting face flushing like a ripe fruit. The rainy season was the serpent beastmen's prime time. They could not withstand the slightest provocation, despite the surge of blood rushing through him. He dared not move, allowing the relentless rain to extinguish the flames of desire within. When Xia Sang finally donned her clothing, he paused for a moment, gradually regaining his composure before returning to the cave. Feigning nonchalance. "Are you hungry? I'll help you roast." Xia Sang quickly interjected. "No need. I can do it myself. We must not waste food." "Very well." His evident disdain left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. And Rue, you suppressed the bitterness rising within him, sitting quietly as he watched her. The fire had not completely extinguished, and Xia Sang retrieved some dry twigs and leaves from her space, kneeling down to blow gently, sending sparks flying until a bright flame burst forth. She skewered the meat above the fire, turning it occasionally, and sprinkled on some pungent seasoning. Soon, accompanied by a delightful sizzling sound, an enticing aroma filled the air. Rue, you instinctively swallowed hard, the fragrance overwhelming. Once Xia Sang finished roasting, she sliced a piece with her bone knife and offered it to him. "Would you like to try?" Serpent beastmen typically reverted to their true forms while hunting, swallowing their prey whole, rarely consuming cooked food. That he instinctively accepted the piece, placing it in his mouth. The flavor was somewhat spicy, yet immensely delicious, far superior to raw fare. However, after tasting one piece, he refrained from consuming more, as the little female had not roasted enough to satisfy his hunger, fearing she might go without. After Xia Sang had her fill, she rubbed her round belly, feeling a bit overstuffed. Sang, "Do you wish for revenge?" "I do." She had never been one to provoke trouble, yet she was no pushover, easily crushed. Xia Sang clenched her fists, her expression fierce. "Just wait. All right, I shall take you for revenge now." With that, he found a slightly larger piece of beast hide and wrapped Xia Sang snugly within. Leaving only her small face exposed, he scooped her up in a princess carry and leaped from the cave entrance, holding the female securely in his embrace as he dashed through the torrential winds and rain, soon entering another cavern. This cave was vast, cluttered with numerous sacrificial items, resembling the stone dwelling of the great shaman of the Snow Wolf clan. An ageless male sat upon a beast hide, fiddling with a turtle shell. Upon their entrance, he offered a friendly smile before returning to his studies, appearing disinterested. Xia Sang cast a glance at the obediently kneeling male, her fists tightening. That despicable wretch. Even in ashes, she would recognize him. This was the culprit who had cast her into the forest, a murderer. Xiao Nian instinctively turned at the sound, meeting a pair of fierce eyes, the owner of those eyes. With a beautifully delicate face, contorted slightly, the gaze piercing like daggers, radiating uncontainable hatred. "Rue, it's him." He stormed into the cave, and without a word, knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself bound at the pinnacle of a massive tree, ensnared by vines. Thankfully, I regained consciousness in time. Otherwise, I would have met my end at the jaws of wild beasts, where the lightning itself would have obliterated me. He must pay. Xia Sang glared fiercely at Xiao Nian, her teeth grinding audibly. "Pray tell, how have I offended you to the point that you wish to see me dead?" Xiao Nian hung his head in silence, speechless. Rue, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage and kicked Xiao Nian, exclaiming, "I demand you speak." Xiao Nian, struck in the chest, felt the blood surge in his mouth, desperately stifling the urge to vomit as he knelt on the ground, remaining silent. "Very well." Ryu stormed out of the cave in a fit of rage. And within moments, she returned, dragging a female and unceremoniously tossing her onto the ground. "Wuna, will you speak for yourself, or shall I speak on your behalf?" Wuna flinched, and upon seeing the kneeling Xiaoyan, her face drained of color in an instant. This was bad. The truth was out. "Chieftain, I do not comprehend what you are implying." Ryu's azure eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, her temples throbbing ominously. "Very well. So you still refuse to admit it at this point? Then allow me to enlighten you. You have taken advantage of Xiaoyan's affections for you, and over the years, you have orchestrated numerous schemes against other females, have you not? As long as it did not threaten their lives. I and the great Shaman turn a blind eye, administering only token punishments. Yet now, you have the audacity to lay your schemes upon my female. Unable to harm Xia Sang yourself, you sought Xiaoyan's aid to bear the burden of murder on your behalf. Did you not? Wu-Na licked her back teeth and let out a cold laugh. Chieftain, is it fitting to accuse me of such grave wrongdoing without any evidence? Pray tell, how could I possibly wish to bring harm to Xia Sang when we are entirely unconnected? Ryu's handsome face contorted with rage. That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. What has Xia Sang done to obstruct your desires, prompting such malicious intentions? Xia Sang realized the truth. Wu-Na was indeed plotting against her. It was no wonder. She had never even crossed paths with Xiaoyan, nor had she any grievances with her, so it must be Wu-Na's machinations at play. Without evidence, I will not concede to your accusations. The actions were Xiaoyan's doing and bear no relation to me. You should question him thoroughly as to why he would do such a thing. Xiaoyan gazed intently at the face he had yearned for day and night, his narrow green eyes brimming with anguish, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long moment, he suddenly laughed, his laughter choking in his throat. Wu-Na, I am truly sorry. I have secretly harbored feelings for you for countless years without your consent. Each day, as I watched you gaze at the chieftain, I thought to myself, it matters not. A female can have many beast husbands, and I would be content to be one among many. I simply wish to ask you, have you ever held me in your heart at any moment? No. Wu-Na turned her head away, unable to meet Xiaoyan's gaze, her eyes clouded with confusion. Reflecting on the years spent pursuing Ryu, she indeed recalled a shadow that had followed her. Each day, fresh food and wildflowers would appear in her cave, sometimes accompanied by a beautiful necklace made of beast teeth or a skirt of beast hide. Females of the Ming snake tribe were scarce, and those who awakened their space were even rarer. By sheer fortune, she had awakened a space of 300 cubic meters, making it the largest in the tribe. Countless males pursued her, but how could she know who had bestowed these gifts upon her? Wu-Na's gaze fell upon Ryu, who stood there, dripping wet, his long blue hair cascading with water, his finely sculpted features, high nose, and crimson lips exuding an otherworldly charm, his tall and graceful figure, with skin as pale and translucent as jade, stood protectively beside Xia Sang, making it nearly impossible for her to look away. Only a male as handsome and capable as the chieftain deserved her attention. The others were unworthy even to carry her shoes. Very well, excellent. Hearing Wu-Na's words, the last flicker of hope in Xiaoyan's heart extinguished. Chieftain, I take full responsibility for everything. It has nothing to do with Wu-Na. Yet again, he was willing to take the blame. And Xia Sang was nearly speechless. She stepped before Wu-Na, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap that echoed through the cave. Wu-Na turned her head in shock. How dare you strike me? On what grounds do you presume to hit me? Simply because you dare to commit wrongs without facing the consequences. Do not presume that all females are soft and pliable, easily manipulated at your will, regardless of whether or not you orchestrated this incident. I shall hold you accountable. Xia Sang disregarded Wu-Na's venomous glare and delivered another slap to the other side of her face. Wu-Na attempted to retaliate, but Ryu's fierce glare pinned her in place, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Meeting Xiaoyan's pained gaze, Xia Sang smiled defiantly. I am more beautiful than you. My awakened space is larger than yours, and from any angle, you are but a defeated foe. You may seek males to live and die for you, and so can I. Wu-Na. Open your eyes wide and await your reckoning. I shall ensure you pay for your actions today. Xia Sang approached Xiaoyan and delivered 5 or 6 more slaps. Feeling a slight alleviation of her pent-up frustration, as for you, Xiaoyan, is it? There is nothing wrong with loving someone. Your greatest transgression is failing to discern right from wrong. You sent an innocent female to her doom to elevate your beloved. Yet what is the outcome? It is utterly laughable. All you have sacrificed is but a jest in her eyes. Ha ha. Do you now feel as though you are in unbearable agony? Unbearable agony indeed. And rightly so. This is your retribution. You might think it ends here, but it does not. I am quite benevolent. I will not send you to your death, but rather, I shall make your life a living hell. You shall be my slave." Xia Sang was never one to shy away from confrontation. Even as the heroine of this world, she had never been kind to those who dared to provoke her. Anyone who did not even rank as a mere passerby would bear the consequences of their actions. Xiaoyan felt a sickly sweet liquid surging from his throat, droplets falling to the ground until he wiped his hand across his face. Revealing a sight drenched in crimson, leading to his complete breakdown, he knelt before Ryu, his forehead striking the ground with a thunderous thud. "Chieftain, I beg of you, I do not wish to be a slave. I would rather die." Ryu ignored his pleas and kicked him forcefully against the wall, sending him rolling far away, before brushing off her beast-hide skirt and coldly commanding, "Scram," seeing the chieftain's indifference. He struggled to crawl before the great shaman. "Great shaman, I now realize my mistakes. I do not wish to be a slave. Could you possibly assist me?" Ji Hui sighed in resignation, casting a deep glance at Xia Sang before raising his hands in defeat. "I cannot help you." It was as if he saw the shadow of a divine being in Xia Sang, as beautiful and ruthless as the legend spoke. "Xia Sang, I am sorry. Could you spare me this once? I do not wish to live without dignity." Xia Sang snorted coldly. "Now, you feel despair. It is too late. When you cast me into the forest to await my death, did you ever consider my desperation? Today, if I survive this calamity, you shall endure a fate worse than death. Otherwise, my resentment shall never dissipate." Xiaoyan hung his head in despair, resignedly whispering, "All right." Xia Sang stepped forward, taking Ryu's hand in hers, casting a sly glance at Wuna and offering her a look of assurance, before walking away without a backward glance. "Ryu, let us return home." Such a handsome male, willing to indulge her. It was indeed delightful. One day, she would overcome her fear of snakes and learn to coexist harmoniously with them. Ryu gazed at the small hand grasping his, overwhelmed with joy, enveloping it in his palm, cherishing it dearly, his enchanting face tinged with a rosy hue. Sang, you are no longer afraid of me?" Xia Sang attempted to withdraw her hand, but Ryu held it firmly. "I am afraid, but I shall strive to overcome it." Ryu led her to the cave entrance, reluctantly releasing her grip before enveloping her in an embrace as they vanished into the depths of the cave. Wuna stared daggers at their entwined hands, her eyes burning with jealousy, wishing she could consume Xia Sang whole. "Wretched girl," she spat, glaring at Xiaoyan. "You pitiful coward, you cannot even handle this trivial matter, and now you deserve to be a slave. Take me down." Xiaoyan rose expressionlessly, his demeanor drenched in an unprecedented despair. Yet he complied and escorted Wuna back to her cave. The caves inhabited by females were typically equipped with sturdy vines for climbing, allowing easy access. Xia Sang had always used climbing ropes and had never considered constructing a ladder. Once back in the cave, Ryu savored the softness in his arms, reluctant to let her go. Xia Sang squirmed a bit and finally freed herself. As her feet touched the ground, she retracted her hand, taking a deep breath. "I am home." Ryu, now empty-handed, felt a twinge of emptiness in his heart. Sang, do you truly intend to seek vengeance against Wuna? Indeed, I have no habit of repaying kindness with kindness. Those who provoke me must be prepared for retaliation. Xia Sang tightened her grip, knowing she could forgive minor skirmishes, but to risk her life for someone else's selfish desires was unforgivable. Her eyes locked onto Ryu's, searching deeply. "You do not harbor any thoughts of stopping me, do you? If that is the case, perhaps it would be best for us to part ways, that we are simply not aligned." Ryu swiftly covered her mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have any thoughts about her? I wish to express that you need not seek out other males. I can assist you, cannot I? The serpent beast man possesses a strong possessiveness, and despite the prevalence of multiple mates among females in the beast world, Ryu finds it exceedingly difficult to suppress the turmoil within. The mere thought of her potentially having other beast husbands drives him to the brink of wishing to annihilate the world. As Xia Sang is gazed upon by Ryu's deep azure eyes, she anxiously brushes aside his hand, the icy touch causing her discomfort. "You are the clan leader. Do you not fear for your position? Knowing you are breaking the law, What Xia Sang remains unaware of is that the consequences of the clan leader's transgressions are far graver than those of an ordinary beastman. Not only could he lose his status, but he might also be exiled from the Ming snake clan. Nevertheless, Ryu pays no heed to such matters. As long as she does not seek other males, he would willingly forsake even his clan leader title, or even his life, without a second thought. How delightful it is to be chosen so resolutely. Ryu, may I behold your beast form? Ryu remains motionless, his slender fingers gliding across her fair cheek, gently tapping her pert little nose before finally resting upon her lips. Her lips are exquisite, a deep crimson, so petite that they evoke an irresistible urge to bite. For a fleeting moment, he contemplates recklessly sinking his teeth into them, envisioning the flush that would accompany such an act, as well as her cheeks turning rosy as she flees in disarray. His fingers find their way to her chin, tilting it slightly upward, asserting his dominance as he encircles Xia Sang within his protective embrace. Their gazes locking, his scarlet lips gradually descend, brushing softly against the corner of Xia Sang's mouth. Sang, could you refrain from looking? His voice is hushed, tinged with a hint of nervousness, enclosed in his arms. Xia Sang's heart races, nearly vaulting from her chest. Just as she anticipates an extended French kiss, Ryu's cool lips merely graze hers, a fleeting contact akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. You coward, she thinks, almost having closed her eyes, only to have the moment shattered by this inconsiderate creature. I do not wish for you to fear me. I despise the fact that I am a serpent beast man, a cold-blooded creature, and that during the snowy season I am compelled to hibernate. Sang, I have never loathed my kind more than I do at this moment. I long to be a warm-blooded animal, even a worthless herbivore, rather than be scorned by you. Therefore, Sang, I am terrified of seeing fear and avoidance in your eyes, for it would plunge me into despair that I dread that your fear might drive me to lose my sanity and harm you. Sang, I beg of you, could you not look? Xia Sang, after absorbing this outpouring of inner turmoil, feels a pang of sympathy. She reaches out, her fingers gently tracing Ryu's exquisite face, pausing at the barely perceptible dimple. Ryu, if you wish to be with me forever, we must confront our psychological fears together. I cannot possibly avoid seeing your beast form forever. Do you wish for me to fear you each time I behold it? Ryu, holding her mischievous hand firmly against his face, acknowledges the intensity of his own feelings. The scales of his heart tip precariously. Reason warns him against it, yet desire compels him to elongate his form under Xia Sang's touch. In the blink of an eye, his colossal body fills most of the cave, azure scales glimmering with a chilling light. He instinctively raises his blue gaze, anxious about the expected terror reflected in Xia Sang's eyes. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the little female merely gapes in astonishment, her eyes devoid of the fear and disdain he had anticipated. May I touch your scales? She inquires, having never before encountered such a magnificent python. Surely it is a python? Such a massive physique. The scales are devoid of any blemish, unlike the spotted snake she had encountered in the forest, which had instilled a sense of dread within her. Her fingers gently caress the mottled scales, and she hisses softly. Despite her utmost caution, she underestimates the sharpness of the scales. Ryu is startled, swiftly transforming back into human form, donning a leather skirt with remarkable speed and tenderly taking her injured finger into his mouth. The cool, soft sensation sends warmth to Xia Sang's cheeks. How ambiguous! Her fingers tremble, yearning to retract, yet her wrist is ensnared by him. Do not move. After a pause, he releases her, chastising himself for being so careless. Xia Sang possesses healing abilities, whether in her past life or this one. No other male has ever shown such concern for even the slightest wound. Not even Wu Si could reach this level of care. Ryu, I seem to have lost my fear of you. In an instant, the worry in Ryu's blue eyes vanishes, replaced by overwhelming joy that makes him tremble all over, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sang, these two syllables linger on his lips, imbued with infinite tenderness, flooding his heart and causing Xia Sang to shiver. May I embrace you? Very well. In an instant, she finds herself enveloped in his arms. Ryu is exceedingly tall, his long form requiring him to bend slightly, his chin resting against her neck, his icy breath seeping through the fabric to graze her skin. His grip tightens, as if he wishes to fuse her into his very being. Compared to Wu Xi's lack of sentiment, Ryu appears more in touch with his feelings. His emotions surge forth with the force of a flood, washing away Xia Sang's lingering fears. Ryu closes his eyes, inhaling deeply the scent that envelopes her, as if wishing to imprint it onto his very soul. Ryu, I can hardly breathe. It feels so tight that Xia Sang fears her petite frame might snap. His arms loosen slightly, allowing her to gulp in fresh air, her face flushed like a ripe fruit. Your heartbeat is so rapid. PFF. Ryu chuckles, his laughter causing a delightful tremor. Sang. Not only is my heart racing, but the very blood within me is boiling. The rainy season signifies the peak for serpent beastmen. Your scent is the most intoxicating, and every moment I feel an insatiable desire to consume you. Yet, I cannot. I fear you may come to despise me. Nevertheless, I shall wait. Wait until you consent. Even Xia Sang, though somewhat oblivious, can feel the allure beneath the leather skirt. In a sudden motion, she escapes Ryu's embrace, unwilling to provoke him further. She truly is not yet prepared. They have known each other for only a few days, and the pace is far too swift for her to accept. Ryu gazes longingly at the empty space where she once was, letting out a sigh. Very well, there is ample time ahead. Today marks a significant stride forward. He ought to count himself fortunate. Sang, remain here while I avenge you, and I shall return promptly. Ryu turns, radiating an aura of coldness, his imposing presence unmistakable. He has not forgotten the instigator who nearly caused him to lose his precious female. And no matter how Wu Na had acted before, it matters not. Having provoked him, even if it means being cast out from the Ming Snake clan, he will ensure retribution. Halt! Xia Sang seizes his hand. Her earlier words were born of anger. She seeks revenge, but also wishes to remain inconspicuous. I have a way to make her experience my plight without anyone catching on, but I need your assistance. Ryu, somewhat perplexed, knows that females are inherently weaker, making revenge an arduous task. Yet he does not refuse. What assistance do you require? Could you fetch a sturdy vine from the forest for me? One into my hand, and the other bound to Wu Na. She wishes for all beastmen to witness Wu Na's punishment, seamlessly attributing it to the beast god. Very well. Ryu leapt into the night, vanishing into the shadows. The torrential rain pounded upon the cave, saturating the ground and sending a chill rushing to the foot of the mountain. Drainage was poor, resulting in deep puddles that had formed. The pond was brimming with water, creating an illusion of a world submerged in liquid. Xia Sang crouched at the cave's entrance, playfully catching raindrops in her hands, watching them shatter in her palms, transforming into a gleaming pool of liquid that warmed her heart. Even in the apocalypse, rain fell, yet this rain bore a corrosive quality, necessitating treatment before it could be used. Even those with extraordinary abilities were reluctant to walk in the rain. Thus, to dwell in such an unpolluted world was indeed a fortunate circumstance. When Ryu returned, he beheld Xia Sang drenched from the rain, and hastily offered her the vine he held, while he sought a clean hide to diligently dry her hair and body. Repeating the process with unwavering care, he recalled how she had sneezed incessantly when he first discovered her. He was mindful that females could succumb to fever from the cold. However, inexplicably, she seemed unaffected afterward, perhaps due to the warmth of a bath. Once he had thoroughly dried her, Ryu enveloped her within his broad frame, shielding her from the rain's onslaught. Each time thunder cracked, he instinctively shrank away, yet he did not loosen his hold. Sang, what do you wish to do? Xia Sang remained silent, focusing intently on harnessing her powers to lift Wu Na high into the air. Allow me to show you a spectacle. After Wu Na was returned to the cave and chased away Chao Nian, her mood soured significantly. For Ryu's sake, she had maintained her virtue over the years, resisting the temptations of the serpent beastmen. Each time she teetered on the brink of madness, she would desperately pull herself back, stifling the unbearable pain. She treated the advances of males with disdain. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, unable to contain her fury. and resorted to raging and smashing her belongings within her cave, trampling the hides presented by the males beneath her feet in a fit of wrath. Exhausted from her outburst, she drifted into a drowsy stupor, only to be suddenly struck down into unconsciousness by an unknown hand. When she awoke to the chilling raindrops, her gaze unfocusedly drifted among the torrents, only to snap wide open in shock upon realizing her precarious position in midair, the thunder crashing violently above her. "Help! Help me!" Wu Na screamed hoarsely, yet her cries were quickly suffocated by the roaring tempest. A flash of lightning illuminated her surroundings, and an overwhelming dread seized her heart, rendering her breathless. Like tea that moment, the vine stirred, darting from the caves of her kin and hovering above the great shaman's cave. "Great shaman, save me!" Ji Hui, hearing the commotion, peered out and witnessed a scene that would haunt him for life. He attempted to grasp the vine, but it seemed to possess a will of its own, evading his reach and slipping away to another cave entrance, repeating the cycle, both a warning and a punishment. "Chao Nian, save me! Save me!" Chao Nian reached out, but just as he was about to seize the vine, it darted away at an unimaginable speed, whisking the shrieking Wu Na through the rain and out of sight. After tossing Wu Na into the thicket, Xia Sang severed the connection with the vine and retracted it carefully. Placing it in a corner of the cave, should trouble arise, it could save her life. As long as she infused it with her powers daily, it would remain vibrant and alive. Wu merely glimpsed the shadow enveloped by the vine flash past, his mouth agape in astonishment. "What was that?" Xia Sang smiled enigmatically. "The beast god has manifested. Have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon?" Ruiyu shook his head honestly. In the Tianyue continent, no beast man did not revere the beast god, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. That mystical event could not possibly be anything but a manifestation of divine power. Did Wu Na incur the beast god's wrath? Ruiyu grasped Xia Sang's hand with excitement. "But how does this relate to the vine?" "You aren't the messenger of the beast god, are you?" Knowing she could not deceive Ryu, Xia Sang admitted, "Indeed. However, the powers granted to me by the beast god are limited. I can only punish weak females like Wu Na. When it comes to confronting beasts, my strength is insufficient." Ryu endeavored to maintain his composure, absorbing the revelation that a swell of pride surged within him, causing his azure eyes to gleam with a myriad of stars. Shining brilliantly, the faint dimple appeared on his strikingly beautiful face, yet soon unease crept in. He abruptly pulled the petite female into his embrace. "Sang, does being the messenger of the beast god mean you could be summoned away at any moment? What shall I do? The mere thought of never seeing you again pierces my heart like a dagger, leaving me breathless." "Of course not. I am merely assisting the beastmen to the best of my abilities. The beast god is often preoccupied and pays little mind to me." Ryu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if they might shatter at any moment. Sniffling, he asked, "Really, Sang, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Xia Sang raised 2 fingers in a solemn vow. "If I deceive you, may lightning strike me down." Thunder rumbled ominously, growing louder with each passing moment. Angered, Xia Sang cursed under her breath, chuckling awkwardly as she tugged at the corners of her mouth, and, under Ryu's doubtful gaze, sheepishly explained, "It's not the best weather for oaths. Perhaps I should wait until it's sunny to make my promise?" "Chief, it's bad. There's trouble." All the male beastmen who had glimpsed the vine gathered at the cave entrance, braving the deluge to inform Ryu. Xia Sang peeked out, wondering if they should be let in. "Do you wish to allow them entry?" "Let them in. It must pertain to Wu Na." Ryu affectionately glanced at her, ruffling her hair. "All right," he then turned, his expression shifting to one of cold detachment. "Everyone come inside." The serpent beastman, possessing remarkable agility, leaped forward, and soon the spacious cave entrance was bustling with figures. "Chief, it's terrible. Wu Na's been taken away by a vine," spoke one of Wu Na's admirers, Chai Gun, who was a rare black-haired, red-eyed male with a slender build and an effeminate appearance. Xia Sang instinctively took a couple of steps back, retreating into the shadows. "What is this?" The serpent beast man had poor vision, making it difficult to discern Xia Sang's features in the dark cave, yet many males had heard of the chief bringing back a remarkably beautiful female. Most males had been out hunting and had not seen her, Dismissing the embellishments as mere exaggeration, as thunder rumbled, illuminating the cave, the crowded males collectively inhaled sharply, their breaths hitching. One male, overwhelmed, screamed and tumbled from the entrance, leaving behind only a resounding ah, followed by a dull thud. Xia Sang hurriedly clamped her hand over her mouth, while Ryu subtly shielded her form. Gun was the first to recover, clutching his racing heart. "Cough, Chief, do you know what has transpired?" Ryu cast a dispassionate glance his way, noting how flustered he appeared, playing the part of the naive. "I have some knowledge. Wu Na incited Chao Nian to cast my little female into the thicket, nearly leading to her demise. It seems the beast god has manifested to punish her." A heavy silence fell over the crowd, the sound of rain fading into the background. "The beast god has manifested? My goodness, to witness such a sight in my lifetime. Dying now would be worth it. Wu Na brought this upon herself. We should return. The beast god has personally punished her, and meddling further would be disrespectful. I'll head home. My female is expecting eggs." The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Gun in a daze. "How is this possible?" Ryu kicked him lightly. "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to wait for the beast god to drag you away?" Gun stumbled back, lost in thought. "Where is my slave?" Xia Sang had observed closely, but could not find Chao Nian's figure. Had he abandoned Wu Na, neglecting her entirely, based on Ryu's understanding of him? Chao Nian must have pursued Wu Na into the jungle. However, he refrained from voicing this to avoid distressing the little female. Taking a couple of steps forward, he embraced Xia Sang tightly, exclaiming, Sang, I dislike it when your attention strays to other males. I can't help but feel jealous." A chuckle escaped her lips. The men of the beast world were direct in their affections, unabashedly expressing their possessiveness, which was both endearing and infuriating. Xia Sang could hardly bear his charmingly spoiled demeanor. She quickly rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Ryu's fair face, leaving a considerable droplet of saliva in her wake, as she giggled mischievously. "How about now? Still jealous?" Ryu was momentarily taken aback by the kiss. His breath catching for an instant, his handsome face flushing slightly, his blue eyes deepening as they fixated on Xia Sang's smiling visage. What if he felt even more jealousy? Xia Sang playfully pinched his straight nose. Teasing, "You're so easily jealous, yet you indulge in it." She had only kissed his right cheek. The left one was bound to feel neglected, just as she leaned in to bestow a kiss upon his left cheek. Ryu turned, bringing his lips close to hers. Taking the lead, he firmly grasped the back of her head with his left hand and gently wrapped his right arm around her waist, drawing them closer together until they were tightly entwined. Ryu's tenderness towards Xia Sang was alarmingly affectionate, yet in certain respects, he was as possessive as a territorial animal, exerting his strength with an intensity that suggested he wished to meld her into his very being. He was aware that a snake's tongue could be quite long, yet he was unprepared for the absurd length of a serpent humanoid's tongue. Xia Sang's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly defenseless. "Close your eyes." Ryu panted softly as he continued his ministrations, bending down to align with Xia Sang's height. It was not until both were breathless that he reluctantly ceased, yet his entire being felt aflame. The skin below his neck flushed with a faint pink, as if intoxicated, leaving him slightly unsteady. Sang, "Be a good girl and wait for me." With that, he released his grip on Xia Sang and dashed out into the rain. Amused, Xia Sang laughed heartily, feeling that he deserved it. Her favors were not easily won. It was indeed a case of him bringing calamity upon himself, after an indeterminate duration, one that left Xia Sang drowsy. Ryu returned, his drenched form accompanied by a chilling wind. Upon entering, he kept his distance from Xia Sang, propped up against a pile of stones, gazing at her with an almost foolish infatuation. How exquisitely beautiful she was. How could a little female be so captivating? When Xia Sang awoke from her slumber, she found herself disoriented, with the overcast day shrouded in layers of clouds, obscuring the daylight. The cave was dim, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with Yu's adoring gaze. As soon as he noticed her awakening, his eyes lit up with remarkable brightness, his lips pouting in a woeful manner. Sang, "I've watched you all night and still haven't had my fill. What should I do?" With that, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Xia Sang rolled her eyes, warning, "You might want to refrain from touching me." You're a cold-blooded creature, yet you burn like a furnace, nearly becoming a warm-blooded animal. Ryu stiffened for a moment, yet stubbornly refused to let go. In a way. Even if it burns me alive, I wouldn't mind. Fine, but I'm hungry. You think you could refrain from clinging to me like a pendant? It's rather inconvenient for me to cook. He was far too clingy. She felt as if he needed to be discarded. Following her everywhere, fetching water, washing her face, brushing her teeth, lighting fires to cook, even grilling meat. Despite his evident fear of flames, he insisted on getting uncomfortably close. At this rate, we'll soon become conjoined twins. Xia Sang once thought a certain male might just burst from the pressure. Yet he remained steadfastly by her side until she could no longer tolerate it and stormed out into the rain. She felt no sympathy for him. After all, he had brought this upon himself. As the day wore on, Xia Sang counted that she must have dashed outside 5 or 6 times. She found it hard to feel sympathy, laughing heartily. Who would dare provoke a beast man? Fortunately, Ryu was unwilling to force her and instead suffered in silence. Excellent. Xia Sang retrieved some palm fruits from her storage, washing them in clean water. After draining them, she placed them in a stone pot to boil for 3 hours, then used a stone mortar to mash the palm fruits. Removing the seeds and rinsing several times to filter, a process similar to making cassava flour. Once the filtered residue was discarded, she boiled the juice for an additional 2 hours until a vibrant orange palm oil emerged. After allowing the concoction to rest for a day, she could skim off the upper layer of fat. This was how palm oil was made. The yield was not particularly high, from 100 pounds of palm fruits. One could extract only about 2 pounds of oil, and that was considering the exceptionally large palm fruits of the beast world and the beast's incredible strength that allowed for thorough crushing. In the past few days, Xia Sang had been diligently working on producing palm oil, with Yu ever at her side, assisting her while often showering her with affectionate kisses and lifts, igniting a fire within him. Yet he remained incorrigible. When he returned from outside once more, he was enveloped in an aura of cold, his expression grim. Xia Sang lifted her head from her chores, inquiring, "What happened? Who dared to provoke our chief?" Ryu approached, wrapping his arms around Xia Sang, his voice muffled. Sang, without 100 kisses, I won't feel better." Xia Sang lightly patted him, finding his icy skin pleasing to the touch, smooth and cool. "Speak properly. You never seem to be serious. Sang, I told you not to be angry." "I'm not angry. Wana has been rescued. Although gravely injured, she won't die anytime soon. It was all that damned slave Xiaoyan's doing." Xia Sang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, feeling the chill emanating from him as if it were free to escape, that a slave ought to know their place. He was so disobedient that they couldn't possibly let this slide. Could they? "Ryu, do you have any ideas on how to teach him a lesson?" Ryu appeared somewhat troubled, noting that their serpent people had tough skin and were resilient to hunger, leaving few options for punishment. "Perhaps we could send him to those older, less appealing females to disgust him. That's rather cruel, but I like it. Shall we go with that then?" Xia Sang rolled her eyes. "What nonsense. Why not have him serve us tea and water daily? Help us hunt. Wouldn't it be delightful for us to share kisses and lifts every day? After all, free labor should never go to waste." Even if he became exhausted or injured, she wouldn't feel a twinge of pity. Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Good idea. We shouldn't pass up a tool that can be useful, that if one day Sang gets angry with him, she surely wouldn't want to hit him. Venting her frustration on Xiaoyan would suffice. And he could provide the weapon. Yet he feigned a pitiful expression. Sang, you use foul language and yet scold me." Xia Sang watched him with amusement as he put on an act. His exaggerated pouting was akin to an ordinary person's attempt, but when someone so handsome performed the same, it became a delight to behold. His stunningly beautiful face wore an expression of innocence. His fair and translucent cheeks dusted with a light blush, resembling the peach blossoms of March, his eyes misty and fixated on her, emanating an irresistible allure that could topple kingdoms. TND. This blatant display of vulnerability was quite the temptation. Who could withstand it? Deep within, Xia Sang resisted being manipulated, yet her hands seemed to possess a will of their own, disobediently caressing Ryu's face. Was this enchanting creature truly venomous? Xia Sang, entranced, rose on her toes and lunged forward. biting Ryu's lip fiercely until she tasted blood, releasing him only when breathless. Crimson droplets rolled upon Ryu's thin lips. He extended his tongue to taste them, his deep blue eyes ablaze with madness. Demanding more, enough? I can no longer contain myself. Ryu forcefully seized Xia Sang's waist, pinning her to the ground, his fierce fangs sinking in her neck, the darkness inherent to the serpent people surging within him as he traced her delicate, pale neck with his teeth. Xia Sang's heart raced. This was perilous, and she had gone too far. She wished to struggle, but her hands were held captive by the male, his sharp teeth grazing her vulnerable neck repeatedly. As if at any moment he might sever her flesh, a blend of pleasure and pain coursed through her, prompting a muffled sound to escape her lips. This sound seemed to unlock a peculiar switch within Ryu, causing his body to tense, nearly losing control and transforming into his beast form. He gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming sensation, and released his grip on Xia Sang, exerting all his strength to flee into the rain. Great, I'm doomed to become a eunuch. Xia Sang lay upon the animal hide, her cheeks flushed, suddenly bursting into laughter, her eyes sparkling. Their progress had been rapid, and she indeed had some reservations, yet if Ryu were to persist, she would not be averse to cooperating. After all, her original self had likely engaged in such activities, right? With a magnificent being like him, how could she possibly regret it? She covered her flushed face, rolling back and forth on the animal hide. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, it was said that serpent beastmen were unlike ordinary beastmen. A mixture of fear and curiosity welled up within her as she glanced at her petite frame. Shivering at the thought, surely I must be compatible, she pondered uncertainly. After a brief moment of composure, Xia Sang calmed herself and resumed her task. Over the next couple of days, she needed to completely refine the palm oil to focus on studying the balance beam loom. This contraption was notoriously challenging, perfectly suited for training a slave to assist her in weaving. She eagerly awaited the day she could don beautiful linen garments. Ryu had just leapt into the cave, still damp from the rain, when he was immediately commanded by Xia Sang to create wooden tubs, bamboo tubes, and stone jars. The serpent beast man was lethargic during the day, lacking energy, yet who could blame him when he was under Xia Sang's command? He cast her a forlorn glance, exclaiming, "I'm so tired. Don't we have a slave? Why not just instruct him? I am but a delicate female, terrified of being harmed. I simply cannot command him." Ryu smacked his forehead, almost forgetting that wretched matter. Seeing him leave with a spring in his step, Xia Sang shook her head and continued her work. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, Ryu returned, utterly spent, collapsing onto the pile of stones, tossing and turning in restless sleep. Observing his pitiful state, Xia Sang felt a surge of compassion. If he couldn't sleep in human form, then let him transform into his beast form. Your serpent form is so enchanting. I'm not afraid at all. Obediently, Ryu morphed into a large python, coiling around the rocks several times, his long tail curling up adorably, eliciting a pang of longing in Xia Sang. Once his breathing steadied, Xia Sang quietly circled around Ryu's serpentine body, discovering that snakes slept with their eyes open. His large head rested gently on his coiled form, his breath shallow and serene, making it impossible for her to associate him with the cold, unlovely nature of a reptile. Cautiously, she touched the icy, glimmering scales, causing the massive python to tremble slightly. Upon realizing it was Xia Sang, his enormous head drooped in a pitiful manner, and he resumed his soft snores, which made her smile. With a fervent gaze, she watched the shy tail of the serpent, wishing to touch it, yet recalling its sensitive nature. She hesitated and withdrew her eager hand. Over the past few nights, she had managed some sleep, while Ryu seemed to have scarcely rested, seemingly due to her presence. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Xia Sang sighed. Well then, from now on, the two of them shall accommodate each other. She couldn't always bully Ryu into catering to her needs. It was clear he was exhausted. How pitiable. 2 hours later, Chao Nian quietly entered the cave, bearing a massive stone jar, his face bruised and his gait somewhat limping. His exposed skin was marred with scars. After placing the item down, he silently departed. Another 2 hours passed before he returned, depositing a polished wooden tub and standing at the cave's entrance, head bowed as he gazed at the water gushing below, awaiting his master's command. Xia Sang regarded Chao Nian with little warmth. Had Rui not appeared in time, she might not have been able to stand here at all. Go fetch me some pot lids, Xia Sang ordered coldly without even lifting her head. The serpent's body quivered, showing signs of waking, but Xia Sang quickly hushed herself, slowing her breath. She watched as he merely shifted his head and continued to slumber peacefully, finally releasing a breath of relief. She had no desire to disrupt Rui's well-deserved rest for an insignificant outsider. Aware of his misdeeds, Chao Nian accepted her frosty demeanor without protest, turning his back to her and quietly murmuring an apology before swiftly exiting the cave. His steps growing increasingly heavy. Xia Sang's keen hearing easily discerned the words "I'm sorry" amidst the patter of the rain, but a derisive scoff escaped her lips. How ridiculous! If everything could be brushed aside with a mere "I'm sorry." This world would long ago have descended into chaos. Apologies were not something she was willing to accept, nor could she forgive or overlook. She held no excess kindness for this cold-blooded male. Her gaze softened as she looked upon the slumbering Ruiyu, her heart swelling with tenderness yet tinged with loneliness. Having completed a portion of the palm oil extraction, she rose to gather some. Placing it in a small stone bowl, using dried cotton grass as a wick, she ignited it, illuminating the cave with a bright glow as the flickering flame danced in the dark that a chilly breeze, mingled with mist, swept into the cave as Xia Sang sought a sheltered spot for the oil lamp, contemplating making a lampshade when time permitted. After finishing her current tasks, Xia Sang prepared a fish soup to satiate her hunger before beginning to make fruit preserves. In this world, she had yet to discover beets or sugarcane, making sugar production impossible. Though her spatial storage contained a small amount of sugar, she was reluctant to use it and thus selected the sweetest goat milk fruit for her preserves. After thoroughly cleaning and dicing the fruit, she submerged it in water and boiled it over high heat until bubbles formed abundantly. She then reduced the heat, simmering until the moisture evaporated, extinguishing the flame and allowing it to cool. The sweet aroma wafted through the cave, stirring signs of awakening in the serpent, though the weight of slumber still held him firmly in its grasp. Xia Sang crafted a sealed jar from bamboo. Though its sealing capabilities were only mediocre, she shrugged indifferently. After all, her spatial storage could keep it fresh. She set aside a portion for herself and stored the remainder in the bamboo jar. After 2 days of labor, she found herself weary, her back aching and neck stiff as the torrential downpour continued. Raising the water levels, she began to worry whether the cave might be submerged. When Chao Nian returned with the crafted pot lids, Xia Sang wore a worried expression as she observed the rising water, her brows furrowed. Upon seeing him, she snatched the pot lid from him without uttering a word, turning away and refusing to meet his gaze. Ignoring him, she retrieved sweet potatoes from her spatial storage, slicing them thinly and steaming them in a pot. Once cooked, she mashed them in a stone mortar, adding cassava flour and kneading it into a smooth dough. She pinched off a piece, rolling it into small balls to set aside. With ample palm oil now available, Xia Sang no longer held back, pouring it into the pan and heating it until it reached a temperature of 7/10. Then carefully dropping the dough balls into the oil, frying them until golden. After extinguishing the flame, she lifted them out to drain before dipping them into the goat milk fruit preserves and taking a bite. They were delightfully crispy and sweet, an exquisite snack. After enjoying several, she stored the fried balls in a bamboo tube, placing them in her spatial storage. Fetching some bamboo from her spatial storage, she tossed it onto the ground and coldly commanded, "Come here." Chao Nian, aware of his unpopularity, said nothing and obediently approached Xia Sang, watching her skillfully scrape and split the bamboo into sections, layering and binding it with ease, though it was evidently strenuous. After all, bamboo as wide as a bowl was indeed challenging for a female to handle. Her ability to manage it to this extent was quite impressive. "Have you learned?" Xia Sang inquired. Chao Nian nodded, taking up a piece of bamboo and mimicking her demonstration with remarkable proficiency, showcasing his strong learning abilities. Once they finished the task, Xia Sang found herself with little to do, her gaze lingering affectionately on the sleeping serpent's head. In the dimly lit cave, Chao Nian witnessed the tender gaze Xia Sang cast upon Ruiyu for the first time, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Without comparison, there could be no pain. He had committed grave sins against the female in his desire to protect Wu Na, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, she showed no gratitude, nor even a hint of warmth towards him. Previously, he believed such behavior was commonplace, as females in their world were scarce, often coddled and protected by the males in their families, growing up with inflated egos that made their disdain for others seem normal. However, witnessing Xia Sang's gentleness towards the clan leader opened his eyes to the possibility that females could also exhibit such tenderness. Chao Nian worked quickly, yet his gaze remained affixed to Xia Sang's face. The young female was undeniably beautiful, far surpassing Wu Na. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin even fairer than that of the serpent beastmen, her long lashes excessive, and her eyes clear and brilliant, reflecting focus and affection when she gazed at the clan leader. Ruiyu, having slept well, awoke to this very scene. The petite female seated on the animal hide, her chin resting on her hands. Her eyes fixed intently upon him, her clear gaze filled with nothing but his own reflection. For the first time, Ruiyu felt hesitant to transform into his human form, fearing that Xia Sang might witness something she ought not to, potentially frightening her. Males too possessed a sense of shame. Under the adoring gaze of the female he cherished, his massive body felt as if it were ablaze. Xia Sang, dear, turn around. Ruiyu urged. Xia Sang blinked. Awake already, the serpent spoke in human tongue, softly responding, yes, and pressed. I wish to transform into my human form. What's wrong with transforming? Can I look? How should he respond? The serpent beastmen are quite unlike ordinary beastmen. There are aspects beyond her comprehension that Zheng Yan's head lowered further, having never encountered such a pretentious chieftain before. Although the serpent beastmen differ from their counterparts, they possess thick skins, even taking pride in it. In every regard, they are far superior to other males. Ryu let out a helpless sigh. What could she do about her femininity? She indulged it, gracefully moving her massive form, using her tail to wrap around her bee-skin skirt, and crawled into the rain. After just a few breaths, Ruiyu emerged, damp and looking at Xia Sang with affectionate eyes, playfully pinching her small nose. Naughty, Xia Sang protested, swatting away the cool paw. Her curiosity piqued as she clung to her earlier question. Is there anything I cannot see? Observing the chieftain's flustered and nearly shattered expression, Zhang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking. Sang, let me explain. The serpent beastman struggled to articulate, his face flushed red from holding back. Xia Sang pressed her lips together, teasing him. What's wrong with the serpent beastmen? Do tell. Ryu seized Xia Sang's hand and pulled her closer, suggesting, why not try it for yourself? Xia Sang's face turned pale. There were others present, making it impossible to even consider that. She struggled fiercely, attempting to free her hand from Ryu's grip, but how could the strength of a beastman be shaken by a mere female? After a futile struggle, Xia Sang could only watch helplessly as she was gradually drawn toward Ryu, her hand inching closer to his abdomen. Damn it, she thought, slowly closing her eyes, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. Forget it, just give in. After all, I'll know sooner or later. However, the progress halted abruptly, and Xia Sang opened her eyes to meet a pair of mischievous blue ones, twinkling like scattered stars, utterly captivating. Still asking, Xia Sang shook her head vigorously. No. Curiosity kills the cat. She pressed her hand to her chest, catching her breath. How wicked. This male? I can hardly bear it. It's all too vivid. Ryu released her hand and casually picked up a piece of dry beast skin, carefully wiping the rainwater from his body. The serpent beastmen were unbothered by getting wet, but they were wary of keeping Xia Sang warm. Xia Sang swallowed hard. Her gaze following the bee-skinned IT was somewhat attractive. Even a bit alluring that we can't stay in this cave any longer. It's just drying off, yet he is acting as if he is seducing me. Such theatrics. How utterly inhuman. Want a touch? Xia Sang instinctively took 2 steps back, utterly defeated. His skin was thicker than a city wall. Who was it that often soaked in water to cool off? However, the disparity in their strength deterred her from attempting anything rash. No. Perhaps not. Ryu was indeed gentle with her, But rarely did he smile so broadly as now. The dimples that had once been faint were now pronounced, making his already enchanting face even more stunning. Once he had laughed enough, he provocatively said, Sang, I miss you dearly. Xia Sang plopped down onto the bee skin, thinking it was absurd to believe him. They had only spent a single day apart. How could he be at the point of missing her? Truly, I want to be with you every moment. I think of you every second I'm away. Ryu nestled closer, resting his head against her shoulder, one arm wrapped around her waist, behaving like a small animal seeking comfort. Is your skin itchy? She retorted. Not at all. Serpent beastmen only shed their skin at the end of the rainy season. Move over a bit. You're too close, and it makes me uncomfortable. Then I shall behave and not press against you. Just don't push me away. Damn it. You're making me seem like a flirt, when it was this scoundrel who frightened me. Sang, can you treat me a little better? Haven't I treated you well? Xia Sang rolled her eyes. Was he really feeling aggrieved? Ryu straightened up, his blue eyes glistening as he looked at her, resembling a large puppy. You one-T even let me get close. So who exactly started this flirtation? Cough. Xianyan could hardly bear it. He had seen clingy and shameless, but never such unabashed shamelessness. Xia Sang's cheeks flushed. She nearly forgot that this rascal was still present. She distanced herself from Ryu, aware of their audience. Mind yourself, he is not human. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Xianyan thought. Forget it. He has wronged Xia Sang, and the fact that she hasn't killed him speaks volumes about her temper, that if he is not human. Then so be it. Xia Sang shoved him away, creating space. He was far too clingy, and she could hardly stand it. Suddenly, piercing eagle cries echoed from the sky, imbued with a soul-piercing power, causing Xia Sang to instinctively cover her ears. Ryu sprang to his feet, his expression more serious than ever. Sang, whatever happens, do not come out. Hide yourself well. With that, Xianyan, sharing the same grave expression, hurriedly vanished into the rain. Xia Sang grasped a vine from the corner. Looking up at the sky, the heavy rain had ceased, yet ominous clouds still loomed, casting a dark shadow. Several giant eagles flapped their wings incessantly, circling the serpent beastman's cave, their sharp cries echoing ominously. Eagles are the natural enemies of serpents, and the serpent beastmen harbored an innate fear of the giant eagles. Xia Sang hid at the cave entrance, anxiously watching as a giant eagle attempted to penetrate the depths of the cave, its head thrusting in as the tribe members screamed in terror. Ryu transformed into a colossal python, wrapping his tail tightly around the eagle, desperately dragging it outside. The great shaman, the weakest among the males, had been raised by the previous shaman for divination and healing, rendering him physically inferior to the males who hunted regularly. Help! Xia Sang looked up just in time to see a slightly smaller eaglet enter the cave, snatching a small flower snake and soaring into the sky. Unable to contain herself, she commanded the vines to grow rapidly, enveloping the eagle's wings in an instant, dragging it down from the heavens. The massive female eagle, perceiving this, fixed its sharp gaze on her, shrieking incessantly. Swiftly grasping the plummeting eaglet with its claws, the beast god has descended. The beast god has descended. Let us go. After the initial shock, the male beastmen rallied, transforming into a riot of colorful pythons, pulling the vines downward with all their might. Xia Sang gritted her teeth. As long as her powers were sufficient, continuously feeding the vines, they would grow and entwine, forming an immense net to gradually encircle the eaglet while also tugging at the little snake, attempting to rescue it from the eagle's grasp. But a fierce tug-of-war ensued. The serpent beastmen, though numerous, lacked any advantage in aerial combat. Feeling helpless in the face of the situation, with Xia Sang's vines, their odds improved significantly. Despite their massive size, they moved nimbly along the vines, quickly turning the tide of battle. The female eagle summoned two males, while the one facing Ryu found itself ensnared and unable to escape. But it was too late. United, the beastmen successfully pulled the eaglet down, rescuing the feeble little snake from its clutches. The eaglet screeched pitifully, and the female eagle along with the two males circled overhead, their shrill cries painfully piercing through the air. Xia Sang retracted the vines, cautiously approaching the little snake, channeling some of her powers into it. Though transmitting through the vines wasted much of her energy, she was fortunate that her reserves were still ample, far better than exposing herself. The little snake gradually steadied its breath, and as Xia Sang withdrew her energy, her gaze shifted to Ryu, pondering whether to assist him. The male eagle struggled against Ryu's constricting grip, caught in a precarious position, its cries summoning its companions. Ryu, entangled with the eagle, was not faring well either. As the eagle was a natural enemy, its sharp beak easily pierced his scales, causing blood to splatter and leaving him battered and bruised. Attempting to swallow him whole, the eagle fought fiercely, struggling to regain its footing. Yet it found no opportunity. Xiacheng stood at a distance, hesitating whether to rescue the chieftain. The serpent beastmen were inherently selfish, and he was no exception. Witnessing the interaction between the chieftain and Xia Sang ignited a raging fire within him, jealousy gnawing at his heart. Why? Why did the chieftain get to possess such a beautiful female, while he remained a slave without beastly rights? If the chieftain were to die, Xia Sang would be left unprotected. Naturally frail, she would be unable to withstand the strength of the males that wouldn't allow him to seize the opportunity and take complete possession. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Xiacheng became, his entire body trembling with an escalating urgency to possess the affections of Xia Sang, casting aside all notions of duty and obligation into the abyss of oblivion. Thus, he feigned ignorance and fled in the opposite direction. Ironically, this scene was witnessed clearly by Xia Sang, who was vigilantly observing the battlefield. She clenched her fists in frustration, cursing the audacity of someone who would abandon her in her time of need, and resolved to devise a fitting retribution. Commanding the vines, she directed them to ensnare the neck of the majestic eagle, a creature she had deemed as her own. Gritting her teeth, her body quivered slightly as her gaze fixated on the eagle's throat, watching as the vines coiled tightly around it. The eagle struggled violently. It was ensnared by Ryu, succumbing to its fate mere moments later. Exhausted, Xia Sang withdrew her powers and collapsed onto the ground. Ryu released the eagle. Glancing at the injured Jihui, "Great Shaman, can you still stand?" Jihui, his lips pale and pressing against his bleeding wound, weakly inquired, "Was it the beast god who saved us just now?" Ryu's gaze flickered towards his cave, a hint of undisguised fondness gracing his lips as he uncharacteristically lied to the great shaman. Indeed, Jihui wiped away his tears, proclaiming that in all his years, to be saved by the beast god now meant that even if he were to perish, he would have no regrets. "You still have a long life ahead. You shan't perish yet. This fallen eagle is for you to deal with. I shall check on the others." With that, the colossal blue serpent surged out of the cave towards the eagle's offspring. The fledgling eagle, caught in the grasp of several beastmen, screeched in despair, its cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. The female eagle dove repeatedly to rescue her chick, only to be thwarted by the males wielding bone knives. Forced to circle helplessly in the low sky, lamenting in anguish. Ultimately, recognizing the futility of her efforts to reclaim her young, the female eagle screeched one last time before leading two male eagles away. "Sangyun, is your serpent offspring unharmed? This eagle chick is yours. Do as you please with it." Sangyun cradled the severely wounded fledgling in his palms, sensing, perhaps due to a trick of the light, that the serpent chicks seemed to be improving. Generally, serpent beastmen were rather indifferent towards their young, considering it sufficient to merely sustain them, that in the past. When their fertility was high, they allowed the young to fend for themselves, and many of the grown serpent beastmen became strays. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the female egg-laying rate had plummeted, forcing Ryu to mandate that the tribe care for their serpent offspring diligently. After a moment of contemplation, Xiyun spoke resolutely. "Tribal leader, I wish to attempt taming it. If that fails, I shall dispose of it. As long as you can bear the consequences, the fledgling eagle will easily attract its parents. You must exercise utmost caution, and as for the serpent chick, if not properly supervised, it could meet a swift demise. I urge you to consider this carefully." Their ancestors had contemplated taming eagles, yet the azure eagles resided upon sheer cliffs, fiercely guarded by the males. Stealing an eagle chick often resulted in retaliatory strikes from the males, leading to severe injury or even death. Moreover, the process of taming eagles was arduous. For several consecutive days, the chicks were deprived of sleep and sustenance. And only after enduring such hardships for a week or so would they begin to comply, at which point they would be fed. Afterward, it would involve training and luring, releasing them during the annual rainy season to reproduce. Even if they were reluctant to leave, they would have to be driven away. In summary, over the years, there were only a handful who succeeded in taming eagles, yet upon release, the fledglings would refuse to return once they had found families. Leader, I have made up my mind. I cannot sustain the serpent chick. Let it return to the forest and fend for itself. Ryu frowned, speaking sternly. Xingyun, I should not meddle in your family affairs, but you well know that our Mingxi tribe has dwindled in numbers these past few years. Should the serpent chick return to the forest and become a stray, our tribe may be on the brink of extinction. Xingyun bowed his head, his eyelashes quivering. His mate had perished at the beak of an eagle. To slay the eagle chick would be too merciful. He was determined to starve it into a frail eagle, to alleviate the pain of his lost mate. Leader, my resolve is firm. Ryu clenched his fists. Very well. From this day forth, this serpent chick belongs to me. Keep your distance. I warn you, should you bring any trouble to the tribe, I will ensure your departure. Xingyun tossed the serpent chick to Ryu and strode away. Cradling the feeble eagle chick, Ryu accepted the serpent chick with a resigned sigh, knowing that Xia Sang was already fearful of such creatures. Perhaps it would be best for it to remain with Xianyan. Dragging his weary body, he bore the weight of his wounds as he headed towards his cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Xia Sang observed the events unfold below, letting out a gentle sigh. They had done nothing, yet were already thrust into the role of parents. Whom could she turn to for reason? Ryu leaped into the cave, noticing Xia Sang intently staring at the small flower serpent. Fearing she might be frightened, he hastily explained, Xia Sang, do not worry. I will hand the little serpent over to Xianyan soon. The mere mention of Xianyan ignited a fury within Xia Sang. That wretched male, witnessing her struggle against the eagle, not only refused to assist, but fled without a shred of empathy. What a despicable creature. Observing Xia Sang's pale, trembling visage, he carelessly discarded the serpent chick, intending to comfort her, but upon seeing his blood-soaked form, he turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? Xia Sang called out, wishing to tend to his wounds. But he left without a word to obey. Very well. In truth, she too found his scent and the bloodstains somewhat off-putting. After grappling with the eagle for so long, he had undoubtedly acquired the stench of the azure eagle. Xia Sang knelt down, poking the slumbering flower serpent, which felt cold and sticky, and upon closer inspection, it was not as intimidating as she had first thought. Nevertheless, she still felt averse and found a piece of bee skin to wrap it in. Placing it in a corner of the cave, keeping it at a distance, Ryu returned promptly, drenched and covered in gory wounds, his pale belly riddled with injuries, flesh torn and exposed. Damn beast, it bit him in all the right places. Xia Sang lamented, touching his wounds as her abilities surged forth, pouring out an abundance of healing energy, her heart aching as compassion spilled from her eyes. Does it hurt? Ryu's strikingly pale face paled further. Yet he did not flinch, not at all. Beastmen are robust and recover swiftly. By tomorrow, I shall be nearly healed. Is that so? Xia Sang did not withdraw her hand. Previously, when Wuxi was injured, she felt moved, but never had she felt such profound empathy as she did now. Her heart twisting painfully. Sang, blow on it for me. It will heal faster. Xia Sang shot him a glare. Do you think my saliva is a magical elixir capable of curing all ailments? Always so irreverent. Ryu leaned in closer, stealing a kiss. In my heart. It is. Xia Sang withdrew her powers but found her hands captured. Let go. You're injured. Ryu pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly, just for a moment. Sang, I've missed you so much. Xia Sang dare not struggle but rolled her eyes dramatically. Brother, you've been gone for merely half an hour. What nonsense. I refuse to allow you to speak of yourself in such a way. After a moment of realization, Xia Sang met Ryu's teasing blue gaze. Vexed, she punched his back, only to feel the sticky sensation on her hand. Ryu did not flinch, though his complexion paled as he used his clean hand to wipe away the crimson stains from her small. delicate hands, believing that such pure, beautiful hands should not be sullied. Cold-blooded creatures had always been regarded as unclean by other beastmen. He, soaked in filthy blood, was unworthy of tainting her pristine white. What nonsense are you spouting? Where is it dirty? You are the cleanest in the world, and your blood is the purest, she retorted, her eyes slightly reddening, sniffling. Turn around. Let me see your wounds. Ryu, sensing her distress, dared not tease further and obediently turned around. Her warm fingers glided across his back, sending shivers down his spine. Enduring the pain, Ryu stood still, not daring to move. Perhaps it was a trick of his mind, but after the tingling sensation, the wounds on his back seemed to cease their torment. Under the influence of her healing powers, the injuries healed quickly. Xia Sang blushed as she withdrew her hands, his smooth back restored to its former state, the flawless contours causing her heart to race. Sang, I'm feeling sleepy. Injured serpent beastmen easily succumb to fatigue, and sleep aided recovery. All right, rest easy. I will keep watch over you. Ryu yawned, transforming into serpent form, finding a comfortable spot on the stone. Quickly falling into a steady rhythm of breath at that moment, Xiacheng returned from outside, his body still wet, and, as Xia Sang glanced up at the sky, the rain began to fall in fine, dense droplets. What brings you back? Xiaoyan's body stiffened. Suppressing the desires hidden within his gaze, he remained silent, continuing with his tasks. Have you gone deaf, as I asked you a question? Xia Sang, who already held a significant disdain for Xiaoyan, was particularly infuriated by his inaction in the face of danger, naturally adopting a rather frosty tone. Xiaoyan tightened his fingers, lowering his head without uttering a word, and after a long pause, he finally spoke in a hushed tone. I am your slave. My work is not yet complete. Playing the fool, are we? Very well. Xiaoyan, why did you not save them when they were in peril? Xiaoyan abruptly lifted his head, disbelief filling his deep green eyes. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Xia Sang stepped forward and struck him sharply across the face, her gaze icy as she intently scrutinized him. Cannot comprehend. Are you truly so oblivious to your own actions that I must spell them out for you? I believe we have been far too lenient with you, allowing you to lose sight of your true identity. As a slave, you ought to protect your master diligently, not squander time in a female not presume we are all fools. Is Wu Na so enticing that you wish to grovel before her like a dog? Devoid of dignity, another slap landed on his face from Xia Sang. What do you mean by what? Let me be clear, Xiaoyan, I did not make you my slave to be a source of annoyance. If you do not wish to serve, then leave. Depart from the Mingxi clan, and go wander as a beast. Her words were utterly devoid of mercy, and she had no intention of sparing his pride. If he could not discern his own position, she would ensure he did. Xiaoyan, reeling from the two successive blows, felt dizzy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meeting Xia Sang's fierce eyes, he recognized that his failure to assist the clan leader had enraged her, leaving him with an uncomfortable feeling. The clan leader is human. Does that mean he is not? Is it wrong to have feelings for someone? He lowered his head, remaining silent, yet malice churned within his green eyes, vowing that one day Xia Sang would find herself in a position where she could neither live nor die. Get out. I do not wish to see you now. Xiaoyan stood motionless. Xia Sang, utterly infuriated, picked up a vine, her powers brimming with potential energy. Never had she regretted not awakening a lightning-based offensive ability more than at this moment. How delightful it would have been to strike him so hard that even his parents would not recognize him. Not force my hand. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth, ultimately turning to leave. Xia Sang was in no mood for discussions. Anything he said would be futile. Pretty sister, how did I end up here? The little flower snake awoke just in time to see Xiaoyan's departing figure. Xia Sang suppressed her anger, approaching the little flower snake and feigning calmness. Your father is training an eagle lately. It's quite dangerous for you to stay at home. Would you like to live with the clan leader for a while? Yay, I finally get to be with the pretty sister. The little flower snake twirled joyfully, his tiny tail wagging adorably. Xia Sang longed to pat his little head, but recalling the sensation, she abruptly withdrew her hand. Deciding against it, she still felt a tinge of fear and distaste. Pretty sister, how about I become your beast husband when I grow up? Xia Sang couldn't help but chuckle. Hadn't he asked the same question last time? The little flower snake nodded eagerly. Yes, that's me. I truly like you. After saying this, he glanced at the clan leader's massive form, asleep in content. Shh, don't let the clan leader hear. Otherwise, he might threaten me again. Uffed. Xia Sang burst into laughter, recalling the scene where Rue Yu had threatened to beat him. Are you really that afraid of Rue Yu? The little flower snake nodded vigorously. Of course. The clan leader is the mightiest male in our Mingxi clan. He is my hero. I want to grow up to be a male like the clan leader. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? The little flower snake coiled up, raising his little head, his tongue flicking in excitement. Yet he spoke in human words. Pretty sister, I'm not hungry yet. My father just caught a mountain mouse yesterday, and I ate plenty. My father says that only by eating well can I grow quickly. So I'll eat more and grow up fast to bond with the pretty sister. You are so young, and you are already thinking about bonding. I'm already 3.5 years old. I can take shape and hunt when I turn 10. Do not underestimate me, just because I'm small. I grow very quickly, just a little brat with hardly any fur. What do you know about liking females? By the time you grow up, I will have aged. The little flower snake looked at her in confusion. Pretty sister, you won't age. Beautiful people never grow old. Xia Sang had to admit she was amused by the little creature's innocence. When you grow up, if you still like me, we can discuss this matter then, all right? The little flower snake nodded seriously. Okay, pretty sister, we have a deal, but you mustn't lie to me. From now on, you cannot call me pretty sister. You must call me Sister X. By the way, I still do not know your name. The little flower snake's expression fell for a moment, and Xia Sang found it curious how one could detect sadness from a snake. Perhaps the little flower snake's emotions were contagious. Sister Xia, I do not have a name yet. Ever since my mother passed away, my father has refused to get close to me. My mother did not have the chance to name me before she was taken away by the hawk. She must have long since become food. Xia Sang gazed at the unfortunate little flower snake, her heart overflowing with compassion. Let me give you a name. How about you take my surname and be called Xiacheng? In stories of the apocalypse, the formidable male protagonists often had names that included Tian, and she hoped the little flower snake could navigate the brutal beast world with ease, slaying gods and blocking Buddhists. Little flower snake spun in delight. Sister Xia, I love the name Xia Tian. Now, when I play with my companions, I will no longer be called Hey. I will also have a name. In the cave, the big and the small played harmoniously. Chao Tan, having been cast out of the cave, was in low spirits and instinctively headed towards Wu Na's cave. Upon arriving, a stone bowl flew past his cheek, narrowly missing him. Wu Na had already smashed everything she could inside the cave. Upon seeing him, she scoffed coldly. What do you want? To witness my misfortune. Chao Tian understood her feelings. When he found her on that rainy night, she had been hiding in a great tree while a famished saber-toothed tiger lurked below. Eyes fixed hungrily upon her. Chao Tian, save me. After successfully diverting the saber-toothed tiger's attention onto himself, Wu Na felt a wave of relief. Knowing Chao Nian, he would never allow her to be devoured by the beast. Wu Na, once I draw it away, you must run. Indeed, this foolish male had led the saber-toothed tiger away all by himself, granting her a chance to escape. However, fate was unkind. Lightning struck the very tree she was hiding in. Though she had fled swiftly, she could not avoid the repercussions. The tree was cleaved in two, and she fell onto the broken branch, a deep gash marking her face, from her forehead to her chin. The twisted wound bled profusely. When Chao Tian finally managed to lead the saber-toothed tiger away and return to find her, Wu Na had already fainted from fear. In the aftermath, Chao Tian hastily sought out the great shaman. But alas, the gash on her face was too severe, and having been drenched in rain, even after the bleeding ceased, an unsightly scar remained. Chao Tian squinted, examining the scar on Wu Na's profile. Any lingering romantic thoughts he had vanished entirely. Before her disfigurement, she had been one of the most beautiful in the Mingxi clan. Now, he felt nothing but nausea. Have you discovered who has been plotting against me? Is it Xia Sang? The thought of Xia Sang's exquisite face made Chao Nian instinctively shake his head. It is not her. Wu Na clenched her fists, scoffing coldly. What? Now that I am disfigured, you have turned your affections to that wretch. She deliberately tugged her strap down, revealing a significant amount of her figure. Xiao Yin, I offer you a chance. If you can either kill that wretch or ruin her looks, I will bond with you and bear a nest of snake offspring. How does that sound? Xiao Yin averted his gaze, his expression unreadable. It was too repulsive. The sight was hard to swallow. T.O.B. bonded with her and see her every day after that. Just a glance would make him want to regurgitate his last meal. Having tasted fine grain, who would willingly settle for coarse food? No, I save you merely to honor my feelings for you. I seek no recompense. Wu Na seized Xiao Yin's hand, pulling him toward herself. Xiao Yin, even though my beauty is gone, my body is still far cleaner than that wretch's. Do you truly not wish to bond with me? You were clearly in love with me before. I can sense it. Xiao Yin hastily withdrew his hand, as though he had touched something filthy, repeatedly wiping it on the animal hide. Wu Na, look at your current state. Where is the slightest trace of your former pride and modesty? You are as wretched as the maggots in a stinking ditch. Wu Na's expression instantly darkened, first with disbelief, then with fury and indignation, culminating in a shrill roar of despair. Xiao Yin, what do you mean by this? Did that wretched creature promise you something? Or do you think that because I have been disfigured, I am so repulsive that you wish to discard me like refuse? Let me tell you, you are dreaming. What I cannot attain, you shall never have either. You are just as selfish as I am at your core, yearning for Xia Sang's favor. Dream on. In this life, you will not obtain it. Nor in the next. Xiao Yin, already gloomy from being expelled by Xia Sang, felt the chill of her curse wash over him, a palpable aura of danger radiating from his being. Wu Na, do you not wish to find a basin of clean water to see your reflection? You are utterly repulsive, so grotesque that merely glancing at you incites nausea. What gives you the audacity to think I would ever demean myself to seek out someone as hideous as you? Wu Na trembled with rage, raising her arm to strike him. Xiao Yin seized her arm with a firm grip, exerting just enough force to hurl her to the ground. I do not strike females. But if you dare to provoke me again, you know my capabilities. I would not hesitate to eliminate you, just as I would any other vile creature. Henceforth, avoid my path, or, he sneered, you shall not wish to know the consequences. Wu Na lay on the ground, her countenance dark and foreboding. Xiao Yin, how dare you treat me this way? One day, you will surely regret it. Xiao Yin leaped from the cave, leaving behind the words, you need not concern yourself with that. As he vanished into the night, Wu Na clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood flowing freely without her notice, while hatred surged within her like a torrent unleashed. Her already unsightly scars twisted into a more grotesque form. You all wait for me. One day, I will make you pay dearly, I swear. Emerging from Wu Na's cave, Xiao Yin felt a profound sense of discontent as he lingered at the entrance of Xia Sang's cave. Hesitating to disturb her peace, recalling how he had rendered Xia Sang unconscious and callously bound her to a tree, leaving her to fate, he loathed himself for being blinded by the so-called love. Damn it, it's all that wretched Wu Na's fault. He punched the rock wall, causing a large stone to tumble down. What noise is that? Is the ground shaking? Xia Sang stood bewildered at the cave entrance, peering down but finding nothing amiss, only the torrential rain drenching her. Could it be an illusion? Did I mishear? Xia Tian, did you hear anything? Xia Tian sniffed. It sounded like Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, Xia Sang, clench her fists. Well done. She picked up a vine, approaching the cave entrance, channeling her powers to ensnare Xiao Yin tightly. In the midst of his terrified gaze, she lifted him into the air and suddenly released him, resulting in a resounding splash as he crashed to the ground. Xiao Yin had no time to scream before he fell, the earth trembling beneath him. Before he could rise, the vines ensnared him again, swiftly vanishing into the ground. Here again, thud, 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 he was tossed back and forth a dozen times, and upon seeing him lying on the ground, unable to rise, Xia Sang felt a significant portion of her pent-up frustration dissipate. She had not killed him out of mercy. Rather, she intended to spare him just enough life to serve her. The foolish Xiao Yin actually believed in the divine intervention of beast gods. Not daring to resist, enduring his punishment without uttering a sound. How amusing! Xia Tian wriggled his small body to the cave entrance. Sister Xia, What just happened? Xia Sang casually withdrew her gaze, turning to the little flower snake. Her expression softening. Nothing much, perhaps the sound of the rain was too loud. And you misheard. Snakes have relatively dull hearing, and while beastmen have improved senses, they still lag behind other races, since Xiacheng had yet to transform. His hearing was undoubtedly less acute. As expected, he simply tilted his little head in confusion. I must have really misheard. Xia Sang retrieved some fried sweet potato balls and jam from her space and offered them to the little flower snake. Try these sweets and see if they suit your taste. Xiacheng, accustomed to raw meat, found the cooked food a tad strange at first, but the flavor burst delightfully on his tongue, sweet and chewy. Truly delicious. So tasty, Xia Sang continued her work. To be fair, Chow Yin did a commendable job. The bamboo strips were evenly thick and consistent in width. She was currently dividing the bamboo strips into finer strands. This task was no simple feat. Without decades of experience, one would struggle to achieve uniformity. Thus, she fashioned a comb to aid her, allowing for a more consistent division of the strands, resulting in uniformly thick and thin woven items. In truth, the craftsmanship of beastmen was often rather crude, and though her work might not be perfect, it would still sell. However, she prided herself as a semi-skilled artisan, and artisans typically cherished their craft, striving for excellence rather than mediocrity. Once she completed the strands, she decided to weave a small bed for Xiacheng, layering it with thick animal hides for comfort. Xia Sang glanced at Rue Yu, curled up and fast asleep with a rock in his arms, wondering what was wrong with him. She aimed to instill good habits in Xiacheng. Sister Xia, what are you weaving? Without lifting her head, Xia Sang deftly worked her fingers among the bamboo strips. I'm making you a little bed. Yay, I'm getting a little bed. The little flower snake happily twirled around, biting its tail. An hour passed, and Xia Sang held up the finished bed, inspecting it closely before finding no rough edges. She then sought a thick black hide to place beneath it. Xiacheng, come over and try out your nest to see if it's comfortable. Xiacheng climbed onto the bed, wagging his little tail as he rolled around. It's so comfortable, really too comfortable. Seeing the little ones so joyful, Xia Sang stretched and glanced at Rue Yu, who showed no signs of waking, appearing as though he were in a deep slumber. Oh well, I won't disturb him and will continue weaving. Considering Rue Yu's preference for coolness during the hot season, she decided to weave a mat for him as well. Soon, Xiacheng grew tired from playing, curling up in the bed and drifting off to sleep. The cave fell silent, the only sounds being the gentle breaths of the two and the relentless patter of the rain, interspersed with flashes of lightning and thunder. Yet, with both a large and small companion by her side, she felt no loneliness. When fatigue set in, she rose to stretch and peek outside at the torrential rain. Glancing once more at the two sleeping figures, she reached out to touch Rue Yu's scales, feeling as if time had slowed and the world was at peace. However, not everyone could bear to see her contentment. The disfigured Wuna, increasingly distressed, braved the pouring rain to confront her. Yet this time, without Chow Yin's support and lacking a climbing ladder to Rue Yu's cave, she could only stand at the entrance and shout, Rue Yu! Rue Yu! The rain was so loud that her voice was quickly drowned out. Xia Sang, possessing sharper hearing than the average person, naturally heard her cries but remained seated, unwilling to move. Some people were simply foolish, willing to endure the rain. It would be too ungrateful not to grant her that. Having provoked her once, she still did not know to be cautious, nor did she realize who had given her such audacity. How dare she seek attention before her again, fearing her own demise? Xia Sang. Xia Sang. Seeing Rue Yu remain unresponsive, Wuna refused to give up. Drenched in rainwater, her face marred by dark, twisted scars that were both terrifying and grotesque, Xia Sang set down the bamboo strands and approached the cave entrance, silently confronting her from above, neither willing to speak first. In a flash of lightning, Wuna revealed a row of neat white teeth, baring them like a ravenous wolf, raindrops cascading down her bulging veins, transforming her into a ghastly specter, fierce and terrifying, with no attempt to conceal the malice and venom in her eyes. Xia Sang crouched down, beckoning with her finger, silently inviting her forth. Come up. The glint in her eyes was laced with unmistakable disdain and loathing. Wu-Na tilted her head back, hesitant to utter a word, her face twisted grotesquely like a demon's. Faced with Xia Sang's provocation, she could only curse in impotent fury. Xia Sang opened her mouth in a mock display of hearty laughter. In truth, she too yearned to laugh. Wu-Na, that fool, had reduced herself to this ghastly state and still dared to engage her in a rivalry. Any male witnessing such a sight would be remiss not to offer a jibe or two. Even more absurdly, with such a repulsive visage, rather than retreat to tend to her wounds, she persisted in her self-destructive antics. Allowing her injuries to be drenched repeatedly by the rain. It was a miracle her face hadn't rotted away. What a dimwit! Ignorance is not terrifying, but the folly of that ignorance combined with reckless self-endangerment is truly alarming. Leaving her no escape route. Originally, her unique abilities could have healed her scars. Now, however, it was complicated. Healing them would leave only faint traces. The question remained, why should she aid her? As the malicious female antagonist of the original story, she harbored no excess kindness. Wu-Na stomped her feet, clawed at the walls, and resorted to threats, exhausting every tactic, yet Xia Sang remained unmoved, even too apathetic to alter her expression. Wu-Na, what brings you here? Xiao Nian returned from foraging, his body reeking of blood and brutality. Upon seeing Wu-Na's scars, he nearly regurgitated the wild boar he had just consumed. Could you refrain from startling people? Wu-Na turned around, her previous malice replaced by a pitiful imploring as she beheld Xiao Nian. Drenched in blood and emanating a menacing aura. Xiao Nian, could you, for the sake of our long-standing bond, carry me? I truly have matters to discuss with the clan leader. Xiao Nian coldly brushed her hand aside, casting a subtle glance at Xia Sang, his impatience palpable. Why should I? Wu-Na rose on her toes, her hands climbing up Xiao Nian's arm as she leaned closer to his ear. I know you've developed feelings for Xia Sang. As it happens, I am fond of the clan leader. How about we cooperate and fulfill our respective desires? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Nian could hardly contain himself, shoving her away with such force that, despite his attempts to temper it, she stumbled and fell into the water. He knelt down, his pale, icy fingers lifting her chin. If it were any other female seeking my assistance, I would not hesitate to collaborate. But you, Xiao Nian scoffed derisively, continuing, your ugliness is universally despised. Even I feel queasy at the sight of you. What makes you think you can entice the clan leader? He is not like me. He cannot stomach anything coarse. Ha! Wu-Na covered her face, laughing uproariously, akin to a lunatic confronted with an unbearable sight. She slapped Xiao Nian's face with force, tears streaming down her cheeks, hot and heavy, yet washed away by the torrential rain. Her lips quivered, her voice hoarse as she uttered softly, Xiao Nian, anyone can call me ugly, but not you. Xiao Nian gazed coldly at her theatrics, unmoved in the slightest. Xia Sang observed the two of them, a smirk of satisfaction blossoming within her. Indeed, there exists a stark dichotomy between affection and disdain. In love, one might live or die for another, while in contempt, indifference reigns. It was reminiscent of her past life with Shun Hao. How laughable it was that he professed love yet married another. Some individuals' affections are as fickle as the wind, devoid of warmth and compassion. Xiao Nian's indifference mirrored that of Shun Hao, the scoundrel. Growing weary of standing, Xia Sang found a clean piece of beast hide to sit upon, letting her legs dangle at the entrance of the cave, swaying gently. Such spectacles are not an everyday occurrence. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Why should I? Just because I once had feelings for you, must I accept everything? I became your slave, subject to your whims and abuses. When you had no power, why did you not defend me even once? When I risked my life to divert the saber-toothed tiger to rescue you, did you ever remind me to be cautious? I saved your life. Yet the first thing you did upon waking from your disfigurement was to strike or berate me, wishing for my demise. Did you ever regard me as a human being? Wu-Na, my heart is not so easily hardened. My current civility towards you does not stem from lingering affection, but rather from the fact that in Tianyue continent, assaulting a female is a grave offense that I have no desire to die for someone like you. Do you understand? It is unclear when the gradual accumulation of disappointment transformed into an irrevocable resolve to let go. Wu-Na sat numbly on the ground, her tears spilling uncontrollably, her green eyes devoid of life. What sin is there in loving someone? She could not comprehend why, despite her comparable merits to Xia Sang, she found herself in this dismal state. What infuriated her most was that she had known Rui Yu far longer than Xia Sang and had devoted much of her life to loving him. Yet, in the end, love remained unrequited, and even the male who had steadfastly followed her was now averse to her, avoiding her as if she were something repulsive. Wiping the mud from her face, cold rain pelted her, and she felt an icy chill seep into her bones, causing her to tremble involuntarily. After a moment of hesitation, her lips quivered, and she murmured through her shivers, "Xiao Nian, I was wrong. Can we start over?" Xiao Nian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence, his voice rising in pitch. "Wu-Na, are you dreaming? Do you think I am a fool? You have never truly liked me. Your sudden eagerness to form a bond is merely because among your sycophants, I am the most capable and have sacrificed the most for you. You foolishly believe I am the easiest to manipulate. But do not forget, I am now Xia Sang's slave. Do you understand what that means? You can forget about ever forming a contract with a female again. Descendants, marks, all of it is a distant dream for me. Am I to be satisfied with this pitiful state?" Xiao Nian rose, his gaze hollow as he stared into the distance, emanating a chill that kept others at bay. "Xiao Nian, can you truly be so heartless towards me?" He stood still, reflecting on the days he had trailed behind Wu-Na, watching her pining for the clan leader, now feeling like a lifetime ago. Xia Sang harbored a deep disdain for Xiao Nian. She had never encountered a male so selfish, disregarding the lives of others while pursuing his own objectives by any means necessary. Yet, this very man seemed more aware than anyone else. "What are you looking at?" Rui Yu awakened, his first instinct to seek out Xia Sang. Upon seeing her drenched and dazed, he gently wrapped her in a clean piece of beast hide, cradling her in his arms. His pale fingers meticulously groomed her hair as he coldly surveyed Xiao Nian and Wu-Na before quickly turning his attention back to the little one in his embrace. "Why not sleep a bit longer? Did they wake you?" Rui Yu nestled his head against Xia Sang's shoulder, his voice muffled. "No, I just missed you. Have you sweetened your words?" Rui Yu, having finished nuzzling, raised his head to find the little flower snake curled up, sleeping soundly in its carefully woven nest, covered with a snake skin, now moved to a spot sheltered from the rain. His expression turned incredulous as he pointed at the little creature, the glimmer in his eyes sharp enough to pierce. "Why does he get better treatment than I do?" Xia Sang glanced at the soundly sleeping little creature and casually replied, "He is small, still small. He has already sought a bond with you. And he is still small?" Rui Yu took a moment to regain his voice, a serious demeanor overtaking him as he corrected Xia Sang. "Sang, do not be deceived by his size. That little guy is quite mature. But I, from childhood, have been left in the dark about my own parents, growing up through hardships without anyone caring for me." He did not finish his thought, his intent being to elicit sympathy from Xia Sang, rather than to upset her. "I need your care too," Rui Yu insisted, as Xia Sang pushed his hands away. "Haven't I cared enough for you? What more do you want me to do?" Rui Yu rubbed his face against her cheek, his eyes sparkling with joy. "From now on, only look at me. Only be good to me. Let your heart and mind be filled with me. How does that sound? My request isn't excessive, is it?" Not excessive. It was as if he were demanding she cast aside Wu Si. Just as Xia Sang was about to respond, Xiao Nian leaped into the cave, carrying the drenched Wu-Na with utmost respect. "Clan leader, Wu-Na seeks you." Xia Sang felt a surge of frustration. Had they not just quarreled? What could have caused them to reconcile so swiftly? Wu-Na struggled out of Xiao Nian's embrace, kneeling to clutch Ryu's upright leg. "Rui Yu, I have cherished you for a decade, from childhood to adulthood. All my gaze has been upon you. I have maintained my virtue for you, refraining from any flirtation with males. Unlike other females, I have never bonded with any male. Moreover, those not of my kind have different hearts. No outsider could ever harbor affection for a cold-blooded male. Only I hold genuine feelings for you." Wu violently kicked Wu-Na away, her face contorted in disgust, her eyes reflecting palpable fear. "Who are you? After pushing her aside, she stealthily hid behind Xia Sang, indignantly pointing at Wuna, who lay on the ground, unable to rise. Sang, this despicable female dared to embrace my leg, attempting to tarnish my purity and sow discord between us. You must believe me. I am wholly yours in body and soul. I do not even know her. Xia Sang crouched down, lifting Wuna's unsightly face. Her warm fingers gliding over the scars, tracing down to her slender neck, where she gave a slight squeeze. The warmth sent Wuna into a shiver. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Sang, you cannot kill me. If you do, you shall not survive either. Indeed, in the beast realm, females were fiercely protected. Malicious harm towards them would incur the harshest penalties if a female harmed another female, especially if it threatened her life. The punishment was equally severe: exile from the clan, and if fortunate, she might join the ranks of rogue beasts. If unfortunate, she would meet her end at the jaws of wild beasts, her remains utterly consumed. Of course, being captured by rogue beasts was no pleasant fate. They were notorious for their criminality and ruthlessness, devoid of any moral compass, caring only for their own whims, much less tending to females. They would treat females as mere playthings, offering scraps of food when pleased, and when bored, would feed them to wild beasts to avoid wasting resources. Thus, falling into the hands of rogue beasts was akin to death. Xia Sang smiled, her lips curling in a contemptuous arc. Her typically gentle eyes glinted with cold steel, her tone icy and piercing to "Is that so? Right before my eyes, you dare to entice my affections and think I am dead?" She cast a blank glance at Xiacheng. "And you, still oblivious to your own identity, unaware of what you should or should not do. Do I need to remind you? You, why are you still standing there? Finish her off. Keeping her alive is a liability." Before the apocalypse, Ryu was undoubtedly a devoted husband. Obedient to his wife's every word, Xia Sang's commands held more weight than those of the beast god. As soon as she spoke, Xiacheng, sensing danger, turned to flee, but Ryu was faster, plunging into the rain, splashing water and a wave of coolness. Wuna immediately felt her heart sink into despair. She never anticipated that Xia Sang would be so ruthless as to spare even Xiacheng. It was at that moment she realized how close she was to death that a deadly voice whispered in her ear, "Tell me, if we were to feed you too to the beasts, leaving no trace behind, and claim to the great witch that you eloped, do you think she would believe us?" Wuna recoiled, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No, you cannot do this to us." Xia Sang withdrew her fingers. Feeling somewhat sullied, yet deciding that if she was to be dirty, she might as well indulge further. Her fingers traced a beautiful arc in the air, descending with the force of thunder, landing with a resounding slap. Wuna covered her face, silent as a chicken, her lips trembling for a long moment, too terrified to utter a word. "Is it comfortable? How pitiful. Do you still expect that Xiacheng will come to your rescue?" Xia Sang blew gently onto her palm, satisfied with her own strength, equally pleased with Wuna's expression of terror. "Alas, why must you offend me of all people? When I am in a foul mood, I can become quite mad. And once I lose control, what can I possibly say to you?" Her hand rested on Wuna's shoulder. "Have you heard of a certain punishment? It involves the seeds of vines embedding themselves in your belly, using your nutrients to take root and sprout until you are drained to a mere husk. And then," Xia Sang's smile widened maliciously. "Boom! Can you guess what happens next?" Watching as Wuna's face turned ashen, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, Xia Sang continued to intimidate her. The tea explodes. Blood splatters everywhere. Quite a sight to behold. "Would you like to try?" Wuna desperately fought to free herself from Xia Sang's grip, pressing against the cave wall. You are just spouting nonsense. Do you think I would believe you? What plant in the world does such a thing?" Xia Sang's hand holding the vine twitched eagerly, and the vine indeed moved, as if possessing a will of its own, swiftly wrapping around Wuna's neck. "What if it were to tighten just a little? Would your head still remain upon your shoulders? Xia Sang, you wicked female. So it was all you're doing?" Xia Sang rose, crossing her arms with a wicked grin. "Indeed, it was I. Only now, do you realize? I sent it a bit late for that. Tiske, not too late, I suppose. You wished to bond with Xiacheng, didn't you? How about I give you both a cycle of rebirth? Just enough to lock you two away and prevent you from causing harm to others. Wuna gasped for breath, tugging desperately at the vine, her face turning crimson, yet unable to budge it even slightly. Xia Sang observed her struggles with cold indifference. While she might not be able to control a male, a mere female was no challenge at all. Xia Sang, you shall not escape this unscathed. Xia Sang chuckled with delight. Whether I escape or not, I know you will never find peace. Do not get too smug. If you kill me, the beast god will not let you go. The beast god? Xia Sang erupted into laughter. You just hit a hard wall. There's no such thing as a god in this world. You know who I truly am? Wuna gazed at her in terror. You can't possibly mean you're the beast god's emissary? Bingo! Congratulations, you are correct. This time Wuna laughed heartily, tears streaming down her face, unsure whether from mirth or fear. You're the beast god's emissary? Huh, how ridiculous. Do you really think wielding vines makes you the emissary? How presumptuous, whether I am or not. You know the truth. Otherwise, how do you think you were so silently delivered to the jungle? Surely you do not naively believe it was the beast god's punishment. Xia Sang's words rendered Wuna breathless. As she realized the tightening of the vines around her neck, she could only gasp for air, mouth agape, tongue extended, panting like a dog, her face growing redder, then gradually turning purple. I do not believe. Wuna gritted her teeth. How could the beast god grant you power? You vile female. You will eventually be punished. Is that so? Even at this point, you still refuse to learn. Having a mouth does not mean you should speak foolishly. You. Ha ha, Wuna, look at yourself now. You are more hideous than a ghost. How could you dare covet my affections? Wuna, deprived of oxygen and now enraged, rolled her eyes back and fainted completely. Xia Sang, bored, withdrew the vine, utterly useless. You fainted just from this? TSK fool. If I wish to kill you, would I need to waste so many words? After waiting a while longer, Ryu returned, carrying a barely conscious Xiaoyan, and unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Sang, how do you wish to deal with him? Shall we kill him right now? Xia Sang crouched down, looking down at the pallid Xiaoyan, her gaze I see wide, and oh need for that. Such a valuable labor would be a waste to kill. If he remains unrepentant, selling him to another female for something in exchange would be quite beneficial. She glanced at the two unconscious figures, using the vine to toss them outside, far from their cave, for they were simply bothersome. Having dispatched the eyesore, Xia Sang appraised Ryu. Ryu, are you hurt? Ryu shook his head, feeling somewhat wronged. Sang, that wretched female was so hideous it frightened me. She even clutched my leg, and now I feel so dirty. Indeed, it is rather filthy. Xiacheng cradled a basin and approached the cave entrance to fetch some water, gently dampening a clean animal hide to meticulously wipe down his calves. Ryu sat obediently on the animal hide, tightly clasping his legs, afraid to move, his gaze following the motions of Xiacheng's fingers, which elicited a smile from her. His legs were remarkably fair, elongated, and straight, devoid of even a single hair, while his feet were exquisitely smooth. Strikingly beautiful. Aware of the male's openness, she endeavored to focus her gaze on his legs to avoid glimpsing anything inappropriate. After finishing, Xiacheng added a bit of body wash to the animal hide, causing Ryu's legs to flush slightly before she finally released him. Sang, when will you agree to be with me? Xiacheng poured out the water, puzzled, and inquired, aren't we already together? You are merely brushing me off. Indeed, she understood Ryu's intentions. He was in his prime, perpetually yearning for her. She also admitted that she truly cherished him. Such a stunning male, akin to a porcelain doll, devoted solely to her affection. How could her heart not flutter? Xiacheng tightened her grip on the clean animal hide and rose to carefully dry Ryu's hair, which was thick and long, making the task somewhat laborious, just as she had dried it halfway. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Ryu's fair, slender fingers gripped her chin, his gaze fervently fixed on her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned down. Xiacheng struggled, pushing his face away. Stop. The little flower snake is still here. Don't corrupt the little one. Reluctantly, Ryu released her lips, his eyes dark and deep, and swiftly rose in frustration to grab the nest crafted by Xiacheng, vanishing into the night with a single utterance. Wait for me. Xiacheng immediately burst into laughter. Yet within mere breaths, he reappeared, drenched, in the cave. Where did the little flower snake go? To the great witch, Sang. Could you possibly only look at me? Do not cast your eyes upon any other males. Including the little snake, Xiacheng fell silent. Realizing that was indeed something she could not accomplish. Resigned, she continued to use the animal hide to dry his hair, her demeanor cautious and earnest. Yu, who had not received an answer, pressed his lips tightly together, a chill evident in his gaze. Was Sang still concerned about those brutish creatures of the Snow Wolf clan? He pulled her closer, forcibly snatching the animal hide from her hands and carelessly tossing it aside. In the midst of Xiacheng's bewildered stare, he scooped her up and placed her upon the animal hide, his actions appearing rough yet careful. The male's domineering and alluring aura enveloped her, inescapably entwining her. Unlike his previously obedient demeanor, Yu exerted a bit of force, tightly embracing her. His radiant, enchanting face was filled with determination. Even the deep blue of his eyes was tinged with ferocity, as if he wished to devour her whole. Xiacheng found herself overwhelmed, envisioning what might transpire next. She pushed against him, attempting to shove him away. But her feeble strength, while commendable among females, was utterly insignificant in the eyes of a male. Sang, I truly adore you. Yu's hands were restless, his gaze obscure and deep, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Xiacheng felt her breath quicken, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. Thump, 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 deafening. She was oblivious to when her skirt had vanished. Terrified, she widened her eyes, trying to cover herself with her hands. But soon realized it would be more prudent to shield her face. Sang, may I? Must you insist on this? It was evident that a male whose mind was consumed by lustful thoughts required no consent. He would instinctively believe he had it. Even if she shook her head, he would proceed regardless. Yu was no different. He offered her no chance to choose. Xiacheng, despairing, extended her hand, only to have it forcibly pressed atop her head. Here 1,000 thoughts were omitted. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps a day and a night, or perhaps 2 days and nights, until the oil lamp flickered and finally extinguished. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, showing no sign of abating. Xiacheng awoke from her stupor, trembling uncontrollably. That it was terrifying. The two were hardly a match, and the snake beastmen were just like snakes. T&D. Utterly incompatible. The most distressing part was that, in certain aspects, the snake beastmen possessed extraordinary talents. Easily overpowering a multitude of warm-blooded creatures, Xiacheng wiggled her limbs, but soon lay back down, utterly exhausted, famished, and in pain, shivering uncontrollably. What a torment. Yu, however, was invigorated. Upon seeing Xiacheng awake, his blue eyes deepened further as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Sang, shall we? Xiacheng shivered, her face turning completely pale. She quickly waved her hands in a panic. No. I'm hungry. I must get up to eat something. Would you like to go hunting as well? This offered her a moment to breathe. Yu, though not particularly hungry, hesitated at her unhesitating rejection, sensing her urgency to expel him from the cave. Had he somehow harmed her? Why did he perceive fear in her eyes? I am not hungry, Xiacheng insisted, forcing herself to sit up despite the pain. No, you are hungry. Yu tilted his body, propping his head on his hand, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on her profile. A gentle smile of affection adorning his face. I truly am not hungry. For heaven's sake, even if you're not, you must pretend to be. What kind of person are you? A beast surpassing all others. Yu elegantly rose, picking up his long skirt, his gaze falling upon the bruises marring Xiacheng's delicate skin, his heart aching with regret. He had indeed lost control of his strength. The little female skin was so tender that even the slightest touch left large. Dark marks. Not move. Let me assist you in dressing. No, thank you. I'm frightened. The affection in Yu's eyes seemed to overflow, his smile widening, his dimples deepening. Observing Xiacheng's aversion, his lips twitched slightly. Fear not. I shall not touch you. Yet the unease lingered. When she had begged for mercy yesterday, he had said the same, only to act without restraint. Bah, deceitful words. Puffed. Yu was amused by her wary gaze. raising his hands in surrender. I swear this time I'm not deceiving you. Moreover, I am indeed hungry and need to go hunting. Is that acceptable? Really? You want to deceive me? I want to. Only then did Xia Sang tightly embrace herself, obediently rising to her feet as Rue's icy fingers delicately slid over her skin, cautiously helping her in her dress. As soon as she donned her clothes, Xia Sang swiftly retreated 2 steps, leaving Rue's hands suspended in midair, grasping only at empty air. What ill intentions could he harbor? He merely wished to touch her hair. Xia Sang rubbed her waist, first consuming a few fried sweet potato balls to appease her hunger before roasting some meat for herself. During this time, Rue offered to assist, but she firmly refused, despite their earlier agreement to hunt. Hours passed in silence. Rue occasionally brushed her hair, then her face, which vexed Xia Sang, while he wore a smug grin. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice, Sang, would you like to see the mark on my body? She had seen it before. It was merely a lotus flower, but she recognized it as a trap. Once she looked, how could she escape from the hunter's snare? No, she resolutely thought, but even that notion made her waist ache anew. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Sang declined. A one-tea look? Rue's expression darkened. Do you not like me? Hearing the hostility in his tone, Xia Sang shivered involuntarily, rushing forward to plant a kiss on his cheek, her expression earnest. How could that be? Then why won't you look at my mark? Well, Xia Sang chuckled awkwardly. Shall we wait until we sleep to look? She subtly gave him a knowing glance, and upon seeing Rue visibly brighten, she let out a long sigh of relief. How had her dear beast husband transformed into such a delicate creature overnight? Good. Rue's smile broadened, resting his head against Xia Sang's shoulder. I knew Sang liked me. How could she not? Every time she gazed upon his captivatingly enchanting visage, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, thoroughly enamored. This infatuation had rendered her oblivious to Wu Si for many days, her thoughts and affections consumed entirely by him. Whether it was due to their deep connection forged in another realm or some other inexplicable reason, it seemed that Xia Sang's heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. To label her as selfish or fickle would be accurate. Yet she had no intention of altering her feelings. She recognized the inherent unfairness of this predicament, particularly towards Wu Si. However, her sentiments towards him were primarily rooted in dependence. When she first arrived in this unfamiliar world, bruised by past heartaches, Wu Si was the first male to extend genuine kindness without reservation, more pure and loyal than Nan Shijin. Thus, in a moment of reckless abandon, when she could not discern whether her feelings were dependency or love, she hastily formed a bond with Wu Si. She harbored no regrets about her decision. Yet, as her gaze lingered on the excessively alluring and beguiling face of Rue, she felt a pang of guilt. It was unjust to Rue, who deserved to devote his heart wholly to her, rather than being distracted by thoughts of others, which tainted their relationship. San, Rue began, his voice laced with a teasing lilt. Is it that you find me handsome? Indeed, you are the most handsome male in this world, she replied, her heart racing. Are you more attractive than the males of the elf, merfolk, or fox tribes? Though Xia Sang had never encountered those tribes' males, it did not hinder her from flattering him. Yes, you outshine them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After all, no matter how striking those males might be, they were not her beast husband. In her heart, Rue was irreplaceable. Rue's face flushed crimson, for he had never before heard such enchanting words of affection from the petite female. He lowered his head, biting into Xia Sang's neck until he tasted the metallic tang of blood, only to then lick the wound, relishing the moment before releasing her. This is my mark upon you, San. You must carry it with you. All right. Wincing at the pain, Xia Sang was about to utilize her powers for healing, but paused upon hearing his request, nodding earnestly in agreement. All right. Rue lavished her with affection, licking her face. Good. How could there be such a wonderful female in this world? I adore you so much. I wish to merge with your very essence. He suppressed the dark, wicked thoughts swirling in his mind, tightening his embrace around her waist. Alternatively, he mused, perhaps he could merge himself into Xia Sang's essence, should the day come when she no longer loved him. He would not hesitate to offer himself up to her. The familiar scent of charred meat wafted through the air, jolting Xia Sang back to reality as she focused intently on the roasting meat. Having momentarily lost track of time, she realized the meat had begun to burn. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she hurriedly flipped the meat. You, why haven't you gone hunting yet? His presence made it impossible for her to concentrate on any single task. You reluctantly stood, not wanting to part from Xia Sang even for a moment. He had foolishly agreed without thinking when she had asked him to stay, and now he feared that lingering any longer would spark an uncontrollable urge to claim her for himself. With one last lingering glance, he said, "Then I shall take my leave. San, remember to think of me." Xia Sang rolled her eyes. "All right." Just as the meat was ready, she cut away the charred bits. Inhaling deeply before devouring the remaining portions, I end that day and night, or perhaps 2 days and nights. She scarcely knew how she had survived, her stomach grumbling several times, for Yu had clung to her relentlessly. Her mouth had become a mere prop, deprived of the chance to voice her thoughts, as he silenced her at every turn until she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, finding solace in unconsciousness. Gorging on the roasted meat, she felt revitalized after consuming 3 gene, estimating she had about 5 gene left. Deliberately, she had cooked extra, stashing the surplus in her spatial pocket, fearing Yu might starve her otherwise. Indeed, females in the beast realm possessed formidable appetites. Xia Sang indulged in a few more pieces before reluctantly ceasing her consumption. Sated and languid, Xia Sang recalled Yu's promises, confident he would honor them. In the throes of passion, she had voiced her hesitation about premature motherhood. Yu, equally disinterested in the prospect of offspring to disrupt their idyllic existence, had readily acquiesced as she lay upon the animal skins. Drowsiness began to envelop her, yet she clutched the vine tightly, unwilling to shut her eyes. After all, when she had cast Xianyin and Wu Na away, she had shown no mercy. There was no guarantee they would not seek to provoke her. Without Yu's presence, she felt too vulnerable to sleep, stifled by a cascade of yawns that left her eyes teary. Unbeknownst to her, Xianyin was directly beneath the cave, having awakened from the pain of being thrown out and subsequently crushed beneath Wu Na's weight. After enduring a prolonged moment of agony, he had witnessed Yu hurriedly carrying a small flower snake to the ground, which before racing back. After another half-hour of recuperation, he grit his teeth and, despite the excruciating pain, limped toward the cave entrance, straining to hear the sounds of their intimacy through the torrential rain. His wounds continued to bleed profusely, and he stood in the rain, washing away the filthy blood that clung to him. His throat felt parched and raw, his heart heavy with bitterness, reddening his eyes until he felt them might bleed. Wu Na, awakening, saw him standing in the rain, and as she approached to speak, the sounds from the cave froze her in terror. Her complexion paling as her body trembled violently, biting her lip until it bled, oblivious to the pain. They remained in the rain, numbly enduring the downpour for as long as the sounds of passion echoed, until at last silence fell, and they returned to their respective caves, lost and despondent. Xianyin, gritting his teeth, had rested for a night, his injuries nearly healed. Subduing a mere female would be child's play. He clenched his fists, ultimately unable to resist the pull of bitterness and temptation, leaping into the cave with his gaze fixated upon Xia Sang. Her alabaster skin bore numerous bruises, clear bite marks on her shoulders glistening faintly with blood. Her lips swollen, her eyes darkened. Upon hearing movement, she abruptly opened her eyes, locking gazes with him. Xia Sang's pupils dilated. She recognized that look in Yu's eyes, one of absolute possession and determination. Tightening her grip on the vine, she resolved to avoid confrontation with Xianyin unless absolutely necessary. Her abilities, while formidable in support, paled in comparison to the brute strength of a serpent beast. She had learned that lesson with Yu. Steeling herself, she inquired, "What do you want?" Xianyin curled his lips into a grotesque smile, his face taut with suppressed madness. "Xia Sang, I adore you. I wish to be your beast husband." Xia Sang's expression shifted dramatically, her grip on the vine trembling with anger. "No. Xianyin, you do not love me. You love Wu Na." He advanced a few steps, squatting before her, his cold fingers brushing her cheek, his gaze fixated upon her, as if she were a precious, fragile work of art. After lingering in silence, he spoke. Wu Na, she is so ugly. How could she ever be worthy of me? Only you, such a stunning female, deserve to bond with me. Xia Sang shuddered, her spine stiffening as if a venomous snake were slithering across her. No, I am vile, selfish, rude, arrogant, and cold. Aside from my mediocre appearance, I possess no merits. I am unworthy of your excellence. You should be paired with the finest female in the world. Xiacheng withdrew his hand. His expression a complex amalgamation of desire and disdain as he scrutinized the shrinking female before him. The finest female in the world? That might be an exaggeration. You are just right that I like you very much and wish to possess you. If you refuse, his elongated green eyes glimmered with malice. You know, I am capable of anything. As he moved to overpower her, Xia Sang swiftly retreated, manipulating the vine to carry her out of the cave and soaring into the air, landing securely in the Grand Witch's cave. Rolling her eyes at the foolish Xiacheng who had followed her, she exclaimed, "You idiot! Did you really think I couldn't defeat you? You think I can't escape? What are you doing here?" Ji Hui gasped, dropping the tortoise shell he had been holding. "Grand Witch, save me! Xiacheng is trying to force himself on me." Ji Hui swiftly positioned herself in front of Xia Sang, casting a stern gaze upon the approaching Xiacheng. "Xiacheng, is what that little female said truly accurate?" Xiacheng lowered his head, concealing the resentment and malice in his emerald eyes, as he glanced indifferently at Xia Sang, who trembled behind the Great Witch, her form soaked and pitiful, her eyes red-rimmed, eliciting a stronger urge to torment her. "Great Witch, I was merely jesting with the little female. She took it to heart." "Nonsense! Who pursues me all the way to the Great Witch if it were merely a joke? That little female, with her foul language, possesses a certain contrasting charm, making her even more endearing." Xiacheng struggled to suppress the tumult within his heart. "I only wish to clarify things with you. You are my master. How could I possibly allow you to venture out alone at night? The clan leader instructed me to take good care of you before he went hunting. Despicable, shameless male, wretched creature, trash beast, beneath contempt, isn't it? You have rendered her speechless. Yes, oh, you wish to toy with her, do you? Soon enough, she shall learn that your esteemed self is indeed still your esteemed self." Xia Sang stormed out, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left him dizzy. "Did you think that was the end? Dream on." She picked up a bone knife from the ground and lunged at Xiaoyang's thigh without holding back. Delighting in the sight of blood gushing forth, staining the ground in a crimson hue, Xia Sang, "What gives you the right to treat me this way?" "Simply because you are my slave. You cannot retaliate or speak back. It seems I've been too lenient with you, daring to question my authority. If this is your attitude as a slave, then it is evident that you need to be disciplined." The Great Witch covered his eyes and turned away. He was old and could no longer intervene. Instead, he decided to check on the little flower snake to see if it had awakened. He had specifically created a side cave in the cavern for the little flower snake's residence. The clan leader now had a female companion, and given the possessiveness of snake beastmen over females, it was highly unlikely that he would bring the little flower snake back. "Great Witch, I think I heard Sister Xia's voice." "What happened?" Xiatian awoke from her slumber, her green eyes still hazy with sleep, and yawned softly, asking sleepily, "Little Tian, you must have misheard. Why not sleep a bit longer?" Xiatian nodded, realizing that her hearing was indeed impaired in her untransformed state. Even from a few meters away, sounds were muffled. "Great Witch, I want to go out and find Sister Xia. I haven't seen her in several days, and I miss her. Oh, little Tian, you know our Ming snake clan has few snake cubs. Your Sister Xia is with the clan leader, producing snake cubs. Your presence would only disturb them." All right then. The clan leader was striving for the legacy of the Ming snake clan, so it was best not to intrude, especially since he was now a mature and sensible snake cub. Xia Sang forcefully withdrew the bone knife, disregarding his pale face, and disdainfully shook off the nauseating blood. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as she approached Xiaoyan once more. "I admire your tenacity. Even in such pain, you remain silent, which makes you a tough nut to crack. Excellent. However, I am someone who relishes breaking the spirits of others. What do you think would happen if I were to shatter your legs? Including the third and fourth, leaving you to live in a state between human and beast. Wouldn't that be amusing?" Chao Yin's green eyes widened in terror, and he clutched his bee-skin skirt tightly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His already pale face turned even more ghastly, revealing an uncontrollable fear that made him tremble involuntarily. "Why are you so malicious?" Xia Sang's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Malicious? You must be misunderstanding the meaning of the word. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what true malice looks like." Xia Sang gripped the bone knife tightly and aimed it at his bee-skin skirt. Chao Yin, in a panic, shielded his vital areas, raising his hand to grasp the bone knife, but was unprepared for the blade to pierce through, blood spraying onto both of them. Xia Sang paid no heed to the disgusting blood on her face. She twisted the knife, successfully revealing the bulging veins on Chao Yin's forehead. "Does it hurt?" Chao Yin glared at her fiercely, the pain rendering him speechless. "It seems it doesn't hurt. That's fine. I can make you hurt even more." "Xia Sang, you madwoman, a true devil. If the clan leader discovers how you treat his subjects, do you think he would still favor you?" "Chao Yin, you are overestimating your own significance. The life or death of a mere beast slave. Do you really think, Rue, you would care? Given what you have done to me, dying 10 or 20 times would be a trivial matter. If Rue you learned of this, he would be even more ruthless." "Ha!" Chao Yin, pale-faced, laughed maniacally. Which male would favor a female who is malicious and unscrupulous? "You are simply dreaming." Xia Sang withdrew the bone knife and gave his pallid face a couple of slaps. "Oh, poor thing. Shall we place a bet to see whether Rue you ultimately chooses his subject or me? If I win, how about I end your life?" Xia Sang's smile did not reach her eyes as she spoke the most vicious words with ease. "All right. If you lose, promise to make me your beast husband." Although he knew he had no chance of winning, it was his obsession. "What if?" Xia Sang cast a sidelong glance at him, advising him to take a good look in the mirror and realize what in the world could possibly make him worthy of her. "Moreover, I absolutely will not lose." The two stood resolutely in their positions, engaged in a silent standoff. Ryu, not particularly hungry, had hastily returned to the cave after hunting a wild boar. Upon noticing the absence of the little female, he grew anxious. An icy dread enveloped him from head to toe. "Chao Yin, you are courting death." His typically enchanting visage twisted into a snarl, features contorted with rage. "If anything happens to my beloved Sang, I will ensure your demise." He closed his eyes momentarily before heading to Chao Yin's beast den. Finding no clues, the usually composed depths of his eyes now reflected a flicker of panic. Although he was aware that Xia Sang might not be in mortal danger, he was unwilling to allow Chao Yin to touch her even slightly. Rue Yu's gaze searched the darkness, but he found no trace of Xia Sang, and he dashed swiftly towards the great witch's residence. "Ji Hui, you have 3 minutes." "Rue Yu suddenly halted, stunned into silence, his voice cut off. Xia Sang discarded the bone knife, wrapping her arms around Rue Yu's waist in a pitiful display. "Rue Yu, Chao Yin tried to propose to be my beast husband while you were away." Rue Yu's fierce blue eyes bore into Chao Yin. Filled with wrath, he grasped Xia Sang's small hand with icy intensity and bestowed a fervent kiss upon it. Only then did he release her, striding towards Chao Yin and gripping his throat tightly. "Chao Yin, did I ever tell you what would happen if you dared to lay a finger on Sang? Cough, cough." Chao Yin's face turned crimson, his throat ablaze as if consumed by fire, and the air grew thin, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. He clutched Rui Yu's hand desperately, blood gushing forth, yet he could not budge Rui Yu even slightly. Gradually, his complexion turned a sickly shade, and he was on the verge of asphyxiation when Rui Yu finally loosened his grip. Chao Yin collapsed on the ground like a limp noodle. "What more do you have to say?" Chao Yin lay on the ground for a long time, unable to rise, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. After a considerable time, he regained some composure, casting a sinister glance at Xia Sang, an eerie smile creeping onto his lips. "Clan leader, look at my current state. It is all due to Xia Sang, this cruel and malevolent female, capable of such wickedness. Does she truly possess any genuine feelings? No female would ever desire a snake beast man. Those who are not of our kind must harbor ulterior motives. Will not be deceived by Xia Sang's appearance. She is far from the benevolent image she projects. Yu, drenched and with his stunning blue hair dripping, responded, I know, I'm unworthy of Xia Sang. I have overreached, but love is love, regardless of her nature. I love her. Qiao Nian, if your intention is to sow discord between us, you will surely be disappointed, for even if Xia Sang were to take my life now, I would embrace it willingly. Ji Hui had been observing with a bemused attitude as Yu entered. But upon hearing this declaration, he felt a toothache. Oh, spineless and pathetic. They have brought disgrace upon our Ming snake clan. Xia Sang's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet her smile grew ever brighter. Yu's excessively alluring face, with sapphire eyes more beautiful than gemstones, almost threatened to drown her in their depths. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and leaped into Yu's embrace. Sniffling, Yu, how can you be so wonderful? I truly like you so much. Ryu held her waist tightly, his delicate, alabaster fingers gently caressing her long hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, he released her, knelt on one knee, and reverently kissed each of her fingers, his demeanor unprecedentedly earnest. Sang, all my love in this lifetime, I give to you without exception. If you find insufficient, I shall also offer you what belongs to my past and future lives. As long as you are willing to remain by my side, I shall give you anything. Xia Sang bit her lip, a rosy hue blossoming on her exquisite face. She clung to Ryu's waist, disregarding all else in that moment, yearning for a wild abandon. She leaned close to Ryu's ear and whispered something, her face flushed crimson. Ryu showed no hesitation, casting a cold glance at Qiaonian before lifting Xia Sang into his arms and dashing outside. He was perpetually consumed by thoughts of her, longing to love her. Thus, Xia Sang's proposal had long tantalized him. Yet, fearing that his fervor might inadvertently harm her, he had restrained himself. This time, however, he was resolved to relinquish his restraint. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, as the two became utterly enraptured in their madness, wishing to meld into one another's very essence. 1,000 words could be omitted here, left to the imagination. Days later, Xia Sang struggled to open her eyes, her body feeling as if it had been dismantled, each movement eliciting sharp pangs of pain. Finally managing to sit up, she was beset by dizziness. With a growl of hunger, she felt as though she had been utterly drained, eyeing the mosquitoes as if they were morsels on a platter. Exhausted, Ryu had fallen into a deep slumber, even failing to transform into his beast form. The sleeping Ryu remained strikingly handsome. And despite her urge to admire his captivating visage, Xia Sang fought through her pain to stand, her legs trembling as if treading on clouds. Without needing to look, she knew her body bore bruises, every inch marred, her blue dress torn and pitifully discarded in a corner, a testament to Ryu's impatience. Taking a deep breath, she lamented the loss of her favorite dress. To make matters worse, Ryu had laid claim to her lips. Relentlessly kissing them, a gentle touch sent a jolt of pain, causing her to gasp. The scent of roasted meat lingered in the air, and she devoured it with abandon, wolfing down 3 pounds before feeling a semblance of strength return. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from teasing him. Alas, she had nearly lost herself. Ryu did not sleep for long. Upon hearing Xia Sang's pain sounds, he forced himself awake. The first thing he sought was her presence. Upon finding her, ravenously devouring food, he felt no revulsion. Instead, his blue eyes sparkled with tenderness as he gazed at her unblinkingly. Once Xia Sang, sated, met Ryu's gaze. Her heart raced, panic gripping her as she instinctively crept toward the cave's entrance, yearning to escape. Sang, come here. No, Ryu rose, pulling Xia Sang into his embrace, firmly holding her close. That if you won't come to me, I shall come for you. Your hair is damp. Are you truly so unwilling to be near me? Xia Sang thought him rather self-aware, shaking her head vigorously as she replied honestly, I do not wish to. Ryu's gaze lingered on Xia Sang's bruised skin and lips, his handiwork. He touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, admitting fault was out of the question. What have I done wrong? You may scold or hit me. Just do not ignore me. Dog, she cried, having already pleaded for mercy. What did that man say? He said, Sang, I can grant you anything, except this matter. She lay on the beast's skin as if a rag doll at his mercy. When his interest peaked, he deepened the bite marks, blood oozing forth, causing her to bite down hard on his arm in pain. Rather than recoil, Ryu found her reaction endearing, praising her for a fierce bite. Ryu, do you have no conscience? Who was it that promised to fetch me the stars from the sky, only to now deny me? Do you heed my word when I say stop? Ryu was rendered speechless by her retort, realizing he had indeed overindulged. The softness of Xia Sang's body was almost overwhelming. Her skin yielded to even the slightest pressure, and simply gazing at her sent shivers coursing through him. See her, with tear-filled eyes, begging for mercy, would test the resolve of any male. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, but his lips did not cease their gentle caresses on her marks. Sang, I adore you. Xia Sang leaned back. Could you distance yourself a bit? I seem to be allergic to a scoundrel named Ryu. Ryu took her reprimanded stride, playing with her fingers, occasionally kissing them, unable to get enough. What should I do? I seem to have contracted a peculiar ailment that compels me to cling to a little female named Xia Sang, or else I may perish. Xia Sang pouted. I want to take a bath. I shall prepare hot water for you. Yes, do hurry. This provided her a moment to breathe, to rest, and recuperate. He was relentless, as if afflicted with a craving for closeness, and there seemed to be no remedy. The rain continued to pour, without any sign of abating, and she worried whether the world might be submerged. However, her concerns were clearly unwarranted, as the native inhabitants remained unfazed, accustomed to such weather. Why should she fret? Half an hour later, the water was ready, and Ryu, having mixed it to a suitable temperature, gently placed her in the tub. His icy fingers were enveloped by the warm water, and he took a piece of beast skin, tenderly drying her supple back. Turn around. Xia Sang, blushing, refused. No, I can manage. Although they had been completely exposed to one another twice, she still found it difficult to match Ryu's ease that, if you 1T turn, then I shall. Xia Sang quickly covered her face, feeling overwhelmed. Sang, let us do this again. Do not even think about it. My mother told me that girls must protect themselves. Curse that mother! She could hardly recall her own mother's visage. Sang, do you know that we serpent beast men, upon maturity? Xia Sang shot him a fierce glare. Do not push me to hit you. Ryu surrendered, realizing that before he had indulged, he hadn't felt the weight of maturity. Only after did he realize that every moment was a torment. Fine, I shall continue with my cold bath. He dared not stray far, hiding just outside the cave, letting the rainwater and spring cleanse the heat within him. Xia Sang, her mind foggy, collapsed onto the beast's skin, utterly exhausted from days of restless nights, her eyelids battling for control. Only when even breaths filled the air did Ryu dare to enter the cave. Lying beside her, watching her intently. How beautiful! How could this little female be so enchanting? He could never gaze upon her enough. He dared not imagine a life without binding himself to Xia Sang. Nor could he fathom the thought of being bonded to another female, which would surely torment him. Ryu shivered, thankful beyond measure. He picked up the tattered skirt from the ground, reluctant to distance himself too far from the young female. Yet fearful of drawing too close, he positioned himself at a distance that was neither too far nor too near, his gaze fixed intently upon her as he mended the garment. In his haste, he had not afforded Summer Sang the time to undress slowly, applying a bit of force in the process. He later regretted this, for the skirt held special significance to him, and he wished to see Summer Sang wear it forever. Once the repairs were complete, Ryu placed the skirt beside Summer Sang and slowly lay down, turning to his side and watching her intently. Yes, he gazed. His hands grew restless, occasionally poking her cool cheek with her icy hand, which felt soft and smooth, before brushing against her petite nose, delightful to the touch. Ultimately, his fingers settled upon her crimson lips, caressing them with tender care, soft and moist. After a moment of reluctance, he brought his fingers to his mouth and licked them, savoring their sweetness. Time slipped away, and Ryu gradually sat up, his gaze warm and affectionate as it rested on the sleeping female. Turning his head, a surge of anger surged in his eyes, swiftly followed by a flash of murderous intent. Some individuals were best left unscathed, and while Sang sought labor, he could toil harder. He could not allow someone as treacherous as Chow Yen. who was ever mindful of the young female, to remain. Rue, you cast a lingering glance at Summer Sang, before resolutely dashing into the rain. The serpent beast man was indeed one of the most formidable of his kind. Despite Xiaoyin's serious injuries, he had recovered significantly in just a few days. He sat upon a hide, his green eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Upon hearing a sound, he turned to see Rue, his pupils dilating in shock as his hands trembled, causing the hide to slip from his grasp. Dragging his injured leg back a few steps, he broke into a cold sweat upon recognizing the unmasked killing intent in Rue's eyes. "Chief, I can explain." Rue seized it by the throat, his blue eyes dark and chilling. "Explain? You need not explain. I warned you last time. Should you dare harm Xia Sang again, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Now, I have come to fulfill that promise." Xiaoyin, grasped by the throat, felt his pale face flush crimson as he struggled to suppress the fiery sensation in his throat, managing to squeeze out two words. "Last time. Are you asking why didn't he kill you then?" Rue's smile was sinister. "How could I allow Xia Sang to witness my hand stained with blood, and after the great shaman? In their eyes, I am a leader devoted to my tribe, naturally maintaining my image that I could only force myself to suppress the hatred, allowing you to live a few extra days. You should count yourself fortunate that I am not a rogue beast man, possessing a basic moral code, refraining from consuming my kin. Otherwise, you would have long since been nothing more than digested bones." Rue, you rarely spoke so much to outsiders. It was merely to clarify the gravity of his actions in killing a fellow tribesman for the first time. Xiaoyin struggled against Rue's grip, his nails carving numerous trails of blood as he rubbed his toes against the ground, attempting to leverage the friction to resist. However, Rue offered him no such opportunity. With a slight lift of his arm, he observed the way Xiaoyin's face turned a sickly shade of blue, veins bulging on his neck. "Are you wondering whether Xia Sang would still like me if she knew how malicious I am? You will die in my hands, and no one will know, neither the great shaman nor Xia Sang." Avoiding Xiaoyin's distorted and grotesque visage, Rue turned his gaze towards the cave entrance. "In Summer Sang's heart, I shall forever be kind and gentle. Bloodshed and violence have no part in my identity." Watching Xiaoyin struggle for breath, Rue felt a rare pang of compassion and issued a warning. "In your next life, should you be reborn as a beast, remember to steer clear of me. Otherwise, each time I encounter you, I shall kill you." Xiaoyin soon ceased to breathe, transforming into a massive green python. Rue hoisted the serpent and vanished into the night with a few leaps. He cast Xiaoyin's lifeless body into a tiger's den, watching as it was torn to shreds, consumed by the ferocious beasts, before returning with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the cave, Summer Sang remained in peaceful slumber. Just as he reached out to caress her serene face, he suddenly recalled the lingering stench of Xiaoyin clinging to him. Disgusted by the odor, he knew he could not sully his young female. Withdrawing his hand, he plunged into the rain, cleansing himself for half the day until not a trace of Xiaoyin's scent remained. Finally feeling at ease to enter the cave, concerned that the moisture on his body might transfer to the young female. He took a clean hide to carefully dry himself before gently stroking Summer Sang's face. Murmuring, "Xia Sang, the detestable Xiaoyin is finally dead. There will be no one to disturb us again. Are you happy?" Summer Sang, who had actually been awake for some time, heard of Xiaoyin's demise and remained still with her eyes closed, her eyelids betraying no movement. He had harmed her multiple times, and she felt he deserved his fate. Any regret was merely the loss of a strong laborer, and she would simply have to work a bit harder herself. Just as Rue leaned in to kiss her, Summer Sang sensed his approaching breath, her heart racing like a drum, causing her eyelids to flutter as she could no longer feign sleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, tilting her head just enough to evade the kiss. Rue, dissatisfied, scooped her up. "Xia Sang, you are too wicked." Summer Sang playfully planted a kiss on his cheek, rewarding him for eliminating the lingering threat posed by Xiaoyin. "Xiaoyin is dead?" Rue's breath hitched, his composure faltering. "Xia Sang, do you not think that I—" Summer Sang's hand caressed Rue's face, tracing gently from his forehead down to his lips, mirroring his earlier actions, her gaze tender and affectionate. "How could I? I can't thank you enough. The sooner we rid ourselves of threats like Chao Yin, the better. Even if you hadn't killed him, I would eventually take matters into my own hands. He could not be spared. Upon hearing this, Ruiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Fearful that Summer Sang might perceive him as cruel, he embraced her waist tightly, his handsome face nuzzling against her shoulder. Sang, you are so wonderful. I truly love you. In this lifetime, to have found such a perfect match for his heart, he felt utterly fulfilled. Summer Sang gently ran her fingers through Ruiyu's still damp hair. Taking a hide to dry it, chattering away, your hair needs to be dried thoroughly. Although the serpent beast man is powerful, one must never let their guard down, understand? Ruiyu's eyes softened. All right, from now on, there's no need to hide anything from me. We are the closest of companions. If even those closest to us cannot be trusted, then who else is worthy of our trust? Ruiyu's lips curled into a smile. Very well, since I adore you. I will embrace all that you are, the good and the bad. Everything. Ruiyu's smile widened, revealing dimples that danced in and out of view. Once Summer Sang finished drying his hair, she seemed poised to say something more. But her expression shifted as a wave of discomfort washed over her, her abdomen feeling bloated. Oh no, it's that time of the month. What's wrong? Sang. Ruiyu, noticing her pallor, cupped her face with concern, carefully inquiring. Though this topic was difficult to broach, Summer Sang reasoned that they had already shared their most intimate moments. So what was there to hide? She bit her lip, her voice slightly hoarse. I've gotten my period. Ruiyu looked bewildered, his gaze distant. What is a period? Is it that female, warm-blooded beings are different from us cold-blooded ones? It all made sense when Summer Sang leaned in to explain, chattering away until he finally understood. Ruiyu felt heat rise from his pale cheeks to his ears. Does it really last 7 days? Summer Sang nodded solemnly. It must. Ruiyu sighed deeply, his lips forming a slight frown. Why must females have periods? Summer Sang patted his back and turned away. I need to take care of something. Fortunately, she had stocked up on feminine products in her previous life, and now they would come in handy. Ruiyu, turning away in resignation, heard the rustling of fabric as Summer Sang prepared herself. After she finished, she kissed his cheek. All right, you can turn around now. Ruiyu turned back with a look of despondency. Appearing rather pitiful, Summer Sang playfully tugged at his ear. Why don't you join me in using the loom? Ruiyu looked puzzled. What is a loom? Summer Sang pinched his nose. Once it's done, I can weave you a beautiful garment. Ta-da! I understand now. It's a tool for making clothes. Ruiyu replied. All right, tell me what to do. Xia Sang dispatched him a chopwood while she pondered her next course of action. In truth, the simplest loom, known as the squat loom, is a foot-operated device requiring the cloth roll to be secured around the waist, with one end of the warp beam held down by foot pedals and the yarn divided into 2 layers by a heddle stick, alternating between odd and even threads. While the mechanics of this loom are uncomplicated and require few materials, the task of weaving itself is daunting to contemplate. The balance loom, on the other hand, is far superior, yet presents significant challenges due to its numerous components. The warp beam, twisting rods, line spools, heddle cylinders, shuttles, weft beaters, and cloth clamps, all of which can be overwhelming as the flickering palm oil lamp illuminated the cave. Xia Sang took a bone knife and began sketching on the ground, mentally dismantling the balance loom's parts and illustrating each one that lacking nails, many joints would necessitate mortise and tenon construction. And she meticulously rendered the details as she sketched. When Ruiyu returned, drenched to the skin, he gazed tenderly at the focused little female, his lips curving into a radiant smile that captivated his heart. Looking at the sky tree, Xia Sang lifted her head at the sound, her eyes falling on the familiar, upright trunk, mentally applauding Ruiyu. The sky tree, with its hard, rot-resistant trunk and yellowish-brown texture, is devoid of any unpleasant odor and boasts a lovely grain, making it ideal for furniture. She stretched her back, rising to her feet, and instinctively began to dry Ruiyu's hair. Ruiyu frowned, snatching the beast hide from her, his tone laced with admonition. Didn't we say you shouldn't touch anything cold during your menstrual cycle? I'm soaked and chilly. Don't let me catch a cold. The female, inherently weaker than the male, was not as resilient to discomfort, and he wished to prevent any harm from befalling her. Despite his desire to cuddle with her, He suppressed this urge. After drying his hair to a point of semi-dryness, Rue, you leaned in to examine Xia Sang's sketches. Males are naturally drawn to machinery, and as Rue, you lowered his gaze and scrutinized the drawings repeatedly. He grasped about 80 to 90% of the balance loom's workings, with the components etched in his memory. He felt an eagerness to try his hand at it, unable to resist the impulse to begin crafting. For him, these tasks were not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in assembling them correctly and ensuring the sizes were appropriate. Once he became serious, his usually gentle demeanor turned grave, his hands moving swiftly to cut and polish with incredible speed and precision, devoid of any impatience. Xia Sang sat on the beast hide for a while, feeling bored, and pulled out the unfinished map from before, continuing her weaving. After a time, she glanced up at Rue, observing him deep in thought, and suppressed a laugh, lowering her head once more to weave. Fearing that prolonged gazing would provoke an uncontrollable chuckle, since he enjoyed delving into research, she refrained from offering guidance that might irritate him. With Rue's intelligence, she was confident he would master it with practice. Her faith in her drawing of the balance loom was unwavering. After laboring for most of the day, Xia Sang felt hunger pangs. It had been ages since she had savored roasted meat. Since Rue had brought her to the Minsha tribe, she had not properly treated herself. Now that she had a moment of respite, she resolved not to neglect her appetite any longer. Selecting a relatively flat stone from the pile in the cave, she meticulously cleaned it. Slices of wild boar meat were marinated for half an hour, and she prepared a fruit salad with a selection of fruits from her storage, adding some jam for flavor. Having endured several days of rain, with one escape that left her hanging from a tree, she had no time to search for mushrooms to create a perfect mushroom soup. However, it was no matter. Her storage contained plenty of fish, and a fish soup would suffice. She could not help but think that Rue was an exceptionally kind male. To accommodate her, he had crafted numerous wooden and stone bowls, tubes, and jars, with larger items stacked in the corners of the cave and smaller, frequently used items placed conveniently by the fire. There were still many sweet potato fritters left from the last batch, and she set some aside in a bowl. Now, with fish, meat, fruits, and snacks, her meal appeared quite lavish by the standards of their world. Before long, the cave filled with the enticing aroma of fish, and the marinated meat was ready. She skillfully lit the fire, and soon, accompanied by the crackling sounds, the rich scent of meat wafted through the air. Rue, who generally preferred uncooked food, found himself irresistibly drawn to the mouth-watering aroma, swallowing hard twice without realizing it. "Shall we eat together?" Xia Sang asked, flipping a piece of meat with her chopsticks, her gaze soft as water, sparkling like distant stars, her smile blooming like flowers in the forest. Breathtakingly beautiful. Rue's heart raced as he rose from the scattered wood, shaking off the debris, drawing closer to Xia Sang, squatting down in a moment of surprise, he bit the chopsticks from her hand and licked his lips. Xia Sang's heart skipped a beat, nearly toppling over. What an enchanting imp! She snatched the chopsticks from his mouth, her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Xia Sang clumsily transferred a piece of roasted meat to his bowl. "Try this." Rue burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself, he admitted to having done it on purpose to tease Xia Sang and to assert his charm, but he caressed her face, his gaze tender. "Like a night blooming serious, pure and grand. You feed me." Xia Sang's hand trembled as she held the chopsticks, goosebumps rising all over her body. Why was he so close, his cool breath grazing her neck, sending shivers down her spine? Biting her lip, she cautiously picked up a piece of crispy, tender meat, hand shaking as she brought it to Rue's lips. He gazed at her intently, unblinking, as his lips parted slightly, his long tongue curling around the meat, savoring it slowly. "Delicious. Would you like to try the sweet potato fritters?" "Of course." This time, Xia Sang managed to maintain her calm, though her hand still trembled slightly as she picked up the fritters. But it was an improvement over her first attempt. She found herself unconditionally yielding to Rue, crossing boundaries that made her recall the past. In her previous life, she had never indulged in such a manner with Shan. Despite having relied on each other through a decade of turmoil in the apocalypse, being both lovers and partners, although Shan had his flaws, he had rescued her from peril countless times. What are you thinking about? Huh. Xia Sang snapped back to reality, wondering why she was reminiscing about that scoundrel. The past was the past. She lowered her gaze, picking up a wild fruit. Never mind, try this instead. Rueyu's brow furrowed. Had she thought of someone else? Why the grim expression? He rolled the fruit onto his tongue, the sweet and sour flavors bursting in his mouth, but he only discerned the sourness. After several attempts of feeding him, Xia Sang finally handed the chopsticks to Rueyu. The meat is almost burnt. You eat first. The truth was his lip-licking gesture inexplicably flustered her, making her feel as if she were the meat on a hot grill. Sizzling under the flames. Cursed imp. And the way he looked at her, like a wolf eyeing a sheep, fierce and predatory, as if he wished to devour her whole. Under Rueyu's intense gaze, Xia Sang steeled herself and finally relished the meal to her heart's content. After dining, they shared a tender moment, limited to gentle caresses and soft kisses, leaving Xia Sang breathless until Rueyu finally released her. And they each returned to their tasks. Xia Sang completed her mat and began crafting bamboo stools and tables. Rueyu, possessing considerable talent in this area, had already prepared the components by the time she stood up to stretch. Silently, Xia Sang gave him a thumbs up and resumed her focus on the table. The rainy season was peculiar. It would pour continuously for an entire day, only to intermittently cease before resuming with a torrential downpour. Inside the cave, the oil lamp flickered, casting dim shadows. Whenever Xia Sang grew tired, she would rise to gaze at the rain outside. Yet Rueyu seemed like a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of fatigue. When complications arose during assembly, he furrowed his brow, diligently checking for missing pieces. Spending extended periods in the cave, Xia Sang felt as though time had ceased, losing track of day and night, unaware of how many days had passed. By the time she finished the table, Rueyu had finally completed the assembly of the balance loom. He brushed off the debris from his clothes, his azure eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of pride shining through. His entire demeanor transforming into one of joy and vitality. It's done. Let me see. Xia Sang hurried to the balance loom, testing its mechanisms, turning this and that, and spinning the wheels, trying out the weft beater. Seizing the opportunity, Rueyu approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Xia Sang's waist like a conjoined twin, half hanging off her ass. She took a few steps. He followed suit. Sang, what do you think? Did I do well? Indeed, it's quite impressive. The details are quite exquisite. Every component has been meticulously polished to a smooth finish. She has spent half the day without encountering even a single burr. Rueyu's hand began to wander unceremoniously. Are you not going to reward me? Xia Sang pushed his hand away, wondering if he was unaware of his own weight. Most of his mass was pressing down on her, causing beads of sweat to form. What reward do you desire? I want you to finish your menstrual cycle. He leaned closer to Xia Sang's ear, his voice husky, his cool breath cascading against her neck, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. She was physically exhausted and doubted her ability to comply. Yet, Xia Sang had never been one to back down. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Since he had willingly presented himself, granting her the opportunity to indulge, it would be a disservice to herself not to seize the moment. All right, it's settled. Now that the balance loom was ready, Xia Sang extracted Rami from her storage, stripped its bark, washed it, scraped it, and hung it to dry in the cave. This drying process required repeated watering over the course of 5 to 6 days to remove the gum, a step crucial for ensuring the Rami's pristine white color. After the gum was removed, she soaked the Rami in water, separating it into fine strands, splitting the ends, twisting them tightly, and completing the connection. The process of preparing the Rami was perhaps the most demanding and tedious, enough to occupy the two of them for several days. Once the Rami was prepared, they twisted it into bundles for the warp threads of their fabric, followed by twisting further for the weft threads. After these 3 steps, Xia Sang felt utterly drained, her senses dulled, her complexion pale, her neck feeling foreign, and her waist ached with fatigue. She found herself reminiscing about Chao Yen, wishing he had not been so reckless and had simply assisted her as a laborer. Finally, they needed to starch the warp threads, set the loom, and prepare the weft, marking the completion of the preliminary phase. Throughout an entire rainy season, the two were consumed with these tasks. During this time, Under Yu's persistent coaxing, Xia Sang exerted herself to fulfill her promise. The consequence was a sore back and waist, leaving her incapacitated for several days, thoroughly exhausted. Yu massaged her back, while Xia Sang retorted, You are done for. Yu, the insufferable creature, grinned with a greasy smile. She couldn't fathom why she found him off-putting when he was undeniably handsome. It was her own promised reward that had left her feeling vulnerable. Angrily, Xia Sang pulled him up, keep your distance, and get up to weave fabric. Yu, both physically and psychologically satisfied, rose with a languid smile, sitting at the balance loom, his demeanor akin to a jilted maiden. Pouting reproachfully at Xia Sang, making her feel uneasy. Choosing to ignore him, Xia Sang turned her back and fell into a deep slumber. Days passed in this manner, and they had woven approximately one bolt of fabric. Both having transformed into skilled weavers, Xia Sang could weave even with her eyes closed. Initially, they took turns at the loom, but as Yu found it inconvenient, he had a larger loom custom-made for himself. Thus, time slipped away like the fibers of Rami flowing through their fingers. Finally, the day arrived when they finished weaving the fabric. Xia Sang stretched lazily, standing at the cave's entrance as usual, gazing outward. The downpour had ceased at some point. The oppressive dark clouds vanished without a trace, revealing a stunning azure sky, with the sun slowly rising from the horizon, bathing the earth in warm, luminous rays. Yu, look! The rain has stopped. Yu, rising languidly, embraced her soft form from behind. Resting his head on her shoulders, he yawned. Sang, I am so tired. It seemed he hadn't slept in days. The incessant rains had flooded the world, and they would need to wait a while longer before venturing out. Even if they could not leave, Xia Sang felt elated. She patted Yu's head. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I'll watch over you. Mainly because there was nowhere to go. Yu was indeed struggling. After the rainy season, the snake beastmen would enter their molting phase, a time of utmost vulnerability when they needed to conserve their strength. Xia Sang was also feeling somewhat fatigued, but having arrived at the Mingxi tribe, she was constantly on edge. If they both fell into a deep slumber, she would feel unsafe. After yawning, she rubbed her eyelids vigorously, feeling bored, and began cutting the fabric, planning to make Yu a few modern Rami garments during this time. She didn't concern herself with styles. After all, with Yu's striking features, even the most haphazard designs would suit him. Thus, she fashioned a round-neck top and a pair of shorts. Truthfully, his long legs wasted fabric. Making 2 pairs of crop pants would save material, which could be enough for her own small undergarments. Yu transformed into a large snake, coiling on a stone, lost in deep slumber. As Xia Sang worked on the garments, she would unconsciously glance at him. And though she couldn't tell if it was her imagination, she felt that Yu's scales appeared duller and drier than before, his eyes somewhat clouded. When he lay there motionless, he resembled a lifeless serpent. During these moments, Xia Sang would often poke him anxiously. Only upon receiving confirmation that he was fine would she resume her task. When Yu woke, he found Xia Sang perched on a small stool. Leaning against the mountain wall, drowsy, he carefully lifted her and placed her on a hide. After the rainy season, the weather had grown warmer. During these days, he needed to shed his skin and could not eat. Turning, he noticed several new garments on the table, their size indicating they were meant for him. Having seen Xia Sang in similar attire, he knew how to wear them and donned them with glee. Fearing he might damage the clothing with his strength, Yu handled them with utmost care, even slowing his breathing. Yet the smile on his face never faded. Delighted, he approached the water's edge to catch a glimpse of himself. He was almost unrecognizable, so handsome that it was hard to believe. Truly, there was no male more striking than he was utterly enamored. He wished to flaunt his appearance to the great shaman. But the water was too deep, and he feared it would soak his pants, forcing him to suppress his urge to boast and obediently return to weaving. Xia Sang was startled awake by anguished groans. As she opened her eyes, she discovered Yu had transformed into a large snake, his skin splitting open at the mouth as his massive body began to rub against the stone pile. Watching anxiously, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you need my help?" Yu remained silent, indicating his refusal. Observing closely, Xia Sang noticed a transparent liquid secreting from his body to assist with the molting process. Yu shed his skin rapidly. Once the head was freed, the remainder followed suit with ease. In a matter of minutes, the tail completely came off. The new skin was a more vibrant blue, with larger, glossier scales. Yu lay weakly on the ground. Although his eyes regained their clarity, he appeared parched. Xia Sang hurriedly fetched a basin of water, boiled and cooled it before offering it to him. After drinking, Yu seemed revitalized. She then retrieved 3 wild boars from her storage and tossed them onto the ground. After shedding his skin, his appetite would increase, and she wondered if these 3 boars would suffice. If not, she had more. Sang, turn around. Yu's voice was hoarse yet conveyed an undeniable authority. He did not wish for the small female to witness his ferocity while hunting, feeling it was overly savage. Sometimes he even felt disgusted with himself, let alone wanting Xia Sang to see his darker side. Obediently, Xia Sang turned away. She, too, did not wish to see, fearing it would leave her with psychological scars. Yu consumed the boars rapidly. Within moments, all 3 were devoured. If Xia Sang had glanced back at that moment, she would have noticed the bulge in the snake's abdomen. After a while, Yu transformed back into human form, quickly donning the coarse, ramy garment Xia Sang had made for him. Sang, you can turn back now. When Xia Sang turned to see Yu clad in the rough fabric, her eyes sparkled. Previously, when he wore only a bee-skin skirt, he exuded a vivid allure. Now, dressed in coarse ramy, he radiated a refined, almost ascetic charm. His exquisite collarbone, a smoothly defined forearm, and a strong, straight calf were all that remained visible. Simply standing there, he exuded an air of noble restraint. You noticed Xia Sang's captivated gaze and chuckled softly, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture. Sang, do I look good? You look splendid. Then what are we waiting for? Xia Sang gently touched her flushed face, thinking it would be a waste not to take advantage of her man's affection. After convincing herself, she shyly leaned closer. The arms that encircled her waist gradually tightened, while Yu rested his chin atop Xia Sang's head, rubbing against her. Feeling unsatisfied after the gentle nuzzle, he lowered his head to kiss her crown. Lingering for a long moment before releasing her, Yu, will the Ming Shi tribe participate in the monkey tribe trading convention? Yu nodded with a sense of certainty. The females of the Ming Shi tribe require salt, while the males seek weapons. Thus we attend every year. Upon recalling that the Shui tribe would also be present, his expression darkened. Sang, do you wish to attend? Absolutely. I wish to exchange some corn, pearls, and salt, and perhaps see if there are other precious items to trade. Logically, participating in the monkey tribe trading convention should be a joyous occasion. Yet Yu found no happiness in it. For he was acutely aware that the little female had 2 disabled beast husbands and 1 slave husband. The mere thought of Sang being held in the arms of another male drove him to jealousy, igniting a desire to eliminate them in a fit of rage. At the trading convention, males from various tribes would appear. Those from the Jiao Run, Elf, and Fox tribes, all endowed with natural beauty. He feared these males would deliberately entice Sang, and he couldn't bear the thought of her falling for their charms, especially the males of the Fox tribe, masters of seduction. Few females ensnared by their allure escaped unscathed, most willingly binding themselves in contracts. He was resolute in not wanting to see his little female embraced by others like any ordinary female. Sang, we can have someone else buy these items for us. Let us just stay at home. Shall we? Xia Sang lowered her head, a veil of silence enveloping her. She harbored her own selfish desires that on one hand, she wished to sever her contracts with the 2 disabled husbands. On the other, she yearned to keep Wu Si by her side. Although she might not necessarily need him for anything, having more husbands for protection would prevent her from ever facing the threat of abduction by a male again. Ultimately, she also wished to broaden her horizons. Sang, Yu clenched his fists, moved his lips, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and reluctantly spoke that he knew full well that his actions were selfish, but the thought of sharing his little female with another male shattered his heart, leaving him breathless with pain. I truly care for you. I cannot bear the thought of you being close to other males. Tears welled in his eyes, rendering him unable to continue. Xia Sang understood his meaning all too well. If their roles were reversed, She too would be unwilling to share the one she cherished with others. Seeing Rue Yu's eyes redden, her heart felt as though it had been crushed by an invisible hand. Had she known she would meet him, she would have never bound herself to Wu Si. Never. Human hearts are inherently biased. Wu Si had appeared at a time when she had just suffered a profound emotional wound from her failure to win over Shinihao. With her parents indifferent and her two disabled husbands wishing her ill, the only kindness she received was from the Nan siblings. Moreover, Nan Shijin's affections seemed to lie with her original self. In her desperation, she needed a husband who would be loyal solely to her. At that moment, Wu Si had offered his unwavering loyalty, and she had not turned him down today as they spent time together. She grew dependent on him and formed a contract. Back then, she had not thought much, merely desiring a simple life with a loving husband, to bear a litter of cubs, and live a peaceful existence. This, in the beast world, was happiness. Only after being with Rue Yu did she realize that his unreserved love for her surpassed Wu Si's by leaps and bounds. Yet, the past could not be undone. Her regrets were futile. She had to provide Wu Si with an explanation. Faced with Rue Yu's overwhelming affection, Xia Sang found it difficult to respond. However, silence was not an option. She needed to offer Rue Yu an explanation. Taking a step closer, she embraced his waist, burying her face in his back, her voice muffled and downcast. Rue Yu, I'm sorry. Rue Yu's body tensed, his expression vacant as he gazed outside the cave. As if something within him was shattering. All his emotions were bottled up, choking him in silence. Is it truly impossible? Rue Yu discerned the answer in Xia Sang's silence. He pried her arms from around his waist. His heart fracturing into countless pieces, he had believed that their 2 months together had been filled with her unconditional love, only to realize that she still held thoughts of her beast husband. What did that make him? Struggling to maintain composure before the little female, he fought back the tears that threatened to overflow and choked out. All right. Sang, I need to calm down. Xia Sang felt a pang of sorrow. She could sense Rue Yu's trembling and his deep-seated sadness. For a fleeting moment, she wished to abandon all responsibilities and hide away with Rue Yu for a lifetime of happiness. Yet reason prevailed. This was not the way. She attempted to grasp Rue Yu's departing hand, but he swiftly turned and left. Xia Sang instinctively looked at her empty palm, as if her throat had been constricted, leaving her speechless. She sat in a corner of the cave, clutching a vine, spending the entire day in silence, without food, sleep, or even a sip of water, her mind and heart feeling hollow as she stared blankly outside. Rue Yu first went to the great shaman's cave. Upon seeing Rue Yu again, Ji Hui was somewhat taken aback. Tribe leader, why are you here instead of with a little female to produce snake eggs? Ji Hui, can you calculate how many males Xia Sang will have? Ji Hui took out a turtle shell, swiftly performing calculations, when suddenly a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Great shaman. What happened? Rue Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support Ji Hui, concern etched on his face. Ji Hui waved his hand, indicating he was fine, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Who is Xia Sang, and why is it that every time I seek to divine her fate, the beast god intervenes, requiring immense effort to catch a glimpse of her situation? What is it? Please tell me. Ji Hui held onto Rue Yu's arm, offering a comforting pat on his hand, his brows furrowed. Our snake beast kin possess strong possessiveness and territorial instincts. The little female you adore is destined to have more than one husband that I fear that if I tell you, you won't be able to bear it. Rue Yu shuddered, attempting to force a calm smile, but found it futile that he chose to drop the facade, his eyes brimming with profound sorrow. It's all right. I can endure it. Ji Hui hesitated but nonetheless extended a hand, indicating there were more than 5. Rue Yu staggered, his eyes reddening, clenching his fists tightly to maintain his composure before the great shaman. All right, I understand. At that moment, as he turned away, his body shook uncontrollably. Tears falling like pearls from a broken string, he suddenly felt as if the vast earth offered no refuge. Ji Hui shook his head with a sigh. Knowing that Xia Sang had no fewer than 5 husbands was already unbearable. If he truly witnessed Xia Sang with another beast husband, one could only imagine the extent of his devastation, most likely heart-wrenching and life-threatening. Alas, this is the path he chose for himself, great shaman. Did the tribe leader come by just now? Xiacheng cautiously peered out from her cave, her voice low. Yes, little Tian. Do you need something? I want to play with Sister Xia. The rainy season is over. The tribe leader shouldn't continue having snake offspring with Sister Xia, right? That's not advisable. You should remain here with me. The tribe leader is likely trying to process his sorrow and cannot attend to you. What's wrong with the tribe leader? Ji Hui stroked the little flower snake's head, casting a glance outside the cave, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Just stay here for now. The tribe leader and the little female will come to see you when they have the time. The little flower snake lowered its head in dejection, obediently nodding. All right. Ryu departed from the great Wushan cave, casting a glance at the corner where Xia Sang Saturday. His heart felt as though it were being mercilessly wrenched. And with each breath he took, a wave of overwhelming pain surged into his chest, leaving him trembling in agony. Anxious for Xia Sang's safety, yet unable to confront her, he settled at the foot of the cave. Sitting motionless in the water, the sun rose and fell, the vast, silent night sky dotted with countless stars, while the moonlight poured over him, bringing an unsettling chill, regardless of how long he remained there. He could not come to terms with the situation. The mere thought of the petite female laughing charmingly in the embrace of another male shattered his world, leaving him feeling as though it were collapsing into ruin. Now he found himself ensnared in a deadlock, unable to break free. When he forcibly bonded with Xia Sang, he had contemplated her potential attachments to other males, yet at that moment, he had merely wished for the bond to succeed. After 2 months spent together, having come to appreciate Xia Sang's virtues, he found himself consumed by greed, yearning to possess her entirely. When the sun emerged, the serpent beastmen relished basking in its warmth, either hanging from trees or clinging to the cave walls. Upon seeing him, they yearned to approach and greet him, but upon noticing the evident gloom clouding Ryu's blue eyes, they chose to refrain from disturbing him. During this time, Wuna seemed to have transformed entirely, secluding herself within the cave, refusing to emerge. Any males attempting to bring her gifts were promptly turned away. Those rejected never returned, most terrified by Wuna's grotesque and twisted scars. Instead seeking to appease other females, as for Chaoyan. After the tribe heard whispers of his misdeeds, they ceased to pay attention to his whereabouts. Such a vicious male was a liability to the Ming snake tribe, and it was best if he either perished or departed. Xia Sang, weary from sitting, would rise to stand at the cave's entrance, gazing outward. Upon spotting Ryu seated below, a wave of pain flooded her heart, and she longed to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. For no matter what she said, it could not alter the reality of her being a heartless woman. Ryu, sensing movement, stirred slightly, but did not turn around. His spirits were too low to face the petite female at that moment. In the beast realm, there were 3 seasons each year. The serpent beastmen thrived in the warm season, while they hibernated during the rainy and snowy seasons. His waking hours were already scarce, a stark contrast to the ever-constant temperature beastmen. Now, learning of Xia Sang's numerous beast husbands and recognizing himself as the least favored serpent beastman, the future was all too clear. Xia Sang plopped down at the cave's entrance, swinging her legs to deliberately create noise. Though the heavy rain had ceased, the spring water at the mountain's peak continued to trickle down. Droplets landed upon Ryu's head, yet he remained oblivious, motionless as if in a stupor. "Ryu!" Xia Sang called out hoarsely, but he did not react. Xia Sang feigned a tumble from the cave's entrance, raising her voice in a sharp scream. Time seemed to slow as the sensation of weightlessness filled her with dread. As her body neared a collision with the ground, Ryu remained unresponsive, like a wooden statue. In resignation and despair, Xia Sang shut her eyes. Perhaps if she were to sustain some injury, it would elicit concern from Ryu. She was willing to take that risk. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she fell into the embrace of strong arms, pulled back into a frigid hold. Only then did Xia Sang's racing heart finally settle, and she exhaled deeply, wrapping her arms around Ryu's neck. "Ryu, I thought you." Ryu scrutinized her from head to toe. His voice hoarse from a prolonged silence, he held Xia Sang tightly, asking, "Did you hurt anywhere?" "My leg hurts." In an effort to provoke his concern, she had deliberately scraped her legs against the rocky wall as she slid down, inflicting a painful sting. If all went as expected, her flesh must be a gruesome sight by now. Ryu's complexion paled as he lifted Xia Sang into the cave, placing her carefully on the animal hide while his hands trembled at the sight of blood. With trembling hands, he lifted the hem of Xia Sang's skirt, revealing her bloodied and mangled thigh. Ryu gasped sharply, his already pale face growing even whiter, his pupils dilating as emotions of sorrow and fear flickered in his eyes. His body involuntarily shook, nearly collapsing to the ground. His heart felt as though it were pierced by needles, his lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth for a long moment. Finally, with reddened eyes, he hoarsely inquired, Sang, does it hurt? It hurts, truly, she replied, the first time she had sustained an injury without using her powers to heal it, enduring the pain as if her legs belonged to someone else. A fiery sting consuming her, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her once rosy lips began to pale. Xia Sang could only draw in shallow breaths, her body trembling slightly in an attempt to mitigate the onslaught of pain. Had she known the wall was so jagged, she would have held back. Now, she must bear the consequences of her actions. Sang, wait for me. Ryu's voice quivered intensely as he left hastily. Tears brimmed in Xia Sang's eyes, and despair clawed at her heart. The tender flesh on her thigh felt as though it were pierced by countless steel needles, compelling her to roll in agony. Curling up in pain, she groaned softly as cold sweat poured from her. Truly, one reaps what one sows. She had gone too far, and the pain was almost unbearable. Ryu returned swiftly, washing the mud from the plant roots with mountain spring water, grinding them in a stone mortar before sitting beside Xia Sang. First, he took the animal hide to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, then diligently cleaned the blood from her legs. Sang, it might hurt a bit. Please bear with me, he murmured, his lips trembling. Having never employed such primitive methods to treat wounds, Xia Sang gritted her teeth, shutting her eyes in resignation. That I know. Just do it. Ryu carefully applied the crushed juice to her wounds with his cold fingers, occasionally blowing cool air to alleviate her pain. Xia Sang clenched her fists tightly, the excruciating pain nearly causing her to lose consciousness, and darkness clouded her vision as she could not suppress a moan. This is unbearable. The tactic of inflicting pain was effective, yet whether it would touch Ryu's heart remained uncertain. What she did know was that this ordeal nearly cost her life. Once Ryu had applied medicine to all her wounds. Xia Sang convulsed in agony, the cold sweat soaking the animal hide beneath her. I regret this immensely. If time could rewind, she would prefer to continue their cold war. Ryu's gaze remained fixated on the wound on Xia Sang's thigh. The once pristine and delicate skin now marred and oozing with blood, the gory sight sending chills down his spine. He could hardly fathom the pain she must be enduring. His trembling hands caressed the skin surrounding the wound, gently blowing cool air. The air in the cave seemed to thicken, enveloping them in a suffocating silence. Ryu felt both heartbroken and distressed. Xia Sang was forcing him to concede, forcing him to submit, to accept, to shatter his boundaries. Xia Sang was aware her methods were crude, even somewhat desperate, yet she truly did not know what else to do. The thought of losing Ryu was far more terrifying than enduring this pain. Ryu, I cannot lose you. Breaking the silence with her boldness, Xia Sang instinctively tried to curl her legs, only to recoil in pain. Grimacing as she winced, Ryu's heart ached fiercely, a voice within him urging him to yield. Otherwise, who knew what further antics she might devise to elicit his concern? Yielding seemed inevitable. However, he could no longer afford to cast his heart aside for Xia Sang. In this world, females were ever fickle, and he, as the least favored serpent beast man, was painfully aware of that. Rather than waste time in a cold war, it would be better to cherish the present moment. Who knows, perhaps in the future, they might find it difficult to even meet. He forced a bittersweet smile, tinged with resignation, and compromised, Sang, could you promise me that regardless of how many beast husbands you may have in the future, you will always return to the Ming snake tribe during each rainy season to accompany me and bear me serpent offspring? I will care for them, and it will grant me some solace in this life. From his words, Xia Sang discerned a profound sense of repression and bitterness, understanding the unspeakable pain within Ryu's heart. He had ultimately compromised, yet this outcome seemed far from what she desired. Ryu. Ryu's pale fingers silenced her impending words. Sang, no need to say more, I understand. All you need to do is agree. Xia Sang inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze as she clenched her fingers tightly, desperately suppressing the bitterness and unease within her. Her throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, and after a prolonged silence, she finally replied, all right. She could distinctly sense the waning love of Ryu. At this very moment, her heart ached more than her legs. Her eyelashes fluttered, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she fought against the overwhelming impulse of her wounded heart. Suddenly, she rose and clung tightly to Ryu, weeping inconsolably. Ryu, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Could you please not retract your love? I was wrong. I genuinely realize my mistakes. You can hit me, scold me. Just please don't be cold and distant. I can't bear it. I truly cannot. Ryu's hands trembled as he hesitated, contemplating whether to wrap them around her waist. Ultimately, his emotions triumphed over logic. He could not ignore the tears in Xia Sang's eyes. He acknowledged that all his rationality crumbled under the assault of her tears, and his hands eventually found their place at her waist. Tightening their embrace, if someone was destined to be hurt, he would willingly take that role. Sang, stop crying, and why love will not diminish by even a fraction. It is all yours for these next few days. Just focus on healing, and before long, we shall embark together to the trading conference. Upon receiving his promise, Xia Sang wished to cease her tears, but having cried so intensely, she was unable to stop the sobs that racked her body. Appearing utterly pitiable, Ryu gently patted her back in a soothing manner, tidying her disheveled hair, his gaze resting on her tear-stained eyes and reddened nose, his cool fingertips brushing away the lingering tears clinging to her lashes. Gurgle, gurgle! Their stomachs growled in unison, each sound louder than the last. Suddenly, Xia Sang burst into laughter. Ryu, hurry and hunt. I still have some roasted meat left from a few days ago. It should suffice for me. With that, she produced the steaming roasted meat and offered him a few pieces, bringing them close to his lips, urging him to eat first. Ryu opened his mouth, using his tongue to roll the meat into his mouth. Licking her fingers clean, Xia Sang turned away, her cheeks flushed, and turned back to feed herself a piece, chewing with her head bowed. Go on. Ryu had recently shed his skin and required ample sustenance to replenish his strength. After days of sitting idly without appetite, the moment everything was laid bare, hunger surged within him, assaulting his stomach. He stood up, saying, eat your fill, and then lie down to rest properly, that I will place the vines beside you. If danger arises, go seek the great Shaman as you did last time. He will protect you. Xia Sang nodded obediently. I will return soon. Just wait for me. All right. With each step, Ryu glanced back as he dashed into the forest, his stomach grumbling from the prolonged absence of food. After feasting, Xia Sang felt drowsy, her eyelids heavy as she lay on the animal hide, gripping the vine while administering a slight treatment to herself, and soon fell into a deep slumber. She awakened again, stirred by pain. Ryu had returned, holding a stone mortar, his expression serious as he applied medicine to her wounds. If you are tired, sleep a little longer. The more you rest, the quicker your injuries will heal. Xia Sang instinctively sat up and wrapped her arms around Ryu's neck. But with you here, I cannot sleep. I just want to gaze at you. It was uncertain which of her words brought a smile to Ryu's face, but the gloom in his eyes dissipated significantly. Be careful not to jostle your wounds, if you're in pain. It hurts my heart too. How sweet. Though she spoke teasingly, her heart was sweeter than honey. The two seemed to return to the past, devoid of any barriers. Yet, they both knew that a rift had formed. Even if mended, the cracks would still remain, though they chose to feign ignorance, deceiving themselves. Xia Sang could sense that Ryu had grown noticeably colder towards her. Once, he would have clung to her, but now, their embraces were rare, and kisses were even fewer. To claim she felt no disappointment would be untrue. She had never considered herself a greedy person. Wuxi had been loyal to her, and she never held his past or betrayal against him. But now, reflecting on it, she realized that it was never true love. The situation was different with Ryu. Her possessiveness was exceptionally strong. Even the slightest decrease in Ryu's affection would leave her restless and unable to eat or sleep. Yet, she could not offer Ryu an equal love, selfishly desiring to have the authority to burn while denying others the ability to light a candle. To demand 100% of someone's intense love while only bestowing a fraction upon them was incredibly selfish. Xia Sang scorned herself, loathed herself, and even felt a hint of hatred towards herself. Once more, she clung tightly to Ryu's neck, declaring, "Ryu, I truly like you a lot." Ryu reciprocated the embrace, finding some solace in her words. Yet the great shaman's ominous prediction still loomed over him, preventing him from regaining his former ease. "Yes, so do I." How perfunctory. Xia Sang lowered her gaze, but it mattered not. She believed that one day he would recognize her affection for him. Time was on their side, and eventually she would win back all his love. In the days following the rainy season, Ryu had transformed into a stoic monk. No matter how Xia Sang employed her charms, he remained as unyielding as a mountain. Waves of frustration assaulted Xia Sang's mind, leaving her feeling lost. The water beneath the cave had completely dried up, and she was oblivious as to where all that rainwater had flowed. The natives showed no concern, and she naturally did not inquire. The little flower snakes finally emerged to bask in the sun and swim. Summer played with her companions for a while before slithering down to the bottom of Xia Sang's cave, raising her tiny head and calling out, Sister Xia, I've come to play with you." At that moment, Xia Sang was fully immersed in her scheming, and upon hearing the voice, she hurriedly descended from Ryu's side and nudged him. "Could you bring the little flower snake up here?" Ryu cast her a deep glance, said nothing, and leaped down into the cave, emerging with the little flower snake in tow. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Not even a hint of jealousy remained. Xia Sang sighed, finally resigned to her fate. She had indeed lost Ryu's love. "Sister Xia, I come to play with you. Are you not happy?" Xia Sang forced a smile, her delicate face slightly contorted. "Happy, of course I am. How have you been with the great shaman?" Summer nodded her tiny head. "I'm used to it. The great shaman is really good to me and has never lost his temper." Indeed, as the great shaman, Jihui maintained a stable demeanor. If one could not remain calm, it would be challenging to handle their duties. "Sister Xia, I wanted to come find you for a long time. But the great shaman said you and the tribe leader were having snake babies, and he wouldn't let me disturb you both." Xia Sang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she discreetly glanced at Ryu, who also reddened at the tips of his ears, instinctively fiddling with the hem of his garment, at a loss for words. The literacy level among the beastmen was generally low. They were oblivious to subtlety, and the great shaman had divulged such matters to a young snakelet, which was somewhat indiscreet. "Sister Xia, are you expecting snake babies now?" Faced with Summer's straightforward question, Xia Sang wished to dig a hole and bury herself within it. Hastily changing the subject, "Summer, do you want to attend the trading conference?" Summer lowered her head, dejected. "Sister Xia, we little snakelets cannot leave the tribe before we transform." Xia Sang exchanged glances with Ryu, silently inquiring. Ryu, perceiving her confusion, instinctively explained, "The journey to the monkey tribe is fraught with danger. Snakelets possess no means of self-defense, and the casualty rate is exceedingly high. Even a small venomous snake or scorpion could claim their lives." Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. She had thought snake beastmen were immune to venomous bites. She reached out to stroke the little flower snake's pitiful head, soothingly saying, "It's all right, whatever you want. Sister Xia will buy it for you, all right?" Summer drooped her head. "Actually, we snakelets don't need anything before transforming, as long as we survive the snow season and receive some mountain mouse meat daily. Reaching transformation is not difficult. After transforming, we can hunt for ourselves, and as long as we don't encounter natural enemies, the casualty rate is low. Sister Xia, I don't want anything." Hearing this, Xia Sang felt a pang of sympathy for the little snakelet. Instinctively, she comforted, "Just wait until you transform. 7 years will pass quickly. Tribe leader. Ryu approached the cave entrance, his expression indifferent. "What is it?" "Tribe leader, Shu and Tiwi set off for the trading conference." Ryu's gaze drifted towards the nearby forest. It was time to depart. "All right, inform the tribe that we shall set out at noon." "Understood, tribe leader." Chai Gun looked up at the sun. now nearing its zenith, realizing that time was short for everyone to prepare. Before hurriedly departing, we lifted Summer, carrying her back to the great shaman's cave. The tribe leader setting off for the monkey tribe. Jihue divined the auspiciousness of this journey, smiling as he inquired. Yes, is there a problem? No. The divination results indicate that everything will proceed smoothly, aside from experiencing some emotional turmoil. Indeed, everything is favorable. Jihue did not lie, merely concealing the most crucial part of the truth. Alas, strong male possessiveness is not a virtue. It is better to come to terms with it sooner rather than later. Rueyu, despite his esteemed position as chieftain, is no exception. The path he has chosen is his alone, and no one can alter it. With a sigh of relief, Rueyu thought of taking Xia Sang on her first long journey. He too hoped for no unforeseen incidents. Knowing that everything was fine alleviated some of his worries. He recalled Xia Sang's desire to attend the trading conference to exchange for some corn, a crop cultivated by the sheep beastmen, whose yield is rather low, hence its high priced. He resolved to hunt more animals for Xia Sang. With this thought, he swiftly darted out. Inside the cave, he heard Xia Sang preparing to depart and felt a surge of excitement. He quickly got a fire going and brewed some fish soup, knowing they would be on the road for at least 10 to 15 days. Cooking soup would consume too much time, so to avoid inconveniencing his own appetite, he decided to prepare a larger quantity. Simultaneously, he boiled plenty of water, allowing it to cool before storing it in bamboo tubes. The snake beastmen possess a robust digestive system, retaining some animalistic habits, often drinking from any small river without concern for cleanliness or bacteria. Simply bending down to drink, Xia Sang, accustomed to warm boiled water, found that mountain spring water was significantly sweeter than river water, and upon cooling, it was comparable in taste to mineral water, which she greatly appreciated. Thus, she prepared extra. Afterward, she built a fire pit and roasted a considerable amount of meat, storing it all in her space. Once her tasks were complete, she packed away the balance scale waste machine. Pots, bowls, animal skins, oil lamps, vines, and various handicrafts in her space, glancing at the now empty cave, returning to its original state before her arrival. Only the scale waste machine used by Rueyu and a woven mat remained. She would return, and if Wuxi was willing, she hoped he could come to the Mingxi tribe. When Rueyu returned, laden with a bountiful catch, Xia Sang was busy crafting handicrafts. Sang. For now, I can only offer you these prey. On our way to the monkey tribe, I will hunt more animals for you to exchange for things you like. Xia Sang looked up from her work, smiled gently, and replied, All right. She stood to store all the prey into her space and resumed her task, having woven several baskets and containers, all useful for female gatherers, which should be in high demand. Rueyu headed to the nearby river for a wash, cleansing himself of the scent of blood. Half of the males and all the females had gathered in the clearing, eagerly awaiting his return. He hurried back to the cave and scooped Xia Sang into his arms. Sang. It's time to set off. Xia Sang casually took out a piece of animal skin, lifting her arm delicately to wipe Rueyu's damp hair. Among the crowd, Wu Na, with her head down, covered the scar on her cheek with her hand. Catching a glimpse of the affectionate couple from the corner of her eye, her expression turned even colder. Let us depart. Rueyu transformed into beast form, placing Xia Sang upon his back, casting a fleeting glance at the crowd with his azure eyes, speaking indifferently, seated upon the massive serpent back. Xia Sang felt a whirlwind of emotions. The Mingxi tribe had a sparse population, with roughly 100 males of prime age, and about 50 participating in the trading conference. Including herself, there were around 12 young females present, all gathered here, while none of the snake cubs had appeared. Covered in scales, Rueyu's form was imposing, and Xia Sang dared not move, with no place to hold on, while the serpent's speed was astonishing. Resigned, she thought to herself that falling off wouldn't be an issue. After all, she had vines to aid in her rescue. Nevertheless, Rueyu maintained a steady pace, ensuring Xia Sang experienced no discomfort. When traversing rugged terrain, he would shift back to human form, cradling her in his arms as he sprinted until sunset, when they finally located a relatively safe area to set up camp. This spot was also a dense thicket, with the females clustering together, half of the males guarding them while the other half ventured out to hunt. Sang, Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon, Yu instructed before swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Xia Sang, unfamiliar with the other females, intentionally distanced herself, finding a slightly drier patch of ground to lay down a waterproof snakeskin. She took out the roasted meat and fish soup, savoring her meal. Humph, what a show-off. Wuna had the least tolerance for Xia Sang. No matter what she did, she could always find fault, the other females. Having suffered from Wuna's schemes to varying degrees, wished to keep their distance from her. This was the first time they had seen her disfigurement since the rainy season, and each wore expressions of glee at her misfortune. Serves her right. I heard Wuna had Chao Nian kill a young female, and the beast god punished her, resulting in her disfigurement. This wicked female truly got what she deserved, had it not been for the scarcity of females in the Mingxi tribe. Such a vile creature would have long been expelled, forced to associate with the strays. Indeed, I heard the strays are notoriously ruthless. They would be a perfect match for Wu Nadaha. Has she finally met her match? Did she truly believe she could act with impunity, thinking no one could challenge her? Now she is reaping what she sowed. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Na could no longer contain herself. Her expression turned icy. Before her disfigurement, these foolish females had dared not voice their anger towards her. But now, seeing her disfigured state, and unable to curry favor with the chieftain, they began to openly slander her. She abruptly stood, shoving Luo Ku aside, glaring fiercely at the instigator, Shu Yu, her scarred face twisted grotesquely, her green eyes gleaming with malice. Shu Yu, do you truly believe yourself to be anything good? Do you dare swear to the beast god that you've committed no wrongdoing? Shu Yu emerged from among the other females, a fleeting darkness flashing in her eyes, her gaze fixated on Wu Na's twisted scar, her tone laced with mockery to Wu Na. Should you continue your nonsense? Don't blame me for tearing your mouth apart. Do you think all females are as vile as you? Just look at your current state. You can't even compare to the females of the tribe. Let alone the chieftain's mate. I doubt any male would dare to bond with a hideous creature like you that you'd best steer clear of me. There are plenty of males who admire me far more. Wu Na glared at Shu Yu's fair face, her lips moving incessantly as a strange smile crept onto her twisted visage. Shu Yu, your good days are numbered. Let us see how long you can remain smug. Wu Na had 2 brothers who were strays, and she had recently contacted them, agreeing to act as an inside informant to help them capture a female. Without hesitation, she accepted, initially intending to take revenge on Xia Sang. But upon realizing her protection by the beast god, she hesitated. Now, however, her mind had changed. Since Shu Yu had been so foolish as to provoke her, she would not show any mercy. After all, she had already marked the route. Her brothers would soon track her scent, and with their combined strength, stealing a female would be a simple task. Binding with a stray is an utter humiliation. Let us see if she still has the audacity to boast then. Shu Yu scoffed, unconcerned by Wu Na's threats, dismissing her as a toothless tiger whose roars were mere bluster, devoid of real power, and why good days are still ahead, but yours have indeed come to an end. This is too funny, Wu Na. You're barely able to care for yourself, yet you have the time to meddle in others' affairs? I advise you to save your energy and find a way to fix your face. Indeed, you should take a look in the mirror. Even the females of the rat tribe are more appealing than you. Daring to compare her to something as repugnant as a sewer rat. Wu Na clenched her fingers tightly, her knuckles whitening, her expression darkening to an extreme. She chose not to retort further, silently sitting a distance away from them. Xia Sang had little interest in the conflict among the females, focusing intently on her meal. Hello, Xia Sang. I'm Xiacheng. I fell for you at first sight. Would you grant me the opportunity to be your beast husband? Xia Sang looked up to meet a pair of brown eyes. The hair matching, reminiscent of humans from her past life, instinctively evoking a sense of affinity. I'm sorry, but I currently only have feelings for Yu and cannot accept you as my beast husband. My apologies. Chai Gun's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated such a swift and decisive rejection from the young female. His lips were quite appealing among the females, having only faced rejection from Wu Na previously. While several females had even approached him to confess their feelings, all of which he had declined. His gaze lingered on Xia Sang's delicate features before he took a deep breath. lowering his gaze, striving to hide his discontent. It's all right. Not being able to earn your affection is my own inadequacy. I apologize for interrupting your meal. Xia Sang offered a faint smile, saying, "It is not that you are lacking in excellence. Rather, my heart is too small to accommodate anyone other than Ruiyu. I am sorry." Understanding dawned upon her. Inside, Xiacheng felt an indescribable bitterness, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and reluctance. Yet, he understood that the little female had spoken thus, especially since she had just passed her bonding period with the clan leader, a time when their affections were at their peak, leaving little room for others. He could only blame the timing of his confession, which was far from ideal. Rejection was to be expected. He resolved to wait until their feelings had faded before attempting to confess again. Xiacheng did not stray far from Xia Sang, his gaze ever vigilant of the surroundings, ready to rescue her should any misfortune arise. Lui nudged Xiacheng's arm and inquired, "So, how was it? Did the little female respond favorably? Did she agree to your proposal?" Xiacheng regarded him with a smile that was neither fully a grin nor a frown. "Have you taken a liking to her too? Lacking the courage to confess yourself, are you seeking validation through me? I advise you to abandon such notions. You have no chance. If you doubt me, feel free to try." Lui scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Your inability does not equate to mine. Are you afraid that I might win the little female's favor, thus attempting to thwart me?" He dismissed Xiacheng's words as mere folly, aware that the males of the Mingxi clan were notorious for their cunning. "Fine, if you are so confident, be my guest," Lui retorted, snorting disdainfully as he strode towards Xia Sang. "Xia Sang, I am Lui, and I have admired you for quite some time. Could you grant me an opportunity?" Xia Sang lifted her gaze, feeling somewhat exasperated, yet she politely declined. "I'm afraid I can only love Ruiyu at present, and I have no intention of forming a bond temporarily," observing Lu Ye's dejected retreat. Xiacheng laughed heartily. "Why are you laughing?" Lu Yi blushed furiously, his face aflame with embarrassment and anger. Xiacheng's mockery only intensified his ire, and he clenched his fists. "We are hardly different in our plight. I faced rejection, and so did you. What right do you have to ridicule me? I merely find it amusing that you overestimate your chances. Alas, I kindly advised you to recognize your limitations, but you were oblivious, thus deserving your rejection." The two argued, their faces flushed, drawing disapproving glances from other females. The bravest males of the Mingxi clan were enamored with Xia Sang, leaving the other females feeling slighted and harboring biases against her. That alluring vixen, with the clan leader by her side, seeks to ensnare all the males under her spell. "How audacious," one remarked. "Indeed, I have pursued Xiacheng for ages, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. It seems his heart has already been ensnared by this wretched woman." Another lamented, "I confess to Lu Yi as well, only to be rejected. This little harlot, always flirting." Xia Sang, possessing exceptional hearing, effortlessly absorbed their spiteful remarks. She continued to leisurely consume her meal, dismissing them as foolish females consumed by jealousy. If one truly loves someone, should they not reflect upon themselves after facing rejection? "Sang Sang," Ruiyu called out joyfully, casting a heap of game at her feet. This forest, devoid of other races, was abundant with prey. Within half an hour, he had gathered a bountiful haul. Only when he could carry no more did he cease his efforts, his satisfaction evident. Xia Sang gazed in astonishment at the mountain of game, exclaiming, "Ruiyu, how are you so incredible?" Flattered by the praise, Ruiyu beamed with pride, his smile deepening, and his gaze fixated intently on the little female. Xia Sang, feeling shy under his scrutiny, lowered her head and hastily stored the game, intending to take Ruiyu's hand. However, he retreated several steps, saying, "Sang Sang, I just finished hunting and am covered in the scent of blood. Wait until I bathe before you hold my hand." Xia Sang smiled brightly, recalling her near oversight. No wonder there had been a lingering odor. She had assumed it was merely the scent of the game. Ruiyu soon vanished into the thicket, leaving the envious females fuming. "How is it that our formidable clan leader favors an outsider?" one grumbled. "Indeed, in just over half an hour, he has captured so much. He is truly the mightiest of the Mingxi clan. Yet his affections lie elsewhere." Unperturbed by their envious whispers, Xia Sang dismissed their malice, recognizing that jealousy renders one ugly. Rui, you returned swiftly, still dripping with water. He had refrained from donning the coarse garments Xia Sang had crafted, entrusting them to her care, while he wore only a black leather skirt. His pale skin glowed in contrast, accentuating his tall, elegant figure, a beauty as exquisite as jade. Ignoring the envious glances from the other females, Xia Sang retrieved a clean piece of leather and gently dried Rui Yu's hair, her expression tender and focused. "Oh, how I wish to be that leather in your hands," Chai Gun murmured softly. "How I long to be the leather you hold." Shu Yu wiped drool from her mouth, whispering. Once Rui Yu's hair was dry, Xia Sang pulled him down to sit on the prepared leather, her gaze resting on his fair skin, relieved to find no injuries. Resting her head on his thigh, she gazed up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Rui Yu lowered his blue eyes, filled with tenderness, as he gently ran his fingers through Xia Sang's slightly disheveled hair. Noticing her steady breathing, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her fair cheek, drawing gasps from onlookers. The bonded pair hurried into the thicket, disappearing for a while. Xia Sang, however, found it difficult to sleep outdoors, a remnant of past traumas, for she feared the sudden onslaught of danger. To safeguard herself, she had developed a habit of waking after brief intervals. This time, however, she awoke due to discomfort, needing to relieve herself. Having not attended to her needs all day, she found herself in a predicament. Sang, "Where are you going?" "I'll accompany you." Rui Yu, ever protective, trailed closely behind her as she rose. Xia Sang's fair complexion flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with embarrassment at the thought of being observed while attending to such a private matter. Struggling with her dilemma, she grasped the hem of her clothing tightly. Finding it challenging to voice her needs, she leaned closer, whispering her request into Rui Yu's ear, and afterward she covered her heated face, locking her gaze onto him. Rui Yu's expression faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly composed himself, lowering his voice. "The jungle is perilous, teeming with snakes and insects. I cannot let you go alone. The creatures here have poor hearing. You need not worry." He stood close, his face flushed, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Xia Sang chuckled softly. "We're the closest to companions. What is there that you have not seen?" With Rui Yu by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, instinctively stepping deeper into the jungle until she found a secluded spot to crouch and relieve herself. The sound of flowing water only heightened her embarrassment, reddening her face further. Once her needs were met, she grasped Rui Yu's hand, slowly making their way back, encountering several pairs engaged in similarly intimate activities. Gripping her hand tighter, Xia Sang felt her throat dry. She was acutely aware of the impropriety surrounding them. Frustrated by the blatant exhibitionism of others, she glanced at Rui Yu, who wore an expression of restraint, causing her fervor to suddenly ebb. Oh, how she wished he could be as gentle with her as the clan leader was with his female. "You are no more beautiful than the clan leader's female. Be silent. Do not let me discover any thoughts you harbor for other females, or else, humph, you know what that entails. Do not speak such disheartening words. Do you not think I treat you well enough? I can be as capable as the clan leader. If you doubt me, then try me." The two exchanged playful banter without concern for their audience. Their voices not loud but clearly audible. Xia Sang, feeling the heat of embarrassment, hurriedly lay back down on the leather, feigning sleep. Eventually, as tranquility enveloped her, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted off, unaware of when she fell asleep. With Rui Yu guarding her, she slept soundly until dawn. This is not good. Clan leader, Shu Yu and Wu Na are missing. As autumn approached, Ningxiu stumbled over, nearly falling to the ground, her eyes brimming with anxiety and helplessness, her voice both urgent and alarmed. Rui Yu pried Xia Sang off herself before springing to her feet, questioning when they realized the two were missing. The young females of the Ming snake clan numbered only a handful, each one immensely precious. The loss of even one was an unbearable burden for the clan, let alone two at once. The gravity of the situation surpassed all imagination. Rui Yu clenched her fingers tightly, her expression slightly contorted, a flash of ruthlessness igniting in her gaze at Wu Na. That wicked female again. Had she known it would come to this, she would have disregarded clan rules to eliminate this troublemaker. Ningxiu pondered for a moment, recalling that after Xiyu quarreled with Wu Na yesterday, she had been called out in the dead of night and had not returned since. The males swarmed in, reporting, "Chieftain, we have searched thoroughly. She is not in the vicinity. What shall we do? Should we pursue immediately? If we waste time here, we will miss the trading festival's blessing ceremony." Ryu's forehead bulged with veins as she spat out 3 words through clenched teeth. "Let me pursue." Yes. With a swift motion, she seized Xia Sang, lifting her as one would a small chick and flinging her on her back before charging off. Xia Sang was jostled about, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Yet, to avoid hindering Ryu's search, she gritted her teeth, employing her abilities to alleviate her discomfort slightly. Her palms gripped the vines tightly, knowing that should she be thrown off, she could use the vines to return. This became a prolonged game of pursuit and concealment, lasting an entire day and night. Initially, the males could track them down by the hasty marks left by the roaming beastmen. As they drew closer, they relied on the scent of the 2 females, chasing relentlessly without pause. The females being carried on the backs of the males grew dizzy and weak, their stomachs rumbling repeatedly, yet no one dared suggest a rest. For all understood that this day and night were pivotal to rescuing the females. "Chieftain, they must be hiding nearby. The scents of Wu Na and Shuyu are growing stronger," they exclaimed, yet they seemed to have entered a labyrinth, struggling to locate any trace of them. Xia Sang instinctively looked up, scanning the tree for hiding spots, finally pointing a large tree hollow and exclaiming, "A tree hollow! Goodness, they're hiding quite well." The males surged forward, leaping down into the hollow. Within mere minutes, they emerged with 2 males and 2 females in tow. She had been tormented by the 2 wandering beasts to the brink of death. Her complexion ghostly pale, lips cracked, and blood oozing from her thigh. With disheveled hair and a face contorted in agony, she pointed shakily at the 2 beasts, trembling violently. "Chieftain, it's them. They are Wu Na's brothers." Her voice was faint, yet every individual present heard her clearly. Ningxiu, who shared a close bond with Shuyu, upon witnessing her friend's wretched state, summoned an unexpected courage and struck Wu Na across the face, leaving her bruised and weeping before stopping. "Chieftain, Wu Na is a wicked female who has committed numerous wrongs. We should take a cue from the Tiger Clan and establish a female den for the benefit of the many males who cannot form contracts." Ryu gazed at Wu Na with an impassive expression. "What else do you have to say?" The evidence is irrefutable that Wu Na, unable to defend herself, lowered her head in defeat. Then, seize Wu Na and bind her hands and feet. From now on, she shall serve as the Ming Snake Clan as concubine. Any male who has not formed a contract and does not intend to shall have access to her. Immediately, a group of males stepped forward, tearing strips from their own snake skins to bind Wu Na, rendering her utterly helpless. Wu Na struggled frantically, kicking and biting at the approaching males, shouting, "No, I'm a precious female. You cannot treat me this way. Let me go. Chieftain, I know I was wrong. I will no longer harm others. Please, spare me." Ryu remained expressionless, unfazed by her desperate pleas. "Chieftain, it's bad. Shuyu has fainted, and the bleeding won't stop. She may suffer from severe blood loss." Ryu's expression grew grave. Females were already scarce, with low survival rates, and many perished before reaching maturity. Thus, the value of adult females was well understood by all. Xia Sang quietly urged the vines to approach Xiu, despite the unkind words she had spoken about her, unwilling to see Ryu in distress. In just a few breaths, she managed to stem the flow of Shiyu's blood until it ceased completely, slowly retracting her abilities and vines. Ningxiu, who had been closely monitoring Shuyu, suddenly widened her eyes. "Chieftain, Shuyu has stopped bleeding." Ryu, who had not missed Xia Sang's subtle actions, seemed struck by lightning, his body freezing abruptly. Mouth slightly agape, as if he could not comprehend the unfolding events. Xia Sang discreetly closed his mouth, her eyes sparkling. "Ryu, since she's all right now, let us hurry. If we put in some effort, we might still make it to the blessing ceremony." The blessing ceremony sounded grand, undoubtedly more splendid than the Snow Wolf Clan's Lantern Festival. All the great races of the Tianyu continent would gather, and the beast world's incantations were truly wondrous. It might indeed be an eye-opening experience. She could hardly contain her excitement. Ryu gazed at her deeply, swallowing the questions that lingered unasked in his heart. "Chieftain, how shall we deal with these two wandering beastmen? Break their legs and cast them into the wilderness to fend for themselves. Those who dare to harm their kin must be prepared for a ruthless response. Not executing these two on the spot is already a considerable act of mercy to in truth." Ryu's decision was also driven by selfish motives. He did not wish for Xia Sang to witness his coldness and cruelty. The snake beastmen had never shown leniency toward their kin when their self-interests were at stake, regarding it as an unforgivable sin. Thus, the males administering the punishment exerted every ounce of their strength, shattering the legs of the two with stones. Crack! The two instantly turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring down their faces, limbs convulsing like floundering fish, voicing their agony and their extreme pain. They could not help but curse. "Ryu, how dare you treat us this way? We curse you to an untimely demise." Xia Sang tightened the vines around their necks, stepping closer, delivering two sharp slaps to their faces, reiterating, "I wouldn't mind sending you to meet the beast god. Just for nearly taking the life of a precious female, your death would be no loss. We didn't take your lives on the spot out of mercy. Let me assure you, I harbor no such kindness. Moreover, I am not a female of the Ming snake clan. Killing two notorious wandering beasts will not draw any questioning upon me." The two, their faces turning crimson from her grip, eventually fainted under the pressure before Xia Sang released the vines and returned to Ryu's side. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Do not heed the foolish ramblings of these two. I pray for your eternal existence in the name of the beast god." Ryu turned and kissed her cheek. "As long as you are by my side, forever accompanying me, even if only for a year, I would die without regret." Xia Sang took a couple of steps back. "There are so many people watching." The crowd feigned covering their eyes. "Chieftain, we are blind." "Excellent. Not a single one missed it," Ryu remarked dryly. Xia Sang buried her face in his embrace, too shy to meet anyone's gaze, transforming into his serpentine form. Ryu coiled Xia Sang onto his back, speeding away while declaring, "Find a safe place to rest. We must push on day and night to catch up with the blessing ceremony." Since this was Xia Sang's desire, he was determined to fulfill it, no matter what. The group discovered an open glade, consumed some food, rested briefly, and then resumed their journey without pause. After 3 full days and nights of relentless travel, they barely managed to catch up to their schedule. In the days that followed, Ryu slowed their pace. Finally, on the 6th day, they traversed a vast grassland, passing through the antelope tribe. The antelope tribe was expansive, and due to their relatively weak offensive capabilities, they had constructed numerous tree houses in the open, high atop towering 100-meter trees. From a distance, these tree houses resembled nests nestled among the treetops. The clever antelope beastmen had woven ladders from vines along the tree trunks, creating long, dangling pathways that made one dizzy just to look at. Xia Sang gazed upward at the tree houses, pondering, building houses so high, don't they fear the attacks of birds and beasts? Sang, do you not have an affinity for corn? The antelope tribe excels in cultivation. We could barter with them. Indeed, Xia Sang's face radiated excitement, eager to engage. Having traversed several months, her diet had consisted solely of sweet potatoes, cassava, and various meats. She had long craved rice, millet, and wheat, yet remained uncertain about the antelope orc's agricultural specialties. The chieftain of the antelope tribe was a somewhat elderly man. Despite his profound fear of the serpent orcs, he bravely suppressed the innate sense of oppression and boldly inquired about Ryu's intentions. "Greetings, esteemed guest. May I inquire what brings you to the antelope tribe? How may we assist you?" The antelope people were known for their amicable nature, rarely daring to confront the carnivorous orcs, for the herbivorous orcs were widely acknowledged as lacking in combat prowess. Ryu wore an expression of indifference. His deep blue eyes shimmered with an unfathomable chill, instinctively prompting others to distance themselves. "My female is fond of the corn you cultivate. We are willing to exchange beast meat for some." As for the terms of exchange, I leave it entirely to you. The antelope chieftain pondered for a moment. Esteemed guest, I shall gather my compliant kin. What they require and how the exchange occurs can be mutually decided. Shall it not? Rue, you had no objections and nodded in agreement. A resounding whistle echoed. First 3 long notes followed by a short one, then a hurried sequence, and finally 3 short notes and 1 long. Antelope orcs, bearing woven baskets, hurried from all directions, some descending from a lengthy ladder, their footsteps brisk, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Xia Sang curiously observed the antelope orcs. Their appearances were mostly unremarkable, marked by an amiable demeanor. Their physiques were somewhat frail, likely due to a prolonged vegetarian diet. While their carbohydrate intake was adequate, the lack of meat led to deficiencies in protein, amino acids, and trace elements, creating an impression of sickness and lack of exercise, regardless of gender. Rarely did the antelope orcs possess striking features. Upon encountering the striking serpent orcs and Xia Sang, they widened their eyes in astonishment, secretly blushing despite their underlying fear. Rue, you felt uneasy under the gaze fixed upon the small female, his icy eyes sweeping over them, causing the antelope orcs to instinctively lower their heads. Too timid to gaze openly, only daring to steal glances from the corners of their eyes. The chieftain relayed their intentions to his kin, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the tribe. The antelope orcs, being physically weak, even the males, rarely ventured into the jungle for hunting. They typically foraged at the forest's edge, setting simple traps to catch small game like wild chickens, rabbits, and mountain mice. The majority of their time was spent cultivating wheat, leaving them with scarce opportunities to consume meat. Bai Chi's eyes brightened at the news, and he hurried to Xia Sang, whispering, "Esteemed guest, may I exchange some wheat for beast hides?" The tree houses were built too high, and come nightfall, the cold wind was biting. During the snow season, the chill was even more penetrating, with heavy snowfall threatening to collapse roofs, leading to numerous casualties each year. Thus, there was an urgent need for thick beast hides to ward off the cold. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang retrieved several new beast hides from her space and handed them to Bai Chi. "Is this sufficient? If not, I have more." Bai Chi's hands trembled with excitement, a joyful expression spreading across his square face. He quickly bowed, exclaiming, "This is enough. Please wait a moment. I shall return with wheat." In no time, he descended the treehouse ladder, carefully carrying a basket filled with wheat. "Are these acceptable? If not, I can return 1 hide." Xia Sang crouched down to examine the wheat, noting that the grains in this world were significantly larger than those from her past life, nearly 5 times the size, yet the yield was exceedingly low. Bai Chi had saved these for quite some time, solely to exchange for a few hides. "This is ample. How do you consume this wheat? Do you grind into flour?" Bai Chi looked puzzled. "What is flour? We simply boil it in water until soft and eat it directly." Well then, perhaps it was her own lofty expectations. Even during the Han Dynasty, people consumed wheat with the husk intact. She should not expect the orcs to leap over the primitive stage of survival to embrace civilization. Flour is made by grinding wheat into a powder using a mortar or stone mill. It can be shaped into balls and steamed, which should taste far superior to simply boiling it. Bai Chi grasped Xia Sang's meaning, narrowing his eyes into slits, a warm smile gracing his lips, leaving Xia Sang momentarily entranced. Having spent so much time with the serpent orcs, accustomed to their somber demeanor, she found herself unaccustomed to such a smile. Rue, you observed their interaction and subtly took Xia Sang's hand, retreating a few steps to create distance between them. Leaning down, he gently whispered in her ear, "Is this sufficient? If not, we can barter for more with our game." His gaze flicked towards Bai Chi, asserting his claim. Xia Sang, oblivious to Rue Yu's subtle intentions, instinctively replied, "Then let us exchange for more, and we can keep some seeds to try planting when we return to our territory." Rue Yu's lips curved into a pleasing arc at her words, his blue eyes shimmering with a tender light. He unconsciously reached out to touch Xia Sang's hair, breathing cool, moist air into her ear as he affectionately said, "All right." Bai Chi, feeling dejected, lowered his head and quietly departed with the beast hides. Just as Bai Chi left, Yilili approached Rue Yu shyly, carrying a woven bag of wheat, her cheeks flushed as she stole glances at him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Yili Li, having just come of age yesterday, and I have yet to find a bonded beast husband. Might you consider being my beast husband? How rude. Does this little female lack manners? Attempting to woo another in front of the rightful partner. As if I were dead, Xia Sang stepped protectively in front of Rui Yu. I apologize, but this is my beast husband. He is already taken, and you have no chance. Yili Li's face blanched, her eyes welling with tears, akin to a child abandoned by family, lost and helpless. After a moment, she regained her composure, covering her face as she fled. Li Li, wait for me. A white-haired male picked up the woven bag abandoned by Yili Li, apologizing before chasing after her. Xia Sang's mouth fell agape, and after a moment of stunned silence, she grasped Rui Yu's hand. You, did I speak too bluntly? In this beast world, I never anticipated there would still be such a delicate flower of a female. So fragile, a mere touch could shatter her. Who would she turn to for justice? Rui Yu wrapped his hand around Xia Sang's small one. Glancing at the direction, Yili Li had fled with a fleeting expression of disdain, then lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss atop Xia Sang's head. That it is her own sensitivity. It has nothing to do with you. The greatest happiness in life is to have someone who cherishes you unconditionally. Xia Sang stood on tiptoe and pecked Rui Yu's face gently, her gaze warm. As long as he was by her side, she had never envied any other female at that moment. Nearly all the females glared at her with hostility, including Wu Na, who was bound and silenced, glaring intensely with green eyes filled with envy and resentment. On the first day she was bound by her kin, Xia Sang had known her life was utterly ruined. However, several days had passed with not a single male approaching her. Wu Na's despair deepened. Was she truly destined to serve an old, fading male? She was still so young. She could not wither away like this. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, even employing every tactic, no male showed interest. Not even the males of the antelope tribe, who appeared horrified, wishing to keep their distance from her. Damn it, these blind, cowardly males. They look down upon her, yet she scorns them. They deserve to remain single for life. The serpent orcs hardly had any affinity for wheat. How could they squander precious food to exchange for tasteless weed seeds? Thus, after much time had passed, only Xia Sang was tirelessly trading for wheat. Was the chieftain's little female lacking in judgment? What was appetizing about weed seeds? She was offering valuable beast hides and meat in exchange. Was she out of her mind? I see her true intentions lie elsewhere. She is not merely bartering, but attempting to entice the males. Is she? Her standards are seemingly low to even consider the antelope tribe's motley crew. It is a pity for the chieftain. Who can blame her? I am most irritated by such boundaryless females. Relying on their good looks, they spread their affections everywhere. Such behavior disregards the chieftain's dignity. The last to speak was Shu Yu, whom Xia Sang had saved. After stopping the bleeding and resting for 2 days, he was now lively and full of energy. He even had the leisure to gossip, indicating he had fully recovered. Xia Sang rolled her eyes. Did these foolish females truly believe that lowering their voices would render her deaf to their words? One truly believes she is but a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. If it weren't for Ru, she possesses 100 ways to silence them. The leader of the antelope tribe, observing that his people had acquired what they desired, cleared his throat and addressed the esteemed guests. Would you care to stay and experience a meal with our antelope kin? Rui Yu instinctively glanced at Xia Sang. What do you think? Absolutely. I am eagerly looking forward to it. I want to eat. Rui Yu affectionately pinched her little nose. All right, then let us linger a while longer. We shall set off after our meal, shall we? Hooray! The antelope leader retrieved today's bounty from the villagers' baskets, a wild chicken, directing the tribe to pluck its feathers and remove its entrails, stuffing the bird's cavity with wild fruits and vegetables gathered from the jungle. They then wrapped the prepared chicken in palm leaves. Subsequently, he commanded the villagers to gather clean pebbles from the riverbank, igniting a fire to heat them until they were scalding hot. Using wooden sticks, they placed the heated pebbles around the wild chicken, covering it with a generous amount of palm leaves and weighing it down with large stones. 2 hours later, the villagers presented the roasted chicken at the dining table. This was perhaps the finest feast the antelope tribe could prepare. In addition, they served boiled wild vegetables, several bowls of milky fish soup, A few precious barong fruits, alongside some bread pieces splashed with red sauce and edible twigs, but a glance across the table revealed a plethora of assorted dishes, many of which Xia Sang had never encountered before. She also took out some sweet potato balls she had made, placing them on the long table. The round, golden morsels still emitted steam, their sweet aroma wafting through the air. The antelope beastmen gazed hungrily at the sweet potato balls. Swallowing hard, she found it amusing that what appeared mundane in her eyes had become the star of the feast. As night fell, the beastmen donned their finest fur skirts, joining hands around the bonfire to dance. A stranger among them attempted to pull Xia Sang into the dance, but was startled into inaction by Ryu's cold and piercing blue gaze, instinctively releasing her wrist and fleeing in panic. After completing a dance, the beastmen closed their eyes, kneeling on the ground to offer prayers to the beast god. "Oh, great beast god, please accept our sincerest respect and gratitude that we thank you for bestowing life upon us, for providing us sustenance that allows us to survive, and for granting us strength and wisdom to thrive in this world. May your blessings endure, protecting the antelope tribe for generations to come." Xia Sang observed in wonder, noting that the less capable tribes placed greater faith in deities, even taking a moment to pray before their meal. "Arise," commanded the antelope leader, and the crowd erupted in cheers, ready to rush towards the long table. Remembering their guests, they restrained themselves, waiting for Xia Sang and the others to take their places at the table and begin tasting the food before queuing up to serve themselves. Xia Sang noticed Yi Lily, hiding among the crowd, with red-rimmed eyes. Beside her, a silver-haired male was whispering soothing words, yet she frequently glanced at Ryu, her gaze fraught with obsessive admiration. Jiang managed to snag 2 sweet potato balls from the throng, presenting them to Yi Lily with great care. "Lily, try this. I heard from Sanyu that these round morsels are fragrant, sticky, and sweet. They're absolutely delicious. I fought hard to get these, so give them a try." Yi Lily, already harboring animosity towards Xia Sang, could not bring herself to eat after witnessing her place the sweet potato balls on the table. She glared at Xia Sang, defiantly elbowing the sweet potato balls to the ground, tears spilling down her cheeks. The frail little figure resembled a small poplar battered by a storm. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to waste food. Jiang quickly bent down to retrieve the sweet potato balls, brushing off the dust before popping one in his mouth. "It's all right. They're quite tasty." After finishing, he politely greeted Yi Lily before walking away. He was fully aware of Yi Lily's intentions and chose not to confront her. This was merely the perfect closure to his long-standing crush. The antelope beastmen, lacking robust physiques, cherished their food with a sense of reverence. Jiang could hardly bear the sight of wasted food. Witnessing Yi Lily's habitual disdain for it confirmed that this was not an isolated incident. This time, she had crossed a line that if a female could not even value precious sustenance, how could he expect her to cherish her mate? Yi Lily's gaze followed Jiang's retreating figure, anxiety gnawing at her heart, uncertain of where she had gone wrong, tears beginning to fall once more. "Lily, Jiang does not appreciate you. I, Lugio, am not a thoughtless male. How about I become your mate?" Yi Lily instinctively glanced at Ryu, who shone like the moon, his gentle features softening as he accepted the food offered by a little female, licking his lips with a smile full of affection. Like pure snow, radiant as the bright moon, akin to a misty stream flowing through a mountain range, he was breathtakingly beautiful. Turning her gaze back to the less appealing males around her, Yi Lily felt a flicker of disdain. "But I've already promised Jiang that he would be my first mate." Lu Jiu chuckled, not exposing her little scheme. "No worries, I will wait for you. Whenever you need me, just let me know, and I shall welcome you with open arms." Yi Lily forced a smile, nodding in agreement. "All right," yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Ryu's every expression, fearful of revealing her true intentions. She casually grabbed some food. Eating delicately, though even with utmost care, it still appeared somewhat crude. She intentionally fed Ryu with her hands, relishing the sight of him devouring the food in one bite, even licking her fingers clean. The beastmen of the Ming snake tribe showed little interest in the antelope tribe's cuisine, partaking only minimally in the wild chicken before losing interest. Sang, "Are you full? Shall we continue our journey?" Xia Sang cast a regretful glance at the food on the long table. Though it was good fare, The absence of seasonings rendered it somewhat lackluster. She had only tasted a few bites. Her enthusiasm waning. "All right," Ryu whistled, and the Ming snake tribe's beastmen promptly set aside their food, assembling swiftly in a well-coordinated manner, as if trained for such occasions. After bidding farewell to the antelope leader, Ryu transformed into his beast form, securely carrying Xia Sang on his back as they sped away. Sitting atop Ryu, Xia Sang turned to Yi Lily, flashing a grin and witnessing her trembling in anger. Her earlier grievances quickly dissipated. Unbeknownst to Ryu, they raced onward, slowing only upon reaching a swiftly flowing river. Following the rainy season, the waters ran deep and fast, posing a risk for anyone lacking skill. Without hesitation, Xia Sang summoned a multitude of vines, arranging them neatly above the river. "Step on the vines to cross." Ryu lowered his head, nudging Xia Sang's nose with his prominent snout, his cool, delicate fingers stroking her flowing hair. A broad smile gracing his lips, Sang sang, "Having you is my fortune." Xia Sang had always believed that a good woman is never merely an appendage to a man. She should stand as an equal, walking alongside him through life's challenges. "Let us hasten. We have time constraints." Ryu was the first to leap onto the vines, setting an example for the others. The tribe followed suit, carrying their females as they carefully traversed the swaying vines. Attempting to ignore the rushing waters below, the females gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, the beast god has manifested." The males, however, were somewhat concerned, wondering how the leader could leave his female behind. Some even approached, eager to offer assistance. "Little female, would you like me to carry you across the river?" Xia Sang politely declined. "No need, the beast god will personally escort me." Snuggled in the arms of a male, Shuyu scoffed. "Who do you think you are? The beast god personally escorting you. Why not claim to be the beast god's messenger instead?" Xia Sang brushed off Shuyu's mocking words, and after ensuring all the snake beastmen had crossed, she staged a performance of the beast god carrying her over the river. This astonished not only Shuyu, but the entire assembly of snake beastmen. With a beaming smile, Xia Sang approached Shuyu. "Care for a little face slapping?" The crowd's gaze fixated on Shuyu, silently questioning what had transpired. At a loss for words, Shuyu's face flushed crimson, frozen in place. Fortunately, Xia Sang did not press the matter. Instead, she cast a sidelong glance at Shuyu, a teasing smile curving her lips as she brushed past her shoulder, leaving behind the shape of a fool's mouth. Shuyu's complexion shifted from red to green, her features contorting in anguish. Damn it, she did that on purpose. Ignoring Shuyu's impotent fury, Xia Sang skipped over to Ryu, a smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth, asking, "Am I impressive?" Ryu's brow relaxed as he playfully pinched her small nose, affectionately proclaiming, "Such mischief." The brief interlude was soon forgotten by the onlookers, who resumed their journey with renewed vigor. Alas, help! Lui, oblivious to his surroundings, found his massive form ensnared in the swamp. Due to his excessive speed, the small female on his back was flung off by inertia, plummeting into the boundless, bottomless mire, desperately crying for help. The more Feng Shui struggled, the deeper she sank, until soon, only her head remained above the surface, her mouth opening and closing in frantic cries for rescue. Tears streaming down her face like pearls strung from a broken thread. "Stop struggling. The more you fight, the deeper you'll sink," Xia Sang shouted, addressing both Feng Shui and Lui, as they alone had strayed off course and fallen into the swamp. At that moment, a vine shot forth from her hand, piercing through the depths of the mire, wrapping tightly around Feng Shui's waist and relentlessly pulling her upward before she was completely engulfed. With Feng Shui now rescued by the beast god, the males collectively exhaled in relief, turning to sever a large tree and handing it to Lu, as they watched his colossal serpent form being gradually extracted from the swamp. A sudden upheaval occurred. A horrific scream escaped Lui's lips as crimson blood spattered across the swamp, quickly staining a large area. His body was being forcefully dragged downward, the majority of him sinking into the mire, leaving only his head and flailing hands raised in the air. "Lui, save me!" he called out in despair, casting one last glance at Xia Sang before closing his eyes. Xia Sang's heart raced as she beheld the nearly 10-meter-long crocodile, her face draining of color. countless vines writhed in the air. And in an instant, they ensnared the giant beast, dragging it away from Lui. The crocodile thrashed violently, its immense strength pulling Xia Sang a considerable distance, her feet scraping against the ground, leaving long imprints. The events unfolded in a heartbeat. As words failed to convey the urgency, Ryu was the first to react, his eyes wide with fear as he watched Xia Sang being dragged toward the swamp. Acting faster than thought, he seized her waist. Gripping the vine tightly, silently challenging the crocodile, he dared not release Xia Sang nor exert all his strength to pull against the vine. So he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Save her!" Finally, the others sprang into action, each clutching a sturdy tree trunk, striking the crocodile with all their might. While the remaining two males joined hands to rescue, Xia Sang's keen eyes caught sight of another crocodile, drawn by the scent of blood. Emerging from the swamp, panic washed over her, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she quickly allocated a significant portion of the vines to drag Lui, suspending him in midair. The rhythmic drip of blood fell into the mire. And the crocodile, blinded by rage, leaped forward, eliciting terrified screams from the crowd that ah, ah, ah. With a swift motion, Xia Sang yanked Lui from the ground. Releasing her powers, the crocodile, undeterred, utilized its powerful hind legs, agile tail, and webbed feet to maneuver swiftly through the soft mire. "Get back!" Ryu shouted, retreating rapidly while cradling Xia Sang, narrowly escaping the crocodile's gaping maw. Though Xia Sang emerged unscathed, Ryu's arm was left bloodied and mangled by the creature's teeth. Ignoring his own injuries, he carried Xia Sang to a safe distance. Upon seeing her pallid face, concern flickered in his blue eyes as he anxiously assessed her condition. Sang, "Are you all right?" Xia Sang felt a wave of weakness wash over her, leaning feebly against Ryu's chest, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. Nevertheless, she mustered the strength to touch Ryu's face, reassuring him, "I'm fine, just need a little rest." When she finally awakened 3 hours later, her powers had somewhat returned, and her complexion was less ashen. As she moved her hands and feet, she realized she was ensconced in Ryu's embrace, completely immobilized. Ryu, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing down at her with a gentle smile. His gaze warm and focused. Instinctively, he lowered his head, kissing the top of her hair. Sang, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Rising from Ryu's embrace, Xia Sang's stomach growled loudly, her cheeks flushing as she bashfully covered her abdomen. Unable to lift her head in embarrassment. "Are you hungry?" Ryu inquired. Xia Sang nodded shyly. The food from the antelope tribe was rather bland, which she found unpalatable, leading her to eat little. Afterward, they had been on the move, and the exertion of rescuing others in the swamp had drained her energy, necessitating a replenishment. "Let me check your wounds. Do they still hurt?" Xia Sang grasped Ryu's arm, where flesh was torn and blood flowed freely. Pooling on the ground, without hesitation, she channeled her powers, and as green energy surged into his body, Ryu felt a comforting warmth envelop him. The bleeding from his arm quickly ceased, and signs of healing began to manifest. Only when the wound had mostly healed did Xia Sang finally relent, withdrawing her hands. She then produced a bamboo jar of fish soup and 2 pounds of roasted meat, indulging heartily until her belly was round and full. Patting her stomach, she casually asked, "Is that fellow named Lui seriously injured?" Ryu cast a dispassionate glance at Lui, coldly muttering through clenched teeth, "Why should I care? Those 2 eyes are useless. They could be removed and fed to the beasts." Because of his negligence, he nearly endangered his small female. I haven't yet settled the score with him. Tearing off a piece of meat is already too generous. Fool, since Ryu had no intention of intervening. Xia Sang refrained from further inquiries, content to enjoy her peace. With an unflinching demeanor, she extracted a long black leech from her arm and tossed it into the fire. During their travels, they had occasionally been bitten by unknown insects. While leeches were not the most dangerous, they were certainly the most repulsive. From her initial screams and terror to her current indifference, her reaction had changed remarkably in just a few short days. Sang, "We must hasten our journey. We need to allocate time for hunting." Xia Sang agreed without hesitation, instinctively replying, "All right." Having exchanged some wheat at the antelope tribe, The quantity was not substantial, but it had already consumed a significant portion of the game Ryu had hunted along the way. Ryu certainly did not want his small female to spot something during the trading event that she desired but could not afford due to his inadequacy, leading to ridicule from other races. He quickened his pace while carrying Xia Sang. As the tribe leader, the most vital warrior and leader should ideally be protected by the males in a central position. However, due to Xia Sang's insatiable curiosity about the world around her, Ryu adjusted to accommodate her, running alongside her and pausing whenever she showed interest as they raced through the forest at night. The towering trees cast dense shadows, with the occasional moonlight filtering through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the lush underbrush. The jungle felt nearly suffocating, with trees standing still, the sounds of insects silenced, and the roars of beasts echoing, sometimes distant, sometimes near, creating an atmosphere akin to being submerged in a cold, dark sea, evoking a sense of helplessness. During the day, conditions improved somewhat. The dense vines intertwined among the gnarled branches formed natural swings and hammocks. Whenever Xia Sang felt adventurous, she would stand upright on the vines, playfully wandering through the dense forest. With Ryu by her side, she felt no fear of falling, indulging in her carefree play. Ryu, ever indulgent, would gaze at her with soft eyes during these moments. When Xia Sang mischievously let go of the vines and fell from a great height, he would always be the first to leap up and catch her securely. The envious glances of the other females turned red with longing. Ningqiu screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice tinged with an uncontrollable terror. Xia Sang instinctively looked up, her gaze falling upon the enormous carnivorous flower, a blood-red plant towering at 5 meters, its gaping maw exuding a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, tendrils of mycelium emerged from its mouth, ensnaring Ningqiu's body and dragging her inexorably closer to its jaws. The male carrying her failed to comprehend the immediate danger, continuing to run a few steps before halting. Yet, it was already too late. By the time he registered the situation and attempted to return, Ningqiu had been swallowed whole, her body quickly corroded by the digestive fluids. Xia Sang promptly summoned the vines in her hands, managing to grasp Ningqiu just in time, pulling her away from the spray of corrosive liquid, narrowly saving her life. The males who had rushed over surrounded the carnivorous flower, brandishing bone knives, and soon uprooted it. Viscous red sap flowed slowly from the severed roots, prompting Xia Sang to instinctively warn everyone to steer clear of the toxic liquid. They covered their noses and scrambled several paces away, thoroughly shaken. Fortunately, the beast god had protected them, sparing Ningqiu from a gruesome fate. Had she truly been devoured by that foul creature, not a single bone would have remained, Ningqiu having narrowly escaped death. Nestled dazedly in the embrace of a male, her complexion pale as parchment, her gaze vacant, trembling like a leaf in the wind, utterly stunned by the ordeal. After a long moment, she burst into tears, her sobs falling like raindrops, inconsolable. "Woo-woo, I almost died." Shuyu hurried her side, gently patting her back, soothingly murmuring, it's all right, you are safe now, stop crying." "Shuyu, this place is too terrifying, I want to go home." "Woo-woo, don't be afraid, the beast god is with us, constantly protecting us. Nothing will harm you again. Look, you're fine now, woo, I want to stay with you. All right, I will protect you, let's find a male to carry us both. You can sit in my arms, what does that sound?" Ningqiu finally managed to smile through her tears, nodding vigorously. "Okay." Xia Sang watched their interaction with envy, her mind drifting to Nanwaner. She wondered if she would attend this trading conference. It had been 2 months since they last met, and she missed her dearly. The group continued on their journey, delayed by the rescue, with Yu carrying Xia Sang at the front as they traversed a towering mountain. They encountered the Tiger Clan. The sight of their enemies ignited a fierce rivalry. The Tiger Clan's territory lay between the Snow Wolf Clan and the Underworld Serpent Clan, which should have allowed for peaceful coexistence. However, the Tiger Clan, known for their aggressive nature and formidable strength, often bullied their neighbors, leaving them utterly defenseless. Upon this encounter, both clan leaders wore scowls. Xia Sang's eyes scanned the Tiger Clan males, taken aback by their sheer numbers, 3 times out of the Underworld Serpent Clan. No wonder the males from the underworld serpent clan appeared so grim. The tiger clan leader, Yu Ming, cast a mocking glance at the underworld serpent males, his brown eyes betraying undisguised disdain and derision. The underworld serpent clan, once the rulers of a jungle, seems to be on a steady decline that you've barely managed to gather 50 feeble and frail warriors. I doubt you can protect your small females. Perhaps it would be wiser to submit to our tiger clan. What do you all think of my proposal? Silence ensued. What is going on? Yu Ming followed the gazes of the males to a female clad in a flowing blue gown, and that single glance nearly blinded him. Damn, when did the underworld serpent clan capture such a stunning female? The tiger clan's first beauty, Yin Fei Fei, instinctively glanced at Xia Sang. For years, she had faced no rivals in the tiger clan, not solely due to her beauty and spatial abilities, but also because of her family. Her mother had 5 beast husbands and bore 9 children, yet she remained their only daughter, doted upon to an extraordinary degree. Her 8 older brothers were equally attentive, catering to her every whim. Coupled with her own diligence, she blossomed into a breathtaking beauty, and upon reaching maturity, awakened an impressive 800 cubic meters of space. Apart from Xiachen of the Snow Wolf clan, she had never encountered a female with greater spatial capabilities. As such, countless males in her clan adored her. However, she held herself in high esteem. Her heart set solely on Yu Ming, the tiger clan's fiercest warrior and leader. Leaving no room for others, at this trading conference, the most beautiful females from various clans would make an appearance. The merfolk, elves and fox clan, all naturally gifted in beauty, made her feel inadequate. Other clans did not even register on her radar. She once believed that even if she could not outshine them all, she could still stand independently, becoming the focal point of male admiration. But now, this mere underworld serpent clan, their former subordinates, possessed such a dazzling female, making her feel like a firefly competing with the full moon. A ridiculous comparison indeed. Yu shot a cold, piercing glance at Yu Ming, firmly shielding Xia Sang behind him, blocking all unwanted scrutiny. You can certainly try to protect the small female, caught off guard by the clear, innocent eyes of the small female. Yu Ming's gaze faltered, his ears turning crimson, his handsome face burning with embarrassment. In a matter of breaths, he had even thought of names for their future tiger cubs. His heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. He felt an instant attraction to the small female. How absurd! He had just provoked her clan in front of this enchanting creature, displaying a complete lack of gentlemanly decorum. Would she be frightened? If so, he would have ruined his first impression, making future interactions impossible. Was it too late to retract his impolite remarks? Yu Ming, already troubled, felt the stirrings of his violent instincts rise in response to Yu's aggressive challenge. Females were drawn to strong males. If he could decisively humiliate Yu before the small female, showcasing his strength, perhaps he could redeem himself. Let us see then. Yu Ming took an aggressive stance, transforming into a tiger as he revealed his claws to Yu. Roar, roar, Yu, undeterred, charged forward. The massive bodies generated a powerful gust of wind, toppling trees and sending clods of earth flying in all directions. Neither party held back. Within moments, flesh was torn, blood splattered, and the fierce winds from their battles sent leaves cascading down, staining the ground crimson. Xia Sang gripped the vines tightly, raising her hands only to lower them again. This fight was a matter of male honor, and she should not interfere. Regardless of the outcome, Yu desired to fight honorably. Yu Ming sank his teeth into Yu's flesh, tearing away a substantial chunk, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Initially, he aimed to prove his strength before the small female, but now he sought nothing less than total victory. Recognizing Yu as a formidable opponent, Yu, unwilling to concede, swung his powerful tail, flipping Yu Ming onto his back and crashing him against a tree trunk with such force that over a dozen large trees toppled in succession. The tiger staggered to his feet, spitting blood. Enduring the searing pain in his chest, Yu Ming lunged forward with claws bared. The males from both clans watched the battle intently, cheering for their respective leaders, while the females gazed in rapt fascination at the clash between two powerful warriors, showing no concern for their own leader's safety. In the beast world, the number of females was scarce, and males often fought fiercely for the right to mate with the most desirable females. No one deemed this behavior inappropriate, nor would anyone intervene. Xia Sang felt a surge of worry, her eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Each time the tiger tore away another chunk of flesh. She trembled, her eyes turning red with unshed tears, struggling to suppress the restless vines that longed to intervene. She clasped her hands together, shut her eyes, and prayed for the fight to conclude swiftly. Yin Feifei's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, witnessing two equally matched males risking their lives for a female was a grand spectacle, stirring her heart. Furthermore, both were strikingly handsome, a rarity in the world, one fiery and passionate, the other somber and refined. If she could win the affection of either, she would die without regret. On the other hand, the female they fought over was not her, but someone else, filling her with rage and resentment. Just moments ago, Yu Ming had shown interest in her. Why was he now willing to risk everything for another? Her gaze swept disdainfully over the small female, who was tightly shut away in fear. And she scoffed, her eyes filled with contempt. Aside from her looks, she's utterly worthless. It was merely a scuffle, yet her puny frame trembled as if sifting grain, a sight both absurd and pitiable. Such a timid female, how could she possibly be worthy of possessing one of the most formidable males in existence? Yin Feifei clenched her fists tightly, casting her gaze away in disdain. Even a moment longer in observation seemed to dull her intellect. Redirecting her attention to the battlefield, the two combatants fought until dust descended, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent and unable to move. The confrontation concluded in a stalemate. The tiger, quaking, attempted to rise from the ground. What a despicable coward! Stand up and continue the fight. But before the words could fully escape his lips, he lost consciousness. Rue, you scoffed derisively. Useless old dang, a coward. With that, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Xia Sang hurried over, her fingers brushing against the battered body, which quivered even more violently. Like a tempest, her extraordinary abilities surged into Rue's form, tirelessly mending his vital injuries. It was only when every wound had ceased to bleed that Xia Sang withdrew her hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she vigilantly guarded his side. Yin Feifei glanced at Xia Sang, thinking her a fool, merely engaging in futile efforts. Would her tears suffice for healing? With a sense of pride, she approached Yu Ming, producing a secret potion crafted by the shaman, meticulously applying it to his wounds. The injuries visibly improved at an astonishing pace, the bleeding quickly abating. Once she ensured all of Yu Ming's wounds had stopped bleeding, Yin Feifei approached Xia Sang with an air of arrogance, tossing a wooden vial onto the ground and speaking in a condescending tone. This medicine is a gift for you, knowing you cannot afford such quality healing salves. Xia Sang remained unmoved, her voice cold. No need. This is hardly the time for bravado. Should your clan leader perish due to delayed treatment, who shall bear the responsibility? You need not concern yourself with that. Yin Feifei was incensed by Xia Sang's icy demeanor, her expression darkening. Your obstinate ignorance will only lead to greater harm. So, am I to accept your feigned goodwill? You uncouth, impudent female, I have no desire to quarrel with you. I merely warn you not to endanger the lives of the males for your selfishness. None of your business. Yin Feifei, nearly beside herself with rage, shot her an indignant glare before turning to leave. Bound and unable to move freely, Wu Na's gaze fixated greedily on the wooden vial on the ground, her lips licking with desire. She had heard of the Tiger Clan's secret medicine. Even this small vial was something a common beastman might take half a month to procure through hunting. It was said that this medicine was remarkably effective for wounds. If only she could obtain it, perhaps her facial scars might have a chance of healing. With this thought, Wu Na disregarded her shame. Crawling towards the vial, her hand reaching out to grasp it, only to have her wrist seized by a pair of strong little hands. What? Do you wish to have it? Xia Sang, if you give me that vial, I will do anything you ask. Xia Sang found it amusing. Picking up the vial and uncorking it to inhale its scent, it might heal wounds, but scar removal was likely a fanciful dream. Yet this did not belong to her, and her word held no authority. Securing the cork back on, she indifferently tossed it at Yin Feifei's feet, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Who? Yin Feifei looked down, recognizing the vial and instantly erupting in fury. Striding over and raising her hand, poised to slap Xia Sang across the face. "I at you." Xia Sang, anticipating this, grasped her wrist firmly. "Yes, it is a point one should not benefit from the labor of others. We do not covet your possessions." Yin Feifei grimaced in pain. She had never been treated with such rudeness before. Throughout the years, she had commanded respect within the Tiger clan, able to summon wind and rain at will. Even as a precious female, she had never dared confront opposition directly, always opting to sidestep it. This was her first taste of defeat. "Release me." Xia Sang smiled faintly and suddenly let go. Yin Feifei, caught off guard, stumbled backward and fell onto her rear. Enraged, she shouted, "Chui Jing, do you wish to see me beaten to death?" The male named by Yin Feifei stood up bewildered, scratching his nose. "Feifei? Have you forgotten the rule that males should not interfere in female disputes? The implication being, if one lacks the skill, one should endure the consequences alone." While he pursued Yin Feifei, he would never betray his principles by sacrificing everything for her. "If you just help me settle this score and give that female a good beating, I will agree to be your beastmate." Chui Jing pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Yin Feifei did indeed possess a certain arrogance. But not enough. He could not risk his entire life for a mere bond. Moreover, the leader of the Ming Snake clan was likely to be the little female's mate. He had witnessed the recent battle from start to finish and recognized the formidable strength of Rue Yu, who had bested even Yu Ming. Provoke him would be akin to courting disaster. Such folly he would not entertain. Thus, he resolutely declined. "No need. I've suddenly realized I prefer Yin Wanwan." Yin Wanwan was Yin Feifei's cousin, charming and lovely. Aside from being slightly less impressive than Yin Feifei in certain respects, she was not lacking in any other regard. Mentioning Yin Wanwan did not provoke Yin Feifei's ire. But as soon as her name was uttered, it was as if her tail had been stepped on, causing an explosive reaction. "Chui Jing, do you truly believe Yin Wanwan would be interested in a fickle male like you? I advise you to abandon that notion. Her affections lie with Yu Ming. What could you possibly offer to rival the clan leader?" This rivalry was precisely why the two had always viewed each other with disdain. Cursed be the day. She was well aware of Yin Wanwan's infatuation with Yu Ming, yet dared to compete with her, even confessing to Yu Ming behind her back, only to be caught in the act. Despite numerous covert warnings, Yin Wanwan remained unrepentant, constantly opposing her. Were it not for familial ties, she would have long since eliminated that wretched female. Chui Jing clenched his fists. His supposed affection for Yin Wanwan was merely a fabrication. He had only used her absence from the trading event as a convenient shield. Lacking any genuine sentiment, it was for the best if she were disinterested. After all, their clan had female dens. And if he truly could not find a compatible female, he would rather remain in bonded for life. "You are right." Not wishing to continue the argument with Yin Feifei, Chui Jing tossed that remark over his shoulder and turned back into the forest, thinking it far better to spend his time hunting and gathering more goods for the trading event. Yin Feifei was nearly beside herself with rage upon seeing Xia Sang's bemused expression directed at her. Her anger surged anew. "What is so funny? I laugh at your poor taste in men. Do not assume all males are fools. They are the best at weighing pros and cons if they truly listened to you and attacked me. Do you think they would survive?" Yin Feifei erupted into tears, silence, before she could cease her outburst. A loud sob escaped her, and she clumsily scrambled to her feet, fleeing in disarray. Xia Sang did not harbor a particularly negative view of Yin Feifei. She was merely spoiled, her nature not inherently malevolent. However, having been elevated to a position of superiority, she lacked the understanding of interpersonal relations, her temper volatile, resorting to violence at the slightest inconvenience, a flaw shared by the majority of females. Nevertheless, her willingness to part with precious medicine to save another already placed her above many others. Thus, Xia Sang did not truly wish to harm her, opting instead to impart a gentle lesson, casually offering a word of advice. Whether Yin Feifei chose to appreciate it was beyond her concern. After all, they were merely acquaintances, and she had no inclination to play the role of a caretaker. Xia Sang shook her head, noting how similar Yin Feifei's temperament was to her own prior to maturity. Before becoming an adult, she had also been a cherished treasure in her family's eyes, inevitably leading to her disdain for others and her tendency to vent her frustrations on males, which had ultimately angered Xia Yuan and Qi Muhuai. "What are you thinking about?" Rue Yu stirred, shifting to human form, sitting beside Xia Sang, observing her as she became lost in contemplation, instinctively speaking up. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Xia Sang snapped her head up, scanning the surroundings. His strikingly beautiful face appeared pale, devoid of any healthy flesh, though it did not seem overly severe. She exhaled a breath of relief, her concern evident. "Rue Yu, do you feel any better?" Much improved, with her healing prowess at his side. He felt his body stronger than before in ways he could scarcely quantify. The wounds merely looked frightful. In truth, the pain was far from intense. Xia Sang gently touched his bruised lip, her heart aching. Why were the Tiger Clan members so brutish? Did they not know to strike without damaging the face? "My dear Rue, you possesses such a handsome visage. Should it be marred by that brute from the Tiger Clan, I would make him pay dearly." Just then, Yuming opened his eyes, catching the tail end of Xia Sang's indignant remarks, nearly choking in anger. How was he in any way brutish? Ryu cast a malevolent glance at Yuming, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle yet provocative smirk, her deep azure eyes fathomless, brimming with pride and disdain. Yuming, already wounded internally, spewed a mouthful of blood under the silent intimidation from his adversary. "Yuming, are you all right?" Yan Fafai, who had been anxiously watching from the sidelines, approached him with a worried expression upon hearing the commotion. "I'm fine. It's a relief to expel it. It must be just congealed blood." Xia Sang observed this scene closely and leaned in to whisper to Ryu, "Could this brute be trying to provoke a confrontation?" Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Let him come and try." "Indeed, Ryu, you are simply formidable. I admire you immensely." With that, she leaned in to plant a kiss on Ryu's cheek. Having just coughed up blood, Yuming felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. The Tiger Clan orcs possessed an innate acute sense of hearing, capable of detecting sounds from several kilometers away. Although the small female deliberately lowered her voice, he still caught every word with crystal clarity. It's infuriating enough, but Ryu, instead of taking advantage, wrapped her arms around Xia Sang and silenced her incessant chatter. Sang, don't move." Xia Sang instinctively complied. Over the past few days, she had thickened her skin, and public displays of affection posed no psychological burden for her. Yuming, feeling a surge of anger, slammed his fist into the ground. Childish, the earth, though still moist, was peppered with stones that hurt his hand. Yanfafai seized his hand, pulling out a clean piece of fur to carefully wipe it clean, then applied medicine as she muttered, "How could you be so careless?" Yuming quickly withdrew his hand, lowering his head, his expression somewhat awkward. "Fei, you don't have to be so kind to me. I actually have feelings for a little female from the Ming Snake clan." Despite having mentally prepared herself, Yanfafai's face turned pale in an instant, her swollen eyes brimming with tears, hanging precariously on her lashes, pitiful in the extreme. Yet her pride and dignity forbade her from losing composure in front of the males. Stifling her sorrow, she staggered a couple of steps, turning away, and replied softly, "All right." Her voice thick with nasality and quivering, she hurried a few steps away, sitting alone in solitude, having always possessed a proud disposition. She had never been favored by the females, and the males only approached her after weighing the pros and cons. In reflecting on her first 20 years, she could not find a single genuine companion. "Be careful." Xia Sang noticed Yanfafai had walked a distance away, her eyes red as she hid in a corner not far from the clan, sobbing alone, and felt a pang of sympathy for her. She directed more of her attention towards Yanfafai. Sudden misfortune struck without warning that a massive lizard, approximately 10 meters long, silently emerged from the dense forest, extending its long, forked tongue, hissing ominously. The incident transpired in an instant. Xia Sang summoned her powers, and enormous vines shot into the air, enveloping Yanfafai in midair, narrowly avoiding the lizard's gaping maw. "Ah! Yanfafai screamed in terror, her high-pitched voice nearly shattering. "Help!" The males, regaining their composure, quickly assumed aggressive stances to evade the lizard's fangs and rushed at its tail. The venom of the giant lizard bore similarities to snake venom, capable of causing muscle paralysis and rendering one immobile, ultimately leading to being devoured by the creature. The Tiger Clan males were indeed valiant. Within mere minutes, they had decisively slain the giant lizard, leaving it motionless on the ground. Xia Sang watched in astonishment, her eyes shielded by Ryu's hand. Sang, what is there to gawk at with these brutes? They are merely taking advantage of their numbers to bully a defenseless, frail lizard. Be good. Just look at me. Ryu interjected. Yu Ming, exasperated, thought, are you really calling this 10-meter-long venomous lizard frail? How absurd. The leader of the Ming Snake Clan is doing a splendid job of tarnishing the Tiger Clan's reputation. Who would believe such nonsense? Xia Sang, without suspicion, nodded instinctively. Indeed, this lizard looks like an underage one, which explains why they dispatched it so swiftly. Yu Ming began to question his life choices. This rumor spun by her was indeed gaining traction. Little female, you must be completely deceived. Which eye of yours perceives the lizard as underage? Clearly, it has reached adulthood. Yu Ming was thoroughly convinced. The snake orcs were indeed, as their parents had described, cruel and cunning, with minds as transparent as a sieve. Xia Sang raised her head upon hearing the commotion, sticking out her tongue to command the vines to lower Yamphify. Finally, her ears found peace, having focused solely on the tiger orcs subduing the giant lizard. She had almost forgotten that Yamphify was still suspended in midair. However, the Tiger Clan was in an uproar. Good heavens, the one who just rescued Yamphify must be the Beast God, right? The Beast God has manifested. How fortunate. No one paid attention to Yamphify, whose complexion was as pale as a ghost, tears and snot streaming down her face, pitiful beyond measure. The Ming Snake Clan was also in an uproar. Isn't the Beast God supposed to favor our Ming Snake Clan? Why did he rescue the Tiger Clan as well? It must be that the Tiger Clan is too close to us. The Beast God treats all his subjects equally, which is why he intervened. That makes sense. Now, I feel reassured. I was frightened, thinking we had done something wrong and the Beast God would abandon us. No need to worry unnecessarily. The Beast God surely favors us more. What good is that group of brutes from the Tiger Clan? All they know is to oppress the weak, burning, killing, and plundering without remorse. Indeed, the Tiger Clan orcs, possessing remarkable hearing, naturally overheard the conversation and exploded in outrage. Several hotheads jumped to their feet, unceremoniously grabbing a few of them. Do you really think the Beast God belongs to your family? Exactly. The Beast God is the greatest deity in Tianhua continent, treating all his subjects equally. Why should you claim he favors you more? If you don't retract your statement today, don't blame us for being impolite. Xia Sang was so furious she laughed. Having saved their female, not only did they not show gratitude, but they also brought trouble to her beloved beast husband. How could she endure it? The vine in her hand stirred restlessly. But Ryu firmly grasped her wrist. Don't move. Xia Sang instantly deflated. Indeed, having expended a considerable amount of energy healing Ryu's wound and subsequently saving Yamphify, her complexion still appeared pale, and her body felt depleted. Stop! What are you doing? Yu Ming roared in exasperation. He still desired to be the little female, as beast husband IT was already a stretch to curry favor. Did they dare provoke her? Did they want to ensure the little female thought poorly of them? The few tiger orcs who had stepped forward to provoke immediately wilted. They could still hold their ground against the snake orcs, but face the clan leader. Did they not fear further humiliation? Historically, they had been unruly and self-important until Yu Ming emerged, putting them in their place, which had led to a significant degree of restraint. When provoked by the snake orcs, the Tiger Clan, known for their unity, had assumed the leader would be pleased. However, they had misjudged his intentions and hit a wall. The group hurriedly released their grip, their faces paling in fear, stammering explanations. "El leader, shut up, get out." Yu Ming snapped, "I'll deal with you later." You ignorant fools. No wonder the Ming Snake Clan looks down on the Tiger Clan. Look at these wretched ones. How could they not be considered brutes? They had humiliated the Tiger Clan in front of the little female. Yu Ming stepped forward to the intimidated snake orcs, slightly bowing. "I apologize for my failure to manage my clan members, which caused you this inconvenience. They will make amends with food." His brown eyes swept over the offending tiger orcs. "You lot, Hurry up and present the giant lizard as an apology. The group had never seen their leader bow to the weak. They were nearly in tears, hastily lifting the giant lizard before them. Bowing deeply and in unison, they uttered, "We are sorry." Xia Sang was left dumbfounded. Had Yuming lost his mind? Wasn't it said that in the beast world, the strong prey on the weak? The Tiger Clan, one of the dominant forces in Tianyu continent, had always oppressed the weak. When had they ever bowed their heads? She leaned closer to Ryu. Could this group of brutes be plotting something? Ryu comfortingly patted her little head. No way. How strange. They're scheming for the most precious treasure. Do they really think the Ming Snake Clan is a bunch of deadweights? Ryu slowly rose, crossing his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Yuming. When did the illustrious Tiger Clan leader learn to apologize? Has the sun risen from the west today? He was eager to witness just how much the notoriously irritable orc warriors of the Tiger Clan could endure as long as Yuming could refrain from striking him. Given Xia Sang's temperament, she would only grow increasingly disdainful of him, allowing him to effortlessly extinguish his foe in the cradle. Indeed, as soon as the provocative words escaped his lips, Yuming's eyes blazed with fury. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his fists clenched, cracking ominously as he struggled to contain the urge to smash his head in. Yuming leaned closer to Rui Yu's ear, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Don't push your luck." Rui Yu scoffed, feigning innocence, and raised her voice. "When have I ever overstepped? Don't place every blame upon me. I am not a scapegoat, and I won't bear every burden. Do not force my hand." He paid no heed to Yuming's warning, deliberately thrusting his face forward, taunting, "Come on, hit me." Xia Sang's icy gaze remained fixed on Yuming's every move, her vine-like tendrils stirring with anticipation. She dared him to strike. Did he truly believe they were soft persimmons? Easily squished, Yuming observed the small female's reaction, feeling a twinge of grievance. He had done nothing wrong, and it was clearly Rui Yu who had instigated the conflict. Why did the small female regard him as a sworn enemy? Like an enraged wildcat, she bared her claws, and he had no doubt that should he dare to harm Rui Yu, she would leap forward to rend him apart. With a heavy heart, Yuming lowered his head and turned to vanish into the thicket. He could not unleash his fury upon Rui Yu. Perhaps he could find a beast to vent his frustrations on instead. Behind him, the small female continued to complain, "Let me see if he has harmed you." Tiger orcs are all brutes. They never know restraint. Damn. Yuming's strides faltered, his fists tightened, knuckles widening. Today, this anger could not be quenched without Tanan's beasts. Rui Yu took Xia Sang's hand and kissed it lightly. "I am fine." Sang sang. "Do you not think my provocation of Yuming is inappropriate? How could it be? He has already provoked you to this extent. If you do not retaliate, would that not invite further disdain?" Yuming quickened his pace. The small female was clearly bewitched, always excusing Rui Yu, and instead of balancing the scales, she had doused him in ridicule. Such blatant favoritism was absurd. Yuming felt a surge of frustration, while the other tiger orcs were equally discontented and silent. Their leader seemed to have been bewitched by the small female, and despite repeatedly having his limits tested, he did not explode in rage or return the blow, but rather swallowed his humiliation and turned to confront the beasts. He was becoming less like himself. Observing everything from the sidelines, Wu Na lay alone in the clearing, frequently casting flirtatious glances at the tiger orcs, her eyes nearly cramping from the effort, instead of biting. They derided her as an ugly hag, when she, in turn, found them both ugly and brutish. Why did they have the audacity to call her ugly? Wu Na's expression twisted. This was an immense humiliation for her. Xia Sang. Again it was Xia Sang. Even the leader of the Tiger Clan was not spared. She would rather gouge out her own eyes than endure this degradation than a pack of oblivious mongrels. What use is good looks if they cannot reproduce? After being with the leader for so long, they had yet to produce a single egg. Gurgle, gurgle. Damn it, her stomach had rumbled 100 times. Yet the males guarding her pretended not to hear. Clearly, she had taken out plenty of food from her own space, asking them to roast it for her, but these cruel mongrels had fed her only 2 bites. Leaving the rest for themselves. Beasts, those beasts. Wu Na, do you want to eat? Shu Yu and Ning Xiu held several skewers of roasted wild boar, looking at her with blatant provocation that Wu Na swallowed hard. Her eyes glued to the greasy roasted meat. Her throat parched from days without water. She felt as though she were on the verge of dying from thirst and hunger. Feigning calm, "Turn away." "Take it away." "PFF." Shu Yu stifled a laugh. "How tragic. I have never seen a female go hungry before." "You are the first." Wu Na suddenly grinned. "Better than you, who shared a fleeting moment with a stray beast." "So, my brothers, are you satisfied?" Upon hearing this, Shu Yu's expression darkened abruptly. Seeing the collective gaze of those around her fixated on her, she wished she could bury herself alive. Bonding with a stray beast was viewed as a disgrace for a female. She would be nailed to the pillar of shame, never able to wash away the stigma. Slap, slap. The sound of slaps echoed, and Wu Na's face became unrecognizable. She spat blood, laughing wildly. "And you, Ning Xiao, to associate with such a female. You too are a disgrace to your kind. I may be lacking, but I have never consorted with a stray beast, unlike you, who have no culinary standards." The surrounding gossiping eyes fixed on the two. Their arrogance shattered in an instant. They could only stand there, pale-faced, like fools, trembling as though shaken by a quaking leaf. Who would have imagined that the females of the Ming snake clan could be so flamboyant, treating something as base as a stray beast as a treasure? Indeed, with the males of the Ming snake clan all dead, how useful must they be to be driven to seek out stray beasts? Were they not said to be exceptionally gifted? "Ha! I see that rumors should not be entirely trusted. Do you not agree?" The tiger orcs responded in unison. "Indeed." Their laughter was unrestrained, mercilessly grinding the dignity of the snake males into the dirt, leaving not a shred of compassion. Xia Sang frowned at the scene. The males of the Ming snake clan placed their dignity above their very lives, and how could they tolerate such slander? A large-scale brawl was on the verge of erupting, yet not a single snake male retreated in the face of their enemies, who outnumbered them 2-1 that they sprang to their feet, recklessly charging at the tiger orcs. Rue, you did not lag behind, with others looking down upon them. If he failed to assert his stance, not only would the small female look down on him, but he would also come to despise himself. As foes faced each other, their eyes burned with animosity. Xia Sang had long harbored disdain for the tiger orcs. Noticing Shu Yu and Ning Xiao looking bewildered at the chaos unfolding among the males, she swiftly leaned in and whispered a few words to them, then found a discreet corner to lend support. Initially, the snake warriors suffered considerable losses, often outnumbered 3-1, leading to bruised faces and difficulty getting back on their feet. However, with Xia Sang's involvement and the occasional interference from the females, the tide began to turn in favor of the Ming snake clan. The tiger females could no longer remain passive, while their males could not strike females. That did not